Now the batting order.
We will begin with batting in that leadoff spot.
KNBR 680 presents
Hitting leadoff.
the leadoff spot.
And that ball is gone! A home run leading it off.
Live from the KNBR studios with your host, the Waterboy.
Hey, Waterboy!
Marcus Boucher.
Waterboy, do your thing.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And that's how this game gets started.
Fields in the pocket, looking to his left, throws and hits his man. DJ Moore on the run, across the 30, across the 20, and he's out of bounds. Fields steps up the pocket, fires left corner of the end zone, caught, touchdown. DJ Moore, caught by Moore, spin move, breaks a tackle. DJ Moore still going. DJ Moore is forced out of bounds. He's having a monster opening quarter. Fields looking, floats it, left corner of the end zone. It is handled by DJ Moore. Touchdown, Bears. He's a one-man wrecking crew. Fields takes the snap, looks, he throws, and it's caught by DJ Moore. Down the sideline. There's nobody there. Streaking to the end zone for the touchdown. 56 yards. DJ Moore has made sweet music all night. The longest losing streak in Chicago Bears history is over. 40-20 the final. Their first win since October 24th, 2022.
The Bears finally win a ball game, and it kicks off week 5 of the NFL season. What's up, everybody? Happy Football Friday here on the leadoff spot. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back this morning with Overnight Greg, filling in for Overnight Dave again this morning, taking you up to 6 a.m. and the start of the Murph and Mac Show, where my guy Brian Murphy is making his return, taking the microphone back, just like Gabe Kapler took the ball back from John Brebbia a few weeks ago, but Gabe Kapler's gone. Murphy's here, Paulie Mac's here, and the Waterboy Marcus Boucher is here on a Football Friday to get you ready for the 49ers matchup against the Dallas Cowboys this weekend. And Greg, usually on a Friday morning, we take a few minutes to recap the Thursday night game, talk about the Chicago Bears going out there and ending their 14-game losing streak on the same night where we got the news that Hall of Famer Dick Butkus actually passed away. Well, the Bears went out and won one for Dick Butkus last night, took down the Washington Commanders on Thursday Night Football. DJ Moore, as you heard in the show open, had an absolutely electric night, damn near winning people their fantasy matchups on a Thursday, but there's plenty of NFL action going on this Sunday across the league outside of our Sunday Night Football matchup, whether it's the Jacksonville Jaguars hosting the Buffalo Bills out in London again this weekend, a big matchup between the Philadelphia Eagles and the LA Rams, with the rumors of Cooper Kupp maybe returning to that wide receiver core this weekend. And then, of course, you've even got Monday Night Football with the Raiders taking on the Green Bay Packers. So there's plenty of football storylines to get into here on a Football Friday. But we're going to clear the decks because for the next hour, for the next 47 minutes, it's essentially going to be all 49er and Cowboy, because this is the main event of the weekend. It's the reason why it's Sunday Night Football. It's one of the best rivalries in football. Now, there are some other great examples. You'll be seeing the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens square off this week. There are tons of other rivalries, but I don't know if anything looks better on TV than a 49er Cowboy game. The red and gold versus the silver and blue. The Cowboys and their fans trying to evade Levi Stadium. And, of course, the playoff history, not only from back in the day when the Cowboys and Niners were actually winning Super Bowls, but recently. Look at the last 2 seasons and how they've ended for the Dallas Cowboys. Back-to-back eliminations at the hands of Brock Purdy, at the hands of Nick Bosa, and at the hands of just essentially the entire 49er squad, which has led to some bad blood leading into this matchup. We've been talking about the sound all week long from Dak Prescott and how he's pissed off still about last year's postseason loss. Hell, he's probably still pissed off about 2 seasons ago. But I know there's a lot of 49er fans who have been celebrating and kind of gloating a little bit over their Cowboy buddies, talking about how their season continues to end with the 49ers. Whether it's the end of the game call that we play at the end of the Murph and Mag show with Dak Prescott not being able to slide and spike the ball at the end of the game 2 years ago in Dallas, or last year when Ezekiel Elliott was lining up at center, snapping the ball and getting pancaked on the final play of the game. Well, some things have changed since last season. Not a whole bunch, but guys like Ezekiel Elliott are no longer on the roster. But then again, you look at guys at the 49ers. There's no longer Mike McGlinchey, who had his moments last year against Micah Parsons. Now that's going to be a big matchup we're keeping an eye on this week against Colton McKivitz. And to be honest with you, against this entire offensive line. Because Micah Parsons is one of those players that will line up everywhere on this defense. Whether it's against Trent Williams or Colton McKivitz on the outside, or even up the middle, one-on-one against the center, Jake Brundle. We'll see him go against Spencer Burford. There might be a point in this game where he's going up against each and every lineman from this 49ers front five. So, of course, that's going to be a matchup we're keeping an eye on, watching number 11 the entire game. But there's also a belief out there that you can run against number 11. And to me, that's where this game's going to be won by the 49ers. It's in the trenches. It's going to be able to run the ball against the Cowboys like you've been able to do the last two matchups. Last year in January when the 49ers beat them 19-12, they ran for over 100 yards. Christian McCaffrey was also dealing with a calf injury at the time, and we've seen how good Christian McCaffrey has been this year. Hell, probably the front runner for the MVP, especially if you are considering what the fact he's doing as a running back, getting paid only $16, $17 million per year, and the level of play that he's been at so far this year. He's been absolutely electric. But even guys like Elijah Mitchell, who I know still on the injury report this week, questionable going into this weekend's matchup. 2 years ago in the playoffs, the 49ers ran for 169 yards against the Dallas Cowboys. And that's the thing where a lot of people talk about this Dallas defense, which I agree. They are the best defense that the 49ers will face this year. Probably the second best would be the Pittsburgh Steelers, who we saw in week one. We also saw what happened with T.J. Watt and how much of a game record he was. But there was Brock Purdy in this offense putting up points against them and being able to run the ball week one against the Steelers. I think they're going to be able to do the same thing against the Dallas Cowboys, if we're being honest with you. This is a Cowboys defense who we saw get gashed for over 200 yards 2 weeks ago against the Arizona Cardinals. If you want to look deeper into this lack of run defense history for the Cowboys, look at the regular season last year, where 4 of their losses, they allowed more than 150 rushing yards. That's people finding a weakness in this defense and exploiting it. And we know in this Kyle Shanahan system that everybody's been talking about this week, they want to run the ball down your throat. That's why we always play the George Kittle drop on our show, to just line up and run it again.
Run it again! Run it again!
Well, that's going to be the game plan for the 49ers this weekend. Run the ball down the throat of that Dallas defense. A Dallas defense that's going to be missing Trayvon Diggs on the outside, obviously with that ACL injury at practice a couple weeks ago, which opens the door for someone like Brandon Ayuk to go out and make a few plays. Had a great conversation yesterday with Herm Edwards, of course, the college coach for Brandon Ayuk, talking about his development yesterday, how he's turned into one of the most electric wide receivers in the league. And I got to say, I'd love to reference our guy Nate Diaz this morning saying, I'm really not surprised by the breakout year from Brandon Ayuk.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Something we've been talking about all year long, going back to 49er training camp, how I talked about seeing this guy in person and just seeing the muscle and the size that he added to his frame this year. We're seeing that, not just the physicality in his route running of him being a part of the Yak Bros and breaking tackles, but how about the blocking that this guy has added to this game now? A full all-around wide receiver. And again, it just goes back to the mantra we talked so much about yesterday of no block, no rock, which this entire offense has bought into. Whether it's Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings loves to block as a wide receiver. I think nobody exemplifies that better than a guy like George Kittle, who's really only had one big game this year receiving. Now, he did have a big game last year against the Dallas Cowboys, having a few targets from Brock Purdy, so maybe that will be another kind of game plan and kind of something that the 49ers use this week to take advantage of George Kittle. But that's the thing about this offense. There's just so many different pieces. It could be a different guy every week. So whether it's Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, or maybe Deebo Samuel this year, you know, the same Deebo that was kind of gloating about the playoff win last year, telling the Dallas Cowboys not to poke the bear. Again, I think there's a lot of bulletin board material going into this weekend's game. Even last year after the 49ers won, I remember Nick Bosa posted something on Instagram saying America's team about the 49ers. There's layers to this. There's a rivalry. I don't know if it's quite to the point where it was in the early mid-90s, but we're at a point where these are two of the best teams in the NFC. And that's why my guy Paulie Mack asked me the question yesterday. Do I see this as a measuring stick game for the 49ers? Now, I think it's a huge measuring stick game for the Dallas Cowboys. You heard Jerry Jones say, yeah, the 49ers are the best team in the league. They're most likely going to win the Super Bowl. They just got to go through us 2 times. Well, Jerry, there's no guaranteed that he will be facing off against the 49ers in the playoffs. And if he's so confident in the 49ers making the playoffs and that the Cowboys are going to face them twice, that means he thinks the Cowboys are going to lose them in the playoffs, which, hey, might happen for the 3rd straight year. We'll see what happens in that situation. But again, for the Dallas Cowboys, this is personal. You heard how pissed off Dak Prescott was. The 49ers have ended their season 2 years in a row. So you know they're coming out with all the bulletin material. And on the flip side, I do think this is not the biggest measuring test for the 49ers, but it is one of the elite teams in the NFC. As I mentioned earlier, it's the best defense that the 49ers have faced off against. So this will be a big test, not just for Brock Purdy to go out there and prove that he's not just a system quarterback, but for that offensive line, for Colton McKivitz, for Spencer Burford, for Aaron Banks, all the guys up the middle, going against Dexter Lawrence and Michael Parsons. I think it's going to be a big test for guys like Isaiah Oliver in the slot, going against CeeDee Lamb. How the 49ers are going to use Charvarius Ward, who's dealing with a heel injury this week, popping back up on the injury report. I asked Matt Mayoko yesterday if there's any thoughts about maybe moving him into the slot in certain situations. They have not done that. So that's going to be a big guy to keep an eye on this week. Obviously, we all know how good CeeDee Lamb is in that same draft class as Brandon Ayuk. Last year, he had 10 catches for 117 yards. So you know they're going to try to take advantage of that, but also it's going to be up to that front 7 from this 49ers defensive line, guys like Nick Bosa, to put Dak Prescott on his back and force a few turnovers, because that really was the key yesterday, or not yesterday, last year when the 49ers won the playoffs. Dak Prescott, 2 interceptions. Brock Purdy played a pretty damn clean game, threw for 214 yards, didn't have any touchdowns, but no interceptions. We'll see if the Purdy for 30 storyline continues this week with the 49ers, and we'll see if the water boy Bobby Boucher is going to lay down those 4 points in Bobby Boucher's best bets. It's an ugly number, but we'll dive into that spread and more coming up on the other side and continue to look around the entire NFL. Some of our Bobby Boucher's best bets. After going 2-1 last week, technically 3-1 if you took our Canelo bet. I know it's not a football bet, but hey, we were in Las Vegas last week. We were feeling frisky, so we threw in a Canelo Alvarez by decision best bet, which brings our record now to 9-4 on air. Greg, I told all these people last year, hop on the Bobby Boucher train. I think we went like 34-17 or something like that on air last year. Really good record, picking 3 best bets every week, and we'll pick those best bets today around 5:45. My guy Overnight Greg even throwing me a few bets this morning and a few trends. So we'll hop into the trends and take a look around the NFL and also take a look around the MLB postseason with the ALDS and NLDS kicking off tomorrow. Bruce Bochy and the boys are traveling out to Baltimore to take on the Orioles, an Orioles team that might be inspired like the Bears last night with Dick Butkus, with, of course, the passing of Brooks Robinson. It's going to be cool to see how they honor him in the postseason run. It's just cool to see the Baltimore Orioles back in the playoffs with one of the most young, exciting rosters in baseball. They're squaring off against Bruce Bochy and the Rangers, kicking off our first game tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Then you've got the Minnesota Twins, who just ended a 21-year playoff drought of not winning a postseason series. They're taking on Dusty Baker and the Houston Astros this weekend. Again, just the dark comedy, the irony, I don't even know what to call it, Greg. Just the fact that the Giants are out here searching for a manager after firing Gabe Kapler. And here's Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy playing in the postseason this weekend. Shout out to our guys. Hopefully, good luck to them. Even though I don't really like rooting for the Astros, Dusty Baker's the only thing that makes that tolerable. But I will say, as much as I didn't like Bryce Harper growing up, he's making it really hard not to root for the Phillies, especially the way that fan base is going nuts at Citizen Bank. They're taking on the Braves this weekend, which should be the marquee matchup for this weekend's baseball series. I'll be locked into all of those games, and I'll also be locked in to the Arizona Diamondbacks taking on the Dodgers. And the real possibility that the D-backs could pull off the upset. Dodgers have been sitting around since last Sunday on Brandon Crawford's farewell day. Haven't played a game in nearly a week. We all know about that rotation, really only having Clayton Kershaw and a few kids. Bobby Miller's there, Emmett Sheehan's there, but there's no Dustin May. There's no Julio Urias, obviously. There's no Walker Buehler. So the Dodgers are down right now. They were one of the best teams in baseball, but now they got to face off against the red-hot Arizona Diamondbacks, who have been partying their asses off the past couple of days, getting ready for the postseason matchup this Saturday against the LA Dodgers. Plenty of baseball to get into. We got college football going on this weekend. We got NFL football on Sunday. So many storylines to talk about this morning, so why not hop back into the 49er and Cowboy storyline? On the other side, give you our official bet for this week and talk about some of those big matchups and get you some sound from Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, and Nick Bosa breaking down this 49ers and Cowboys matchup on Sunday night live at Levi Stadium. And yes, the water boy will be in the building. It is Marcus Boucher on a Football Friday on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Yeah, baby!
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues
Check with Waterboy. All right? Check with Marcus.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I mean, it was obviously a fourth quarter game. It was, a very physical game.
He snaps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
The 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
What a way to end it. Ezekiel Elliott just got destroyed by Azeez Al-Shaair right on his head, and then Jimmy Ward sawed it down right away on Turpin.
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys? No,
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
that lost drive you guys.
I mean, every day. Every day, Ty, every day.
Every day since January 22nd of last year, Dak Prescott's been thinking about that final play of the game last year at Levi Stadium, where Ezekiel Elliott lines up at center. Azeez Al-Shaair blows him up, puts him on his back. I love that final call there from Greg Papa and Tim Ryan, two guys you will hear on the broadcast this Sunday night as the Dallas Cowboys are coming back to Levi Stadium for Sunday night football in a game that not only people here in the Bay Area have had circled on their calendars since last January, but I think the Dallas Cowboys have as well, because it's now been back-to-back consecutive seasons that the Dallas Cowboys have seen their postseason hopes end with the red and gold. Well, this weekend, they've got plenty of bulletin board material, whether it's Nick Bosa talking about the Niners being the new America's team, whether it's Jerry Jones kind of laying down the land of the, I don't even know what to call it with Jerry Jones. Every time he talks, it's just so confusing. And now he's over here talking about how the 49ers are a Super Bowl favorite, talking about how good they are, blah, blah, blah. Don't hype us up, Jerry. Don't get all hype ahead of this matchup. I want you to be on your toes. I want you to bring your A game. I want you to be on cutting edge, as Murph likes to say in the Murph and Mac Morning Show, because this is a big game, not just for the Dallas Cowboys, but also for the San Francisco 49ers. And, of course, anytime these two teams square off, you know all eyes are going to be focused on the quarterbacks, Dak Prescott and Brock Purdy. And the back-and-forth conversation about these two quarterbacks this week, hell, if you want to be honest with you, we can throw in a third quarterback storyline with Trey Lance being on the roster and the reports that he might be selling the secrets of the Kyle Shanahan playbook, something that we dove into earlier this week, and actually something that Nick Bosa was asked about earlier this week down at 49ers training camp. We'll get to that sound in just a second. But as we hit that rejoin, as we played that sound from Dak Prescott talking about how he's still pissed off about last year, my question is, how do the 49er fans feel, and how do the 49er players feel about this current matchup between the Cowboys and the 49ers? Is there animosity? Is it only between the fans, or is it a real rivalry now on the field between these players? Well, why not ask George Kittle, the man who seems like the happiest man on this planet? Here he was in the locker room yesterday, asked about that animosity, and if there's any hard feelings from the 49er side. I don't know why there would be, but let's hear George Kittle's perspective on the Cowboys and 49ers rivalry after the 49ers have eliminated them in back-to-back seasons. Atta kid, Greg, way to stay on your toes there.
I mean, it was obviously a fourth quarter game. It was, a very physical game. They did a good job of what they do up front, stopping the run and getting in on some pass plays and stuff and disrupting just the rhythm of some of our concepts and the rhythm of, myself and dropping back. So those are things, we saw, and, they're a good defense. They do some really good things up front. The secondary is really good too. And so, just looking at that game and sort of just putting ourselves back into what was at stake, as a playoff game, just the rivalry of, the organizations, and understanding, what's at stake for this Sunday too. It's a big game, and so we've definitely gone back and looked at a lot of stuff in that game.
So that obviously was not George Kittle. That was Brock Purdy, quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. It's all right, Greg. You're still getting your feet wet, still running your first couple shows. This doesn't happen with Overnight Dave, but we got Overnight Greg this morning. That was Brock Purdy talking about last year's playoff matchup and how the Niners can use some of that game film, some of that footage, to maybe have an improved performance this year because it's a game that Brock Purdy and the 49ers offense did not score 30 points. They only put up 19. And in fact, Brock Purdy did not score a touchdown in that game. 19 for 29, 214 yards, and this was a pretty low-scoring game going into that fourth quarter. 49ers only had 9 points at halftime. They were up 9-6. Didn't score in the third. It took 10 points in that fourth quarter for the 49ers to pull out that victory. So when I'm looking at this matchup this weekend, with the over-under set around 40, 45 points, I think this is going to be another I think it's going to be another slugfest. I think it's going to be another low-scoring occasion. We'll see how much better this 49ers offense performs with a healthy Christian McCaffrey. That obviously factored into the 49ers only having 19 points, as he only ran 10 times last year for 35 yards. Elijah Mitchell actually got more carries in that game. That's not going to happen this week. But you know who did get a lot of targets and got really the most movement for this 49ers offense last postseason? It was George Kittle with 5 catches and 95 yards. So yes, Greg, let's get that sound ready so that we can hear from Jorge, George Kittle, about the animosity towards the Cowboys, especially after these last 2 playoff matchups.
I don't really have animosity towards anybody. I thoroughly just enjoy my job. I know that there's, anger, feuds, competitive nature between the 2 fan bases for sure. I mean, you look back years and years, and whoever played, whoever won this game in the playoffs would go on to the Super Bowl. These are 2 of the most storied franchises in history. Dallas wins a lot of games. 49ers win a lot of games. So when you get to meet up on Sunday Night Football, it is a big deal. I know our fan bases love it. We love it. And I think overall it's going to be a fantastic football game.
Yeah, it's a huge deal, especially when you're talking about the cream of the crop in the NFC. I know I've been pretty vocal about how I think it's a 2-horse race between the 49ers and the Eagles for NFC supremacy, but the Cowboys are in the conversation. The Seattle Seahawks are in the conversation. The problem is, for me, that conversation ended last year when the 49ers beat both of them in the playoffs. Now it's a whole nother year. It's a whole new slate. But guess what? A lot of those same pieces are still there. And you know who's still coaching the team for the Dallas Cowboys? Mike McCarthy, a guy that went 0-3 in his playoff career before he came to the Cowboys against the 49ers. Those were all those losses with the Green Bay Packers and with Aaron Rodgers as his quarterback. Guess what? Last year he faced off against the 49ers with Dak Prescott as his quarterback. Same result. Another L. So Mike McCarthy continues to be outcoached by Kyle Shanahan, a man that's been getting a lot of kind of backhanded compliments this week with all the talk about Brock Purdy being a system quarterback. Again, I think it's kind of a ridiculous argument since, Brock Purdy is performing in this system better than any other quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has had here in San Francisco. But let the people say whatever they want. Let the national narratives go wild because it is Cowboys and 49ers week. Here is Kyle Shanahan talking about the rivalry and how the 49ers can use last year's win over the Cowboys as a script to win again this Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you play each other in the playoffs and stuff, it's always usually a bit bigger the next year. And with that being back-to-back, it was huge. I mean, that's what I always remembered growing up, just because the 3 years I was here when I was younger. They played in the NFC Championship all 3 years that I lived here. Just playing them in the playoffs 2 years ago kind of was reminiscent of that. And it was a divisional round, I think, or a wild card round. And then last year with the divisional round. And those histories stack up just like people in your division. But usually when it's a playoff game, everyone remembers a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody remembers the playoff games. Hell, I remember it. I remember standing in the concourse watching Ezekiel Elliott snap the ball and Azeez Al-Shaair run down his throat. And that's why I think there is a lot of chips on their shoulders. A lot of bulletin board material that we've been talking about all week for the Dallas Cowboys. And I think a lot of it that's kind of gone underrated, something I haven't heard too many other people talk about this week, was the fact that Nick Bosa was out here on Instagram saying, yeah, the 49ers are new America's team, which might not sound to a shot to a lot of people, but I'm sure you ask Dallas Cowboys fans, and they're not too happy about those comments. But if I got to be honest with you, I don't think Dak Prescott's going to be too happy to see number 97 breathing down his neck this weekend. Well, here was Dak Prescott actually being talked about in a different manner because Nick Bosa was asked about Trey Lance this week. And there's a lot about the mobility of quarterbacks, what Dak can do with his feet, what he can't do. Doesn't really use his legs as much since hurting his ankle a couple years ago. But there's always the option that maybe Trey Lance gets into the game. Nah, not really. He'll most likely be holding a clipboard. But now people are wondering if he's got the secret notes written down, the cheat sheet on that clipboard, as there's been reports this week that he's been giving away the 49ers offensive playbook. Here's Nick Bosa's thoughts on Trey Lance's understanding of the playbook and how he's translating it to the Dallas Cowboys, and if it really means anything going into this matchup.
Yeah, I think we have an idea of what they're going to do, and they have Trey, so I'm sure they have an idea.
How much do you think Trey can help him? Sorry.
I don't know. I think the NFL is a copycat league, and everybody knows pretty much everything. But obviously game plan stuff they won't know, and we won't know, so there'll be some surprises.
And so much changes on a week-to-week basis in the NFL. And yeah, Trey Lance was on the team during preseason football, played 2 games, once against the Raiders. What was the other one? Against the Broncos or something like that? Then he got shipped out before that game against the Chargers. But you know who else knows this offensive playbook extremely well? A guy like Mike McDaniel, who's now putting up 70 points with the Miami Dolphins. Guess what? The 49ers and the Dolphins, correct me if I'm wrong, they squared off against each other last year. And Mike McDaniel, knowing the ins and outs of Kyle Shanahan's offense, the 49ers still went out there and put up 30-plus points with Brock Purdy. So, again, I think this is a little bit of an overblown kind of take. I know it's a storyline going into this weekend's game, but unless Trey Lance is on the field, I don't think there's going to be too much of a storyline unless the NBC cameras are panning over him on the sideline, again, holding that clipboard. So I don't think there's going to be too much pre-snap breakdown to figure out where Trey Lance is lining up, but there will be some pre-snap breakdown for Dak Prescott to find number 97. Hell, got to keep your eyes on number 98, Javon Hargrave as well. But if I'm number 13, if I'm Brock Purdy, I am looking for number 11 on every single play for that Dallas defense. And yes, I'm staring down Micah Parsons. That's the guy you got to worry about on this Cowboys defense. And that's the guy that Brock Purdy is going to be looking to pick up at the line of scrimmage because, as we talked about earlier, Michael will line up all over the place. He'll line up at outside backer. He will do some matchups against Trent Williams. Actually, most of his rushing stats come from rushing against the left tackle. Now, obviously, if you're looking at a matchup versus Trent Williams versus Colton McKivitz, you're going to eat against McKivitz. You're going to flip over to that side. That's why we saw T.J. Watt line up a lot against the right tackle. I think Micah's going to do that, but he'll line up in the middle. He'll line up in the A gap, the B gap. He'll line up at middle linebacker and blitz up the middle. You got to keep eyes on number 11. And here was Brock Purdy yesterday at the podium talking about that pre-snap responsibility of finding where Micah Parsons is on the field at all times.
Yeah, obviously, I think he's a game changer of a player, and so. That's with every team that we go against, who are the guys that can change a game in one play, one snap. So always having my antenna up where he's at, where he's lined up. It was the same thing in the playoff game last year. It'll be the same thing this Sunday. But they also have really good players everywhere else too. So it's just being in tune and on point every snap before I snap the ball.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not just Michael Parsons. Dexter Lawrence is out there. He's a great pass rusher as well. They've got talent on this defensive line. You look at guys like Landon Van Der Esch in the middle of that defense. I'm wondering how that's going to be a mismatch versus a guy like Christian McCaffrey coming out of the backfield. I don't know how you're going to stop some of those routes. Shout out to Texas Wranglers and the swing routes that Christian McCaffrey will run. But also, how are they going to stop this 49ers offense if they just run it straight at Michael Parsons? Because that's been a narrative over the last couple weeks since the Arizona Cardinals ran for over 200 yards against this Cowboys defense. And they did it by running straight at Michael Parsons. We mentioned the stats earlier. Last year in the playoffs, 49ers ran for over 100 yards. 2 years in the playoffs against the Cowboys, 49ers ran for over 150 yards. Last year in the regular season, all 4 losses that the Dallas Cowboys had, they allowed more than 150 rushing yards. So the way to beat this Dallas Cowboys defense is to run straight at them. But then again, is it ever a good idea to run straight at a guy that's going to be in the running for Defensive Player of the Year? Well, the 49ers offensive line coach, Chris Forrester, was asked about that game plan. Kind of an interesting response. Here was Forrester yesterday breaking down the strategy of the 49ers picking out number 11 and running the ball right at him.
Yeah, who said that? Somebody?
Various
people,
analysts
have said that. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, they can, you can run at them. He's a good player. We tried to run at him, and he beats blockers and makes tackles, and you can run away from him. He's going to run really, really fast and catch up to you when you're running away from him. There's a lot of different things you can do. You just have to make sure you account for him like we have every other good player we play against, and he's a great player. These other great players just have a plan as to how you're going to deal with them, right? You can't say every single play you run away, every single play you run at him, that wears itself out as well. There has to be a balance. You have to decide what kind of plays you run at him, what kind of plays you don't run at him, and how he defends things, what position. They move him all over the place, so the position matters too. You think, oh, we're going to run this play at Micah Parsons, take advantage of X, Y, or Z, and then, oh, crap, he's lined up at the 3 technique, or he's lined up over the center, and you're like, oh, well, that's so much for that plan. So you just have to have a well-balanced plan to take care of a great player, and that's what we'll hope to try to do. It's really, really hard because he's a great one.
Yeah, it's hard to stop Micah Parsons in general, but you can't let him have those game-breaker moments. That's the key here. We can't be having him tossing Mike McGlinchey off to the side like he's wrestling against his little brother trying WWE moves on him. That can't happen this weekend. There can't be a scenario where, someone like Tyler Croft is trying to chip block Michael Parsons or Hassan Reddick, and it leads to a strip sack or an injury to Brock Purdy. Again, I don't even want to throw that out there, but you're going to need help to slow down Michael Parsons, and you got to limit them from creating turnovers, because that's the thing about this Dallas defense. They thrive off taking the ball away. That's why Dallas has been so good this year, because their ability to turn the ball over. But guess what? Brock Purdy has not thrown a single interception the entire season. So as long as he continues to be a quote-unquote system quarterback, manage his defense, hand the ball off to Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers offense, in my opinion, shouldn't have too many problems with this Cowboys defense. Now, on the other side, there are questions about the matchup against CeeDee Lamb and how talented he is lining up, not just on the outside, but inside, where the 49ers do have a bit of a weakness at that slot corner position. Going to be a big task for guys like Isaiah Oliver, who's more of a physical nickel. Feel like they're going to go with him this weekend. But CeeDee Lamb last year had 10 catches for over 100 yards. That's definitely someone to keep an eye on. And you also got to keep an eye on Tony Pollard, who was hurt during that playoff game last year. I know it's a narrative that Cowboys fans like to throw out there. Oh, well, Tony Pollard wasn't there. It's the same as Purdy getting hurt in the NFC Championship game. No, it's not even really close, but Tony Pollard will make a difference this weekend, and he's going to be a guy that Fred Warner is going to be keeping an eye on all day long, whether it's coming out of the backfield on routes or maybe shooting up the A-gap and blowing it up like he did week 1 against Najee Harris. Here was Fred Warner with our final piece of sound, getting you ready for the 49ers and Cowboys game this week, talking about just how big of a test this will be for the 49ers, their defense, and overall this weekend against the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge test. To say that it isn't would be naive and downplaying the moment, I think. I'm excited for that moment. I know our team is excited for it. And to say that we're going to prepare any differently, I think would be far-fetched. I think we prepare every week as if it's everything. But I think this is going to be a great test for us.
It's a huge test, 100%. Dallas Cowboys are trying to show people that they can compete at the top of the NFC. They want to justify those power rankings that they had a couple weeks ago before losing against the Arizona Cardinals. And the 49ers got to show that they are the Super Bowl contender. I think that's been the one criticism this year is, the 49ers have played a weak schedule. Well, it's not like they're drawing up their schedule anyways. They've beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, the LA Rams. Yeah, a couple teams that aren't the top of the list of everybody's list, but I don't think anybody's going to say anything if the 49ers win this weekend. And I'm picking them to win. But here's the thing, Greg. I like this as a low-scoring game. I think the 49ers win this weekend 20-17. Which you know what that means. It means they won't cover the spread because it's a 4-point spread this weekend. So I think I'm slicing and dicing it. I like the 49ers on the money line, but I truly think this is going to be a game decided by a field goal. And the 49ers are rolling with a rookie kicker, Jake Moody. So maybe this is Moody's big moment on Sunday Night Football. I've got the 49ers winning on the money line. But to be honest with you, I'm staying away from that 4-point spread this week. It's a little too sketchy for my pleasure. So it will not be one of Bobby Boucher's best bets. But guess what, folks? It's about that time. Let's hop into our best bets for Week 5 of the NFL season. We'll do that on the other side and take a look at the other big games this weekend outside of the 49ers and Cowboys. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Football Friday on KNBR 104.5 FM at 6 a.m., the sports leader.
We're going to be championship.
This is The Leadoff Spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back on the leadoff spot on a Friday morning, and we look up at the clock. It's 5:45, which means one thing and one thing only. Yeah, the Murphy Mac Show starts in 15 minutes, but it's also time for Bobby Boucher's Best Bets as we take a look around the NFL landscape and try to win you some money this weekend. After winning 3 out of our 4 bets last week, went 3-1, 2-1 in our football bets, did get one sprinkle in on a Canelo Alvarez by decision last week as we are out live in Las Vegas doing our show from the MGM Grand. Well, guess what? We're back in San Francisco this week, and we just broke down the 49ers-Cowboys game on the backside. So if you missed that, check it out on the KNBR podcast page. We always podcast all of our shows and all of our picks, and we'll see if some of our picks click this morning after cashing in last week on the Baltimore Ravens as a 3-point underdog was the spread we got on Friday. That line actually moved all the way to -1 once the news Deshaun Watson was out this prior weekend. And now there might be a situation where the Ravens might be going against a backup quarterback this week with Kenny Pickett's playing status in jeopardy. Stay tuned for an update on that. We also cashed out on the Seattle Seahawks +1 on Monday Night Football. That was an absolute head scratcher to me. I don't know why the hell the New York Giants were favorite, but I had no problem taking that bet. Now the Seattle Seahawks are on a bye week this week, so we can't lay down any money on the Seahawks. And we also lost some money on the Cincinnati Bengals as a 2.5-point favorite against the Tennessee Titans, our one loser last week. So you might be asking yourself, what's the definition of stupidity? Well, doing the same thing and expecting different results. And I might be doing that this morning. And that's why I think one of my Bobby Boucher's best bets this morning might be one of my stupidest bets. And one of the bets that maybe I don't have the most confidence in, but I'm looking at this number, and it's just asking me to take it. And, of course, I'm talking about this weekend's matchup between the Cincinnati Bengals and the Arizona Cardinals. 2 teams that had completely different expectations going into the season. Bengals were being picked as a Super Bowl favorite. The Arizona Cardinals were picked in the Caleb Williams sweepstake. They were supposed to be the worst team in football. Meanwhile, here's the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, they're only 1-3 on the year, but they've put up some solid efforts, whether it was the game they should have won against the New York Giants or the game that they did win against the Dallas Cowboys, lost by 14 against the San Francisco 49ers. Couldn't cover the spread then, but I'm looking at the spread this week, and it's only 3 points for a Bengals team that is 1-3. And don't get me wrong, this Bengals offense has looked pathetic the first 4 weeks of the season. But I'm still taking Joe Burrow and the boys. Jamar Chase is out here saying, I'm open. I'm always blanking open. Well, guess what, Joe? Feed Jamar the ball. Joe Burrow dealing with that calf injury still. Last week said it's the best he's felt after a game all season long. The Bengals are 1-3, and they just can't fall any further into this kind of miserable record that they've started the season with. It's a weird one, folks. This is a game where I try to tell people, don't bet on the week prior and your overreactions. The Bengals are a better team than the Arizona Cardinals, and that's why we're laying 3 points with the Bengals on the road for one of our Bobby Boucher's best bets. Gotta go with the road favorite in this one. I don't love it, but I'm taking the Bengals -3 in this one. You know what? You like that? You know what game I do like is my underdog pick of the week, because we usually try to give you an underdog. Shout out to the Chicago Bears last night covering on Thursday Night Football and winning outright on the money line. I threw down a couple shekels in honor of Dick Butkus. Bears cashed out, and we'll see if the Houston Texans can cash in as underdogs again after upsetting the Pittsburgh Steelers last week and really putting a beat down on Pittsburgh. You want to talk about an all-around performance. You want to talk about C.J. Stroud establishing himself as the favorite to win the Rookie of the Year award. This is a guy that's throwing for over 300 yards left and right with Nico Collins as his number 1 wide receiver. He's got a defense led by the rookie Will Anderson that, of course, is coached by a familiar face in DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco Ryan has got these Texans playing fantastic ball right now, and this week they are a 2-point underdog against an Atlanta Falcons team that's led by Desmond Ridder, an Atlanta Falcons team that only wants to run the ball. And I got to give credit where credit's due. Bijan Robinson is one hell of a running back. I loved watching him at Texas. Made some sick plays last week out in London. But that also factors into this pick. With the Falcons traveling all the way back from London, now they got to go and take on this Houston Texans team that's been one of the hottest teams, back-to-back upset wins. I was actually surprised by this line. I thought the Texans would have been a favorite. I like the Texans here +2, and I like them straight up on the money line for the upset win. We're taking the Houston Texans this week against the Atlanta Falcons and a little bit of too much travel on their schedule, +2 as our second Bobby Boucher best bet of the week. And then this third pick is where I kept on going back and forth because there's a couple games I want to touch on. One of them is the Baltimore Ravens as a 4-point favorite against the Pittsburgh Steelers this week. And trust me, folks, I've been reading into all the trends, and all the trends say to bet on the Steelers. It's an AFC North matchup. You're getting more than a field goal. Mike Tomlin at home as a home underdog. It all makes sense, right? Wrong. They told you Mike Tomlin was the pick week 1 against the 49ers as the home underdog. That didn't go too well. They told you Mike Tomlin was the pick last week against a rookie quarterback. Wrong. That didn't go well. So, Greg, I'm going to do a little swerve in here. I know you like the Steelers plus the points. I don't, because now there's a little bit of confusion about who's going to be playing quarterback this week, if it's going to be Kenny Pickett or Mitch Trubisky. To me, it doesn't matter.
Great! I hate it!
This Steelers team has been abysmal offensively. I love my guy Najee Harris out of Antioch. He's a Bay Area kid. He hasn't been too productive this year. I mean, hell, Kenny Pickett, even if he is playing, has only thrown more than a touchdown and a half one time in his career, and it was against the lousy-ass Raiders defense. So I'm not buying into Kenny Pickett. I'm not buying into this Pittsburgh offense. And if Mitch Trubisky's out there, the Baltimore Ravens will cover this spread with a pick 6. Mark my words. Baltimore Ravens have the third best defense in the NFL right now. We saw what Lamar and the Ravens were able to do last week against a backup quarterback in the Cleveland Browns. Browns arguably have a better defense than the Steelers. So I'll lay the points. I'll do it. 4 is an ugly number. It's usually a number that tempts you to go the other way, but I think that's what Las Vegas wants. Vegas wants you to take the Steelers +4. I'm zigging when everybody else is zagging, Greg. I'm taking the Baltimore Ravens -4 on the road against an AFC North rival, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And those are my 3 Bobby Boucher best bets. There were a couple other games I was looking at. Almost took the under in the Saints-Patriots game. That set at 40. I think that's going to be a terrible matchup with Derek Carr dealing with a bum shoulder. You got Mac Jones being benched for Bailey Zappi. I don't think either of these teams have scored more than 20 points each this season. Total set at 40. I see that ball game going under, and probably a game I will throw a few shekels on. Another game I was thinking about throwing some shekels on is the Buffalo Bills hopping on a charter plane and going out to London, but because of that travel schedule and because the Jacksonville Jaguars are setting up shop in London, they'll be there back-to-back weeks. I'm staying away from this game, but if you do want some early morning action, I think the Bills can win this by a touchdown, but because of those travel reasons, I kept it outside of my Bobby Boucher's best bets. And then, of course, on a Monday, we got to talk about the Raiders and the Packers. And I guess we could talk about this Monday morning, but Jimmy Garoppolo is still in concussion protocol. I don't know how long he's going to be in the protocol. I don't know how much longer he's going to be with the Raiders, if I'm being honest with you. What I really want to say is I don't know how long Josh McDaniels should be with the Raiders. I don't got a pick for this game. I'll give you one on Monday. I'll say fire McDaniels now. He'll probably lose on Monday and still keep his job. Yeah, Mark Davis, shout out to you telling all the Raider fans to smarten up, but hopefully you smarten up by taking some of these picks so far this year. Again, 9-4 on the season. We like the Ravens -4 against the Steelers, the Texans as dogs on the road against the Falcons, and the Bengals to figure out their life and get their blank together this weekend against the Arizona Cardinals -3. Mark my words, if the Bengals don't win and cover this weekend, I'm not betting on them as one of Bobby Boucher's bets for the rest of the season. We'll see how it goes. Best lucks to you. Hopefully you go and beat your bookie this weekend. But on the other side, we'll meet up with 2 guys who are getting ready for the Friday football forecast, and their bets coming up at 6:50 this morning. That's Murph and Mac. We'll make the connection on the other side. It's the Water Boy, Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. Bobby Boucher, on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
You found the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
You can do it. Okay, I see you, Boucher.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back before the final buzzer, it's the leadoff spot on a Friday morning. Marcus, the water boy, Boucher, wrapping it up before handing the microphone back to Brian Murphy this morning. Shout out to my guy, OG, Overnight Greg, doing a great job running the leadoff spot today and yesterday, filling in for Overnight Dave. But now it is time for the wrestling match the people have been waiting for. Me versus Brian Murphy.
Give me my mic
for
back.
Host number one microphone. Murph, Murph, the mic is yours. Take it back.
Mic.
Oh, you can't take the microphone if I hide it in my pocket. Oh.
You know what's funny? John Shea wrote a story in the Chronicle today about just the deep dive on the culture of the Giants. Mm-hmm. That's right. Niners, Cowboys, and I'm opening with Giants.
Culture.
But just because you're talking about the microphone, and in that story, Shea devotes a few paragraphs to the Brebbia thing, and he says, it might have been a small incident. He goes, but to some people in the front office, it was a bad look. They were talking about that, dude.
It upset me.
They were talking about. They said there were higher-ups who were like, "What are we doing?"
I remember firing off angry texts in the moment, like, "Well, I'm glad you guys are having a good time. I'm glad this is. Let's have it's a barrel of laughs out here."
I remember turning on the mic the next day and being like, "Read the room, dude."
Yeah, like a Three Stooges
from the postseason. Read the room.
The only thing he didn't do was the fake eye poking the eyes, like nerd, you know, like totally. Where's that's kind of where I'm going. Yeah.
Oh, man. Anyway, back to the Niners.
Yeah.
You guys sounded great yesterday. You entertained. I was in the car a lot yesterday, and so the only thing I'm bummed I missed was Herm.
Herm ruled. Oh, you know what you missed?
Great energy from
Radio
Herm.
gold.
And I can tell you finally, because I felt bad about this all week long. I felt like honestly, I really do. I felt like we hadn't paid proper respect to Russ Francis.
Right, we had not.
So I got some great stuff on Russ Francis from Herm Edwards and from Tom Rathman.
Thank you, Paulie.
At least we took care of that.
What was the best anecdote or?
Well, they were just something like what a beautiful guy he was.
He really was.
He, that Herm said. What Herm said was he kind of redefined the tight end position, which was interesting because he hadn't thought about that in a while. That Herm was like, previous to Russ Francis, they were just basically blockers.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you throw him a bone, some outlet pass, but Russ Francis became
he was a
featured
when I
part
see Travis
of the
Kelce, I see Russ Francis.
You owe a debt of gratitude to Russ Francis.
He brought athleticism to that position.
And receiving ability. Like, he became a go-to receiver for Joe.
You know who else? You know who was actually underrated athlete at tight end was Mike Ditka, believe it or not. And when I say Ditka, that makes me think of another Bear, Dick Butkus. How about that?
Yeah.
And for me and Paulie, Waterboy, he was Miller Lite. Tastes great, less filling. You know what I mean? Coming in with Bubba Jones, or Bubba Smith, pardon me.
Commercial,
Yeah, but anyway, talk about name, position, city. Dick Butkus, Lithuanian-American linebacker in Chicago. Dude, and just destroying fools, too.
That's why last night there was no way the Bears were going to lose that game.
That's right. There were 51 jerseys out there. And you know what? I read that he never made the playoffs.
Dick Butkus?
Never made the playoffs.
Wow. That's wild trivia. I didn't know that.
He was on 9. He only played 9 seasons.
Really?
Yeah, it's like Jim Brown, too.
Or Pat Willis.
Yeah, same kind of thing. There are some of those guys.
And he just, I guess his body broke down.
I think Jim Brown went 9, too.
Something like that, yeah. How about your Justin Fields last night, huh?
Whoa.
Sorry, dude.
He ain't the problem.
So you said it on the way in. I know you got to go. We got to get Greg out of here, too. But is that everybody across America was like, okay, who has DJ Moore? More important, who's playing DJ Moore?
Yeah.
I went and looked. Poor Waterboy.
Dude, every time, Paulie Mac.
What's going on this year?
So his opposition guy starts DJ Moore. There was a chance DJ Moore was going to score like 4.5 points. You know what I mean? You're going to be like, I'm off to a good start.
Mac, it's got to the point where I'm essentially the good luck Chuck of fantasy football. Like, if you want a high score, come play the Waterboy.
Okay. Dude,
everybody's putting up career stats against me.
On Friday morning, dude.
I don't even have a chance, boys.
What about Bobby Boucher?
There's nothing I can do.
He was nothing he could do.
I got people putting up 180 points.
DJ Moore's running down the field, just waving at Waterboy, running down the field.
That's it.
Sorry, Marcus.
So long, farewell.
Kittle
Rascals, enjoy missing the fantasy playoffs again. I need a big weekend from George Kittle. Maybe he'll have it this weekend.
I hope you get one.
Against the Dallas Cowboys.
You get one.
49ers and Cowboys talk all morning long on the Murph and Mac Show, and you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac Show with the return of Murph starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, we're in the middle of a bit here. Great to be back. Thank you guys. I had a personal day yesterday. Great to be back. Thanks, you guys. Waterboy did a great job. Marcus sounded great. And Paula, you guys had Herm and everybody. And Cosell. Oh, my God. I got the biggest laugh. I was in the car for Cosell.
Wait, talking Foghat?
By the way, let me tell you what it's like to be a listener in the car.
Yeah, I haven't heard the show in ages,
At 7 a.m., Cosell just delivering absolute gold. Absolute gold.
Yeah.
And it's early. I mean, it's early out there, and he's out there just pumping gold into your...
He does pump gold. You pull up at the gas station, he says, I'll fill it up.
And I'm still in the car, and he's like, by the way, on the way out, I was on the car the other day listening, and he dropped that Foghat on you, dude. I almost drove into a light pole,
I did.
man.
I said, Greg, give me something musical on the way out, because I asked him about the Sphere, and he was like, no, I don't know anything about the Sphere.
That was really funny. He was like, Sphere.
Yeah, what's that?
And you said, you go, that's our guy, Greg Cosell. He's so dialed in, he doesn't even know what the Sphere is.
Is that what I said? Good. That's a good response, because I don't know what else to say.
You go, my man watches so much film, he doesn't even know about the Sphere.
He doesn't have time for the Sphere. He just doesn't have time.
And then he said to you guys, he goes,
let's talk Foghat.
He did say, he goes, this is how great a guy is. He said he was thinking of us.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
And he did this whole thing about, I don't want to say, I don't listen to sports talk radio. He goes, I shouldn't say that when I'm doing sports talk radio.
Right.
He goes, I listen to music. He goes, and I heard a 70s band that I really think needs more. He goes, and he just says to you guys, Foghat.
You want to talk
I
Foghat?
drove into a telephone
You came
pole.
to the right place.
And when you guys were all laughing, he uttered the line. He goes, kind of lost in the shuffle, dude. I laughed my A off.
I know what he means. I know what he's saying. I do.
So anyway, that's the kind of gold you get for free entertainment.
Yeah, man.
Free entertainment in your car.
That's what we're doing every day, all day. And welcome back. It's good to have you back. Now, we got a big cowboy night. Are you in that mode yet? Have you gotten into the mode?
1,000%.
Okay, me too.
The Jock Plug took a bold stance, Paulie Mac.
Well, okay.
I just put my stake in the ground and said the Niners are the superior team.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
From top to bottom. And I said, embrace it.
I'm with you, man.
Like, don't be like, oh, Micah. I guess, yes, Micah Parsons. Yes, he's an outstanding player. One of the best players in the entire NFL. Got it. Yes, DeMarcus Lawrence. Yes, CeeDee Lamb. I get it. They're coming with a squad. I get it. Tony Pollard. I get it. Top to bottom,
I'm with
Niners
you.
are superior.
No, I'm with you. I'm sorry. I feel like I should apologize. I'm sorry.
And run towards it.
Niners have the better team. They do.
Don't be fearful of it. Go embrace it. Embrace your status as the elite. Go stick your flag in the ground on Sunday and beat them.
That don't mean you're like impervious to an ass kicking though, because there's one coming. I'm with you, man. I think the Niners are the better team, and I mean that on both sides of the ball. And I'll say this too: if you look back historically, not Niner Dallas games, but Dak Prescott specifically. He'll tighten up on the big stage. I'm just saying it, man. He will tighten up on the big stage. And I get the sense, based on some of the cuts we played earlier in the week, he's already tight. I think Dak is already tight. I think there's too much in his head, and I think that's going to help the Niners as well.
And as far as Purdy, Brock Purdy.
He couldn't be looser. He don't give a damn. He loves it. Loves it.
Eric Branch got Collinsworth on the phone. Did you see that? The Collinsworth thing? It's a really pretty good. I'd go to the Chronicle. By the way, this is so cool. So my little high school, be true to your school, Beach Boys, Tamalpais High, Mill Valley. We are not a football school. We're having a breakout historic season. And Mitch Stevens did a whole story on our quarterback, Braden Young. This is so cool. Look at that. Dude, Paulie, you never see this. I mean, yes, De La Salle gets all the love. And
hold on, where is he? Oh, there he is, yeah.
That is so exciting for our little school. Anyway.
So look at this. You're 5-1. You're 2-0.
I'm going to that game tomorrow.
Marin County athletically 2-0.
Yeah, and Braden Young.
And you're playing, it's Marin Catholic? Dude, it's a rumble.
I know.
That'd be a big one now.
Well, Paulie.
That'd be a big one.
I honestly might.
Rush the field, maybe.
I would rush the
field.
Tear
a goalpost down. Let's go old school.
Old man Murph would rush the field. All right?
Will there be, what kind of, this is going to be a big deal. Where's the game?
It's in Kentfield at MC.
Okay. All right. I've seen that thing. I know. No, it's like a pro stadium over there.
Gelati.
It's crazy.
Our buddy Gelati's. Anyway, the point of the story is the Chronicle has a story on Chris Collinsworth with Eric Branch. And, dude, the stuff he says about Purdy it's pretty cool. It's pretty listen, I'm not saying Collinsworth is the gold standard. Or am I, bro? How about this stat? Did you know that Collinsworth, this is his 7th? Listen to this stat here, Paulie. Collinsworth 7.
I like Collinsworth.
Do you?
I do. I like Collinsworth.
An interesting take.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't bother me.
I think there's an anti-Collinsworth army out
He doesn't bother me. I'm okay with Collinsworth.
Because you beat his A twice in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we taught him a lesson. We showed him what was what. You know what I mean? He's subservient.
Do you think there's a belief that he carries an anti-Niner bias because of that?
I can't speak to that. I haven't noticed that. Have you?
Triple E thinks so.
Yeah? Well, I guess we'll find out this weekend.
By the way, I enjoyed being in the car and hearing Triple E actually help you in the show.
What did he do?
You guys were going over Niner Cowboy double dips, and then you go, oh, Thank you, Tripoli. Trey Lance.
Yes, he did. He was in my ear yesterday. He said, what about Trey Lance? I go, you know what? All right, Tripoli, you give me content. I'll take that.
So this year, Collinsworth is in his 15th season.
Yeah.
Is the longest primetime run for an NFL analyst on broadcast television.
Wow, more than Deerdorf?
He just passed Howard frickin' Cosell.
Damn.
Who was there for 14 years from 70 to 83.
Damn. All right.
Collinsworth is now, you're talking about broadcast, which means ABC, NBC, or CBS. So not ESPN. Can't be cable.
Mm-hmm.
ABC, NBC, CBS. Dude, he just passed Cosell as the longest running.
Hey, I'm okay with Collinsworth. Where are you with Collinsworth? You cool with him?
I actually like him.
Yeah, I do
but
too.
I've heard the hate, and I'm like, damn, I guess I'm on the wrong side of the fence.
It's based on
this
Niner
one.
hate? I haven't picked
I think
that up.
some people don't like his accent or kind of talk like that.
Yeah, it's all right.
But I do enjoy him.
I'm okay with him too.
How about him getting his kid that gig? His kid's now the pregame
Yeah,
host.
that's not a bad little gig.
Is that a good look?
What do they call that? They call that the nepotism. Yeah.
What do they call that? They call that nepotism.
Yeah.
Dude, you talking about something that is as true.
There's no getting around it.
Dude, nepotism
There's
is
no
like,
getting around it.
Nepotism might be one of the most immutable laws of humanity.
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's just look around the station, by the way. We got a little of that going on. I'll tell you right now. I might join in at some point. I might bring my kids in.
Let's
Who knows?
get a McCaffrey in here.
You never know.
Hey, speaking of McCaffrey, how's this guy going to play Sunday night, huh? How's this guy? CMC.
Oh, I can't wait to turn him loose on that. See, that's the thing. The Niners have so much, man. And again, with respect to that Dallas defense, I do expect they could easily disrupt a few series. It would not surprise me. But I think by the time we get into the fourth quarter and the Niners are just giving that healthy dose of CMC, getting their spots through the air, I just think they have too much. I do. I don't think Dallas can run with the Niners right now.
And I think the 49ers have gotten to a point where they're meeting that standard.
They are big time. They're on a mission, dude. This team is on a mission, and they have a nasty attitude. Tim Ryan told us that early. He said, watch out. This collection of guys, they got a bad attitude, and they do. They play very physical football. And I do think they're on a mission right now. I think they're focused.
I keep referencing that the late 80s, early 90s.
Go ahead. There's a lot of history.
Because that win streak that they're on right now matches that. And that was when they took, as I said in the jock block, you think Belichick and Brady said no days off. Freaking Ronnie Lott and Joe Montana and Bill Walsh said no days off.
They weren't hanging out by the pool, yeah.
No, they the standard is there. And I feel like this team, and I got to give Jed York a ton of credit, man.
Go ahead.
That's a guy who 9 years ago, we had him on the radio. We were like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? And his answer was Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly. You know, and it was like, dude, he just kept chopping wood, and then he found two guys, Lynch and Shanahan, and he stuck with. He's kind of gotten out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that's
at least
smart. That's a smart thing.
Overtly, we haven't seen him biff anything. You know what I mean?
No complaints.
So I feel great. I feel like the Niners should play well. Listen, you guys were talking yesterday all day about, is this the standard or the statement?
Yeah, statement game. I think it is for Dallas. I think they've made it clear they do.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
Jerry Jones said it.
But for the Niners, the Eagles are the team.
Joe, we spent a lot of time getting into that yesterday, that very idea. And I think most of us agree.
Or the Seahawks.
Boy, watch out now.
Dude, they're 3-1, by the way. They're just sitting there 3-1. We'll see what they do this weekend.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do. They have the bye week this week. My bad. Well, we'll see what they do this weekend. They won't do anything. All right. Thank you, Marcus, for that. But anyway, here's the quote from Collinsworth I wanted to get out there. He said, quote, they've already made a movie about Kurt Warner's life, which is about the most incredible thing I've ever heard. But Brock Purdy is pretty close to movie level for me right now.
It's like a Rocky Balboa story. You talk about a long shot. I mean, that's Brock Purdy.
Yeah, there it is, man. So anyway, we're excited. We're fun. It's good to be back. Paul, I recommend taking 1 day off a week.
Yeah.
Make it a Thursday.
All right, yeah.
And then you come back and it's
one day
Friday.
of work and I'm out. Yeah.
We have one more Reggae Friday? One more Reggae
Is today the farewell? It's the last waltz for Reggae Friday. Okay, let's make it a good one.
My guy Credo over at Ireland and RTE, who gives me this great music every noon to 2 every day. Dude, yesterday I got Peter Tosh's cover of Johnny Be Good.
Nice. Oh yeah, sure.
How about that,
yeah, it's a good one. That's a good one.
Maybe
Johnny Be Good.
We might want to get that today.
Yeah, a little bit of a different arrangement, but it's awesome. Yeah, let's do it. Give me a Johnny Be Good. Let's go.
All right. Well, listen, what we'll do is we'll say good morning to Marcus. He's all settled back behind the glass. We got the guest list coming your way.
Right.
It's a Friday football fabulous
Cowboys are coming. Let's
forecast.
go. Oh.
Paulie Max ready for the Cowboys.
I am.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I've always been a reggae guy.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to preview this Sunday night matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge test. To say that it isn't would be naive and downplaying the moment. I think I'm excited for that moment. I know our team is excited for it. And to say that we're going to prepare any differently, I think would be far-fetched. I think we prepare every week as if it's everything. But I think this is going to be a great test for us.
Is that Reggae Fridays? Is that your thing? I like it.
I've always been a reggae guy.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
It's our last one, man.
I know. Farewell, Reggae Friday. And boy, the weather. See, now the weather's trying to fake us out. Maybe this is God saying, I need more Reggae Fridays. Maybe I'll turn the heat up on the Bay Area, give you guys like a summer vibe. Maybe that'll extend Reggae Friday. But the thing is, Marcus, is Reggae Friday doesn't bow to anybody. It doesn't bow to the Four Seasons. It doesn't bow to the universe. It's its own entity, if I could.
And Paul and Mac, that's one of the big reasons why we usually end Reggae Friday in October at the end of the baseball season, because we turn from summer to fall.
But it feels like summer out there.
Dude,
it's
I
hot.
walked out yesterday, and in San Francisco,
Hot
I was confused as hell. I was like, wait, what month are we in? Is it still summertime? What's going on here?
Yeah, it's going to be hot again today. I think it's going to be in the 90s.
I mean, we say this every year, but you do. One of the weirdest stats when I would travel the country as a Niner beat writer, I'd say, hey, you know what's weird about my city? The NFL team has better weather than the MLB team.
That's a true story.
I maintain that this is the only city in America where the NFL team has better weather than the MLB team. Name one.
You can't. No, you really can't.
We freeze our balls off at Giants games, and we go to Niner games, and we're complaining about the sun.
No, you get roasted.
At Levi Stadium.
Yeah, especially in the old days at the Stick. It was legit cold out there, Marcus. Legit. Tuesday night in August, like here come the Expos. I mean, like 47
we sort
degrees.
of tried to say, yeah, but it's our cold.
No, we liked it.
I liked it. This is my stadium.
I know. Hoodies, blankets, hot cocoa.
Now it can be told we froze our balls off.
It's like, no, I'm into this. I like it.
Yeah, it's a home field advantage.
Yeah. Especially going down the right field line, dude. There was a wind going down that right field line.
I would always want to get a malt. But you're freezing. I'm
know.
I'm going to get them all.
You got to pound them all down.
Yeah,
I've done it too. Tear away lid. Yeah.
And then you go to a Niner Ram game in mid-October. You're like, what is this, 80?
You're getting sunburned. Yeah.
So, but it's a true story. It's funny that, I'll tell you just a funny story. So we live in the fog, right? Our house is in the fog bank.
See, I love that. I like the fog. I'm weird that way.
But so, and this happens everywhere in San Francisco, Daly City, Pacifica, and Southern Marin. The 4th of July is a joke. You can't see out your window.
911 is a joke.
So we had our 4th of July, and it was particularly brutal. Like I couldn't see my neighbor's house.
Can't see the fire.
You know what I mean? So I actually said to Candace, check with Candace, I said, do me a favor. I said, you know, there's people around this country having barbecues and cookouts right now.
I know.
That's like, we're like 100 miles from that.
You get envious, yeah.
I said, here's the deal. I said, do me a favor. I said, put on your iCal right now, the 4th of October. I said, and let's check to see if that's when we should be having our cookouts and barbecues.
Celebrations, yes.
And so Wednesday was the 4th of October, and it was freaking 80 and not a cloud in the sky.
That's the day
and
to
I'm
do
like,
it.
Well, that's it.
Somebody get me some firecrackers.
That's the deal. Come on over for the cookout now. Get the hot dogs out. Let's get the barbecue. Let's get the watermelon and the hot dogs. Because anyway, and I mean, I think of Giants playoff games as when the Giants used to make
back in the day.
Those were short sleeve games.
Yeah, they were.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, some real nice days
I want to say
there.
Mikey Morse's home run might have been on a pretty nice balmy night.
What was the start in 2010 too? There was like a day game, Matt Cain.
Yeah, in the sun.
Yes, and it was a hot day. Like it was he pitched his ass off, by the way.
All this talk is making me. I'm taking my jacket.
I know. I didn't know it's hot. It's legit. Marcus, strip down. That's what we're doing today.
Listen, fun was all Niners Cowboys. I know, but there is some other stuff out there, dude. You guys talked a little bit about it, but just a quick word on the baseball. Dude, what's going on?
God,
What's going on in Philadelphia? What's going
It's
on?
a madhouse. I love
What's
it.
going on in Philadelphia?
I think the Braves. That's going to be a really
You're the
fun
Braves.
series.
You're not that psyched
You don't
about
want that
this,
S.
are you?
And that one guy was talking S about the crowds and being like,
Spencer Strider.
Yeah, Strider was shooting his mouth off. I mean,
have you seen? You know, we play the Irish fans singing "Zombie" at the Rugby World Cup. The Philly fans are all that and then some. Did you hear them singing Bryson Stott's song? That song A-OK, that was kind of a mild pop hit a couple years ago. I'll be A-OK. No, it's a slight reggae vibe. Did you hear them singing that? And then the next pitch, he hit the grand slam.
it's nuts in there.
I think the stadium might have tilted when he hit that grand slam.
Yeah, does it seem crazy? I said this to Marcus. I go, I think they jacked it up a notch from last year was nuts.
I think they have.
This year's insane.
I think they have.
Like, it's totally insane.
So it probably reminds me a lot of the Farhan Gabe Giants.
Sit down.
Dude, I have been told
games.
at
That's how they treat
multiple
Murph.
playoff games to sit down. Yeah,
I'm like, I got a 2-strike count.
So let's be honest. When people call the Giants, and Larry Bear sent me that letter, you guys all got that letter to the best fans in baseball?
You know.
I'm going to tell you right now, the Giants fans are not the best fans in baseball. Period. End of story.
Okay.
We're very good fans.
Yes.
We can create a very good environment.
Love their Giants.
We are not the best fans in baseball.
You take a look at what's going on in Philly.
Like that, you try to. We're not even.
You
we're
can't
not even-
compete with that.
Not even in their
I don't
area
even know if
code,
New York
dude.
can compete with that. It's out of hand in Philly right now. They're all in on this. They said they lit up the entire downtown skyline in red for Game 2. I didn't see the pictures of it.
Yeah, they
were
don't have
talking
home
about
field
it.
against the Braves, though.
Yeah.
They got to go down to
I think
Atlanta.
the Braves are going to have a fight. That's going to be a good series.
I was reading Jason Stark, Waterboy. The Braves' offense historically great, like one of the greatest offenses in the history of baseball.
Oh, dude, they had 5 or 6 different position players in the All-Star game this year, Murph.
Yeah.
Go look at that Stark piece. Numerically, he broke it down like all the OPSs and the homers and the steals and the RBIs and the runs. It's like it might be the best offense in the history of baseball.
I hope that you heard some of the stuff Marcus was playing. We played it throughout the entire morning. But the Bruce Bochy cuts, the celebration, I'm just so happy for these guys. Marcus, can you cue that up for Murph real quick? Give him some Bochy.
I like the Torey Lavulo, dude.
We're going to party all night.
He was
Party!
He was incredible.
No, he went off.
He was going, we're going to effing party all night.
All night, and we played some
I
Quiet
heard
Riot.
you say it on the cooler. You go, did he say all night?
Yeah,
He's
and we
like-
pulled the track. I got it. I had the right song. Yeah.
Oh, did you guys go Kiss?
No, Quiet Riot. They have a song called Party All Night, and we came back with it. Yeah, it was awesome.
We got some boats?
Yeah, give him some boats.
Yeah, you want the full
I'm
thing or
happy
just
for
the
these
end?
guys.
Whatever
Give him
you got.
something.
Whatever's the best.
I'll give you a quick little
Give him a piece.
This is why you play the game, right, Skip? This is why you play it. That's why I came back. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Now, is he
I'm just so happy for these
Is he
guys.
the villain going to Baltimore? Because the Orioles are like the heartwarming story.
But Bochy's a feel-good story, too. Look at the resurrection.
You're rooting for him to knock out the heartwarming Orioles?
I got to go with Boch. My heart's with Boch.
Okay.
But I am happy that the Orioles are there. And if they win the series, I'll be psyched.
Maybe the Orioles are a year too soon.
Yeah, but it's great that they're there.
And then one other thing. Did you guys see Joe Lacob said he'd buy the A's?
I'll buy everything.
You see that?
I'll buy the city of Oakland.
He said, I know they're not for sale, but we'd be interested.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you're an A's fan?
That's your dream come true.
You might have just
You're in the
fainted.
playoffs next year.
They'd be the Yankees.
Yeah.
They'd be the Yankees.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to talk about Larry Bear and Greg Johnson's worst nightmare?
Oh, don't get Joe
Lacob
involved.
buying the A's.
Don't get Joe involved. Yeah.
Murph,
bring me Juan Soto.
We had a nice visit yesterday from James Jimbo Kincaid yesterday, who gave us the news release.
By the way, this guy now, you need to see the handsome, rugged, good looks of a James Kincaid.
The rise of a Jimbo.
Dude, with the suit and the lapel, the pin. He looks like some kind of...
He came in a suit?
He did.
He came in
He looked like $1 million.
Who wears a suit in 2023?
He
looked
was
amazing.
all suited and booted because of the
I gave him a
big
hug.
news that the
WNBA.
Golden State Warriors, and of course,
Congratulations.
Yeah,
WNBA.
welcome, ladies.
And then, boys, did you see the press conference where Joe Lacob was already guaranteeing a championship?
I'll take it from here.
All time.
The team doesn't
All
even have
time.
a name
Do we have
yet.
sound? I'd love to hear that.
Men, women, doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Sexual preference, everything. It doesn't matter.
We're going to win the non-binary championship, too?
Yeah. My sexual preference is wins.
We'll win cis. We'll win non-cis.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Everyone's welcome.
Brandon doesn't know I'm going to say this, but first press conference for the Warriors is we will win a championship in the first 5 years. And I'm telling you right now, we will win a WNBA championship in the first 5 years of this franchise.
Go ahead, Joe. Bro, Joe Lacob for president. Joe Lacob for president of the world.
Men, women, men.
Doesn't matter.
Children,
Come
adults.
on, come all. yeah. We'll find a seat for you. Yeah. No, this guy.
Hey,
and
we're
by
gonna-
the way, he'll
I'm
back
gonna-
that up. They will
I'm
win
gonna
a
found
title.
team. I've talked to Elon Musk. I'm going to have a team on Mars. We're going to win the first Martian championship ever.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
Intergalactic, Milky Way, Andromeda, doesn't matter.
It's a home and home with Saturn.
Can you imagine if he bought the... I wonder if John Fisher's like, you know what? I'm getting such headache from Vegas.
Just give it a Lacob.
Because he is getting headache from Vegas. Vegas. The stadium's not being easily built down there.
Yeah, they're resistant.
And it's like, you know, I wonder if Fisher's like, you know what? I can make an easy $1 billion
and just go hide somewhere. Yeah,
and sell it to and then
let Lacob go to work.
Guess what? The Giants might have to move.
Dude, if the day they sold the A's to Lacob, he'd have the cranes and bulldozers moving in immediately.
I think the Giants would be looking at
Knock
Vegas.
this one down. Get
the
me
Las
another
Vegas
one.
Giants.
Yeah,
Dude.
yeah.
If you'd be down there, we might start vying for the A's contract. You know what I mean? So anyway, that just wanted to hit some of those.
Love that he guaranteed a chip, dude. It's so great.
Let's get the
5
guest
years.
list on
That's
a
all.
Friday.
That's all it'll take.
October 6, 2023. I mean, are you betting against them?
No, hell no. I learned my lesson.
Hey, they play tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, they do. No LeBron, though. LeBron's not going to play. He'll be too busy making football picks, I guess.
Did you guys,
Yeah.
Bobby Boucher, did you see LeBron? He's now gotten into the forecast game.
Oh, yeah, he does all his
We did
picks
this
now.
last week. We
He
played
don't want that
his
smoke, though.
Last week we played his one about the Niners.
Yeah.
Right? When he was going on and on and
I
on.
love Christian McCaffrey.
Did you see the Niners all did the LeBron James thing for their TikTok?
James.
They passed the mic around. Nick Bosa doing it, LeBron James. So it was on their TikTok. Maybe that's in the cooler, I think, today, isn't it? But anyway, did you see he goes, hey, man, I'll make my full picks on Sunday IG Live, but quickly, I got Washington tonight. Ooh. And then did you see he went on at halftime, dude? And he was like, he looked like he was shell-shocked. He goes,
Hey, sorry, man.
He goes, hey, man, I didn't ask you guys to put your life savings on this, all right, man?
No.
He goes, it's
ain't
hard.
easy.
It's hard
Forecasting-
out here. It's hard
it
out here.
shows you. It ain't for everybody. It
LeBron's
ain't
going to
easy.
lose. You can give out a couple winners, but once you give out losers, people come for your head.
Marcus, don't forget, we're doing this without a net. We're walking that tightrope, man. There's nobody helping
It's
us.
so funny because he's like kind of rubbing his hand on his head. He goes, hey, man, I didn't ask you guys to put your life savings on this.
LBJ, this ain't easy,
He goes,
bro.
I'm just having some fun here, man.
We've been forecasting for years. This ain't for the lightweight.
And did you guys see Magic Johnson was tweeting about the Commanders last night?
I wish he wouldn't do that.
In his very simple Magic way. He said so they're part of the they're part of the ownership group.
Yeah, he's part of the ownership group now.
I don't think he should be tweeting about the Commanders. I saw that too.
How about Ron Rivera's got to worry about Magic Johnson publicly beheading him?
I know.
Like that. He goes, we did not come out with any intensity or fire, and that's something that will be addressed or something like that. It's like Ron Rivera's like, I got to worry about this guy.
I got to tell you, most of the guys in that locker room might not even know who he is at this point.
Wow, that's just true.
You know what I mean?
Unless they're watching Winning Time with you.
Well, that's true. Yeah. Good series, by the way. Season 2 was awesome.
All right, what do we got, Marcus?
Oh, by the way, I just want to ask real quick. With LeBron and the Lakers being on town on Saturday, you think they stay Sunday night for the
Great question.
Cowboys-Niner matchup?
LeBron can get some TV time. He'll take you up on that.
He's a Cowboy fan, and he's been talking about seeing
Is
Christian
he a
McCaffrey.
Cowboy fan, though?
Well, I think that's why the Niners did the TikTok LeBron James. They want to establish something because LeBron went off on the Niners.
We're trying to make a connection.
I think they're trying to
with
adopt
the king.
him.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to adopt him.
Maybe they steal him over. Maybe we'll see LeBron
do
in the
you
suite
want
this
him?
Sunday. No, I don't, actually.
You don't want him. I mean, we need some blue chip basketball guy because we can't get Steph Curry. He won't do it. He's with the Panthers.
Which I respect.
Yeah, me too.
By the way, how about in 2 short weeks how everybody's turned on Taylor Swift?
Oh,
they
I told you.
like it would be advisable for her not to show up this weekend.
By the way, taking one
Did
quick.
you see they showed her at the Jets game and they booed? They booed the bejesus out of her.
Well,
she's like, wait a minute, I just sold out every stadium.
No,
across
New
the
York
country."
is going to get you.
She's like, this is what Travis Kelce's done to me.
You got the Jet fan base. They're going to find something. And I got to say that they tallied up the number of times they cut away to her. They went to her 17 times. And that's one of the people are just getting, it's too much. Like people, I don't think they need it.
See, they got Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
they did.
They got her. People are mad now because I guess the NFL suggested to a couple broadcasting networks that they show her movie promo for free. She's out here getting free promo now.
So she would not. She's playing chess out here.
Yeah, she got a whole
She knows
PR
what she's
firm.
doing.
$5 billion ain't enough. She wants $50 billion.
Hey,
You know what I
Murph,
mean?
one
she's got some
more-
Joe Lacob in her.
Well, speaking of,
That's right.
one more Joe Lacob riff.
take over Chase.
Courtesy of our friends on the text line, 209 sends this one, and my favorite joke in the morning so far. He goes, guys, Joe Lacob for president. Forget about that. Can we start him with Speaker of the House? Very nice, 209. That's Jimmy Kimmel level, dude. That could easily be on late night. Yeah.
All right, what do we got here?
All right, boys, we got to wrap this up because in about 15 minutes, you'll be in the middle of the forecast. It's your weekly Friday football forecast.
Well, listen,
6:50
like
this morning.
LeBron, we know it's not. It's
Let's
hard
go.
out here for a pick.
It ain't for everybody.
For a picker.
It ain't for everybody.
Listen, as we say, the Friday football forecast, it's not going to hurt you. We're both 4-4.
Nah, this won't hurt a bit. I feel good,
we're
actually.
both looking for breakout weeks, but we're treading water like a water polo. We're doing the egg beater. We're just treading water.
Yeah, see, it's tough. It's tough.
We're trying to go forward here. But
If McVay didn't kick that field goal, we'd both have winning records, but that's a whole other conversation.
I feel pretty good about
where you going?
I feel pretty good today.
Good.
All right, well, we'll get some picks in about 15, 20 minutes with your Friday football forecast, and then we'll kick off our Power Hour on a Friday like we always do with Mike Kruko, talking a little postseason baseball this weekend, Murph.
Yeah, we got to because, I mean, there's some great stories. Bochy, Philly, Dude, the D-backs rolling into L.A. with Turn Up Tory? I love that. That was funny. Turn Up Tory. This guy, so he, about time, dude. He was in Westwood when I was there, so we used to do Athlete of the Week on the Daily Bruin. We must have given it to him 6 times. He used to mash baseballs, man. He played in the bigs, and he's been kind of floating along down there in Arizona, and then they drafted Corbin Carroll, and they got Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, and they got Ketel Marte, and they got who's it, Alec Thomas and Christian Walker, and they don't give a blank.
Let's f***ing party!
I mean, do the Dodgers want this smoke? I don't know.
We'll see.
Once again, you said it with Sean Estes the other day, rust versus rest. I mean, if I'm the Diamondbacks, I'm rolling into L.A. feeling good.
Yeah.
If I'm the Dodgers, I'm like, wait a minute, I haven't played in a few days. I forgot how to play catch. You know?
I haven't played in a week. I don't got Walker Buehler. I don't have Dustin May. Dodgers got some problems this weekend with the Diamondbacks.
Dude, wild card teams don't give a blank.
No.
They don't.
Why would they? They shouldn't. Yeah.
So, and then the other one, nobody's really hyped for Twins Astros, are they?
Twins Astro. I kind of like the Twins. I like my guy Joe Ryan, the hippie's out there throwing smoke. I got the
He
shirt.
didn't get to pitch in the first 2 games. But
You'll
he'll go
see
in
him.
game 1.
Yeah, you're going to see him.
Let's just say this, too.
I like the Twins.
About Carlos Correa. Everybody said, oh, we dodged a bullet. I'm going to go on record. I'm not necessarily saying we dodged a bullet. I didn't hate the contract. $24 million for Carlos Correa is not a bad price.
Yeah.
And I know you're saying, 13 years. Well, guess what? I'm not worried about 13 years right now. I'm worried about making the team better now while I'm living. I could get hit by a truck today.
13 years? Oh, 13 days.
Are you seeing what he's doing out there in October? This guy's playing elite baseball in October. You seeing this, Marcus?
Like that, yeah.
Here he was, because we talked about it with Estes after the Jose Burrios kind of mishap when the Blue Jays pulled him after 47 pitches.
What the hell was
relying
that?
on all those analytics. That
See
was
that?
a terrible move.
Yeah.
But then here he comes up to the plate. Carlos Correa, RBI up the middle. I think he's hitting over 400 this postseason and making great defensive plays also.
Iconic defensive plays. The one play at the plate on Bichette, and then calling the pickoff play with Sonny Gray, next level. He's out here just playing I mean, everybody's like, oh, he dodged a bullet. I'm like, oh, really? Did we?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I like him. I'd take him. You know what I mean? I'm telling you guys, $24 million. Come on. What's Jock Peterson made $19 million this year.
Thank you. Wow, good. That's actually a very good point.
The Giants are paying $24 million this year for Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Correa did not have a great regular season, but you want him in October for sure.
Marcus, why are you trying to bum me out on a Reggae Friday? You're bringing my head down. I was getting all excited. I know.
I'm sorry. We'll do a quick hit with Mike Kruko, 7:35, talking postseason baseball this morning. And then 8 a.m. this morning, it's the 49ers general manager doing his weekly hit, John Lynch, at 8 a.m.
You know what he's
this
saying?
morning.
He's like, what, I have to beat the Cowboys again? If you need me to do it again?
Is it time already? Okay, I'll see you there.
I mean, that's two big Januaries in a row. And
listen.
now
Doc don't like that smoke, dude. He don't like the big stage. I'm telling you. He don't want it.
My one concern, and I'll just is sometimes it's week 5, so it's not the playoffs. Is Dallas the more desperate team?
Probably, but that could also play against them.
That the Niners know that they could, quote unquote, afford a loss?
No, I don't think so. I think
in
the Niners
back
want
of their
this game.
subconscious?
I don't think so. I think they want this game.
I hope
the
you're
Niners.
right, and the Jock Blog said so. But I was just throwing out the one
just scenarios we're talking
psychological thing, and you don't talk about psychology that much in the NFL. You know, it's usually a college thing.
Yeah,
but you know, are the Cowboys coming in more desperate and more angry because they've lost twice in January?
Yeah, well, yes, I would say yes to those questions.
I'd buy that, Murph. I think this is a bigger game for the Cowboys than it is
Me
for
too.
the 49ers, but still a big matchup Sunday Night Football. We'll talk to John Lynch about it at 8 a.m., hit our cooler of content to wrap up the Power Hour, and then on Friday, you know what time it is. It's time to come to Pop on a Friday. We'll talk more 49er football at 8:50 this morning.
Well, I mean, he won't be talking motivation. He'll be talking stick, X, Y,
Spider Monkey,
gap,
X1,
all that.
He'll be talking about how Dak Prescott took that playoff loss last year personally, Murph.
Okay.
You're making it personal.
Okay. that was legendary. That was good. That was good as enjoyable.
You're making
radio.
this personal.
Yes.
Personal.
All right. And is that it for... Yeah, okay. We're getting ready for the forecast.
Rock and roll.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm live from Levi Stadium in Santa Clara.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, it was obviously a fourth quarter game. It was, a very physical game. They did a good job of, of what they do up front, stopping the run and getting in on some pass plays and stuff and disrupting just the rhythm of some of our concepts and the rhythm of, myself and dropping back. So those are things, we saw, and, they're a good defense. They do some really good things up front. Secondary is really good too. And so, just looking at that game and sort of just putting ourselves back into what was at stake, it was a playoff game, just the rivalry of, the organizations, and understanding, what's at stake for this Sunday too. It's a big game, and so we've definitely gone back and looked at a lot of stuff in that game.
Man, that's one of my favorite rejoins of the week for sure. Brock Purdy, first of all, this guy, Brock frickin' Purdy. Okay?
Purdy be good.
Second of all, thanks to my man Credo over in Ireland for playing this yesterday and me saying I got to tell Marcus because it sounds great in my ears right now.
It does.
It's Peter Tosh's Johnny Be Good. Paulie, why isn't this listed as one of the top 20 covers of all time?
Okay, there you go.
Well, it's a creative cover.
It is. It's a good version.
Great.
Yeah, nice arrangement. Good, and it's on all the. It's usually because I have a couple of different versions of what's called Peter Tosh's greatest hits.
Oh, is it? Is it on there?
Oh, yeah. So I'm saying you can find it. You can pull it off Spotify easy.
I don't know why I had slept on it for all these years.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, so anyway, sounds great. Also, Trent Williams will sound great. Joining Papa and Lunda today at 12:30.
You know what I was thinking about, Murph?
Williams, yes.
I was thinking during the break that the more I think about this, LeBron James is in town with the Lakers. Even though he's not playing tomorrow, I'm starting to say there's probably a 90% and up chance he goes to this Niner-Cowboy game. Because first off, he's going to get some TV time. Take back the NFL from Taylor Swift, that whole movement. I'm kidding. But he would not pass up an opportunity to be on the big stage. Marcus, you agree? I see you're nodding.
Agree. I think so, except for, sorry, Marcus, interrupt.
Go ahead.
It's a full day, though. You know what I mean? Like if it was like the night before, I'd say yes. I'd say he wants to get on his plane back to Brentwood.
Well, I'm saying he might want to hop on the banana boat because Chris Paul was one of the banana boat bunch, right? He's one of his boys. Okay. So I think that
maybe they go together.
Maybe him and Chris Paul got a suite up, and then next thing you know, maybe Steph Curry and Klay Thompson are in the suite also.
Right. Okay.
Well, I think you got to bring Draymond then too.
That's because
Draymond's boys with LeBron. I know.
Well, who's going to bring?
Don't leave him out.
Draymond, LeBron, and CP3 in a suite.
Okay.
Well, who's bringing Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds, and Blake Lively?
I don't think they're coming to this one. Yeah, I don't think they like the Niners.
Yeah. So I did reference Taylor Swift in the Jock blog.
Is it me, Murph? Or am I missing out? Is Ryan Reynolds, is he like a long-time ally of Taylor Swift or something? I don't even know where he came from. All of a sudden, he's passing chips. He's involved. I was like, where did he come from?
He is passing chips in there. I don't know. Couple more sounds for this game, which, listen, we're all incredibly hyped. This is what the NFL does for us. Have you even thought about who the Niners play after this? I'd raise your hand if you know who the Niners play after this. Paulie?
I haven't looked, actually, no.
That's it, Marcus. Are you an A student here?
Yeah, it's the Cleveland Browns.
Listen, he's like the kid in class. He raises his hand, but he's like, of course, Marcus knew the answer.
Yeah,
At Cleveland.
Yeah.
That's going to be a letdown game.
Well, that's a tough game, too.
That is a tricky one.
Cleveland defense. And I only know because I've been talking so much about Colton McKivitz, his matchup this week against Micah Parsons, obviously week 1 against TJ Watt. Guess what? Next week, there's Myles Garrett, another guy that's going to be in the conversation for defensive player of the year.
Yeah, no, I heard Tolbert yesterday. I was in the car a lot yesterday, and I heard Tolbert say 4 best defensive players in the NFL, 2 of them on the field Sunday.
Yep.
Bosa and Parsons, the other 2 being
TJ Watt.
TJ Watt and Myles Garrett. Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much. Why do I want to keep saying Jadeveon Clowney? Why is that in my head? I don't know why. Anyway.
No Aaron Donald on that list?
He's with the Ravens.
Did you put Aaron Donald?
Just ask him. You'll see him Christmas. You'll see
he anoints himself like this, but I'm just asking.
Aaron Donald.
He would want to be on that list. I know he's always got that bad attitude.
You're right about that. By the way, Rams-Eagles. Good game.
That's it. I looked at that game a long time. I don't know. I left it alone. I didn't touch it, but I looked at it for a while. They're getting
sometimes if a pick, I found that if a pick causes me acid reflux, stay away from it.
You know, the Rams.
I was really homing in on the Cal-Oregon State game, and I kept going back, and then I said, you know what? That's telling me stay away.
Marcus, with the Rams getting 4 points, I don't know. Is there any scenario where they surprise some people with the points and maybe win this thing?
They definitely can, especially since Cooper Kupp seems like he's on track to return to the field this weekend.
It's not official yet, right? We're waiting. All the fantasy owners are waiting for Sunday morning Schefter tweet. They are waiting. Everybody's hovering their finger over their phone right there to see if Cooper Kupp's going to be active on Sunday. Dude, the Eagles, riddle me this. I said this on NFL Batman.
Yeah.
Sunday, right? Just 5 days ago.
I like Sunday.
The Chicago Bears make the bum baby list.
Oh.
They lose their 14th game in a row. They blow a 21-point lead. Then Eberflus flop sweats this whole Chase Claypool.
Yeah, we're going to kick it. What's that?
Meanwhile, the Commanders go to Philly and have them almost beat 2-point conversion away from beating them in Philly.
Yeah.
Flash forward 4 days, Bears blow out the Commanders.
I don't know how to figure this out. I mean,
that's why LeBron's on the camera going, man.
Yeah, no, this ain't easy. This ain't no joke. Yeah.
Dude, Justin Fields last night looked like, that's the guy.
I mean, his first half last week, too. He was outstanding in the first half.
I saw a stat that said his
3 touchdowns.
What was the stat? Something like his last 16 games, such and such, versus his last 6 quarters. Like at halftime of this game, his stats for his last 6 quarters were like better than his previous 10 games or something. It was something like
on
that.
The night that Dick Butkus leaves us, by the way.
Yeah.
I also heard this stat that Justin Fields is the only quarterback in Bears history to throw 3 first-half touchdowns in consecutive weeks.
When's the last time you saw the Bears
ever done
pass
that.
For a touchdown?
Never.
Ever.
Even with the McMahon team, they don't throw the ball. They never throw the ball.
Ever.
Yeah.
So, quickly back to the Purdy, this kid. I mean, Collinsworth said it's like a movie, right? I mean, I was trying to come up, like, Todd Archer gave us the Romo comp. Undrafted.
Yeah.
But 4-time Pro Bowler. Third in the MVP voting. Kurt Warner is obviously
It's a good one.
The all-timer.
That's a good one.
They made a freaking movie about the guy, right? Did you know Johnny Unitas was also like a left by the side of the road guy?
I did not,
Yeah,
actually.
he was drafted in the 9th round.
Where did he play college? I don't even know.
Louisville.
Nice. Good knowledge.
How about that?
Good knowledge.
How about the Steelers drafted him in the 9th round just because he was a local kid? And then they just like kicked him to the curb.
Yeah.
He was just sitting out on the curb, and the Colts drove by and picked him up.
I'll tell you one thing,
Next
though.
thing you know, he's Johnny U.
When we were growing up and Joe Montana was like the darling of the NFL and like the premier quarterback, the one comp we heard all the time was he's a lot like Johnny Unitas. They used to compare him to Unitas.
Do you remember Montana in that documentary during the pandemic?
That was his guy. That was his guy. That was like the guy for that whole generation, Johnny U.
Waterboy, have you ever seen the picture of him in the black high tops with his left arm out and his right arm cocked?
I mean, that's about.
It's one of the great pictures. And
Plus,
by the way, you guys took a call yesterday. You guys entertained the bejesus.
What did we do?
out of me
I don't know.
yesterday.
Who did we talk to?
Well, first of all, the fog hat lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, that was money.
But you guys took a call from an 87-year-old guy in Napa.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't
And
know that till we punched him through.
He was dropping
stuff.
He said the left-hander. He dropped Frankie Albert on you guys. You guys didn't know that. He said,
I was like, wow.
Because I remember the lefty out of Stanford. I was yelling in my car. He's talking Frankie Albert. He dropped a YA tittle on you guys.
He did.
He dropped
We
a
were
YA
totally
tittle.
caught off guard.
And then he said Brock Purdy's better than all of them.
He did say that.
He said he's the
Brock's
best
the guy.
quarterback he's ever seen. I've seen them all.
Yeah.
And by the way, his
did.
landline was incredible.
Yeah.
And he sounded like completely on the ball.
The old
too,
guy, yeah.
Except for when he said Purdy's better than Montana.
He did say that. It's my guy. He's 87. Yeah.
But anyway, just Purdy on the Micah Parsons situation here, having to identify him pre-snap, Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think he's a game changer of a player, and so that's with every team that we go against. You know, who are the guys that can change a game in one play, one snap. So always having my antenna up where he's at, where he's lined up. You know, it was the same thing in the playoff game last year. It'll be the same thing this Sunday. But they also have really good players everywhere else too. So it's just being in tune and on point every snap before I snap the ball.
Paulie, Brock Purdy.
Let's go.
You magnificent bastard.
Totally.
I love it.
Yeah.
By the way, how about Dan Quinn is he's held Kyle to 19 and 23 the last 2 times. We say Purdy for 30. I said in the Jock blog,
that's
Purdy
a good
for
stat.
30 is dangerous. Because I said Purdy for 30 is getting close to bumper sticker status in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
You know? Dan Quinn's held him to 19 and 23.
That's a very good stat.
Something to think about.
Yeah, it is.
Something to think
It
about.
is.
I mean, Dan Quinn's a real deal. A mighty Quinn, buddy.
And he's a really smart defense coordinator. That's why I think it's so important that Brock's going to have to identify where Michael Parsons is at, because they'll line him up outside, whether it's on Trent or Colt McKivitz. They'll line him up over the center, over Jake Brendel. They'll move him all around this defense.
It's a good thing he has one of those easily identifiable numbers like 11. You know what I mean? Like, oh, there's 11 right there. You know what I mean? It's not like 68 or something. You're like,
Can't miss this
68
dude,
or
yeah.
69, whatever. 11. There's sticks right there, you know? By the way, Triple E says, shout out the Mighty Quinn Smoke Shop in the North Bay.
Well, there's a Mighty Quinn in San Rafael, too. I've been there.
Okay, all right.
I've actually been inside. I've walked the grounds.
You took a call from San Rafael yesterday.
I did, and then there's also the great.
You guys both talk Red Devil Records.
Yeah, you got to shout out Red Devil. Always shout out Red Devil. You want
See,
some?
I'm a listener.
Yeah, nice.
I was gonna actually, I did text you guys.
You should have called in to win some prizes. We were giving away that golf event. You should have called. Yeah,
actually,
Brian Murphy from Mill Valley.
I have a friend who wants some tickets to that. Who has those? Andrea? I need to talk to Andrea.
Yeah.
I got to get some of those. Anyway, Micah Parsons himself, his hype for Sunday night.
I feel like they play us harder than anybody, and I definitely feel like it's going to be one of them games. I've been tapped into my mode all week. I feel great. I'm ready to kind of get after it now. One of the biggest stages, Cowboys 49ers is nothing better.
All right, man. We're ready for it.
All right. Forecast?
It's time. No,
Okay.
it's time.
You know where you are,
Start
baby.
to stretch out. I don't want anybody getting hurt.
If you're not in the forecast, you're going to die.
That's all I needed.
All right,
That's
give it to you
all I
live.
needed.
All right, that's me as Axel. I know it's terrible, and hopefully you all cringed in your
rules.
cars.
No, it's not. It rules.
All right, Friday football forecast next.
Let's go.
On the Sports Leader.
I'm live from Levi Stadium in Santa Clara.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
You know what I said to him, Paul? I said, welcome to the forecast. I said, it's going to bring you to your knees.
KNBR presents
He's the spoiled kings, better than diamond rings.
Murph and Max Friday Football Forecast.
Football.
You know where you are? You in the forecast, baby.
I mean, I just spent yesterday listening to you guys in the car a lot.
You know where you are?
That can't sound good in the car.
It sounds
That cannot
awesome.
sound good in the
I
car.
bet just so people, I want people to know this more because I don't know how many of our listeners understand like my fascination with Murph's vocal abilities because he's over here doing stuff that I can't do and I wish I could. So I encourage him during the breaks. I'll be like, Murph, I'm going to need some Axel when we come out of the break, and you're always good enough to oblige. So again, I say it's a valuable part of the build-up, Marcus.
Do I need to start whistling now for patience? I don't know if I can do that. I can't, especially not with my coffee lips.
Yeah, it's tough to whistle. I don't recommend it.
Coffee will kill your whistling ability. It will. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Great to be back. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Marcus, for holding the mic yesterday. Now, like John Brebbia, give it back. Give it back. We wrestling for the mic. Interestingly, John Shea referenced that in this morning's Chronicle about that. Part of the bad look of the culture of the Giants. But that's neither here nor there because it's Friday. Football. Fabulous freaking forecast time. Paul, hey, LeBron, welcome to the party.
I've been out here for years.
We've been putting our necks on the line like a Thanksgiving turkey for decades.
Our necks, our reps, our family name, yeah.
And we take our cues from Jerry Cantrell in Jerry Maguire.
I love that you're down with this. This is the best. This is great.
Waterboy's like, no, not now. Okay.
Great development.
We take our cues from Jerry Maguire when it comes to our picks. Give
him one.
This is how we do it. This is how we do it right now. Yeah? Oh, no? Okay, this is how we do it.
I can hear it in my head.
That's how you become great, man. You hang your balls out there.
There it is. All right.
Cantrell knows. No, he knows.
All right, so here's the deal. Paulie Mack takes 2 pro games. I take 2 college games. Then I give you your couch potato guide, the 5 best TV games of the weekend. Some weekends are better than others. This one's sort of a mid. It's not terrible. It's not great. It's sort of mid, as the kids would say. Paulie Mack, last week, the Cincinnati Bengals hurt you. They hurt you.
They hurt me bad.
At the Tennessee
They did.
However, you and Bill's Mafia, you, Bruce Smith, and Marv Levy, you guys got it done with Buffalo over Miami.
I felt good about that one, yeah.
And that was a bold pick because that was the mighty Miami's coming off the magnificent 70.
Somebody had to teach them a lesson, and I knew it was going to be the Bills to do that. Yeah, they're not ready to give up their throne yet, the Buffalo Bills.
Paulie Mack, 4 wins, 4 losses.
Yeah.
Who are you, Gabe Kapler?
It's a Tom Rathman tribute.
Oh.
Yeah, right, exactly.
All right, what do you got, buddy?
All right, well,
2 winners right here.
It's funny, and first of all, before I dive into the picks, I got to give some love out here to 530 who goes, guys, the Axl Rose that Murph does sounds phenomenal in my car. I'm not kidding. So thank you, 530. I agree 1,000,000%. I encourage it every time.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, man.
Oh, man.
Hey, Murph, you mentioned the Buffalo Bills. Funny you did that. I'm actually looking at the Bills again this week, and I'm like, you know what? I like what I saw from the Bills so much. Let me go see who they're playing this week. Turns out, here comes Trevor Lawrence with the hair. They're hopping across the pond, actually. They got to go over to England to play this one.
The Jags in London, man.
I don't know.
Shad Khan thing. Just move there already.
It's their home away from home. So if you buy Jaguar season tickets, like what comes in the mail? Like 4 games? Like
you get a passport,
yeah,
and you get a freaking crumpet.
You get like a shot, you get like a vaccine, because you got to be traveling around the world. Yeah, passport, you know what I mean? Anyway, so Jacksonville with their 2-2 record going over to England to take on a 3-1 Buffalo Bills. I'm not crazy about the spread. It's a 5.5-point spread, but Buffalo is 3-1 against the spread. They've been really good this year against the point spread. So let's hop over to the pond. It's the land of Mick and Keith. It's the land of Shepherd's Pie, the royal family, Murph the Clash, the Damned. I could go all day.
Morrissey?
Sure, throw him in the mix. Why not?
I just said that because Creedon was talking Morrissey yesterday.
Was he? Yeah, and I'm sure he's depressed.
He was telling
about something.
pub stories in Dublin, Ireland, and he said, "Give me your best pub stories." One guy wrote in and said, "I was in a pub. Guy sat down next to me. It was Morrissey."
Damn. I hope they booed him because they booed Bowie when he walked in, or they all laughed at him. And remember that in Ireland,
which was funny.
Bowie walked into a pub. They're like, "Look at this guy." I'm like, "Bro, that's the Bow. That's David Bowie."
He said somebody sent in a picture too of Peter O'Toole hanging out in front of a pub drilling a butt.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah, you want to talk about top 5 coolest guys of all time?
I'll give you
Peter
that too.
O'Toole.
Yeah, Peter O'Toole.
He's sort of the UK's Paul Newman.
In fact, I would go so far as to say anybody named O'Toole is a guy that I want to hang with. It's just a good name.
Shout out to Tom Tolber's favorite band, Tool.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
All right, Murph, so anyway, the Buffalo Bills are over there taking on the Jags. Listen, we saw the Bills find their footing last week, and that was very impressive because when they unleash both barrels, they're one of the better teams in the AFC, maybe the best team in the AFC. Dare I say that? I don't see the Kansas City Chiefs as being that right now, and I certainly don't see Marcus's Bengals as being the premier team, although I wish they would be because I love Joe Burrow. But I think it's the Bills. I think the Bills are taking this ass back. That's kind of the feeling I got last week. They're like, we're not giving you guys, not giving you
that
the torch.
Week 1 loss to the Jets was so weird.
You got to throw it away. I know, that's week 1 for you, though.
Wasn't there a special teams touchdown or something? Wasn't there?
But see, since
there was a freak touchdown
at the end of the game. Yeah, the punt return is what won the game. That's what won the game for the Jets.
Oh, and Allen had a terrible night, right?
Terrible. One of the worst games you've ever seen him play. But since that night, they've peeled off 3 pretty convincing victories. I look for it to continue. I see kind of a 34-27 kind of thing because Lawrence will get some. He's good, and I like that kid.
Not necessarily, buddy.
They put points
You're
up.
talking to mid-segment Reed owner Trevor Lawrence. That was my big,
they put some points up, though.
My theme this year was, quote, players on the rise.
Okay.
That was my theme.
Right.
How's that working out, by the way? How's that working out for you? You know what I mean? And that's it.
Players on the rise.
Don't they say that in Fight Club? How's that working out for you?
Yeah.
A guy once said that to me in an airplane, and I was completely flummoxed.
No, there's no comeback.
Because one time I was trying to do this riff. I had this dispute with a guy on a plane about something.
Yeah.
And I was salty. I was hungover, and it was after a dream trip. And I said something about it, and the guy goes, "Yeah, how's that working out for you?" And I was like, "Damn it, I don't have a comeback."
No, it's a tough
one.
one.
The guy got me.
It's a
and
tough
my buddy,
one.
he loved me. He goes, "He got you, man." I was like, "Damn." Man.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know,
how's that working out for you? Trevor Lawrence has been average. He's been. I hate to keep going back to this word. He's been mid. This year.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of fight in him, and I like that kid. He'll keep fighting until the final whistle.
I keep waiting.
Here's the problem: the Jaguars have allowed more points than they've scored, and I think Buffalo takes advantage of that. I see, like I said, like a 34-27 type thing.
Are the Bills your new Patriots?
They might be. I got to find a new pet team in the AFC. I wanted it to be the Bengals.
The Bills. I love them.
Yeah.
I love everything about it. I was fortunate enough to go there in '98, Niners, Bills. Dude, I was like, these are my people.
I remember that
these
game. I specifically remember that game because it's so rare that the Niners go up there to play.
It was very rare.
But I got to say, last year with everything that happened with Damar Hamlin, and it really kind of derailed their season. If you remember the playoffs, they didn't even look like the Bills.
And we experienced the Jim Kelly experience.
Oh, dude, one of the greatest segments we've ever done.
2016 Super Bowl in Santa Clara.
With his brother.
Moscone Center is the headquarters. Shout out Gooch.
Oh,
John
Gooch
Noguchi.
for life.
It's just rolling over breakfast burritos to us and telling every market in the city, in the country.
Stand back while I feed
away.
Murph and Mac. This is for these guys. No, like gourmet.
Jim Kelly came and did an in-person hit with us, brought his brothers. And then
Ronnie jumped in.
Ronnie joined in.
Yeah.
It was one of the greatest
like a Hall of Fame
we've ever had.
Yeah.
And whole Bills, that team stays together.
It's meaningful, yeah.
Yeah. So they need one, don't they?
Yeah.
They need one.
They do. They really do. So I like Buffalo.
Not against the Niners, though.
They're going to go over there and drop a Big Ben-size ass kicking on the Jaguars.
Hey, dude, what's going on?
My bad. That was a total misfire. Excuse me. But let's move on to my second pick of the week. I looked at this all week, and I tried to convince myself, don't do this unless you feel like you really need to do this. And I looked at all the other games, and I wasn't crazy. Yeah, no, I was kind of parenting myself. I'm like, don't take this to the mic unless you really feel like you want to take this to the mic, and I do. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm going there. I'm going to the primetime affair. The Dallas Cowboys, I want that smoke. I'm walking right into it this week because I feel good about this game.
Okay,
that's how I pick the games. Whatever I feel good about, that's what I go with. This game, sorry, Dallas, I feel good about it for the Niners. A little history lesson first. John Brody, right?
Hey.
Roger Staubach.
Okay.
I'm talking Montana, Too Tall Jones, Dwight Clark, Drew Pearson, Steve Young, Troy Aikman, Eric Davis. Thanks for that pick six. Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, Purdy, Prescott. Bosa? Parsons? Okay, it's a new chapter. It's a new era. Let's do this. Yes. Absolutely, Ayuk. You know what? I've been dying to do this. Only since you mentioned it. Can I give Ayuk just a 9-second one? I've been dying to do this all week because I expect he's going to have a big game. Hey, Brandon Ayuk from the Murph and Mac Show to you. I need some.
I need that all day.
It's been too long.
Yeah, I need that all day.
Just a quick hit there. But
what spread do you have? Because I got this morning.
I got 4 points on ESPN.
Can I offer you? It's down to 3.5. If you want 3.5,
I prefer 3.5.
Well,
if you
found
guys
3.5 on Action Network. Is that?
Again, I go ESPN.
Marcus, you're our degenerate.
Marcus can be the judge. I'll go either way. You guys tell me what you want.
Tie.
It depends where you're looking because I saw Caesar Sportsbook this morning had it at 4. ESPN had it at 3.5. So pick your poison, Paulie Mac. What do you want?
I'll go with 4 because that's been consistent.
Okay.
I've been just going to be fair to myself and you guys.
Man right here,
what the hell? Blank it all. I gave you the history lesson. Great. Now let's go over this. Look, Dallas, they're not ready for this. I told you, man. Dak Prescott was tight earlier in the week. You think he's going to get loose on the national stage with that defense coming at him? I don't. He ain't about that life, as they say on the streets, Marcus. Dak Prescott ain't about that life. He don't want that smoke.
I understand.
He tightens up on the big stage. He's afraid of the bright lights. He plays perhaps his worst ball in the biggest games. On the other side, I couldn't be more comfortable and relaxed with my comfortable and relaxed quarterback, Brock Purdy. The weapons all around him. Murph, I'm feeling like a 31-24 kind of vibe out there. Niners winning by about a touchdown.
So you're going 30 for Purdy?
I am. I think they'll put
Purdy
30
for 30,
up.
30 for Purdy.
I do. And I
Dan
think
Quinn has held them to 23-19.
They haven't seen this Niner team yet.
McCaffrey's healthy.
They put up 30 in their sleep, these guys. So I feel good. I told you, I'm running right into it like a fireman going in to fight a fire. I'm taking the 49ers, giving the 4. I just think they're the better team. Sorry to say.
First of all, this is very bold.
Yeah,
Paulie usually stays away from the Niners.
I do.
Like a coward.
I do.
Usually stays away from the 49ers.
Like a fraidy
But now
cat.
he's like a brave. You're like the lion.
I
You
want
got
that
the bravery,
smoke.
dude.
Unlike Dak Prescott, I want that
Doesn't the
smoke.
lion get bravery? Isn't that what he gets? Is that what he gets?
He wants courage. Yeah, same thing.
Courage. You got
Right.
the courage, buddy.
I hope so. Yeah. And I did it without the poppies.
And
you know what I mean? They had that poppy assistance.
I jock blogged yesterday. Maybe I had a personal day, and I said I got a jock blog, and I was like, you know what I'm feeling? I said I'm feeling that we are. I don't want to say a golden age because you got to win bowls to be in a golden age, but we're close to a golden age.
We're hovering,
and I feel like the Niners are just. I
do too.
They are now at a standard where they're better. I think Kyle's better than McCarthy.
Yep.
I think Purdy's better than Prescott.
I do too. How crazy is that? But I do too. I'm more comfortable with Brock than Dak.
And I think the Niners run to this. I think they embrace it. It's not like, the Cowboys are motivated. Oh, Micah Parsons, this and that. I get it. Micah will make a play.
They might wind up running
and Purdy
right at Micah
sack.
Parsons.
Don't throw the pick. Take the sack.
Yeah.
If you got to punt, you
don't
punt.
get crazy.
So what?
Right.
Listen, if Wisnowski has to go out there a couple times, he got to go out there a couple times.
Yep.
I'm not going to die if he has to punt a few times.
Yep.
But over the course of 60 minutes,
yeah, exactly.
Kyle's play calling,
That's
and
it.
Ayuk has turned into a different dude.
Yep.
McCaffrey is healthy.
Debo's ready to pop. Kittle's ready to pop. And there's a lot there.
Okay, concerns, and we've talked about there's 2 areas. It's McKivitz versus Parsons and Lawrence, and it's the slot receiver versus our slot nickel guy, whoever it is, Isaiah Oliver or Ambry Thomas or whoever, or Dima Lenore or whoever. Yeah, it's a concern.
Yeah.
They'll get some.
Yeah.
I'm not going to shut them out. You know what I mean? But I'm with you, buddy. Niners win this game. They're the superior team, and they're also entering a sort of a turbo phase, I think.
I do have respect for the doubt.
They're having a really good season, and I think they're holding themselves to a standard.
I do too, and they're on a mission this year. They're hyper-focused, and with respect to the Dallas defense, because it is damn good, the fewest points allowed in the NFL. I know that. They had the shutout. That helped them on week 1. But only 41 points allowed so far through 4 games. I mean, you got to take notice of that.
Respect.
Like I said, yeah, respect. But like you just said, see, Kyle, man. Kyle's going to go deep in that playbook.
Niners only scored 19 against them in January.
Yeah, new wrinkles, man. New wrinkles, new quarterback. Watch out.
Did Bobby Boucher go there?
I did not this morning, boys.
I'm the only one who wants
You're
it.
the coward
I'm the
now?
only one who wants
Stayed
it.
away from it, boys, because Paulie Mac is out here hanging his balls on this table.
Like Cantrell told me to.
That's how you become great, man.
Listen.
Hang your balls out there.
Cantrell says jump, I say how high.
And boys, I like the breakdown. I like the reasoning. Now, I'm going the other way as Paulie Mac because I think this is a 49er 20-17 win. I think it's low scoring. I think it probably hits the under.
Well, that would hurt me on the forecast.
And that's the thing. I'm staying away from those 4 points, Paulie Mac. I think 49ers win. I'm not sure if they do cover.
Fair enough. We'll see how it all goes down. But again,
so you're saying like a 3-point win?
Yeah, I got 20-17 in my book.
But you also took the Bengals.
That's true.
You know what I mean? And I heard you do that, and I was like, damn.
Well, Paulie Mac, that's because I'm trying to be great.
That's how you become great, man.
Respect.
Hang your balls out there.
You never know what
100%.
happens when you show your family Jerry Maguire.
100%.
That's what happens. You get sound, right?
Dad, what does hang your balls mean?
Seriously, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Do I
guess
have to do that?
We should take a break. Come back on the
All
other
right,
side.
let's regroup.
I get you your Saturday Murph. I get you your TV games. Then we go.
I want my couch potato.
Mike Cooker, John Lynch at 8. John
Awesome.
Lynch at 8, guys.
Awesome.
Come on, man. What more do you want? 49er hype on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
If you miss the forecast, baby, you're going to die.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point's sports leader.
Oh, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria is the place, and we know how busy everybody is. I am too, man. I told you I was running around all day yesterday, and it's hard to predict when everyone's going to be ready to eat dinner, so Amici's half-baked pizzas are the solution. So it's the best pizza in town. That's number one. And if you can get it half-baked, meaning you slide it in your oven when you're ready, because when the kids are home from their practices or their music recital, whatever they're doing, okay, where do we slide the pizza in the oven? 5 minutes later, you got it right there. And here's the deal, 20% off. 20% off all week, any half-baked pizza, any size, between now and Sunday. Go to the promotions menu at amicis.com, do the drop-down menu, get 20% off any half-baked pizza, any size, between now and Sunday, and you have a half-baked pizza ready to cook when you're ready, okay? So when you want the best pizza in town, time to fit your family's busy lifestyle, Amici's delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I'm still buzzing from Paulie Mack sticking his head right in the Lions' mouth. Niners, Cowboys.
I'm feeling it, man. I really am. I'm feeling good.
Would have been really ballsy if you took the Cowboys.
I would never do that. I would never. If I do that, just come over here and punch me in the face.
I'm in my pool that I'm trying to win money every week, and at last week, like an idiot, I took Arizona in the points, and my kid yells at me, he goes, because I was like, I'm looking for the backdoor cover. He goes, could you just do me a favor and not pick against the Niners ever? I said, yeah, it's a pretty good call.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. Yeah,
so,
I don't like to do that.
It's more fun to pick. Hey, by the way, at some point in the
like
show,
a Chip Kelly season. Then you go right ahead. Yeah.
Speaking of Chip, Paulie Mack. By the way, 2 VIP tickets to Ballpark Back 9 later today. Stay tuned. Oracle Park, November 12, 2023. Maybe something good can come out of the park this year.
Ballpark Back 9 sounds good.
This year. Okay, Paul, you know the deal. You do Sunday, I do Saturday. Here I am, just like you, treading water.
Okay.
4-4.
That's the thing.
Last week, how about me riding with the frickin' USC puke Trojans, and they let me down.
Bro.
How about that?
Colorado fought them hard.
How about when I actually ride with SC, and they let me down?
You should have known. I know you should have known. That's the universe going like, bro, what are you doing?
But the team, you know what team has turned into a nice little cover team is the Oregon Ducks. Dan Lanning, man, when they hired him, I was kind of like, what? Huh? Dude, this guy, he's talking that mess in that locker room. They're for clicks, we're for wins and all that. And he came down here and he covered at Stanford. He hooked me up. So something to keep an eye on for Oregon. Right. They've usually been a little weird. They slightly underachieve. Maybe Lanning's got them revving at a pretty high level.
Yeah.
But all that said, I'm not taking Oregon this week. All right. So I think they're off this week, actually. So what I'm doing, I like to stay west, Paulie. Go west. Young man, Horace Greeley.
Jim Morrison, he used to say, the West is the best.
Or probably there's a feeling I get.
Now you're talking little Bob
to
Plant.
The West.
Little Bob
By the way,
Plant.
did you ever read the book Less Than Zero by Bret Easton Ellis?
I saw the movie.
Okay, the book came out in the 80s and it was like the most self-indulgent, like, oh, this guy's a brilliant, he's our next Hemingway. Like, no, he's not. Turns out he's not.
Turns out not so much.
But I remember I picked it up, I tried to read it, and the opening... at the first, the title page, he said the quote, "There's a feeling I get when I look to the West."
Oh,
Led
boy.
Zeppelin. I was like, this book's going to suck,
Or if I'm already pissed. Now I'm pissed. Yeah.
Don't make Led Zeppelin like a pretentious quote,
nice.
dude.
Yeah, totally. Thank you, Murph.
Although, are Led Zeppelin's lyrics a little...
Yeah, they got goblins and swords. I know. They get a little dragons.
How about a sprinkling from the May Queen, buddy?
Dude,
what is
I know.
that, dude?
How about, dude, I come from the land of the ice and snow. Dum digga duggum.
So we're more
I
into
love it, though. I love all that stuff.
We're more into the licks.
Hammer of the gods. You know what I mean? Hammer of the gods,
We're
bro.
more into the licks and the beats and the vocals than we are the lyrics.
I'd say so.
Okay,
yeah, a little John Bonham will get you there.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I stay in the West, and here we go, guys. So I've been riding a lot of Deion Sanders. I've ridden him to wins, and I've ridden him to losses.
Okay.
And I'm sticking with him. Would you guys agree that the Prime train has cooled out a little bit?
A little bit.
Like Taylor Swift has taken over for Prime, and even they got her now. She's done.
Yes, but I would say this. I think they won a lot of respect last week. But with how hard they played, USC they were feeling a little nervous in that fourth quarter.
Interesting you say that, Paulie, because they go to Arizona State, who's no good. Shout out Kerry Crowley and the whole ASU crew that's there, but they're no good. Kenny Dillingham, they're 1-4, 0-2 in the conference, and they are down to their third quarterback. And Colorado's going down there, and I don't see a letdown. I see Deion and see his quotes. He goes, "If you've given up on us," he goes, "you're being left by the side of the road. We're going upwards and upwards." Dude, Colorado is only giving. Let me make sure I have this right. Colorado is giving 4 points at Arizona, and I'm riding with the Colorado Buffaloes. Arizona State, pardon me. I don't like the Arizona State Sun Devils. I like how Colorado finished that game. Shedeur Sanders cooks. He scores a lot of points. ASU's down on that third quarterback. ASU poses no fear or kind of, there's no difficult road environment down there or anything. And I'm going to go ahead and tell, hey, Coach Prime, give me my theme music.
Give me my theme music.
We need that again. Bring it back. I know.
Give me my theme music because Colorado giving 4 at Arizona State, they're going to get the win.
Okay.
They're going to get the win at least by a touchdown, maybe more. Maybe more. The bounce back game for Colorado after losing 2. I'm riding with Coach Prime. Give me my theme pick.
Give me my theme music.
Give me the forecast. Give me the Buffs 3:30 there at Arizona State. And then here I am, finally reaching out to my boy in the visor, the Chipster.
Oh.
Chip Kelly.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, so
It's
UCLA
Chipster.
started 3-0. Okay,
Yeah.
We go to Utah, we lose. All right, it was same S. Same
old S.
D.
Right.
I got it. So here's the one thing about UCLA this year. They got a defense.
Wow.
Has nothing to do with Chip. This is the first defense we've had. Dude, shout out my man, Terry Toomey, Jim Waller, Ken Norton,
I was
Carnell
going to
Lake.
say, shout out Kenny
Back
Norton.
in the days, Daryl Henley, although he took an unfortunate turn, Daryl Henley.
You know what I mean? That happens.
Yeah, so anyway, point being is that UCLA's defense is back, and they're hosting Washington State. Okay. Washington State historically has given us trouble. And they, by the way, have you guys checked out Washington State's quarterback, Cam Ward? This guy's
think so.
lighting it up.
Okay.
He's lighting it up. So
Cam Ward, out of where?
Get on at Washington State.
You follow all the good players. No, I mean, do you know where he played his high school?
I'll have to check out his high school. And Jake Diekert calling out Lee Corso and all that, but I get it. But I think UCLA's defense is ready. UCLA's defense is rested. And I'm going to give Dante Moore a bounce-back game after Utah. I'm only giving 3 to Washington State. Okay, Chip. I'm doing it again. I'm riding with you.
Here we go.
I know you're
This is
eating
when
a
Murph
lot.
gets
I know
upset,
you got
though.
the visor.
I know.
I'm going UCLA -3
Okay.
against Wazoo. Should be a light, maybe 31,500 scattered across the Rose Bowl.
Murph,
on a
this will
Saturday at
sound
noon.
like a joke question, but it's actually serious. How, and I mean this really, how has the bro community embraced Chip Kelly?
We've now reached a state of sort of
acceptance,
catatonic boredom and complacency.
Damn, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah, catatonic boredom. But I'm giving them a chance here.
Okay.
And I think it's because their defense. Because the defense is really good, and I see Dante Moore with a bounce-back game. I do. So give me UCLA giving 3. Give me Colorado giving 4.
Okay.
4. Is it 4? Is that what I have in Colorado? 4.0 says ESPN. So there you go, Paulie. Now onto your Couch Potato Guide top 5.
This is what I need.
TV games of the weekend. It's not. Like I said, it says the kids would call it a mid. It's a mid weekend for TV. So my 1-star games, I'm going to go ahead and go to the Golden Bears. I was really torn on the Oregon State Cal game because Cal's been a little bit. They've been sort of Cal-ish this year, and there's little moments, and then there's downs, and there's little moments, then there's downs, then there's little moments. That, you know what that makes? That makes a 500 team. Is what they're going to be, right? So they pretty much are a 500 team. But Oregon State's coming in here, and Oregon State's kind of a squad, right? Oregon State's lost to Washington State, but that's a really intriguing game. Can Cal hang with Oregon State? Cal could make a bowl game this year. This would be a big one to win. Of course, Oregon State's favored in this game by 9.5, 8.5, something like that.
It's a lot of points.
I stayed away from it.
Yeah.
Because I could see Cal covering. I could also see Oregon State covering. Anyway, it's an intriguing game at 7 o'clock in Berkeley on the Pac-12 network and on the spread 810.
Very good.
That's a nighttime game in front of an empty Memorial Stadium.
Oh, damn it.
My 2-star pick is, come on, Alabama, Texas A&M. If you're a college football head, Nick Saban and the Texas A&M rivalry, A&M has gotten them in the past. Now they got to go into College Station. I kind of like Bama in this game, believe it or not. I kind of like them to bounce back, even though everybody's like, Bama's dead,
shaky
Bama's
this
done.
year. Yeah.
I kind of see Nick Saban rising up in this game.
You don't count him out.
That's a 12:30 game on ABC and on the spread, 8:10. That's my 2-star pick. 3-star, Paulie, I'm coming to you, buddy.
Yeah, you got to do this one.
Shout out Liz and your Sooner family.
It's the Red River Shootout.
And it's a good one.
It is.
It's a really good
Texas
one.
is really good now, yeah.
It's at 9 a.m.
Oklahoma's not bad either. They're not bad.
This is a premier game.
Yeah.
It's a premier game. By the way, they still play it at the old Cotton Bowl, which I love.
they do. And they got that big state fair down there. It's like a
State
whole
Fairgrounds.
thing.
That's at 9 a.m. So they kick off at 11 a.m.
It's early.
It is early.
Yeah.
You got to start tailgating real early.
Yeah, like tonight. You know what I mean? Like pull in tonight and get it going.
That game is on ABC. It's also on 1050.
Wake up with some coffee and some Sooners.
9 a.m. You get your Sooners. And then my 4-star pick is the NFL, baby. Eagles-Rams.
Yeah, that's
1
interesting.
o'clock on Sunday down at SoFi. How many Eagles fans will be at SoFi?
Oh, a lot. I'd say probably 25 grand. Why are you doing the flapping? Why are you doing the wings in there, Marcus?
I don't know, just because he said
flying
Eagles.
with the Eagles?
No,
Okay.
I was just throwing it out there, but boys. I should mention the breaking news that Diana Rossini reported that Cooper Kupp is expected to play this
That's huge
weekend
news.
against those Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay, I have mixed emotions.
See, we got to reassess now.
First of all, that affects the West, and
It
it
does.
affects Puka Nacua, who's on my fantasy team. Although I read a big fantasy breakdown that said that the Rams' passing offense is so prolific that Sean McVay has been able to spread the love to many fantasy receivers, and they have frequently had 2 in the top 20 of the last 4 seasons in fantasy, and they see Puka Nacua still getting his touches.
Yep.
He better damn get his touches. Otherwise, I'm heading down to the basement with the Kittle Rascal.
All right.
dude, so
You don't want to go down there. Marcus is so upset to be there. I know. You don't like
so
that.
you're rooting for the Eagles in that game, or rooting for the Rams in that game, don't
That's
you?
a great question. Boy, you're...
I mean, the Rams are no threat in the West, right?
Boy,
I'm writing them off as a threat in the West. So beat the Eagles.
Beat
You
the
want home
Eagles.
field,
Yeah,
yeah.
I do want home field.
It's
I
nice
do.
to
I
beat the
do. I
Rams.
don't like the
They
Rams,
already
but you're
have
right.
beaten the Rams.
Ultimately, you're right. You got to knock the Eagles down a little bit.
Dude,
got
Ron
to.
Rivera went for 2. He could have done it.
Yeah. No.
Frickin' Riverboat Ron.
Not anymore.
Dude, the Riverboat has a big tear in the hull.
The sadness of Riverboat Ron.
Philadelphia Eagles at the Rams, 1 o'clock to warm up for your Niners Cowboys, which is, of course, our 5-star pick.
So that's the game.
49ers Cowboys, 5:20 kickoff. You got Chris Collinsworth, who has, and again, I'll repeat this. According to Eric Branch here, Chris Collinsworth is in his 15th season in the Sunday Night Football booth, the longest primetime run for an NFL analyst on broadcast television in history.
That's crazy.
He just passed Howard Cosell, who spent 14 years from 70 to 83.
Respect.
By the way, how about that 14-year run for Cosell?
Yeah.
Would you say Cosell's 14-year run like 10x the impact of Collinsworth's 15 year? Because of the way the world was?
Yes. You know what I mean? It was the only game in town back then, too.
It really was. Somebody wrote in and said, what about John Madden? And that's correct. He was longer, but this is the catch is prime time.
Okay.
Prime time.
I got you.
Also, Madden switched networks from CBS to Fox.
Yeah.
It's a single network run.
True that.
So anyway, Niners, Cowboys, 5:20.
All right.
680. By the way, the games are back on 680. 680. All right?
I got you.
Everybody got that?
I'll be there. Marcus, where are you watching the game? You going to be at the stadium or are you going to be...
Oh, I'll be at the
You're
stadium.
on location.
Sunday,
Okay.
right down the
Can
street.
I riff good-naturedly?
Please, I invite it.
Because I love the guy very much.
Encourage it, yes.
But can I riff?
Yeah.
Are we sure Marty doesn't have something going Sunday? Are we sure?
Oh, dude.
Are we sure?
It's orgasmic. Let's talk about...
Are we sure? Are we
Yeah,
sure?
yeah.
All right, just making sure.
You know what I mean?
Does Marty say it's okay?
But
'Cause, I mean,
Gary
that's-
LaVille's greatest saves. 808 KNBR.
I don't know if Marty knows Lavelle.
Oh, he should.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know if he does.
Part of our childhood.
That's kind of a blind spot for Marty.
Jack Clark's
Oh, boy,
biggest
he's pissed
RBI
right now.
Is he?
I don't know Gary
Oh,
Lavelle.
here comes he. Yeah, seriously, he'll send some over here
Remember,
and break our kneecaps.
Lavelle ran what they called Waterboy the God Squad. There was a Bible faction in the clubhouse.
I
and it
didn't know about
divided
that
the
when I was a
clubhouse.
kid. I didn't
It
know
divided
that.
the clubhouse because they looked down on their decadent, sinful teammates.
What's wrong with finding Jesus?
Who on the
What's wrong
road
with
were
that?
perhaps behaving maybe mildly immorally.
Shout out John
You know what I mean?
Montefusco.
Thank you, God.
I bet you the Count was involved in some hijinks. I can just tell.
Oh, dude,
I can tell. Yeah.
Let's say the Count was not on the God
I
Squad.
think the Count was on the run for a while. He was on the run.
He was not. Dude, they did some time.
That's a rookie of the year you're talking about. Yeah, no, he had to go away for a little bit.
That is a rookie of the
He's
year
a
you're
Jersey
talking
boy. You know
about.
how he gets. Yeah, he is. He's a Jersey guy.
There's your Friday football
All right.
forecast.
Hey, man.
And you know what you've been?
That was the forecast.
And you didn't die, baby. The forecast is in the books now. It's time for Mike Krukow and John Lynch at 8 a.m. John Lynch, Niners Cowboys at 8 a.m.
He's
on
a good
KNBR
man.
104.5 and 680, the sports leader. If you miss the forecast, baby,
Yeah.
you're going to die.
Oh, I like that promo with Tim Ryan with the Echo. That sounded good. I got to turn Tim Ryan on to Prize Picks. Get him over there. PrizePicks.com. If you're looking for some action this weekend, that's the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Select 2 or more players. Then you predict on their stats, yards passing, completions, stuff like that. There's all kinds of categories. So whatever you like, just go towards that. Make your picks. It's pretty easy, actually. And if you know football, you got a little bit of skill, you can likely turn $10 into $250 quickly and easily. You got your easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, the enormous selection of players and stat options. All of this is what makes PrizePicks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So when you're ready to test your skills, join PrizePicks. There's a community of over 7 million football fans already involved, signed up, and playing at PrizePicks. So they're going to also match your first deposit right now of $100 when you use the code word leader, like KNBR is a sports leader. Go to prizepicks.com/leader. That way they will match your $100 deposit. Now you're playing with two bills. Very nice. Prizepicks.com/leader. It is daily fantasy sports made easy.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high, he hits it deep, it's out of here. Adios, pelota.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we love our hits with Mike. Now, just FYI for the Kruko heads out there, and we all are Mike Kruko heads, is that next week we start our off-season schedule with Mike Tuesdays and Thursdays. All right, good deal. So we'll look forward to that very much because October baseball's great, and the Giants manager search will be ramping up, so we'll be talking about some names with Mike, but first and foremost, good morning, Mike. Happy Friday. How are you, man?
Yeah, good. I'm ready for round two. I was a little disappointed that we didn't get a third game on Thursday from any of the
same here. Yeah,
of the series, but I guess that's going to happen some years. But yeah, I'm doing good.
Yeah, and so many reactions. Let's start with Boch.
There he is.
Of course.
There he is with the champagne. Yeah.
It's funny. I mean, think about that whole story. The Rangers were bad and, yeah, of course they went out and got some players. You got to have players, right? And then they had a wobble in September, but he steadied the ship. And then to go into Tampa and Mikey Rhodes starting pitching. There it is. And there he was. What was it like for you seeing him, spraying champagne and trusting those starters?
Well, I loved it. I mean, for all of us that know the guy, I mean, he's just one of those guys that brings you into his circle, and you feel that you're a close friend to him after about 20 minutes of meeting him. He's just that way, and he's also subdued. I mean, his emotion is not out there on his sleeve, and when you see him unwind and let go, and he's got that goofy laugh of his. It's great. It does my heart some good. And he's riding a left-hander, too. Jordan Montgomery is his version of Madison Bumgarner this year. I mean, there was a lot of imagery there that I was digging.
Yeah.
And good for him and good for the Texas Ranger organization. When we were there in 2010, man, and we got to know that fan base in that World Series, it's a great place. It's a fun place to play. I got to play in Texas in the Texas League in 1975 in Midland, Texas. And I didn't know anything about Texas, which I found out is a completely different country. And it's just a really, really cool attitude on life. Texans get it. And I'm glad Boch is down there sharing that love with them.
Yeah.
Kind of plays a little bit of the villain here if you're into darling stories, because I think most of them, if you're a baseball fan, the Baltimore Orioles stir up so many memories.
It is awesome that they're back in the playoffs. Baltimore.
I mean, from losing. Listen, we lost Dick Butkus yesterday. We also lost Brooks Robinson.
Yeah.
In the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I can imagine they're going to have a patch on their sleeves. That's a great park. It's a great franchise historically, and they too managed by a Santa Rosa guy, Brandon Hyde. I think Montgomery High School in Santa Rosa. But I mean, do you kind of feel like the Orioles are the darlings, and Bochy's going to have to wear the black hat there?
Well, he really is, and I'm the story that they have is so good because of how long they've had to wait and how they've had to rebuild, and they had a couple of rebuilds that just went too haywire and. I mean that's what guts you out. You say, okay, as a fan base, all right, we're gonna rebuild, and then guy comes in, and then 4 or 5 years later, it's like, it's not working. And then okay, we have to rebuild again. Pittsburgh's kind of going through the same thing. So when they do catch fire and they do put it all together and they do build from within, which is what the Orioles have done, it's a great story. I didn't know much about the Orioles. The only time I played against the Orioles was in A-ball when I was in the Florida State League. Miami was the Orioles A-ball affiliate, and that was the only time. I never played against them at the big league level because I was always National League. And then John Miller comes over to the Giants in 1997, and John's stories were all about Orioles players and Orioles history. I mean, he's so good with history. And so when we would have our dinners, the broadcaster dinners, we would get a really good history of the Orioles, and you kind of rooted for them. So I'm happy for him. I'm happy for that city.
Yeah.
And if Bochy's got to wear the black hat, so be it.
Totally.
Now, Mike, I'm trying to think. You and Dwayne, when you guys were traveling, you got to Camden for Interleague?
Oh, yeah. That's the best part about Interleague. We got a chance to see all these yards. We never got a chance to see them, or I did. I mean, I came over from the American League, the National League, so he got to play in every field. It's one thing to see a field, but it's a totally different thing to say I played at every field. And that's the one thing about the new generation of player. They're playing in all new fields. And, I mean, there's only 2 fields in the National League that I played on, Dodger Stadium and Wrigley Field. And I don't like that. I mean, so I have to be able to reference a stadium like Oracle Park or Petco Park, and I have to be able to recreate it through the eyes of one of the players. They're telling me what it's like out there. So in essence, I'm a fan too. But I did get a chance to go to Camden Yards, and that was the one that got everybody excited about HOK. Everybody got excited about the rebuild. They did it right. They took their time. They brought history into a yard, and they just completely captured the feeling of what Oriole baseball was all about. And they made a new stadium feel like an old stadium. And it was just the coolest vibe ever. For us in the National League, it was walking into Coors Field. They did that to the National League. But the first organization to really get it right were the Orioles. And so, yes, we did get a chance to go in there and see it, and it was better than advertised. That's how good it was.
Nice.
I agree. I would urge anybody out there, if you're a ballpark traveler, I'd put Camden at the top of your list. I know Fenway and Wrigley are so obvious. I think Camden's right there. So great. And it's getting some deep history on it, 30-plus years or whatever. So anyway, just wanted to shine a little light on that. Mike, talk about a series. You could write the scouting report. Diamondbacks, Dodgers. You saw those teams how many times? A million times. You know those rosters stone cold. Mike, I think we say this every October, but the wild card teams go in there. They don't care. They're rolling in. Diamondbacks look free and easy. Dodgers probably forgot how to play catch. It's been a week. I don't know. What do you think, man?
I've never liked the days off. Yeah. The old saying in baseball, you take one day off, great. Take 2 days off, you know it. Take 3 days off, the guy in the stands knows it. When you have a long layoff, and think about this, the last time the Dodgers played was Sunday against the Giants in San Francisco. Now, to Dave Roberts' credit, he pushed those guys all the way through. They weren't giving guys, they weren't starting them, pulling them in the third or fourth inning. They were playing the whole thing. They knew that they were going to have 5 days off. That's not a good thing. The Giants won world championships because the Texas Rangers had a long day off, or they had a lot of days off, a long break. The Detroit Tigers had a long break, and the Giants rolled in, and they were sharp as can be, and they created an edge early in a series, and those teams never recovered. So it'll be very interesting to see how the Dodgers react without those 5 days of work. The Diamondbacks are on a roll, and one thing they are an extremely good defensive team. One thing we hear so much about their outfield, which their outfield is amazing. They got 3 center fielders out there, and they cover more ground than any outfield I've ever seen. That's how good they are, and their route running is exceptional. But wait do you see Perdomo, the shortstop? This is a guy who I think is one of the most underrated players in all of the National League, and that guy can play. Their defense is rock solid, and they don't beat themselves. So the Dodgers have to bring it. Now, they're a good defensive team, too. Dodgers have a very good defense, and that's always been one of their strengths. But this really promises to be an intriguing series because neither team really beats themselves. And you've got strike throwers on both teams. So you're not going to see a lot of walks. You're not going to see a lot of errors, a lot of 90-foot mistakes. And so it gets down to the one thing. It gets down to the money hit. And the way that the Diamondbacks are playing right now, they're getting money hits up and down the lineup. We've watched the Dodgers have money hits, especially from the top of their lineup. My goodness, 4 100 RBI guys at the top of your lineup. That's ridiculous. So this is going to be a good series. And I really believe that the D-backs can win this series.
Oh, Mike, are you kidding me? And Torey Lovullo looked like he was having more fun than the players.
He did.
Did you see him?
He was going off. Yeah.
Well, he's going to have to maintain his calm, which I think he has. And usually with Lovullo, and I love the guy. He's really a good dude. Anybody who comes off the tree of Tito Francona, nice. They're going to have a real people skills, and he does. Early on, when you used to watch him manage, you could see his emotion on his sleeve. You could see when he was really worried about a game situation. And I think in time, he's overcome that. He's much more stoic now, which if you're watching Bruce Bochy as a young manager, that's what you're going to get. He doesn't have a lot of emotion one way or the other.
That's a good call.
It's simple, and that affects a team.
Yeah.
It really does. You can't have worry on your face as a manager.
Nice. No.
You really can't.
Just real quick on the Diamondbacks, I love that you called them one of the best defensive outfields you've ever seen. That's a huge call. And Mike, every time I see Corbin Carroll, I just Googled it. According to the internet, he weighs 165 pounds.
It's like a high school kid.
Doesn't he look tiny out there?
Yeah.
I guess, Altuve taught us and
That's
Bregman.
True. That's true.
But it's not common to have somebody that tiny have that big of an impact.
Well, I just think that's been the draw of baseball forever. You don't have to be 7 feet tall, or you don't have to be, a 6 foot 8 inch, 340-pound lineman. You don't have to have a 4.3 speed.
Right.
You look at these guys, and the Diamondbacks are full of them. They got a bunch of little guys that can fly, And this guy Carroll is off the charts. I mean, look, he's got 30 home runs or close to it. I mean, he is exceptional. And I just think that it's every man's game. I mean, Joe Morgan was 5'6", one of the greatest players I ever played against, with his ability and with his brain.
That's a good call, Joe Morgan. Yeah, yeah.
So if you're a kid and you're the littlest guy on the team, you got a chance to be in the big league.
Yeah, I think Wade Meckler's looking at Corbin Carroll saying, "Hey, man, let me go do that." Right? That's pretty cool. So anyway, just wanted to get that out there. So that should be amazing. A good call on Lavulo and then obviously Boch and the Orioles. Those are the big stories. I know Twins, Astros. Correa's playing some cool baseball and. The Twins knocked off Brandon Belt, who said he might. Did you see Belt's quotes, Mike? He said, that might be it for me. I got to go talk to the family.
Yeah, I think that, he found out that, and I think everybody who comes up in an organization and is there for a long time, as he was with the Giants, you always wonder if it is indeed greener on the other side. You want to go see, especially go over to the next league, take a look and get a feel for what baseball's like in that city. It doesn't surprise me that he's considering it. He's had a great career. He doesn't have anything to prove. And whatever decision he makes, it'll be the right one. But I know one thing. I mean, we were blessed to have him for all those years. I was rooting for him. He had a rough day yesterday or 2 days ago. But, I know one thing. He'll be a forever Giant. Every time he comes back to San Francisco, he's going to get a standing ovation.
2 championships. It says the stories is he's unsure about his future and will talk to his family, possible retirement. So we'll follow that one. All right, Mike, we'll leave it at this. It's been a few days now. Do you have any rumors for us on Giants managerial candidates?
Yeah, there's
Mike.
like 50 of them.
Spill the beans, Mike. Spill the beans. Come on.
No, I just know that they're going to look at a lot of people. And I think that in itself is intriguing. I think normally when organizations go into the interview process, it's kind of just, to go through the motions because they have in the back of their mind who they want. And I don't sense that with Farhan's decision making at this point. I think they really are going to get perspective from a lot of different guys because there's a lot of different guys out there, a lot of intriguing stories. We're hearing a lot of people are calling the organization saying, I want my hat in the loop. And it covers a spectrum. New guys who've been around a long time. I read the story yesterday that Buck Showalter, I mean, he left New York and he said, I'm not done. I want to go someplace else.
Might go to the Angels? Is that right?
Well, that was the rumor in that we're reading. So rumors are flying.
I know.
I don't get too excited about rumors, but
we could dedicate we could throw a name at you each day, and we go like we did Pat Burrell on Wednesday,
Tried
right?
that one.
We could go, hey Mike, we're going to talk about Stephen Vogt Tuesday and Will Venable Thursday, and and Craig Albernaz and Mark Halberg, and I mean, there's so many names out there. I mean, and all of them you could kind of find a storyline for almost each one of them.
Every one of them. Yeah. Every one of them.
Yeah.
And so that's the challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the challenge.
It is.
But know this too, that you're going to get some more coaches, new perspective, new philosophy, and I think that you're going to see a manager that comes in, and we talked a bit about this the last conversation we had, that is going to have more gut. It's not going to be all data-based. I mean, you're going to get data-based. I mean, that's inevitable. That's going to be the rest of the time. But I think you're going to see a little more old-school perspective, which comes in, which I think is how this sport has evolved. We all went crazy over data-based analysis, but now we're kind of coming back into that desire for more gut. So I think you'll see an even perspective from the new manager and the new coaching staff, more importantly.
Mike, can't let it go without Mike Krukow, Niner Cowboy. Come on, what's the pick?
Oh, yeah.
Give us a score. Come on, Sunday night. That's all we're talking about.
What's the score? I hadn't thought of what the score is going to be, but I think the over-under is going to be about 72.
Ooh,
I think that the score is going to be like, I want to say 42-30.
Wow.
Okay.
Niners.
So much for those defenses, huh?
No, I like
those
that.
great defenses are going to have a rough day.
I like that.
Hey, I'm just pulling stuff out of my back pocket.
Never mind.
Well, I will leave you this.
How about if we go back to this? Do the Niners win? How's that?
They're going to totally win. I wouldn't bet against them at all.
Nice.
And because of the histories of these two franchises, this is going to be the biggest win of the year so far.
Oh.
But before we leave, I do want to talk about a football player that
I was going to ask.
Mike.
I was going to actually think about asking about Dick Butkus. Yeah?
Well, only because I was in Chicago those years.
Yeah.
And there was one of the great golf tournaments that they had was the Jack Quinlan tournament. Jack Quinlan was a broadcaster with the Giants that got in a car accident down during spring training and was killed. And they have had a Jack Quinlan tournament, and I still think it's going on. But at the time when I was playing Chicago, it was a big deal because the fun thing about Chicago is that a lot of the athletes live in the area. So when you had a charity, a fundraiser, you would draw from the Blackhawks and the Bulls and the Bears and the Cubs, never the White Sox if the Cubs were involved. But the Quinlan was one that we would go to, and I'll never forget. I went into this country club, and I forget even the name of it, but it was sweet. I was going in about 8:30 to get a cup of coffee, and as I went into the grill room, there at the bar were two guys standing there, and they had two empty glasses in front of each one of them, and they were on their third Bloody Mary, and it was Ditka and Butkus. So I just kind of filled my coffee cup there, and I'm listening to the stories. And then they kind of brought me into the stories because they were Cub fans, and they were asking, and Butkus says, "Hey, you're one of them flippy-wristed kids. Get over here. Let's talk about the Cubs."
Yeah.
So in his mind, I was a flippy-wristed kid who was a baseball player, which is kind of how he summed it up. But he knew what was going on with the Cubs.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that Butkus and Ditka had that knowledge of my sport when I didn't really expect that. But they kind of brought me in, and, a couple of Bloody Marys later, I was ready for the first tee.
Yeah. That is Mike. That is, pinch yourself type stuff. That's really, really cool, man. Chicago, Butkus and Ditka, Bloody Marys. Oh, Mike, you did a little living in your day, huh?
Yeah, and that was a day that I never forgot. And
that's incredible.
And it was a day that after that moment, I always consider those two guys my friends.
Oh, that's
awesome, man.
Hey, man, when in doubt, if you need a linebacker, get a guy from like the Ukraine or Lithuania, American immigrant, you know what I mean? Ditka, Butkus, Eastern European.
That's the one thing, Mike, as you know from your time, like the Bears have always had like at least one standout potential Hall of Fame guy, like you say, Butkus. Then it was Singletary in the 80s with Mike Singletary. Then it was Urlacher.
Yeah.
So it's kind of their point of
so
pride.
Weird them throwing touchdowns in the air last night on TV. You're like, this is the Bears?
Yeah.
Wait, what's going on here?
Yeah.
But that's really cool.
I know. I was digging that game last night.
Yeah. Do you remember
that reason?
And to your point about Butkus' personality, how about those Miller Lite ads he did where he showed he went from being this guy who used to destroy people on the football field to kind of a funny comic actor.
Oh, he was great, and then that was just the Saturday Night Live shtick was the funniest thing I'd ever seen about "I take a bullet for Ditka," and it was just on and on between those two guys. Yeah. But those two guys, they absolutely were so significant to the mindset of Chicago sport, and not just football. There was a toughness about Chicago sport that carried into the other sports because of those two guys. That's how big they were in that arena.
So cool, man. Glad you mentioned that. So, all right, enjoy the heck out of the baseball. We will talk to you next Tuesday. Have a good one, Mike.
In a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
Mike talking about the Niners putting a 42 spot up on Dallas. I love it. I love it.
The defense. He's like, hey, I'm just pulling things out.
No. I love it, Mike.
Tim Ryan. Tolbert and Copes today at 4:30.
That's right, bro.
Somebody wrote in and said, are you going to talk about Copes destroying Murph for leaving cups
I saw that text
behind?
Does Copes know that Murph didn't even come to work yesterday?
Like, by the way, kid doing?
I don't know. I didn't hear the bit.
He's losing the plot, this
Marcus,
kid.
what did he do?
Plus, I don't leave cups, number one. Number two, I wouldn't even hear yesterday.
Right, but yet you're the brunt of abuse.
It's bad take, baby.
Somehow, yeah.
Freezing cold takes.
That's what it's all on Murph now. Yeah,
anyway.
Murph did it.
Okay, here's the deal. Niners, Cowboys.
Yeah, man.
Let's get you ready for John Lynch with a few sound bites. Mooney Ward. Okay, he kind of, I don't want to say he poked the bear.
I feel you, though. I'd rather that he doesn't do this, yeah.
Well, I don't know if you're confident. I said run towards it, Paulie.
You did.
Embrace it.
I feel CMC's going to do that.
Here's Mooney Ward on animosity between the Niners and the Cowboys.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you mean? We got 4 minutes before John Lynch.
Yeah, we're breaking and hitting the big hit first, though, Murph. Throw the break.
Oh.
See, look at the discipline. Discipline of a Boucher.
Okay.
Well, it's one day
Whatever
missed.
Marcus says.
That's exactly
big
the
hit,
thing.
John Lynch next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
Your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
the Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The one and only Herm Edwards stopped by the morning show yesterday with Paulie Mack and myself, the Marcus and Mack Show, to talk about Brandon Ayuk's big breakout season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
They are right now probably the most likely team to go in the Super Bowl. And but in order for them to get there, they've got to go by us, hopefully 2 times.
It's a huge test. To say that it isn't would be naive and downplaying the moment, I think. I'm excited for that moment. I know our team is excited for it. And to say that we're going to prepare any differently, I think would be far-fetched. I think we prepare every week as if it's everything. But I think this is going to be a great test for us.
I feel like they play us harder than anybody, and I definitely feel like it's going to be one of them games. I've been tapped into my mode all week. I feel great. I'm ready to kind of get after it now. One of the biggest stages. Cowboys 49ers is nothing better.
Is there any legitimate animosity between these teams after meeting the playoffs twice?
Probably for them, not for us. We won, so we good. We good.
Okay, that last one was Mooney Ward. That was the bite that we wanted to play. It goes, probably for them, not for us. We won, so we're good. How about that? You heard Micah Parsons in there saying Cowboys, 49ers, nothing better. Who else was in there, Marcus, in that sound package there?
We started off with Jerry Jones talking about how the 49ers are most likely the team to win the Super Bowl.
It's funny. I thought that was mind games, and Mike Silver goes, no, that's just Jerry.
I agree with
talking.
Mike. I think that's just another day for Jerry Jones. That's just him being Jerry.
He's going to be down on the field just drawing all the cameras before the game and everything. That pregame scene's going to be nuts.
That's why I think LeBron James is going to show up. I really do, because he knows this is going to be a hugely watched game.
He's got to beat the Warriors on Saturday night at Chase.
He's not playing, though. He's just going to be chilling.
By the way, I'm still pissed the Warriors got knocked out by the Lakers. I'm still pissed.
By the way, also shout out Joe Lacob guaranteeing a WNBA title within 5 years. I freaking love
doesn't
that.
Matter. Women,
doesn't matter. It's another win.
Name the gender.
More banners. Yeah.
Non-gender, non-binary.
Dude,
we'll win it all.
By the way, in about 5-10 years, that ceiling's going to start to look like the old Boston Garden ceiling with the amount of banners he's going to have up there.
I know we got to get to John Lynch, and I'm excited to get to John Lynch.
Me too.
But did you hear Lynch say, oh, here he is. He's calling in. Let's get right to it. How about
well, look
he
at
is
the
a man of honor.
On the stroke of 8, there he is.
Because he calls in at 8 o'clock every day, so.
Like a Marine.
We look forward to it
Yeah.
every Friday.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
He's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's a man of honor.
When we huddle up, we huddle up as a team and huddle up as a people, as a great nation.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Mack.
My sources tell me he was saying, listen to Murph and Mack.
Well, that's probably the smartest thing, yeah.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Come on, man. This is it. This is why the NFL rules this nation, because the 49ers are playing the Cowboys on Sunday night. Woo. And John Lynch, he wanted to be in the mix in competition, and this is what it's all about.
Man.
I know beating the Cardinals is important, but let's be honest.
Hey, they all count.
This one's different. John, good morning. How are you, man?
Morning, John.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Wow,
Feeling good.
We're kind of
fired up.
Listen,
yeah, we're fired
kind
up.
of excited. Are you?
Yeah, I'm always excited, but you gotta be honest. There is something a little different about Cowboys Week, and it feels a little different. And but our guys, their approach has been tremendous. Really good week of preparation. It's been hot here, been really hot, and our guys been getting after it. Real sharp practices. Our health's pretty good, so things trending well, and should be a heck of a matchup. A lot of respect for the way the Cowboys play, and we will be tested for sure, and we got to be up to the challenge.
I have Sunday evening. Let's see. The temperature should be about perfect, right? It's going to be. I got 5:20 kickoff, 78 degrees. A little warm actually, but it'll probably cool out nicely. Just a nice, good. I don't know, good like sort of hot, warm weather, hitting weather. How's
That's what
that?
I say, John. Good hitting weather. Yeah.
Yeah, just enough to get you oily, get you loose.
yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, there's so many different angles to attack. Let's start how the week started when Jerry Jones said, well, the 49ers are most likely to win the Super Bowl. How do you, was that a mind game or is Jerry just lavishing praise on you? How did you interpret that?
Well, I think Jerry's pretty crafty. He's done this a few times before. Maybe he does think that. He also speaks kind of what's ever on his mind. But I would just say it's really early. I mean, I think we're playing good ball. I think we've been a very good football team thus far. It's early. So you have to, one thing I've learned over my years in this league, you have to earn it every week. And, that's the great understanding that our team right now has under the leadership of Kyle, reinforcing that every week, and our team leaders living it each week, is that we have to earn everything we get. And this is the next step. Happens to be against a very good team, happens to be against a rival. And we're excited for the opportunity.
It is. So, I wasn't sure if Jerry was playing mind games or just, like you said, just kind of talking like Jerry likes to talk. What's your relationship with Jerry through the years?
I enjoy him. I find him hilarious. I think a lot of people, he's controversial. I know our league's not where it's at without his vision, without him pushing the envelope on sponsorship, without him building AT&T Stadium. The guy, he could sell, what do they sell? Sell ice to Eskimo. I mean,
right.
I think he sold the idea of that stadium in 2008 in Dallas during the financial bust, and still went ahead with it. I mean, it takes some real and I think he's done that his whole career. So a lot of people don't like a lot that he brings to the table. I've always had a good relationship with him, and very indebted for what he's done for our game, because he's grown the pie, as they say, and that's good for everybody.
Nice.
Yeah, he's it's funny, John, you're a sports fan and historian. There's certain owners throughout history, whether it was George Steinbrenner with the Yankees or Al Davis with the Raiders, who are like, they want to be sort of larger than life,
like Mavericks,
and they're kind of fun for the game.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Kyle always chides me. He goes, when are you going to start being like Jerry Jones and have press conferences outside the locker room? I think you ought to start doing that.
Have you thought about that? Going like, I'm just going to
I'll leave it to you. You're doing a great job.
We got that. Yeah.
You could be that live wire. You're like, hey, man, give me the cameras. I'm going to start popping off right now.
John's loose again. Yeah.
I seem to remember when you guys beat him in January, I think Jerry was giving a press conference like 10 minutes after the game.
I think it
did. Yeah.
So it's kind of funny. Like, we're so obsessed with the Cowboys, but, John, they are with you. Like, are you feeling like I was listening to their coach, so like, we know who we're playing this week.
Point.
We know what the standard. Do you feel that? Yeah. Like, they view you that way?
Yeah, but I think I've been on the other side of that. Like in Tampa, we struggled to get after Philly for a while, and ultimately when we went to the Super Bowl, and some of it's not coming from the team, it's coming from the questions being asked. Now there's, and when you're continually asked, you got to get through this team, you got to get, it's where do you go? So I kind of lived try to give them some grace in that department, but it's not going to come down to who's talking, what's talking. It's going to come down to execution. Both teams have fantastic players, really well thought out schemes. Some great individual matchups. This should be really good football and real, kind of prime competition for prime time on Sunday night.
John, do you think, to Murph's point, do you think that the 49ers view this game as not a statement game, but kind of a measuring stick game, the way Dallas is kind of looking at the Niners, as Murph said?
I really kind of cliche-ish, all that, but one of the great qualities of this team and why we've gotten off to a good start, they just attack each week. They go out there. Kyle has a piece came out yesterday. Someone forwarded it to me about our challenging practices. We have really hard practices, and that tends to just get you focused on getting better today. And I think that's what we're doing well. So yeah, we understand that this is probably the best team we've faced. We also understand that the magnitude of the rivalry, playing on Sunday night. But really, these guys are just focused about continuing to get better. So that's been our approach, and we try not to make it more than that.
Man, it's going to be really, really fun. All right. So you talked about the game's about hitting and executing, or is the game about Trey Lance knowing your playbook? John, now, Paulie and I being Brady Bunch guys, there was a stolen playbook back in the old days.
I remember
you remember that?
Yeah, it's a good episode. Caused some problems.
All right. How real is this that Trey knows you guys inside the quarterback room?
There is information you can share. My experience with that as a player is it tends to screw you up more than it does help you. I mean, this isn't the Houston Astros over there banging a drum for fastball or
nice.
football.
Yeah.
He can't do that over there, and now everything's through the headset. I think the closest thing to it back in the day when coordinators actually used to signal things in, you could glean some things, and people did. One organization in particular will.
Are we talking the ultimate game here about 20 years ago?
We don't need to.
No comment?
No comment.
Come on. There was more you could glean, but I do know that, like playing the quarterback position, he's probably been more privy to a lot of the scheme thoughts and all that. So, but I don't think there's a whole lot. I mean, we've got Anthony Brown on our defense, who spent 7 years in Dallas. Do we try to glean? Sure, yes, some questions, but that's more about individual personnel than scheme. If you get caught up in trying to guess things in scheme, maybe a code word here or there that can help you, but it's not something we're worried about. And I bet something that they haven't spent too much time focusing on.
Okay, but you say it can screw you up, but we can go on record saying there is this particular game that did not screw you up, right?
Well, yeah, I give Mike Shanahan a hard time because one time we were playing the Indianapolis Colts, and we had studied and long and hard, and there was something Peyton Manning did with apple. I guarantee it's a run. I came flying up from the middle of the field because apple was supposed to be a run, and a post went over my head. Thankfully, it was a long foul ball.
Okay.
And it was usually Mike with that red face staring at me. It was me with the red face. Don't you ever tell me something like that again.
Nice, John.
Yeah. After you've had some experiences with that stuff, just play the game. Do your thing, because you get caught up in guessing. It can go bad in a hurry.
Oh, man, fun stuff. Well, we'll see. All right, we'll see it play it out. And again, by the way, a lot of people think this is only part one of what could be a two-part dance this
Jerry Jones
season.
said the same thing.
Yeah, right. So, hey, I want to go back to. So Christian McCaffrey will be playing on Sunday. We had him on the show this week. Mike Silver interviewed him in the Chronicle. He's squarely in everybody's focus. He was the NFC Offensive Player of the Month. He was the NFC Player of the Week. I'm still going back to that moment you guys got that trade done. Oh my God! Did you see Kyle Juszczyk said the league should have blocked the trade because it's illegal to have Christian in Kyle's system? You see that?
We got to tell the Harvard guy to stay quiet. Because,
nice. Nice.
Thank God they didn't. That was something we had been working on for a while, and man, it came down to the end, and you could almost predict it. I remember Kyle and I talking, and one night I think I said to him, I got to try to finish this because who's going to get interested. It's going to be the Rams. At that time, it just felt like everybody we were interested, the Rams were. And sure enough, at the end, you never know these things, but conjecture says that it was the Rams, and we were kind of bidding against, and it got more and more expensive. But we were so convicted at that point, we were going to figure it out, and we had one more draft pick they didn't have, and so we made it happen. And I had no idea that people were saying it was a bad deal. I try not to focus on listening to the pundits, but people have been telling me that a lot of people panned, the deal. And sure glad we did it because he's been tremendous for us.
Oh, yeah.
I'm laughing. Corey Rush is in here, and he texted Kyle and I on Monday saying, hey, Christian's going to be named NFC Player of the Week. And my comment to Kyle and Corey was, but he didn't make our player of the week because Brock won our player of the week on our board we do downstairs.
Oh, that's awesome.
But then the secondary, the comeback was he could make player of the week every week. He's that good, and he's been special for us. And the way he works, you could see it this offseason. And we thought we had seen it all last year, but the way he attacked the offseason, and there were practices, it's like, Kristen, you don't have to be doing this. This is OTAs. And he's taken every rep, and you could tell he was on a mission, and it's showing on the field.
Man, it's like you said, and how, his calf injury in the playoffs last year. I mean, you guys scored 19 points in that game. That's kind of stands out. That's one of the stats people are bandying about. He told us he was not feeling good in that game. That was a factor that will not be a factor, knock on wood, Sunday night, right?
Yeah, I mean, this time of year, bumps and bruises, it sounds like they're getting healthy at the right time. Their offensive line kind of shaping up. We're fairly healthy. That's been a nice thing for us this year, and that's a big part of having success in this league, and then people picking you up. You saw Ray McLeod last week when Jawan Jennings wasn't out there make some key catches late in that game, and we've done a nice job of guys stepping up. Willie Snead, he was flexed up from our practice squad and made some big plays. And so, but fortunately we're pretty healthy, and you need to be going against this team.
Yeah, we're talking to John Lynch. We do it every Friday at this time. It's awesome. Can't get, it doesn't get any more fun in Week 5 than 49ers Cowboys on Sunday night. I mean, maybe the Eagles, but that's for later in the season. We'll hype that one up then. So, John, you hear people, like you said, you try not to pay attention to the chatter who criticize the McCaffrey trade, but there's also chatter now. Brock Purdy is a system quarterback. Here we go. This is what John, what they say the haters would say. Is Brock Purdy a system quarterback, John?
Brock Purdy has shown himself to be a really good quarterback, and he's showing it every week. I mean, it's been very consistent, and I don't even think we need to defend that, because you look at the numbers, you talk to people who know football. He's for real. We got a ton of belief in him. We're better with him, and you see it every day. It's not like just a flash in the pan thing. It's consistency. He's a machine, and I think he's continuing to get better, and that's an exciting thing for us. And he handles everything so well. It's just what a godsend he was to this organization, and just his approach, the way he goes about things, trying to get a little bit better each day, the preparation he does it's hard to hang with our head coach and our offensive system, and he just throws it to the right place. And I think that's why all our weapons, instead of, first of all, it helps when you're having success. They're not complaining because they know the ball's going where it's supposed to go. He's not playing favorites. We're not trying to dial up. We're saying, okay, here's the play. Take it where the coverage dictates. And Brock's 99 times out of 100 is going to take it the right place, and he's doing a tremendous job of that. So can't say enough about him. And as for the pundits, the haters, let them keep hating.
Right.
Because,
yeah, right.
We'll keep rolling with them.
Nice, John.
As new NFL fan Taylor Swift would say, shake it off, right?
Shake it off. Whatever it takes.
By the way, you have a college-age daughter, and you are an NFL Hall of Famer, Pro Football Hall of Famer, so you have a keen interest in the industry. We talked about Jerry Jones. How about this Taylor Swift effect on the NFL?
It's crazy, man.
Are you guys getting her at a game soon?
I'm a Swiftie. I went to both of these shows here. We have 3 daughters, and they love Taylor. Her appeal is broad because I have a 23-year-old son, and he absolutely loves Taylor Swift and not afraid to admit that, and swears that at Petco Park in 2014 she pointed to him in the stands when I think he was 14 years old. And
wow.
Swears.
Wow.
And I'm saying, I'm sure it was you, buddy. But she's really good music. And some of the stories, Al Guido, our team president, was telling us that after they were playing here, he talked to her dad, and she was in the hotel room, before she left, writing checks to every truck driver, and these were large sums of money, which I know she's pulling in, but I think she does the little things, and what she's doing for our league. I saw something today where, one of the things was we're playing games in London, but we haven't been able to get the British press. Well, now they got the British press because of Taylor Swift. And so I think it's fun. It's cool. Travis Kelce seems like a fun guy. He's been a thorn in our side before. He's a really good player.
Yeah.
So I think it's great. She seems to be having fun. No harm, and I think it does a lot for our game.
Yeah, it's funny, man. I mean, did you see the numbers, like social media, like Kelsey's? I don't know. There was some sort of there were digital results that showed the effect was real.
What was the highest viewed game since the Super Bowl? That was the highest rated NFL game.
And also, like Kelsey got picked up like 400,000 Instagram followers or something. And
it's crazy.
I mean, or it might have been 800,000, John. Honestly, something close to 1 million. I mean, it's nuts. So, anyway, so you are an official Swiftie.
Yeah, I like her. I like her music. I really do.
Okay. Anyway, we got to get her to leave. Although, like you said, she's already been to Levi's. All right, last few ones here. Wrapping up. Injuries. I hated to see Charvarius Ward show up on the injury list. Is this something to be concerned about?
Mooney's okay. He's got if you've ever stepped on a stone with your heel, it doesn't feel good. He's kind of got the equivalent of like a heel bruise. And so we're just limiting some of the practice, but he's good to go, and just trying to let the thing die down a little. But Mooney's ready to play, and I think he's really rounding into form. He's starting to play at a high level, and he's an important guy for our team.
Speaking of which, we should ask you, the people are talking about weaknesses for the Niners. One of them is believed to be CeeDee Lamb in the slot versus either Isaiah Oliver or Demo Lenore, with Ambry Thomas on the outside, having to cover Brandon Cooks. Is this a concern for you, the other side of the DBs?
We like our DBs. We think it's all coming together. Our rush and our coverage is starting to be coordinated, and we're really excited with our group. Isaiah Oliver, talk about players of the week as voted by our coaches. Isaiah Oliver was on there a couple weeks ago. I think he's getting better and better. Demo Lenore's had a solid season. Ambry, was hurt a little bit, but Ambry's rounding himself back into form. We got Anthony Brown, who's coming, and he's going to be a key part of this this equation in the back end. He, started a lot of games in the NFL, working himself back from an Achilles at the end of last year. So we like our group.
Yeah, okay. Well, that'll be something that'll play out on the field, as you've kind of said all along then. And then finally, John, again, we sometimes talk to you about non-Niner stuff, just mentioned Taylor Swift. And I think you put out a tweet on Dick Butkus. I mean, there's certain names in NFL history. That's one of them that just evokes, right? And,
it really is. And, my parents were both Chicago folks, and I was actually born right outside of Chicago, was only there for 9 months, and my dad took a job out in San Diego. So thank you, Dad. But I got those Chicago roots, and the one thing, as long as I remember, one of my introductions to football was my dad in NFL films and showing me and my buddies Dick Butkus, and boys, this is how you play the game, and just kind of became infatuated with him all the way till a couple months ago at the Hall. One of the coolest things they do is the Ray Nitschke luncheon, where it's only Hall of Famers allowed, and Ray Nitschke used to lead it. And this year we were in there. As I'm walking out, Mr. Butkus was there, and I was walking with Ronnie Lott, and I'm saying, oh my goodness, I'm with two of the most intimidating people I've ever. They're both super nice, but they both just kind of have this presence and this is a bad man, and we just had the greatest conversation, and it's so sad because he was sharp as a tack. Physically, he was in, as a lot of those older players were in rough shape, but sharp as a tack mentally, and so my heart goes out to their family, and just an iconic figure. Had dabbled in acting. Real good personality. I remember being a broadcaster in 2015, and the Bears were struggling, and they brought him it was a rarity that he gets out there to a game at that time, and he got there, and they were honoring him, and they said, "How's it to be back?" He goes, "Well, it's great to see the fans. I wish this defense would start tackling."
Nice.
Yeah, he's right behind their bench, but like the players can't say anything to Butkus.
No. Yeah, what are you going to say, right? Jeez,
Dick
man.
Butkus.
Hey, John, I mean, I'm not just saying this because you're on the phone, but I mean, I watched you play football from
come on,
Stanford
man.
on. It seemed like when you hit, that was your dad's effect on, like, that's Butkus.
Same tradition.
It's like, he showed me that's how the game's supposed to be played, and you don't lay on a field. I don't care if you're hurt, that kind of thing. That's how I was raised, and a lot of it was via Dick Butkus. And it was, so,
I heard Westwood One replayed an interview at halftime last night. I was in the car listening to the Bears game, and they replayed an interview with him for a few months ago, and he said one of his philosophies is, well, I learned early on people don't like to get hit. So I figured, if I hit him, I could have the advantage. How about that?
Yeah, I learned that, being a quarterback and then switching over to DB. I said, man, it is a lot better to be the hit-or than the hit-e.
That's what they say, man. Yeah.
It hurts a lot less.
Next thing you know, you're wearing a gold jacket, man. All right, well, listen, hey, Sunday night.
Enjoy
what
it,
it's all
John.
about.
Should
This is
be
the fun
great.
stuff, man.
Yeah.
So I know you're going to be hyped, and we'll look forward to that game very, very, very much. And thanks for the
pal.
conversation. We'll talk to you next Friday.
Okay, enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, there he is. Come on. Would I tell you this every Friday, buddy?
I'm glad you brought that up, too, because I try to tell some of these youngsters, like my kids, I say, listen, John Lynch on the field in his time, the guy used to scare me. He was nuts out there.
Waterboy, do you remember? Well, you were old enough to remember that Tampa Bay Raiders Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, do we have to talk about it?
Yeah, it was a tough day for you.
Better than at least you guys were in the bowl as opposed to your current state.
Good thing you had Jerry Rice scoring touchdowns for you, helping you out that day.
Listen, we've lost a couple bowls lately. But,
lately.
But the story, if the kids don't know, is that John Gruden had just left the Raiders the year before.
Well, this is just the Raiders' luck. This is how it goes.
Traded him.
Yeah.
And Bill Callahan did not change his hand signals on plays.
You might want to do that.
Gruden and the Bucs defense knew everything that was coming.
They're going to run it.
And they destroyed
This is a screen pass.
That's
this
what
is
Lynch,
a slant.
When Lynch said some
Lynch is on the
teams-
field calling it out. It's a run. It's a run.
Well, Lynch,
it's a slant.
He stayed away, but he chuckled in that entry. He goes, one organization in particular.
We don't have to get into it. He kept it vague,
I know
Marcus.
exactly who he's talking about, boys.
Your boy covered that game. I was there.
Were you? Yeah.
I was
I
there
remember
covering
watching that. I
game.
remember the whole thing.
That was a weird, because then the word got out about Barrett Robbins the night before.
Oh, down in Mexico.
Well, and the Raiders had so much hard luck. You had the Tuck game. Then you had that Ravens AFC title game.
Tony
Siragusa falls on Gannon, knocks his ass out. Now so that was like...
Is that like 8, 10, 9, 10, 11-year-old water boy,
This
too?
is like middle school water boy, and this is why...
With your parole officer.
And this is why everything
Tears?
traces back... This is why everything
Tears is
traces
okay.
back to Tom Brady and the Tuck rule. It's the butterfly effect that has ruined the Raiders
What
franchise.
was worse, the Bucs Super Bowl loss or the Tuck rule?
Honestly, at the time, it was probably the Tuck rule.
Yeah, I agree. Tuck rule was
That's
worse.
a tough one.
And then watching Gruden be traded away.
Now you got to see that pretty boy everywhere you go when you guys knocked him out.
Yeah.
You guys won that game.
Charles Woodson with
And
the sack.
Woodson,
Yeah,
we-
Michigan on Michigan crime.
Hey,
listen,
made his career.
I was a Raider hater, and I think you guys got completely
You got
boned.
jobbed.
Completely
You got
boned.
totally jobbed. It was a sack and a fumble.
Story of my life,
Yeah.
boys. Story
Move
of
the
my
chains.
life.
I don't even care what anybody tells me.
It was a sack
I
and a
don't care.
fumble.
Who was the
That's
ref
what that
again?
was.
Was it Walt Coleman? Who was it? I know Papa's probably yelling
I
as
don't even want to
Raider.
know his name, Murph.
All right.
Yeah. Clean hit, too. Nice and clean.
You like to say sometimes in life you get boned. The Raiders get boned a lot, Murph.
Oh,
Yeah, they get
well, you're playing into the country. You're playing into the... Yeah, now
That's a very good point,
Now
Murph.
you
You're damn right I
understand.
am. It's Al versus the league, Murph.
You finally understand.
See, but Murph,
don't
you hit on something very interesting. Maybe the universe is going to hold the Raiders down until they rise above that. That's a great point. Where you're playing this victim card like somebody else I know out
Once
here.
again, we going to T-Swizzle, shake it off?
Yeah, because you can't be a victim the whole time. Oh, look what they did to me. It was a bad call. It was you got to go out there and take it. You got to rise above that S.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Jimmy Garoppolo to go out there and take it, Paulie.
I can't help you with Jimmy.
What do you want? Neither can I.
Cool.
And neither
All right,
can he.
now we've gotten to the part of the show where Marcus rips Jimmy.
I know,
Time to
he's
get to the
upset.
cooler
I know,
of content,
sorry.
right?
I
And you
love
got
Marcus.
the Packers on Monday. Is he cleared, by the way? Is he
We
gonna
don't
play?
know.
He's still in
We don't
concussion
know.
protocol.
Oh, damn.
By
All
the way,
right.
more Raiders bad luck. When Jimmy G took the helmet-to-helmet shot that gave him the concussion, no flag. Nothing. They were like, well, Jimmy just got hit in the head. No big deal.
Yeah, he's not
They didn't
Tom
even throw
Brady.
a flag. Nothing.
All right. Cooler of content next on Lee Sports Lead.
This isn't the Houston Astros over there banging a drum for fastball or
Nice.
football.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show for his weekly hit with Tolbert and Copes to break down the 49ers Sunday night matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, Paulie and I talking here. Hey, let's go. Let's talk on the air. Let's talk on the air. That
Might as well. Open the mics.
John Lynch was fantastic.
John Lynch is the greatest, dude. I hope you guys are enjoying these Fridays with John Lynch because we are very much.
He loves radio.
Yeah. Well, his old man.
He cares about radio. You know what he said? I once went into John Lynch's office and he pointed to a radio and he goes, "Do you know what comes out of that box? Magic comes out of that box.
Magic in that box."
I saw Tony Salver at the Mario
I
thing.
can't tell you how much I love that guy.
Come on,
T-Sal. He's old school, man, to the bone. You know what we're going to do? Put Murph in there with Mac.
Right.
Let me hear what that sounds like.
Okay, let's get in, man. Cooler at content. We got a lot of... Okay, Greg Papa's coming up. And then we had a lot of fun Niner Cowboy sound in the 9 o'clock hour. But I want to start with Butkus.
Yeah.
I want to start with Dick Butkus because, there are certain names, right? He's on that short list of names, right? You know what I mean? Dick Butkus.
Well, he's synonymous with NFL football.
He died at the age of 80. Interestingly, in Malibu. He was living in Malibu. Because he came out to Hollywood and became an actor.
I'm trying to remember, because I know I've seen him in movies. Can you help me out? Was he in...
was it Police Academy? No, it wasn't.
No, that was Bubba Smith.
Bubba Smith, yeah. I'll give you some.
I think he was in something.
This was on... let me get to the sound here. I'll look it up for you.
Oh, you know what? I got one. I think he had a role in a Spike Lee movie. I think he actually... Yes. I think he had a... As a matter of fact, it's coming back to me now. He was in He Got Game. He was one of the. Yep, he was one of the police officers with Jim Brown. Because Jim Brown was in that too. They played cops. Who had to, unless I'm wrong, let me double check that. I'm pretty sure he was in He Got Game.
I don't have him here.
No.
I have him in The Longest Yard, Mother Jugs and Speed, Gus, Superdome, Johnny Dangerously.
Shout out Mother Jugs and Speed. That's the 70s right there.
He was in
Mother Jugs and Speed.
He was in Necessary Roughness with Kathy Ireland in 91. Any Given Sunday, 99.
That's the one. Okay, not Spike Lee. My bad. That's the one.
He was in TV shows Blue Thunder, My Two Dads, MacGyver, and Hang Time. He also appeared on Murder, She Wrote.
Why not live in Malibu?
He played himself in Brian's song.
There you go.
He was in so he did a lot. Anyway, Westwood won yesterday at halftime, replayed an interview they had with him just a few months ago. He died at the age of 80. Dick Butkus on his philosophy of hitting people.
Okay.
Well, I guess that started back in high school when I was a running back. I just remembered how people tackled me, what I didn't like and what I liked, or, what didn't bother me or whatever. And so when I jumped on defense, I would keep that in mind, what had bothered me. Or, nobody likes to get hit high and bear hugged because there's nothing to break the fall. And I noticed doing that when I did that to a ball carrier, and he's going down, it's a natural reflex to try to brace yourself with one of your arms, and many times they had the ball in it, and that's how the ball came out all the time. So, nobody likes pain. Nobody likes to get hit, and I think that was an advantage. And maybe it was a little blown proportionally the way I hit, but that's what I tried to do. I tried to put them on their back and to make them think as they're getting up, who is that or whatever. So that's the story.
That's pretty good.
Tremendous.
Man. Now, Marcus, as an old linebacker, you're smiling there, huh, buddy? Does that resonate with you?
Oh, because that was back in the day when you were actually allowed to hit people.
Well, you could also drive guys into the ground. Like, it wasn't over just with the contact. Then he would literally drive the guy into the ground and put all his body weight on top. That was what Buckets. He would put everything on top of the guy.
That's a penalty now. You can't even sack a quarterback. You're not allowed to fall on top of him.
Especially if you're Pat Mahomes. Don't even look at him. Don't make eye contact.
He told a couple other stories, too. One was about reading Joe Cap's lips, saying on two. And when he came to the huddle, he goes, "Remember, Joe, on two."
Oh,
Jesus.
Last thing you need.
And then he told this one about playing Jim Plunkett. Hey, Jim, he's down he's down on the peninsula. Maybe playing golf today at Stanford. I don't know.
Put Plunkett in the Hall of Fame already.
Heisman Trophy winner.
Come on, I'm with you. Put him in.
But he said Plunkett was a rookie and Butkus was Butkus. So here.
When Plunkett was a rookie, we had an exhibition game up there in New England or somewhere, and he came to the line, and I was just, like fooling around with my chin strap, and he comes to the line, and he's calling. I said, hold it, Jim. Could I wait till I fix it? And so he stopped his cadence, and the center turned, don't listen to him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I had fun.
Poor Plunkett.
Hey, Jim, I'm not ready. And Plunkett stops.
Jim, he's a rookie. He's probably scared.
He's like, Butkus isn't ready.
Butkus doesn't want me to snap it. I'm not snapping it.
Yeah, fun.
Those are fun, man. Those are fun. Thank you, Triple E, for digging those up, man. A couple more real quick. Joe Lacob. Come on, man.
As much as he can give me, I'll take it.
He has a new WNBA team.
Stand back.
We don't have a name.
Yeah, well, not yet.
Oh, they
Lady
the
Warriors,
Bay, San Francisco, Golden State. I don't know. We don't have a name, but
not yet.
We do know one thing. Here it is.
Okay.
Brandon doesn't know I'm going to say this, but first press conference for the Warriors says we will win a championship in the first 5 years. And I'm telling you right now, we will win a WNBA championship in the first 5 years of this franchise.
Look at him. I tell you, this is the guy. He's a dream come true. Watch. He'll probably fill the arena, too.
I've won one with men. I need to win with women.
Yes.
Next up, we're going non-gender.
Girls need heroes, too. Come on out. Titles ahoy.
We're going gender fluid. And, then Elon and I are going to Mars. We're going to win one on Mars.
Totally gender fluid. He's going to do the whole thing. Everybody's welcome. Come on in.
No. I was talking... Oh, God. We could go on and on. This guy's unbelievable. Do you doubt him?
No. God, no. It might not even take 5 years. You might have one in 2 or 3. Why wait around?
Al Michaels was on Amazon Prime last night, so he did an interview recently where he says he's never eaten a vegetable.
What? I think he'd be dead.
Take a listen.
Don't you have to?
Is it true that you have never knowingly eaten a vegetable in your life?
That is true.
That is true.
I was born when my parents were 18 and my mother hadn't even read Dr. Spock at that point. So she just let me have the run of the course. And I always pushed the vegetables away. To this day, no. And I guess what I've proven, Chris, is that man does not need vegetables to survive.
Is it just possible that you would like, I'm thinking of one of the more non-objectionable vegetables, a carrot?
Oh, please. Yeah. Please.
A carrot?
No, a carrot. No, that's an objectionable vegetable.
I mean, really? What? I mean, how would you know? You've never tasted it.
Good call. I look at it. I just don't even like the look of it.
I look at it.
And I surmise what it might taste like in terms of the texture of it.
The guy's hardcore.
I think a lot of it probably has to do it just doesn't look like something that would go down well.
Oh, my God. And by the way, he's very, like, what is he?
Chris Wallace,
he's like 75 years old. He looks pretty healthy.
He just proved. He said man does not need vegetables to survive.
Now, the other...
He's living in a mansion in Brentwood or Pacific Palisades.
Let's not forget, pretty famously, I think, I only want 2 servings of steak. Wasn't Gabe like an anti-veggie guy, too, only eating his meat?
You imagine?
I think he... What?
The boots are up, though. You seen the boots?
Yeah.
He's putting the boots. Okay, so is this story? There's a rumor that Marcus Waterboy Boucher.
I hate vegetables.
They're really good for you ride with Al Michaels.
I ride with Al Michaels. See, I'm not as extreme with him. I'll eat a carrot. I'll eat a salad. I'll do some corn on the cob.
Nice tomatoes in summertime.
See, I don't do tomatoes. I don't do onions.
I know we got to get out. We got Papa. Come to Papa on a Friday.
But you eat pizza. That's sauce.
That's my veggies.
Give me the peak vegetable. Tomato's a fruit, isn't it?
Oh,
I'm not sure. Is corn a fruit
got
too?
you, Paulie, man.
Give me peak vegetable. Like if you had to sell Al, like to me, I would tell him on Thanksgiving, if you had like a roasted cauliflower, like an oven roasted cauliflower, that can be good.
You could do a lot. You could do a lot.
If I pitched Al maybe some glazed carrots with Thanksgiving, I know he just said anti-carrot, but on the plate with the potatoes and the turkey and the gravy, like the honey glazed carrot, maybe.
Can I go high cal
oven
on this?
roasted honey glaze?
I'm down with that. I'm big on throwing bacon into my vegetables. That kind of tricks me into eating actual vegetables.
You could
bacon Brussels sprouts or something.
vegetable.
But you throw it in with some Brussels sprouts.
As long as we're not watching our waistline, here's another one. I like this, but it's very high calorie. You get some green beans and you kind of fry them up for a second with some butter, and then you crush almonds and dump it on top. Pretty tasty little veggie dish right there. But again, high calorie.
So we say that again. Green beans with almonds.
You do boil them.
Yeah.
Throw them in a pan with some butter. You fry them up there for a second so they're still crispy. Hopefully.
Yeah.
And then
fried.
Just for a sec. Just
well,
for
how about oven roasted beans with almonds? No, corn is not a vegetable. Triple E. Corn is a grain.
That's what. Is
corn
it
is
really?
A grain.
Wow.
Yes.
I love corn too. Hey, Triple A, I bought some corn yesterday, so I'm eating corn this weekend. Me and you.
I mean, but what's incredible is that we were told since we were kid the 5 groups. You got to have them. Al Michael's like, no, you don't.
No,
you don't.
No.
And they got that food pyramid, Murph. They don't use that anymore.
Dude, you hear they got the pyramid?
They got the pyramid.
Did
they get the pyramid? All right.
Well, Al Michaels just did. All right, we got to go. It's Come to Papa.
Let's go.
Friday coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I think we have an idea of what they're going to do, and they have Trey, so I'm sure they have an idea.
How much do you think Trey can help him? Sorry.
I don't know. I think the NFL is a copycat league, and everybody knows pretty much everything. But obviously, game plan stuff they won't know, and we won't know. So there'll be some surprises.
Should we legalize Trey Lance stealing the Niner playbook? By the way, you got to love John Lynch knowing the Brady Bunch reference too, right? You catch that?
Yeah.
He's like, well,
he didn't know. He knew. Of course he knew.
He goes, I remember that episode.
He goes, that's a good episode. Who's that, Doug Simpson?
Tim Ryan joins Stolbert and Copes today at 4:30.
Yeah.
He's going to be fired up. Everybody's fired up. We heard our picks. Paulie went there on the forecast.
I did.
He went there.
I've been feeling good about the game all week, though. I got to be honest with you guys.
What's your number one reason why?
Well, I think CMC, the way he's playing right now, you know that they're going to focus so much attention and energy on like neutralizing, and I hope that they do, because then that opens things up on the outside. There's Kittle, there's Debo, there's Brandon Ayuk. I think Brandon Ayuk's going to have a big night. I just have a feeling that he's going to be a featured part of the offense, and I do think CMC is a real focal point for those guys.
Well, they got Stephon Gilmore, outstanding corner, and then this kid, Deron Bland, who's from what? They say he's from Modesto, I believe, right?
Now, Marcus was telling me he did some research and some recon on that Cardinal game, and you said they had great success running right at Micah Parsons, so you could see some of that, too. You could see them just take it right to him.
And that's the thing about this Cowboys defense. We saw it last year in the playoffs. Even with Christian McCaffrey having a hurt calf, they ran for over 100 yards with McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell. Yeah. 2 years ago, Elijah Mitchell and the 49ers ran for over 160 yards in that playoff game.
You mentioned that this morning in the leadoff spot.
And last year, all 4 regular season losses for the Cowboys, the opposing team ran for more than 150 rushing yards.
How are we feeling about our my favorite pro wrestler guy, Brock? I can't even do it like this.
Give him one.
Purdy!
It hurts your throat. It's hard to do that.
How does he do that? He rolls the R.
He's
here.
a wrestling guy. It does. It kind of hurts when I do that.
Well, people don't know where that cut comes from. Who's the guy again?
So that's Paul Heyman, who used to represent Brock Lesnar.
Oh, so that's how he has the Brock.
So that's why he does
what
the
he used
Brock.
to say, Brock Lesnar, did he?
So he would just take the mic.
He was in Philadelphia taunting?
He was. The place went nuts. They booed him right after that. Yeah. Yeah. He said something like, you're going to lose to a quarterback.
Taunting?
Yeah. Taunting a Philly.
That's
and it was like the
pro
night,
wrestling at its best. That's pro wrestling at its best.
Wasn't it the night before the game, too? It was that weekend.
Oh, yeah, that was like Friday night SmackDown ahead of the NFC
Championship.
Championship.
Said, you guys are going to lose to Brock
Totally.
Purdy.
Totally. In Philly.
And the crowd's like,
cheers. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Switching topics for just a second. 2 VIP tickets to the ballpark back nine.
Sweet.
This is November 12th. Clear your calendar. That's a Sunday. Where are the Niners that day? Is it a bye?
Not sure.
November 12th? Check it out. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oracle Park is bringing back the Bay Area's most unique golfing experience, the ballpark back nine. Golfers and non-golfers alike teeing off.
They're in Jacksonville.
You land your shots on... Oh.
Yeah.
Are you sure that's not in London?
Another home game for the Jags in London.
Try to land their shots onto greens on the field. Don't forget, the Niners used to go... They went to London twice for preseason games in the 80s.
Miami? Did they play the Dolphins?
Yeah, and they went to Berlin once. How about Ronnie telling us he went into East Berlin? And
That's the best.
And the guy said, hey, man, you beat my Cowboys. Remember that story?
Yeah. Cowboy Nation is worldwide.
East Berlin, dude, behind the wall.
Yeah.
He was behind... That wall was still up.
Checkpoint Charlie.
Ned Reagan say, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that cowboy wall.
Ronnie talking Berlin Wall.
Right. Anyway, the ballpark back nine. Golfers and non-golfers alike will tee off, try to land their shots onto greens on the field. Really fun. Tee boxes positioned in the iconic locations throughout the park. A dedicated caddy will guide each foursome along the course as they swing their way through 9 holes. There's a joke there, but I'm not going to make it about the... Well, anyway.
Yeah, see?
I know. Then there's a 10th hole putting challenge. It's a 5-day event, and it's all ages. You can bring the kids.
All right.
Added bonus, you can get the Gotham Club access. You get access to the Gotham Club, where you can get like some food and drink and watch some football. So the tickets are at MLB.com/Giants/ballpark/events/golf. I know this read worked because I heard from one of my favorite little kids I coach, my all-star Brody. His mom checked in and said, "Hey, we want to go to that ballpark back now."
Nice. Go hit a few around, man.
Yeah, we should go. So 2 tickets, VIP.
Sweet.
Right now, 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. God, my throat hurts from the Brock.
I know. I'm not going to do that again.
I did 2 Brocks.
I learned my lesson.
I honestly drilled some throat muscle.
I have to make a doctor's appointment now.
Just a quick, we haven't checked the text all day. First text I see, 925, Joe Lacob's going to win a Kentucky Derby, too.
I saw that.
He says.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he's joking. Does
Run
he
for
have
the roses.
horses?
I want it all.
Does he have horses?
Give me a jockey.
831 says, if Purdy is a system quarterback and only playing good because he's in Kyle offense, then why didn't Jimmy G, Trey, Beathard, or Mullins thrive? There was a time Nick Mullins did thrive, and you wrote a song
He had a
about
couple
him.
good games. Yeah, we
And
did
you
the
wrote
Nick
a
in a
song
box.
about,
I did.
916 says, I would urge you to eat the sweet potato if you're going to go into a vegetable. Is that a vegetable?
That's a good question.
Is that a vegetable?
Not sure.
707 says corn is both.
Sure.
Well, I looked it up. It
Corn's
said
good.
grain.
Let's be honest.
707 says, can I offer some grilled zucchini with chocolate salt? That's money.
Ooh.
925 says, any veg is good with melted cheese.
And plus, they're good for you, Marcus. Like, the older you get, you probably have to work in some broccoli. You're working some salad.
Somebody getting
you
personal
get it going.
here now. 707 says, guys, that's why Al Michaels about 4 feet tall. He didn't eat veggies.
Oh. You know what? See, that's what happens. That's what happens.
Oh, man. And then somebody says, the eggplant parm and no kids is not your text emoji, if you know what
No,
I mean.
I know. They put the eggplant out there. Shout out Tommy Lee. Yeah.
So anyway, guys.
The grocery store, the zucchini, mine's bigger than that.
There you
like
guys
cucumber.
go. There
Yeah.
you go. All right, 707.
Well, I'm just telling you.
707 says, my
bigger than that.
7-year-old daughter's nickname on her soccer team is the Berlin Wall, and I'm surprised she hasn't been canceled yet. All right.
Wait a minute. Wait, her name is what?
The Berlin Wall. I guess she's a goalie.
All right. Oh, I got you. Nice. Hey, listen, whatever it takes, man.
Okay. It's time to come to Papa.
I'm ready.
Right, Marcus?
Ready to get to Papa.
Time to come to Papa
Yeah.
on a Friday? Let's do it next.
Time to come to Papa on a Friday.
All right.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union with an incredible money-savvy tip. Boosting your wallet game. Check it out. You ready for an investment that's all about your terms? Look no further than the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union. The ultimate way to grow your savings your way. With the Pick a Term certificate, you are in charge. So whether you're taking 3, 6, 9, or 12 months, you get an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me right. 4.75%. So whether you're chasing short-term goals or dreaming big for the long haul, this certificate hands you the financial reins. But don't wait too long. This amazing offer will not stick around forever. Snag it before it's gone. Just head to providencecu.org for all the details and to apply today. That rate's effective September 14, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for more details.
Hey, Murph and Mac, time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa.
Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle and its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680.
He snaps it back to Dak Prescott. He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
the 49ers are on their way to Philadelphia.
What a way to end it. Ezekiel Elliott just got destroyed.
So this is for Papa? Nice.
Am I the Buffalo
you
Soldier?
Are. How about that?
Yeah, you're a Buffalo Soldier, man.
So we have one. We do
Dread like Rasta.
Is this song popular in Buffalo?
No. I don't think I've ever heard it in Buffalo.
That's too bad.
Fair
you
enough.
Would think.
Fair enough.
More of a Rick James town.
Yeah, now you're talking.
Not Jamestown.
He's
Is
a Buffalo
from
guy.
Lucille
Yeah.
Ball's from, but Rick James, Slick Rick.
Super freak.
He's a Buffalo guy?
Super freak? He is.
You know what's funny, Greg, is Kevin Durant has a tattoo of Rick James on his calf. He showed it to me when we were at practice a few years ago. It's crazy. It's a big tattoo of his face. Throwing that out there.
Rick didn't hold him at gunpoint and make him get that.
Oh,
I don't think so.
I
don't think so.
We could go off the rails, and I could tell you 20 minutes of Rick James.
You have Rick James stories?
We've seen the Chappelle show. We know a little.
Oh boy,
Mulligan's, Hurdle Avenue, Buffalo, New York.
Okay. I'm Rick James.
Okay, when we go to satellite,
Tumbler rocks glass.
when we all get blown out, we go to Sirius XM. We'll tell
we
those
got
stories.
49ers and Cowboys. Come on.
Well, that's
All right, let's do the legal
Rick
thing.
James can wait.
Legal thing first. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. All right, G-Pop. So there's a million angles, but what's the controlling angle from your perspective?
Well, I mean, they got great players on their side. There's no doubt. But the history of this rivalry, isn't that? I mean, it's only week 5. I realize that. But from the 70s and the heartbreak of 70, 71, 72, the catch game, obviously, the heartbreak of 92, 93. And I mean, my first game with the Niners was a Dallas Cowboy preseason game.
Nice.
And it was like, here we go.
Yeah.
And remember when I gave you the numbers about the 49ers and Giants before the home opener on the 21st night of September, how even it is?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
49ers and Cowboys history.
I know.
19, 19, and 1.
How about that?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
California,
we did that. Yeah.
10 and 10.
I did not know
In
that.
Texas, 9, 9, I
mean, this says it all.
This says it all. Unbelievable.
Just haymakers everywhere. Haymakers everywhere. You know what I mean?
And it does kind of feel, Greg, like the early 90s a little bit, too, where that would determine who was going to the Super Bowl. Obviously, bigger stakes. But the fact that the Niners have seen him twice in 2 years could easily wind up seeing him again for a third time.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
So outside of Super Bowl victories, what are the two most famous, well-remembered 49er victories of all time?
Okay.
The 1981 NFC Championship game, the catch, and the 1994
That's
NFC
correct.
Championship game, Steve
that's
Young,
correct.
getting the monkey off.
Yeah, that's correct.
In both of those seasons, the 49ers at home defeated the Dallas Cowboys to set it up, certainly in 94 for the championship game to be a candlestick and not at Texas Stadium.
Huge.
The 81 team talks about they took them apart.
Yep.
Early in that year, it was 45-14.
Loved it.
And who made his 49er debut that day? Fred Dean.
Nice.
Came over in the Charger trade. They tell the stories about him having like 2 or 3 sacks of Danny White in the first half and then smoking a pack of Cools at halftime.
I love it.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then in 94, and this was after they lost to them in the NFC Championship game in 92. How about them Cowboys? In 93, we're going to win the game, put it in 3-inch headlines. And they came back in 94 at Candlestick and beat them 21-14. Merton Hanks did the chicken dance. He intercepted Troy Aikman
that was a big
twice.
game.
And,
huge.
And who was the new acquisition that year?
Dion.
21.
Prime time.
Yeah.
21.
Dion.
Yes.
So now, Javon Hargrave to me is that guy. He's your Fred Dean. He's your Dion. He didn't arrive middle of the year. He got here on time, but he knows the Cowboys from the Philadelphia days. And you're exactly right. What we're doing right now, this is the time trials of the Indianapolis 500. We are battling for pole position. It's carburation day. And you got to go out and run, and then you see if you're going to be on the pole or car 33. It's hard to win out there. So if you are going to see them in January or Philadelphia, could be both, you want that game to be in the South Bay, not South Philly, and certainly not North Texas. So when they won in 81 and 94, they beat the Cowboys in the regular season to get those home games.
It's incredible, Greg. So many great things in there. Just fun trivia. Remember, that was the game. 2 things off that 81 game. One, the Niners did not make Monday Night Football halftime highlights.
They didn't give them the highlights. We were all offended.
Walsh used that. And then 2, when the lead up to the NFC Championship game, do you remember Landry and all them said they didn't see the real Cowboys?
He did say that.
And that was the...
Well, they got routed that day. They got routed that day.
Greg, I want to throw 2 more regular season tilts just on the pile here because they were pretty memorable. One of them would be the very famous Terrell Owens Star game. He runs out there. We know about the rest.
Yeah.
He ran out twice, right?
He did it twice. He got knocked down the second time.
Got him
Who
the
was that,
second
George
time.
Teague?
Yeah.
Who was it, George
Teague took him
safety?
down. But that was a big one. And then, Greg, this one's a little bit forgotten, but I know Murph is with me on this. It was 1995. Steve Young is hurt. There was an early season matchup in Dallas, and Elvis Gerback came in, hits Jerry Rice on a slant early. Niners,
yeah, totally.
They wound up blowing them out that day, and they were huge underdogs.
Let me tell you a funny, great story about Greg. You'll love this story. Do you remember Randy Galloway, the great Fort Worth storyteller?
Well.
He was like in the Dan Jenkins tradition of those great Rye, Texas columnists, that were so funny.
Yeah,
so I'm in the press box that day covering that game, and Barry Switzer is, Galloway thought Switzer was a buffoon. So
didn't we all?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
What'd you think
He
of
won
him?
a Super Bowl as
Did
a
you
rookie
like him
head
in?
coach.
Did you like him in Norman, Oklahoma? Though
I mean, he won over there. Yeah,
You did.
Yeah.
You did, but not in the NFL.
No,
Anyway,
no.
What was Galloway?
So
what was
the
Galloway saying
Niners
about the
explode in that game, and they're just destroying him. It's a shocker. It's the ultimate shocker. Because
the Gerback game, yeah, it was crazy.
Jerry Jones leaves the press box, and in the third quarter shows up on the sidelines.
Yeah, pacing around.
In the sidelines during the third quarter, and Randy Galloway announces that he goes, "Great! Now we got 2 guys down there who don't know anything about football."
Yeah.
Wow.
Press box broke up laughing.
Who won the Super Bowl that year?
Yeah, right.
Cowboys.
Right?
That was their last one.
Dallas
So
did,
Switzer
Dallas
has a
did.
Lombardi.
He does. How crazy is that, Greg?
Like George Seifert. He took over for Jimmy Johnson and won a Super Bowl his first year. People forget about that.
George has 2, though, right?
George has 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he won the
Anyway.
first one right away the first year.
So where did you? How about our mutual friend Mike Silver checking in on McCaffrey, and all sorts of good little nuggets in there about.
Yeah, detail.
He's just
Running angry, and he's there's not a weakness to his game. There's not one thing that Christian McCaffrey cannot do And if you're grading it or scouting it the highest level, I mean, he had to learn a little bit of the outside zone when he got here and the landmarks and when to cut back. It's kind of like surfing. And, at Stanford, they're pulling guards and David Shaw, and you're coming downhill, and it's a different thing. You just, it's man blocking, and you just hit it. With a zone blocking scheme, you have to wait. You have to press the hold and cut it back. And it took him like a little while. There was a play even earlier this year against the Rams, and we had a great view of it because our broadcast booth at SoFi is in the end zone. You could just see he had a gaping hole to cut back to his left, and he just didn't do it. So there's some times where he's still learning surfing, but I'm telling you, Nick Bosa blows me away with his detail. And I've always said, Nick, the 45 minutes before practice works harder than anybody does in games, except for Christian McCaffrey. That guy is insane.
Yeah.
They have to literally take him off the field. On Wednesday, he had a rest day. But when he practices, and his running style is just different. It's like he's remember Charlie Garner would look like he was on ice skates sometimes and spin around?
Yeah.
And McCaffrey's like floating on air. It's like he's not running.
Yeah.
And he has different gears where he's quick and then he's fast and then he's slow, and he's got everything. And he has learned the outside zone. He's learned the landmarks, and he's so detailed on it all. And then just watching him practice, it's unbelievable. Like the motion he goes in where he lines up next to Brock in the shotgun, and then he literally like sidesteps like a basketball defensive slide shuffle to his right where he's like hopping or going the other way. But if he lines up right, he goes that way.
Yeah.
And it's just to widen it out. But his landmarks, and he'll actually, as he's practicing, stop and line it up like he has a ruler out or a compass, and he's like lining up exactly where on the grid and outside the numbers or the hash mark. I mean, everything is so choreographed here, and what Kyle does, you have to be in the right spot. There's no freelancing. So to have his beautiful mind, and we're calling, Brock Big Brain Brock. Nobody's bigger brain than Christian, and the way he just fits it all. And then as a runner, all that where he's trying to slide and slip and jump over guys and hurdle guys, and he's an incredible athlete, and his instincts are amazing. And then when it's just not blocked at all, and there's nothing there, and the play side's taken away, and the cutback is he just drops his shoulder and he runs over you, and he gets whatever
he does.
He can get.
And then
he's
he'll say something physical.
Like Barry Sanders. I love Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
But how many times did Barry get tagged behind the line for a loss, or OJ?
A lot.
OJ would dance behind the line and come on, just stick it up. McCaffrey, he'll find a way to sliver through with his quickness, his elusiveness, his soaring ability, like he's skateboarding. I mean, everything. But then if there's just nothing there and there's a brick wall in front of him, he'll run right through the brick wall.
He'll go right at you, yeah.
So the bottom line is, though, we got to keep him healthy because he's the center. And everybody talks about most valuable player and looking at all I can't name a running back and most valuable. He's the essence. He is the fulcrum of this offense. Everything is built offensively for them being completely balanced. You don't know if they're going to run it or if they're going to pass it. I mean, it's like when Houston had Matt Schaub at quarterback and they had Arian Foster was the running back, and Kyle was on those teams with Gary Kubiak. You couldn't tell. You would stop it right at the point where Schaub would put it in Arian Foster's belly, mesh point, and you could not tell. Is he going to give it on this play? Or is he going to pull it? You have no idea. And then if you're like Leighton Vander Esch, the Cowboys linebacker, and that mesh point's coming, are they giving it to 23? And if they are, I better be coming downhill like right now, or I'm not going to tackle him because he's going to jump right over me like he did that Cardinal rookie corner, or run around me because I'm not fast. So. But he didn't give it to him. He pulled it. And now Brock's coming out the backside on the boot game. And so to me, this is the best player on the best offense in pro football, and the whole thing, he is the fulcrum. He is they talk about putting stress on the defense. He is the stress point, whether you're giving it to him or pulling it and booting it. And then hell, we won't even give it to him. We'll line him up in the slot and let him be Wes Welker, try to cover him one-on-one. I've never seen a running back consistently, like every single snap, beat man coverage the way Christian McCaffrey does. He's one of the best complete running backs in the history of football.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I hate to even do this when he's 27, but Canton is in his future.
Certainly
it's
looks
amazing.
like that.
Got to stay healthy.
Knock
that's
on
the
wood.
key. That's
so
the
many
key.
things to get to, Greg, in such a short time.
Terrell Davis didn't stay healthy. He had 2 dominant years, 2,000 yards, and won back-to-back Super Bowls. So,
out there,
as long as they win here, finish this off, and then a couple, maybe 1 or 2 more, he could still make it.
Yeah, and maybe do it this year. So, a stat for you before you go. Dan Quinn's last 2 times against Kyle, 19 points, 23 points. We've been saying Purdy for 30, 30 for Purdy. Quinn says no. How do you see that?
Yeah, they've met now 3 times since Kyle and Dan were together in Atlanta, and Dan was the head coach, and Kyle was the OC in 15-16. Even go back to when Kyle was a young coach here, and it was still the 2019 year. And you remember the game when the 49ers were 8-0 and had they lost like 3 times at the end. Atlanta beat them at the end of the year on a Julio Jones. Austin Hooper had a touchdown overturned, and then Julio Jones wound up scoring a touchdown. Yeah. Atlanta beat them by a touchdown. Wow, we lost Atlanta. Remember that game?
I do.
Dan Quinn was in charge of their defense then, and Atlanta's head coach. So they won, and the 49ers had 22 in that game. I think there were some injuries in that game, as I recall. But anyway, yeah, I mean, the last 2, we've been 23 in the 21 wild card game and 19 last year. Last year was just a battle. And I watched that game back one July night during the baseball All-Star break. I watched that game back start to finish. I watched it back again this week.
Awesome.
And it was hard to run the ball.
Yeah.
Dallas, they just spiked their front where they're moving all around, and they're so damn fast. And it's not just Micah. DeMarcus Lawrence is a great run player. Jonathan Hankins is a monster. Dorrance Armstrong. They got guys. So anyway, 49ers figured out how to run the ball against them in the second half, and the adjustment was just go more power. And you watch the first play of the fourth quarter of that game, McCaffrey scores a touchdown to end a 91-yard drive. Remember the play where George tipped it up twice, got it into his face mask, and it was 9 yards.
Yeah.
David Lombardi looked at from the time he touched it to the time he caught it. The way that drive ended, and McCaffrey was hurt almost that whole game.
Yes.
He had a calf injury.
Yes.
But they pulled Trent Williams. They pulled Aaron Banks. Trent just obliterated Anthony Barr. The linebacker is no longer with him, and they just ran power. They just got at him and got downhill and just kind of leaned on him a little bit. So, actually, I talked to Trent for 16 minutes yesterday. It was amazing.
Yeah. To be played today on Papa and
We're going
Lund?
to play a lot of it today,
Good.
somewhere in the 12.
He's a great interview, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's so detailed. And he talks for like 8 minutes about blocking Micah Parsons, which is
cool dude.
That is the detail on it. So, yeah, I mean, the Dan Quinn's defense is tough, and they move around with their front. And then the one thing David Lombardi and The Athletic pointed out, and we saw Arizona last week, so Brock saw him for a second time as a starter, but Arizona's coaching staff is all different. They do have Jonathan Gannon. They ran Philadelphia's staff, obviously, a defense in the NFC Championship game, but the players are different. The other coaches are different. Dallas is the same defensive group, and they're even better. They brought in Stephon Gilmore. They did lose Trayvon Diggs. But anyway, what will Dan Quinn do on Sunday night to muddy it up for Brock Purdy? Because he's the one defensive coordinator that gets a second swing at him. It's like, baseball, like Casey Schmidt came up and he's hitting everything for a couple of weeks, and then they realize he's going to chase the breaking ball
Don't
away.
forget game 162.
That's Murph's guy.
Come on now. 2 bombs.
Yeah, he had 2 home runs on fastballs in. Yeah. Anyway, so the matchup between Kyle and Dan Quinn is so great, and that's where the strengths are. The 49ers have a great defense, and Dallas has a good offense. But it's the 49er offense against Dallas's defense, and that's Kyle against Dan Quinn.
Yeah, so good. We can't let you go because I know this would be like, I'm thinking this is prime Papa. Dick Butkus.
Yes, sir.
It's got to be prime Papa.
You're a historian, Greg. Yeah.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if you were to create an all-NFL defensive team, your linebackers, and I'm watching Micah Parsons play, he's probably the closest thing to Lawrence Taylor. So LT's got to be one outside linebacker.
100%.
No, he really does.
The other
100%.
outside linebacker, I would pick Bobby Bell of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Look at you. Nice, Greg.
Ted Hendricks can line up. I'd put Ted in an elephant position and play him everywhere.
Okay.
He could line up. It would be
you got
Bobby
the stork
Bell.
involved. Yeah.
Bobby Bell's athletic ability is
Love
incredible.
It. Shout out Bobby Bell.
That's a great call,
And
Greg.
for
Seriously.
you, so who's your middle linebacker?
Well, there it is.
Would it be Ray Lewis? I think you would take Dick Butkus.
Different eras,
play
different
the run.
players. Right?
Either way,
the thing is with
Sam Huff.
Butkus, but yeah, just Sam Huff was tough. There were a lot of great guys. I mean, obviously Nitschke.
Man.
Going back, Chicago had a whole history. Urlacher was more of a modern day as far as being able to run the Tampa 2 as a middle linebacker, run the middle of the field. But Butkus was sneaky athletic. There's a YouTube clip of him on a botched extra point where the holder picks it up and he throws the ball in the end zone after they fumble. I think it was actually Bobby Douglas. Remember the old left-handed quarterback of the Bears? He threw it in the end zone to Dick Butkus, and Butkus caught the extra point. So as far as pure athleticism, but sideline to sideline scraper, I mean, Jack Lambert, there's been a lot of great guys, but as far as playing the run from sideline to sideline as a scraper, and it just Dick Butkus, and he not only would tackle you, he would hurt you.
Yeah.
And he's just one of the obvious, just so I think my all-time team would be Butkus, a middle linebacker, LT on one side, and Bobby Bell on the other. And then just one last thing with him. He was in the 1965 NFL draft. And the Chicago Bears had the third pick that year. They took Dick Butkus. The New York Giants, Tucker Fredrickson, remember him, the old Giant, was number 1. The 49ers took Ken Willard, number 2.
Nice.
Number 40, a fullback who played with Brody and Gene
Shout
Washington.
out to Nelly.
Awesome.
Hell of a player. The Chicago Bears, with the 3rd overall pick in the draft, took Dick Butkus. With the 4th overall pick in the draft that year, they took the Kansas Comet, Gale Sayers.
Nice.
Oh, my God.
Nice.
Think about that. And neither guy not only did not win a playoff game, neither guy played in a playoff game.
Wow.
But how about for Papa Bear nailing back-to-back picks?
Oh, my
Butkus at number 3 and Sayers number 4.
Yeah.
There's such a romanticism to Butkus.
Legend.
That
He's
era.
a
I mean,
mythical.
I know Ray Lewis is going to make more plays for you, but
Dick Butkus is
I
kind
don't know
of.
about that.
it was
tackles.
kind of right in that era where the NFL began to assert itself over Major League Baseball, kind of. And
1965 was the first year baseball was passed by football.
is it that far back?
No kidding. Sport.
Koufax got beat.
No kidding.
They beat Butkus.
We
Beat
know what
Koufax.
it was. It was Jim Brown. It was Jim Brown's final year, where that's the first time in America, 1965, where pro football outrated Major League Baseball.
I didn't know that. That's great. That's great.
65 series. Dodgers Twins? Is that right?
I think that was 66.
Who's 65?
Wasn't it? Was it
You pop on
65?
fire today.
I don't know. Were the Reds in one of those?
Was it Orioles? Zolio Versailles? You're going
Orioles
65?
swept the Dodgers.
Orioles in 66.
66.
That's when Jim Palmer.
I think
Jim Palmer
Koufax
was-
65 Twins, right?
That sounds right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
65.
Okay, whatever it was. 65.
I don't know. Anyway,
I was
that
3 years
wasn't
old,
enough.
whatever it was,
NFL
whatever.
beat it. That's all I know.
That's
Yeah,
good.
and then obviously, and a lot of that was, and the Bears were, again, they didn't play in playoff games.
That's crazy.
So that was
Butkus
more
never
Lombardi's
played.
Packers.
Yeah.
That's
Lombardi's
unfortunate.
Packers, obviously, and
Hey,
and the Colts and what they did in '58 in the overtime.
as long as we're
game,
doing
Alan
our
Leach.
NFL archives, Super Bowl II Monday night, right?
we got a rematch, Greg.
Yeah,
We're talking.
we do?
Yeah, Packers Raiders. Yeah.
Super Bowl II.
Yeah, it's all
The underrated. Nobody
talks.
talks Super Bowl II. Everybody
No,
talks
they don't
one.
wanna talk about it.
Everybody talks one. Everybody talks
Well,
three.
they beat
We're here to talk about it.
Well, the Raiders should have been in both because they should have beat Kansas City. There was a
Bobby
play at
Bell.
the end, and then
Once again, back to
well,
Bobby
it was,
Bell.
Yeah, it was Bobby Bell was involved in that. And Curly Cope, Willie Lanier, Buck Buchanan, and all that.
If we had to power rank most obscure Super Bowls, the Joe Cap one against Hank Stram, that's pretty obscure.
Colts, Cowboys.
65 toss power trap.
Well,
Hank
maybe
Stram.
okay, maybe
Super
not.
Bowl IV.
How about Dolphins. There was one at Tulane, like Dolphins Vikings.
Steelers, Vikings at Tulane. That's a tough one. Greg, I got to go Colts, Cowboys with that kicker who's number
Jim
80.
O'Brien?
Yeah,
Jim O'Brien.
He's number 80 out here
Modern
kicking
And
field
he
goals.
did not watch him make the kick. He did not fasten his chin strap.
See, like
Unbelievable.
Butkus. Modern era Ravens, New York Giants.
Oh, unwatchable.
Broncos,
It was unwatchable.
Broncos, Seahawks.
That was
That was a
Kerry
bad one.
Collins melted down. You know what a great Super Bowl in that one was? Brandon Stokely, right? The slot receiver.
You know what? Sad to say this to Al Guido and everything, but the one at Levi's was a stinker. Panthers, Broncos.
Yeah, that was dull. That was a dull game.
That was a bad one.
Remember that, Greg?
But at least they got Taylor Swift twice.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Von Miller was pretty good that day.
Oh, yeah.
And then wasn't Peyton drinking a Bud Light or something, or Budweiser or something after?
Yeah,
didn't
he lost his legs, but he had Von Miller on the edge and DeMarcus Ware on the other.
He quote unquote got a ring, unquote.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I
the
mean?
thing. Come on. How much did he have to do with that? He couldn't even throw it.
He ran that game. He ran that team with his mind. He was brilliant there.
What was the score of that game?
Like a Jedi.
It was like a low scoring game.
It was.
It was a low scoring game, like 24-10, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't even know if.
Von Miller was the MVP.
Was he the MVP?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't Peyton. That's
he was
rare.
So dominant.
Yeah.
He was so dominant.
All right, Greg, as always, enjoyable. Save your gas tank and bullets for 10 to 2.
Have a great call, Greg. This
On
should
you
be
go.
good.
Fuel up, baby. And Trent Williams at 12:30.
Awesome.
Can't wait for your call, bud. Thanks for the time.
Well, you got a score for Sunday? What are you guys picking?
I think the Niners cover. So
what did I hear Mike Krukow say? Like 48?
He said
42 to 30.
And then when I mentioned the defenses, he goes, hey, I'm just pulling something out of thin air.
I got like a 31-24.
Let's say that Quinn does not allow.
Yeah.
Quinn does not allow him to get to 30. So Niners get 27. Two Jake Moody's. How about this? How about Niners get 26? 4 Jake Moody's, 2 Tugs, and
12. That's 26.
And 20 and 14. 26-14. How's that?
Okay.
26-17?
Thought you were going to go 28-27 on me.
Oh.
I'm going to go 45-14 49ers.
Oh, yeah. Back to 81. Back to 81.
Like the 81 game.
Greg, I love that.
They'll make halftime highlights.
I love where your head's at. That's awesome.
Take care. Be good.
Christian McCaffrey, look at the little man go.
Let's go, man.
Stanford, just 13 miles away.
Me and you, Greg. I love it.
Little man go. Greg Pop on Fridays. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The one and only Herm Edwards stopped by the morning show yesterday with Paulie Mack and myself, the Marcus and Mack Show, to talk about Brandon Ayuk's big breakout season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge test. You know, to say that it isn't would be naive and downplaying the moment, I think. I'm excited for that moment. I know our team is excited for it. And to say that we're going to prepare any differently, I think would be far-fetched. You know, I think we prepare every week as if it's everything. But I think this is going to be a great test for us.
There it is, Reggae Friday coming to an end. A listener, Cousin Vinny and Gilroy, one of our great listeners, said, he says, is this the end? He said, not till spring. I said, yeah, because that's like...
You got to build up the anticipation. It's seasonal.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
like all things. And I think Mother Nature's trying to blank with us today. I think the universe likes Reggae Friday. So I think the universe was like, here's what we'll do. We'll turn up the heat on the bay. We'll make these guys think it's still summer, even though we are transition. Are we fully in fall now, Murph, officially?
Oh, yeah. Remember we talked about the equinox back in September.
That's true. We got the equinox.
It was right around the Earth, Wind, and Fire 21st night of September.
Oh, do you remember?
Yeah.
And by the way, it is hot as hell. Marcus, we're expecting temps in the 90s. You must have been scorching down in San Jose yesterday.
Well, that was the weird thing. I left San Francisco. I walked outside, and it was high 80s here in the city, and it was like low 90s down in the South Bay, but it's usually 10, 20 degrees hotter. Ask all the 49er fans on the Sundays.
We say this thank God it's a night game. We say this every October. It's like Fleet Week comes and it's smoking hot, and Giants playoff weather has been short sleeve weather. Dude, I distinctly remember 89 NLCS against the Cubs. That Sunday night game when Matt Williams had that long at bat and then homered in the fifth inning and they won the Sunday night game. Paulie, I'm at a night game at Candlestick in short sleeves.
That's unbelievably
and
rare.
The next day, the Will Clark Mitch Williams game was hot.
Yeah.
It might have been 80 at Candlestick that day.
Yeah.
So I
ran down the right field line.
I did.
After the hit. I don't blame you. Got to work that energy out.
If you
just took off.
If somebody was rolling tape on me,
wish
you
we
guys
could've.
would be like, this kid is.
Now, we've all done that kind of. I
nuts.
mean,
it was Will Clark.
That's Will the Thrill showing up, dude. Talk about one. Will, oh, man. He loved a big moment, too.
Somebody said, what about Will Clark for manager?
I wouldn't object. I mean, it'd be about as old school
you know
as it
how
gets.
long he and Farhan last about 2 days.
They wouldn't make it through lunchtime, yeah.
Okay, speaking of greats, you guys had Tom Rathman on yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
And Tom wanted to make sure we all know about the Golden Heart Run, October 14th at Levi's Stadium. So
That's
that
right.
is a week from tomorrow.
Very nice.
Registration at 7 a.m. It's a 5K race. It starts at 8 a.m. I guess a 4.9K if that matters. I don't know if you're a 5K head and you're, 4.9K, they're saying. Starts at 8 a.m. The kids can run around the field at 10 a.m. That's cool. Jesse's the official starter.
Oh.
You always going to say, to be honest with you, we're about to start the race.
To be honest with you, this is my favorite race.
Be like, to be honest with you, the race is 4.9K.
Jesse Sapullo for life. And he would say it with all the sincerity in the world.
Well, I'll tell you this. When we would invade the locker room from 94 to 99, everybody left the locker room because the media was there and the media scum entered.
You go right to Jesse.
One man sat at his locker and said, what would you like to talk about?
With those little glasses on, too. He throws glasses. He was a gentleman.
He didn't have glasses back then.
Yeah, he used to wear them sometimes. In the post games, I remember seeing him, no?
No. He would just sit there and he'd say, to be honest with you, we played the Cowboys on Sunday.
Now I got to do some research. I'm convinced.
Sometimes he was, not the Jesse I covered. Maybe you're talking.
We'll see. Let me see what I can come up with.
Well, I was
here.
there. I mean, I covered him.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I stood there.
I'm telling you, it's a real thing.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'll come up with it. Stand by.
Okay.
Stand by. Yeah.
Anyway, he's the official starter. Tom Rathman was last year's starter, and he's on hand again to meet and greet the runners.
Yeah.
The Golden Heart Run raises money. By the way, the fact that you think YouTube will have... Can you Google Jesse Sapolo eyeglasses?
I'm looking right now.
That would be amazing.
You know where I've seen it? It's in one of the Zagaris books I have. He's like in the...
Is he a little later on?
No,
is it sunglasses or spectacles?
No, specs, like specs. He's in the locker room in pads, like pregame, looking at something with glasses. Yeah, I'll find it.
He didn't wear them when he did the post games with us or the Wednesday hits with us.
By the way, just looking at pictures of Jesse is making me feel good. This guy, I love this guy.
You know, he played basically every position.
I was just going to say that. Yeah. So versatile.
Anyway, the Golden Heart Run raises money for the Golden Heart Fund, which supports former 49ers players facing a range of challenges in their lives after football. Entry fee, $45 in person, $35 virtual, $25 for the kids. Donations greatly appreciated. Everybody, the Golden Heart Fund Run. Hey, talking about former players, and you guys talked about this with Rathman. I want to briefly touch on this with you.
Right.
You guys talked Russ Francis, right?
We did.
What did he say?
Well, he just talked about like a lot of both of those guys, Herm and Tom, both talked about the kind of guy he was. They call him like a beautiful man. Herm's big focus was how he revolutionized the tight end position that prior to, and it's a very good point I had not thought of, that before Russ Francis, the tight end was really more of a run game blocking kind of position, maybe with a couple of outlet passes here and there. When Russ Francis came along, Bill Walsh saw the athleticism and he featured him as a receiver. He did a lot of stuff. So that was a big focus.
I would say when you see Antonio Gates, Travis Kelce, even George Kittle, that's Russ Francis's lineage.
Yeah, that's like his legacy there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you two other things. One, they talk about a beautiful guy. He's one of those guys, if you met him, certain people radiate positive energy.
Yeah, big dude, too, 6'6".
And he radiated, like he was first of all good looking. So he walks in the room, you're like, damn, this guy's good looking.
Yeah, the mustache, the Tom Selleck thing
he
going.
looked like Tom Selleck.
Yeah, the mustache. Yep.
And he was always smiling.
Rugged guy, too. The ladies love Russ.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the ladies love Russ.
Flying his plane, sadly. That's where he had some sort of malfunction in the plane.
And he was a star with the Patriots early on before he came to San Francisco.
Then he retired, and he was outspoken against NFL's violence. He said, this is a crazy game. What are we doing? And then Bill Walsh recruited him to come back. Because he went to the booth for a year.
That's
Bill
insane.
got him out of the booth.
Yeah.
So he was on the 84 Super Bowl champs. But he, to your point about beautiful person, he was with Dwight Clark to the end.
Yeah, nice.
He was with Dwight. He did not forget. And he took time out of his life to go be in Montana and come to, come on. Why am I blanking on my beach town? Hollis.
Oh, down to Capitola.
Capitola.
Yeah, yeah. I got you, buddy. It's cool.
He would be in Capitola. Yeah. He was in Montana. He was with him.
That's that Niner family bond. It's a real thing, man. I've seen it up close. It's real.
It's really too bad. He was too young, 70.
I know.
And he loved to fly. You know, the story was Walsh told him to stop flying.
I know.
So Russ Francis skipped out of practice, got in his plane, and buzzed the practice field.
You believe that?
How about that?
Well, Rathman was telling us that he used to fly to practices. He would have a car waiting for him at a local airport, right, Marcus? And he would just fly in. Now, he didn't say where he was coming from. So I don't know where he was flying from, but he said he would have a car waiting at a local airport, a little airport, take his little commuter plane, touch down, hop in his car, and go to practice. I guess he did that. Like Thurman Munson. Same kind of thing. He would fly home after games to Ohio, I think, right, Murphy?
Yeah, tragically. Remember,
guys with pilot license, they tell you that it is more dangerous to drive a car than it is to be up in the air as a pilot. So I
got a 12-year-old obsessed with airplanes. So, man, I've got to tell him that stat.
This is your captain speaking, Rory, and I want you all to,
you know what I mean? Like he's going to be up there like, it's your captain speaking. Yeah.
Seriously, he would be.
We're going to be handing out juice boxes in just a moment.
Yeah, because he's 12, right? I mean,
yeah. He likes cold cereal after school.
Yeah, we're going to be passing out Captain Crunch, complimentary Captain Crunch.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Candace does a good job of bringing the sugar cereal in, by the the way. Some parents are like, no sugar cereal.
That was my mom. She wouldn't let me do it. I know my mom's listening
Candace
too.
Just kicked down the door, whether it's Lucky Charms, Honeycomb, whatever you need.
You know
got
what
it all.
Crazy thing is now, as an adult, this is true. I'm acting out now as an adult. I got peanut butter Captain Crunch in my house right now. And it's a result of me not.
Now, would you go dry? You jam it in for a dry?
I'll eat it late night like a dessert.
How good is that?
The best.
Unbelievable.
Tonight I'll probably roll one up. You'll probably be doing it tonight.
I may stop at Safeway on the way home and get some.
Come on by my house. I'll give you a bowl. Yeah.
Roll one up and have a bowl of peanut butter Captain
Crunch. That's the recipe. Kids aren't home. You do what you want to do. And that involves Captain Crunch and rolling them up.
2 bowls?
Well, I bring the box out to the living room with me because I'll keep filling until the milk's gone.
You know what's interesting? I was watching the Twins. Who'd they beat? The Jays? Twins beat the Jays?
Yeah.
And there was an angle. Do you know there was a big Honey Nut Cheerios ad in center field, and I was like, you just don't see that. You just
what
don't.
the product placement for Honey Nut Cheerios?
And I said to my kid, it was it was out in the batter's eye in like a prominent spot.
I have no problem with Honey Nut.
And I said to my kid, I said, I don't think you've experienced Honey Nut. He goes, no, I have. He goes, Mom's bought it.
It's solid, rock solid.
And I said, I might put that.
Yeah.
Pretty high
Doesn't
up
get
there.
enough love. I'm with you on that.
You know?
When it came along, it was revolutionary.
I'm going to tell you, I spent pretty much every day after high school, if I didn't have a practice or something, I'd come home and kill like 3 bowls of Honey Nut Cheerios. Reading Sports Illustrated. So those were the
greatest
days.
cereal enthusiast probably in the last 50 years would be Jerry Seinfeld. He talked about it all the time on the TV show. He'd always be eating bowls of cereal. So we got cereal fetishes. Marcus, you in the community as well?
Oh, I love cereal, Paul Mac. I'll take down a whole box after
What's your
long
favorite?
night. I'm a Cinnamon Toast Crunch guy.
Oh, that's really good.
That's like
Candace
another
buys that
dessert.
too.
Yeah, I was a big Cocoa Puffs growing up, too. I go cuckoo for those
What about
Cocoa
Rice
Puffs.
Krispie Chocolate Krispies?
That Cinnamon
Ooh, I'm down
Toast
with
Crunch, I'll go in with the bare hand and just pull out a handful. You know what I mean? Just to contaminate the box for everybody else, too. Okay, here's the deal. We got a lot of sound on this Niner Cowboy thing. We got a lot of sound. Some of it's serious, some of it's fun. It's all worth hearing.
Okay, nice.
Niner Cowboys from the locker room.
Let's go.
Next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, this is it. This is our last before we do the toys, Smoke Two Joints, which we always do in honor of the fact that we should reset this every now and then. When we took over 104.5 FM, and hopefully y'all with FM. When I'm in San Francisco, I listen to us on FM. Such a clear sound. You guys sound great, by the way, on FM. we took over that signal, and Paulie and I just couldn't believe it. We're like, we can't take over
Legendary
KFOG.
position on the dial. No kidding.
Like, we respect the hell out of everything. Not respect, we idolize what they did. And John Capone, our favorite, used to play Smoke Two Joints by the Toys every Friday at 5. So we came up with the idea to pay tribute to us occupying that hallowed signal by playing the Toys Smoke Two Joints every Friday in our last rejoin, right?
I'm glad you set that up because I actually have a little bit of former KFOG morning show host update news for you real quick. Yeah. So my good friend Vicky, who works for Metallica, she's gone so far as to go and say, Paulie Mac, you really need to see this Metallica tour, but there's no San Francisco shows. So she goes, you got to come see us on the road somewhere before the end of the year because they're going to take some time off. And I go, okay, where are you playing? She goes, come to the show in Detroit because it's the last show of the tour.
Detroit?
Yes. And you know what? I accepted the invitation. I'm going.
What?
And, yeah.
That's awesome.
It's at the home of the Lions, too, at Ford Field. But you know who else is going to be there? Who works for the band now? Is Renee. Formerly of the KFOG Morning Show.
Can I get some applause on that?
No question. I'm excited to see Renee. Excited to see Vicky and Metallica, but I will be able to catch up with Renee. Any messages you have, I'll pass them along.
Absolutely huge.
Yeah, and she works for the band now. I don't know if you knew that.
My message is that Renee rules, and I miss
I agree.
her energy and vibe.
And I miss Peter Finch and Dave Morey, too, all those guys.
And Grapone.
And Irish Greg. And
Rosalie.
I know.
And
don't get me
Annalisa.
going. Shout out Bill Evans.
Yeah.
The whole gang.
I could do with an acoustic sunrise.
Oh, I could use one of those Dave Morey 10 at 10s.
We're moving.
God's sakes.
We're moving the acoustic sunrise out, bitch. All right.
Yeah.
I had to do it. Sorry. Niner sound. I promised it.
Here we go.
Mooney Ward. God, how about the fact that he has plantar fascia? It's not good. But God, these guys, they play so hurt with the painkillers and
could be an
we
injection,
don't care.
yeah.
We just we're like send the gladiators out. You know what I mean? You and I'd be off our feet for 6 months. This guy's going to go out there trying to cover CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks.
I know.
And he's talking free and easy.
Okay.
They asked him if there's animosity between the Niners and the Cowboys. Take a listen.
Is there any legitimate animosity between these teams after meeting the playoffs twice?
Probably for them, not for us. Yeah, we won, so we good. We good.
All right, you're not kidding. He is
that
loose.
bulletin board material?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Probably
We're
for
good.
them, not
We're
for
good.
us. We won. We're good.
Yeah.
Is that bulletin board material?
A little bit. Yeah.
Micah Parsons. We told you we had some fun stuff, too. He had a riff on media influence over young kids.
Okay.
Here's what he said.
10, 11-year-olds be like, do you like that? He throws interceptions. I was like, what the hell? I said, parents, y'all got to get them from Twitter. It's just, so, y'all got to realize the influence that you guys have in these platforms because, listen, I don't want no 10-year-old telling me that my quarterback stinks.
By the way, Micah Parsons' personality, huh? He's got that podcast. He's riffing.
He
the
does sound
laughs
pretty
he was
fun.
getting there.
But he's right. There is a media influence over the kids. Shout out the guy I'm looking at right now. I got Pat McAfee at the Cotton Bowl with a cowboy hat on and a tank top, and kids think he's like the greatest thing since sliced bread. So he's right. Mike is right.
I agree.
The kids
I had a
respond
little
to
dispute at the home last night with a hot take from the kid
about McAfee.
Justin Fields missed a guy in the end zone, and I got a 15-year-old go trash. I go, hey,
see.
I said the guy's having an unbelievable night. They're winning. He's thrown 3 touchdowns. You missed that one. I'm like, dude, you guys.
Yeah.
They're human beings. They miss throws. He also hit 3 and threw a dime earlier in the game. You got your next pitch.
That's why I'm saying get ready.
You got the W.
You better brace yourself for when Brock throws his first pick because he will. I doubt he's going 17 games without a pick. It's coming, and people are going to go. You're going to get that times 10.
Oh, he's going to lose a game.
You're going to get that times 10.
Is he dare going to lose a game?
Of course he's going to lose a game.
Is he?
Yeah. Come on, man.
What are they going to say then?
That's what I'm saying. Get ready. More of that. Oh, trash. Trade Brock Purdy.
Micah Parsons is excited for Niners, Cowboys.
I feel like they play us harder than anybody, and, I definitely feel like it's going to be one of them games. I've been tapped into my mode all week. I feel great. I'm ready to kind of get after it now. One of the biggest stages, Cowboys 49ers is nothing better.
It's so funny. We're making such a big hype on this one. Really, isn't the Eagle game supposed to be the one?
It is, but this is a big one. This is
the one
definitely
in
a big
front of
one.
us. I mean, the Eagle game's in December, right?
Well,
Early
Dallas,
December.
Dallas got a
2
lot
months.
of preseason hype that they were Super Bowl caliber, and I think this will determine. We'll see.
Dude, Cowboys-Eagles game should be it. That should be it, right?
And they're going twice, yeah.
And I think they both go late. I think it's late in the season. Let me double check on that. I think the Eagles have. Here, let me find that for you. I think the Eagles have Niners, Cowboys, like in a short span.
Tough little true. It's like us going Eagles, Seahawks.
Here you go. How'd you beat me to that, Waterboy? Come on,
He's
man.
got that high-powered
I'm
rocket
trying to
ship
be fast
computer.
here. What do you got?
Yeah, we're going laptop.
What do you got
He's
for me, buddy?
November 5th and December 10th are the two matchups.
There's no
And
short
they play
window.
the Niners December 3rd. So they're going to go Niners-Cowboys. And I believe they play the Chiefs somewhere in there, too.
Good.
The Eagles do. Mm-hmm. I'll give you the Eagles schedule right now.
Yeah, I am curious.
They play the Chiefs. Okay, ready for this. Oh, are you ready for this?
Yeah, hit
are you
me,
ready
hit me.
for this?
I can't wait.
Here's the Eagles starting November 5th.
Okay,
Ready?
Go.
Cowboys, Chiefs.
Nice.
Bills.
Nice.
Niners.
Nice.
Cowboys.
Yes, sir.
I'll even throw the Seahawks on the back end of that,
Absolutely
too.
throw them in there. They'll show up.
And then New York Giants.
That's a win. That's a win for Philly.
That is a... Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's tough.
They also play the Dolphins in a couple weeks.
Damn.
Whoa.
Buffalo, KC, Niners, Philly. That's enough right there. That's more than enough on your
Dude,
plate.
the Bills.
Bills
Eagles?
Yeah.
You took the Bills today,
I think the
didn't
Bills
you?
can beat Philly. If they play like they did last week, they could beat Philly.
How are the Eagles going to be... How are the Niners not going to have a better record than the Eagles when the Eagles have to play the Dolphins, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Niners, the Cowboys, and the Seahawks?
All I'm saying is Jalen Hurts is a problem. He's a problem. He competes like till his last breath. I really like the guy, except unless he's playing the Niners.
Christian McCaffrey, unbelievable. I mean, right now, just absolute peak.
Did you say
McCaffrey, here he
something?
is,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
about this game against Dallas here.
Obviously, they're a great team, really good defense. So for us, we'll have to go out there and execute and, play each play.
Who are you laughing at, dude?
Oh, he's untied his shoe. That's trash. No, but they, anytime you're playing a team like this, you got to come ready to go. And for us, it'll just be about executing.
What made them such a challenge, or makes them such a challenge, I should say?
They got a great pass rush. They tackle well. They're great at forcing turnovers. So that's really all you can want in defense. So they play really well. They play hard. So once again, for us, it's just going to be about executing the play call.
Okay.
It's funny. We had that was cliche Christian. We had better Christian on earlier in the week.
We had
probably
double
should have cut
stuff
from that.
Oreo Christian.
Let's move on from that one.
Yeah.
John Lynch. He came on today with us, and we asked him. You traded Trey Lance to the Cowboys, dude. You gave the information to the enemy.
Yeah.
So, John Lynch, does Trey Lance have the inside dope?
Okay.
There is information you can share. My experience with that as a player is it tends to screw you up more than it does help you. I mean, this isn't the Houston Astros over there banging a drum for fastball or
Nice.
football.
Yeah.
He can't do that over there, and now everything's through the headset. I think the closest thing to it back in the day when coordinators actually used to signal things in, you could glean some things, and people did. One organization in particular will.
See? Sorry, man.
Sorry, Waterboy. That's 20 years ago.
No, it's tough. It's not easy, though.
That was the Super Bowl.
I
Super Bowl
still feel-
37. I had to look up the number.
Where are we now? What numbers are they up to?
I don't even know.
What is it, Marcus? What number
50
Super Bowl?
something. It was 50 was 2016 was Levi's was 50.
Okay.
So however many, that was the
57,
2015
58,
season.
something like that,
So 16, 17, 18,
Something in
19,
there.
20, 21, 22. So it's 58 this year? 58?
Sounds right.
I don't know.
Shout out
Anyway,
Tina Turner. 58.
all I know is Super Bowl 16, 19, 23, and 24. But,
Those are all good
and
ones.
then 29.
Yeah. What about the other two we didn't win? Those are the ones
I don't even know those numbers.
Yeah, nor do I, and I don't want to know them. Like
I'm not
Marcus,
going into
no,
that.
you block that S out. Like that, you don't want to go back and revisit.
All right, more Lynch. He admits Trey will have something, but not enough.
Playing the quarterback position, he's probably been more privy to a lot of the scheme thoughts and all that. So, but I don't think there's a whole lot. I mean, we've got Anthony Brown on our defense who spent 7 years in Dallas. Do we try to glean? Sure, yes, some questions, but that's more about individual personnel than scheme. If you get caught up in trying to guess things in scheme, maybe a code word here or there that can help you, but it's not something we're worried about. And I bet something that they haven't spent too much time focusing on.
All right, I mean, Trey Lance.
Plus, how deep in the Kyle's playbook did he get? He hardly skimmed the surface.
I mean, there's riffs there, right?
Yeah.
If he knew the playbook better.
Oh, he might be around. I think someone said that yesterday, too. Yeah.
Do you want to jump down to Nick Bosa's
I'll take some
comment on
Bosa.
Trey Lance there? Bosa commented on Trey Lance.
I'll take some.
This is when he wasn't doing his LeBron James, the Niner TikTok. Yes, down there in the cooler, 1006K, as in kilometer. Yeah, here's Nicky Bosa. He did the Niner TikTok had all the Niners saying LeBron James.
Yeah.
Because now we're building a friendship with LeBron.
Apparently,
he
I
loves the
know
Niners.
he's like invited himself into the Niner empire here.
So 10:06K is in kilometer. Nick Bosa on Trey Lance. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, I think we have an idea of what they're going to do, and they have Trey, so I'm sure they have an idea.
How much do you think Trey can help? Sorry.
I don't know. I think the NFL is a copycat league, and everybody knows pretty much everything. But obviously, game plan stuff they won't know, and we won't know. So there'll be some surprises.
I got a question for you, Murph. Is LeBron James the San Francisco 49er version of Taylor Swift? And if so, follow-up question, who's the bigger name of the two? I'm not even kidding.
Taylor Swift's bigger, right?
Bigger than LeBron James.
Oh, yeah.
I'm throwing it to you.
Sure.
I can't confirm that. Marcus, can you confirm? Is she a bigger name now than LeBron James?
Ain't selling out 80,000 seats every night.
He's the king, though. He wears that crown.
If he played in an 80,000-seat basketball stadium, he would not sell that out every night.
Wow. Okay, I mean, I asked.
I caution myself because she only does it like once every few years, whereas he does it all the time.
Is she global? I don't know.
Do we
Is she
want to go?
global?
Oh, dude, yeah.
Yes, okay, so.
Do you want to go Instagram? I mean, is Instagram followers one way to go?
Gauge it however you can, sure.
I'll give you
Why
one
not?
number on that, okay? I'll give
She's
you one
going to
number on
trounce
that.
him there, I would expect, right?
Sorry, I just went to Instagram, and the first thing on there was you'll be shocked, a Susan Slusser post from London at a concert.
Nice.
Okay, anyways. King James has... What? He only has 633,000 Instagram followers? That doesn't seem right.
That can't be right.
Well,
that can't be. How's that possible?
And that's what he has. And maybe
this is going to be a blowout then. She's
Taylor
gonna have
Swift, 273 million.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a win for T Swift.
273 million.
I asked the question. Thank you. I asked.
Let's go to Twitter. I'll go to Twitter, see if that's a different one.
All right.
Maybe LeBron's better on Twitter.
You mean X?
I guess.
I'm just calling it X. Does anybody even call it X?
Some people do.
Yeah.
Waterbird, do you call it X?
Does it really matter?
No.
Here you go. This is much different. So King James, 52 million.
That's better.
So he's not an Instagram guy. 52 million.
That's better.
On Twitter. Let me give you Taylor Swift on Twitter. Taylor Swift.
It's going to be like hundreds of millions. It is. It'll be like 200 mil.
Let me see. Oh, there she is, Taylor Swift. I follow her, so I should know that. I do. I follow her, Polly.
Well,
I have to know what they're saying on the streets.
You do. Yeah.
94 million. So 94 to 52 million. So basically almost doubles them now.
Boy, oh boy.
But
right.
it ain't close, though.
I asked. Thank you. Now I know.
Probably the power of music.
Boy, you ain't kidding, man. T Swizzle. But again, like LeBron is going to be our T Swift, apparently.
Polly, she has a blank space, and she'll write your name, Polly.
Yeah, Kelsey's next. She'll be right the
Actually,
double
I was
album.
listening to that song the other day. It was on the radio, and she was talking about, I've got a long list of ex-lovers. They'll tell you I'm insane. I was thinking, man, poor Travis.
Yeah. Oh, he's
going
next.
right into that.
He's going to get served up like a platter.
I mean, she says in her own song, I have a long list of ex-lovers who will tell you I'm insane.
Does she write anything else, any other subjects other than her dating
No,
life?
I read a fairly comprehensive takedown saying lyrically she's just bunk because she
dating
does
this guy,
not.
I'm dating that guy. He broke up with me. He's mean.
Compared her to Eleanor Rigby by Paul McCartney,
Well,
who
come on.
wrote a layered, nuanced, textured song about something he saw from his choir boy perch. He saw Father Mackenzie. He saw Eleanor Rigby. He saw and he
all true. And then he goes, you know what I think I'll do? Also chart out a few string parts because now he's got strings
He
on
said
there.
the guy who wrote it said. Then again, it might be unfair to compare anybody to Paul McCartney.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd stay away from that one personally.
And she's writing about whatever.
The guy who dumped her. Yeah, it's a little bit different.
Over and over and over.
Yeah, that guy's mean. I don't like him either. I'm in love with him. I don't like him.
We got McCartney telling Jude it's going to be okay.
No, among other things, right? We're going across the universe with McCartney.
Well, that was Lennon, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he was involved.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go. Trent Williams joins Papa and Len today
All
at
right, man,
12:30.
listen, Sunday night, let's go. Marcus is going to be down there. I think Triple E's going to be down there, too. I'll be up there fanning myself in the house trying to stay cool with this heat wave.
Triple E's going. I'm going to be in Galt on Sunday.
Yeah, you got to go to Galt.
I'm counting.
How are we going to get you updates on the game?
I think the games will be over in the afternoon,
Oh,
so I'll
good.
be driving back.
Good. Get you home for the second half, let's hope.
I think I can be home by kickoff.
Oh, beautiful.
I think but I'm not going to Levi.
How far is Galt? I've never...
Don't know, but I want to thank the nice people who told me it's Stratton's Pizza. Some listener wrote in and said there's a $50 gift card with my name on it. That is the nicest thing in the history of the world. And I want that young man, that gentleman, whoever, that lady, that woman, to go take your family out for that 50. You're good. I don't need the 50.
That's really
It's a
nice.
really nice gesture. Really nice.
And I am curious about Stratton's Pizza. We heard it from multiple people.
2 slices.
Yo, put some extra mozzarella on that.
No question.
Paulie, I'll be too busy getting a half-baked pizza from Amici's.
Okay.
Feed me when the family's ready.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right.
I like half-baked.
We're going to hand it over to Papa and Lund.
Damn, that was a fun show.
It was fun.
Yeah, a lot of Niner talk, man. I love this.
John Lynch is like, as Paul from Pleasanton, our sales guy said, he's like a hug on the radio on Fridays.
Oh, nice.
He says he sits down with his coffee and just listens.
Yeah, no, John Lynch gets it, man. He is great to talk to. He seems very relaxed
we
on the
went
show.
to Taylor Swift and we went to the cheating, the Trey Lance.
He took it all on in stride, no problem. Yeah.
Papa and Lund next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I've always been a reggae guy.
All right. Hey, we didn't do this one thing. So no face-off. We just talked to Papa for a half hour.
Right.
He's getting ready. Can I get one song?
You can. I'd like to do the latest hit on the Murph and Mac hit parade. A guy I think is going to have a big game. You know him. You love him. His name is Brandon Ayuk. Have you ever met a Niner that was really great? Gonna be a superstar, ain't no debate. Let me tell you a story of my situation. I was talking to this guy from the Niner Nation. Then when I asked, do you know Brandon number 11? He said, no, I don't. I only know tight ends. Don't give me that. Yo, don't even give me that. Yo, bust this. Ayuk, you got what I need. But the Yak Bros are your friends. Come on, Marcus. But the Yak Bros are your friends. Oh, babe, Ayuk.
Yeah, sounded good.
You got what I need.
It's really hitting me today.
But Brock Purdy is your friend. But Brock Purdy is your friend. Oh, babe, Ayuk.
Oh, we're still going.
We're going. You got what I need. And we're faithful to the end.
Oh, faithful, Paul.
And we're faithful to the end.
Take it home. Yes. You know what? That sounded the best it's ever sounded. That was fantastic. Friday style.
Big night for Ayuk.
Marcus. Oh, jeez.
To the end.
Triple E. Marcus, have a great weekend. Paulie, let's go, baby.
Let's
Another
go.
one. We've been doing this a long time. Niners, Cowboys. Let's do it again.
Go Niners.
Time for Papa and Lunch.
Cheers,
Time
everybody.
for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
This isn't the Houston Astros over there banging a drum for fastball or
Nice.
football.
I'm live from Levi Stadium in Santa Clara.
LeBron James.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Giant Superman!
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Gets hit from behind by Azeez Alshire. They got to get up and clock the ball. 5, 4, 3, 2. Dak will he get it off in time?
That's the end of the game.
Game is over. The 49ers have won. They're on their way to Lambeau. He snaps it back to Dak Prescott.
Oh,
He throws over the middle to Turpin. He gets hammered down by Jimmy Ward. The game is over.
What a way
The
to end
49ers
it.
are on their way to Philadelphia.
What a way to end it. Ezekiel Elliott just got destroyed by Azeez Alshire.
I don't really have animosity towards anybody. I thoroughly just enjoy my job. I know that there's anger, feuds, competitive nature between the two fan bases for sure. I mean, you look back years and years, and whoever played, whoever won this game in the playoffs would go on to the Super Bowl. These are two of the most storied franchises in history. Dallas wins a lot of games. 49ers win a lot of games. So when you get to meet up on Sunday Night Football, it is a big deal.
Dak, what was the feeling leaving that locker room last January against those guys?
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do.
Is there any legitimate animosity between these teams after meeting the playoffs twice?
Probably for them, not for us. Yeah, we won, so we good. We good.
I feel like they play us harder than anybody. I definitely feel like it's going to be one of them games. I've been tapped into my mode all week. I feel great. I'm ready to kind of get after it now. One of the biggest stages. Cowboys, 49ers is nothing better.
Thanks for joining us. It is finally just over 48 hours away. How many? You know the exact hours. We'll get into it. The
10
Cowboys.
o'clock in the morning. We're kicking off at 5, so that's 7
We're on
to
at 9.
48, John, is 55 hours away.
55 hours. Very nice. We're on at 9 in the morning on Sunday, so we're less
So
than
we're
47
hours away from
as
your
far as the
coverage then.
pregame is concerned. We got a bunch
Wait a
going
minute,
on.
the game's at 5 o'clock. You're not
Oh,
starting
that's
at 9.
right. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Sorry, it's a night game. 1 o'clock. Sorry.
You don't want me to figure that out again.
Yeah,
do you?
don't do that.
That would be
1
51
o'clock.
hours away, John.
Yeah, so 1 o'clock is when the pregame show is. Got a bunch of stuff for you today. Warriors, Lakers as well. Major League Baseball playoffs are going. One of our favorite guys. I got very excited when I saw the guest list today because, Bags is here. Mayoko is here. They're awesome. Trent Williams, you talked to, awesome. Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys for, 44 years, so he's lived it all. Awesome. But at 10:30,
Who's your favorite?
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, you have to be here at 10:30. Because I don't know if you haven't heard Will Gavin, I don't know how to prepare you. But let's just say after a couple of nights in Arizona at the Super Bowl with him and his friends last year, especially at the media party in the middle of the desert, literally, I steered clear. He would text and say, "What are you guys doing tonight?" And I'd be like, "Bro, I'm getting nowhere near you."
We have been loving T-Rock and Papa every Sunday.
He's so good. Anyway, he's joining us at 10:30.
We are on, Tim and I, and our 49er Radio Network is on in the UK.
Yeah.
For almost every game. There are a couple of games here and there. I'm not sure this one is being a Sunday night game. Will will tell us. So I do a Zoom back and forth with Will. And honestly, John, outside of you, there's nobody in Bay Area media that I can talk inside X's and O's 49er football with like Will Gavin. He knows the Niners inside and out. But beyond that, he is a hoot.
Oh,
so
my
we invited him on the show one time last year, and he said it's my birthday. And by the time, and obviously with the time change, when we have him on, like he's on at 10:30 this morning our time. What is that, like early evening in London? But we wanted to have him out of the 1 o'clock hour or something. Anyway, he said, I'm going to be in no condition to come on your show at that time. So I thought, okay, he's a big talker. Let's see. And then we hung with him at the Super Bowl. And between drinking and smoking cigars, it just rolled
that's
all
right,
week.
the cigars.
And so now we're buddies. And so I go on a Zoom with him every week to get ready for the game. What we're going to talk about this week. So just, getting ready for this game and, as far as the history, it's obviously here and now and beating them the last 2 years in the wild card game and last year in the divisional at Levi's. There's so much right now history. But this is the 49ers and Cowboys. And all time, John, remember we went through the 49ers and Giants history going into the home opener on the 21st night of September, and they won exactly the same amount of games and almost scored the same amount of points. The 49ers-Cowboys rivalry is 19-19-1. In California, it's 10-10. In Texas, it's 9-9-1. It's amazing. And some of the biggest games, obviously, in the history of pro football. But when you think about it, what were the two biggest wins in the rivalry? And probably the two biggest wins in the 49er franchise history outside of Super Bowls? The 81 NFC Championship game, the catch, and the 1994 NFC title game, Steve gets the monkey off his back. What happened that year? 49ers played the Cowboys at Candlestick both years at home in the regular season and beat them soundly in 81, 45-14, and then beat them in 94. Merton Hanks did the chicken dance. He had 2 picks against Troy Aikman. Dion had 1. And the acquisitions that year, obviously Dion in 94 got a middle of the year. He's the defensive player of the year. And in 1981, it was getting Fred Dean from the San Diego Chargers. His first game that year was against Danny White and the Cowboys, and he wreaked havoc. So why am I telling the story? Who was the big acquisition this offseason? The Grave Digger. Javon Hargrave, who knows Dallas really well from being a Philadelphia Eagle and playing them every year in the NFC East for 2 times. And the one thing we're going to get into with Will is he loves when T-Rock jumps in with Sunday, and the whole Gravedigger call. He actually did a Zoom, not this week, the week before after we did it. We did it against the Giants on Thursday Night Football. He played our call of the Gravedigger for the Gravedigger, and the Gravedigger fell out of his grave. He loved it so much. So we're going to have a lot of fun with Will Gavin and talk about the acquisition of Javon Hargrave. But mainly, just get into 49ers Cowboys in the trenches. He knows it so well. And we do have, the Bills are playing Jacksonville and London this weekend again. Second straight game there. The Cowboys build themselves as America's team. But who is the UK's team? Is it the Cowboys? Is it the Niners? Or is it the Jacksonville Jaguars, John, since they play there just twice a year this year? And back-to-back weeks. They were just there last week.
It's amazing. I guess that's what they're doing. Are they trying to position themselves as London's team or UK's team? Are they moving over there? I mean, it's crazy.
That's Will Gavin. He will know.
All right. By the way, I just looked it up. It's 6 o'clock. Well, 6:08 now on a Friday night
8 hours difference,
in
8
London.
hours.
So is he? What condition is he going to be in?
He's got a couple of them.
It's the midst of happy hour.
Normally, I do it with him after the 49er practice, which is like
my favorite sound effect.
We normally do it at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon our time,
right?
Which is what, like midnight there, and he's normally whispering, and because his wife's asleep. And I think right after we hang up, he gets a glow on. But we'll have fun with Will. He's a great guy.
That's going to be our favorite moment today. Will Gavin is going to join us at 10:30. We have a great guest list for you today. So Will's going to join us, and again, he's at Talk Sport in the UK. Andrew Bagley is going to join us. I've read a lot of his stuff, and he's got great analysis on what the Giants need to be doing in the offseason. Plus, we'll talk some MLB playoffs with Bags, and I believe this is our last foray into the bag zone, right, this year.
So we
We'll talk
flipped
in the
Mayoko and Bags. Late Oscar.
Yes.
Mayoko's going at 11:30, Bags at 11:50, because I believe Mayoko is doing a one-on-one with Chris Collinsworth.
Oh, really?
I believe so.
Oh, very good. Okay, we'll do that. And then you had a chance to talk to Trent Williams. We're on that at 12:30. I'm being completely honest, and you know this because when we have him live, I say this to him every time, and it embarrasses him. I think just the arms and the cutoff sweatshirts and everything like that. Of everybody on the team, and there's a lot of great personalities on this team, and George Kittle and all these different guys. Trent Williams is my favorite guy to talk to, and I don't even know if it's
we
particularly
sat down,
close.
and we normally once a year we get together, and obviously this matchup, as we were talking yesterday, is there two better players, and Nick Bosa obviously goes against Trent in practice, but not a lot. They're going to line up, and Micah Parsons will line up everywhere. He will line up over Colt McKivett some. He'll stand up in a two-point stance, something he's doing a lot more this year, and lining up right over the head of the center, which is a problem. How do you block him? Can the guards come over? Sometimes they go into a Navajo front or a bear front, and they cover up both guards, and now the guards have to block their guy, so you got to go one-on-one. But a lot of the snaps, it will be two of the very best players in football. I don't care if it's quarterbacks, wide receivers, running backs, any of the marquee fantasy football guys. Is it getting any better than Trent Williams blocking Micah Parsons? And so we talked yesterday, and obviously he's got big arms, but like every guy on this team, he's got a big brain. We talked, I didn't even realize it. I looked at the watch. We talked for 16 minutes, and I think the first 8 was only on blocking Micah Parsons. So that's how detailed he gets into everything he does. So we'll do a long sit down with Trent and take you deep into the trenches, not just against Micah, but DeMarcus Lawrence and Dante Fowler and Dorrance Armstrong. Because that really, John, the matchup within the matchup is the Cowboy defensive line, the way they spike their front and jump around against the 49er offensive line, and specifically Micah against Trent.
Absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun today. Great guest list for you. Make sure you stay tuned every which way on the Cowboys and the 49ers. Something that Silver wrote inspired me, and we didn't have Silver this week, so I want to talk about his piece that he wrote. Something inspired me about something he actually said to the morning show this week, and then I went down a deep rabbit hole this morning, as I want to do. And it's kind of like, when Kyle said earlier this week, I think it was Kawakami that asked him, what if he hadn't made the CMC trade? And he goes, don't even think like that. I went back to the last 3 drafts for quarterbacks because Silver said that he would have been the top pick in 21 or, after maybe Trevor Lawrence, but in 22 as well. And I started to look at some of these things. And then, they do those dorky redrafts.
If you were to
redraft,
you're saying. If you were to put him in that draft, because he wasn't in that draft.
No, in the 22 draft, obvioly. But and then I started looking
Justin Fields played his ass off last night.
He did.
Wow.
And so, maybe he's changed a little bit of a narrative there. But so I did a little bit of that as well. We'll take a look back at Cowboys and 49ers memories as well, potentially do that in the poll, although we were talking, too, about hate. So we'll talk about that back and forth with the Lakers being in town. We got a ton to get to. Great guest, Will Gavin at 10:30. We'll do all of it next. Pop in London, only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to preview Sunday's matchup versus the Cowboys. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
There is information you can share. My experience with that as a player is it tends to screw you up more than it does help you. I mean, this isn't the Houston Astros over there banging a drum for fastball or football. He can't do that over there, and now everything's through the headset. I think the closest thing to it back in the day when coordinators actually used to signal things in, you could glean some things, and people did. One organization in particular will.
That's John Lynch this morning. You can hear him exclusively each week on the morning show with Murph and Mac every Friday. He did not disappoint. He was on at 8 o'clock. I did take some copious notes on that. He was talking about Trey Lance trying to teach the Cowboys a thing or two, and I'm looking through my notes of what exactly he said. He like you said, it isn't the Houston Astros banging a garbage can. I don't think there's a whole lot. Not something we're worried about. Played a game. He did say this. This was kind of funny. He played a game, I guess, against Peyton Manning in which there was a certain term that meant a run. Meant a run. He came up from the safety position and they threw it over his head. Luckily enough, it was off target. But so he said you got to be careful with that kind of stuff. So
he's referring, and he said banging a drum. It was garbage cans.
Yeah.
And that was a systematic effort by the Astros front office and their GM, and they all lost their jobs, including A.J. Hinch. So the irony is that tomorrow, Carlos Correa and the Minnesota Twins goes up against the Houston Astros in a American League Division Series Game 1. So I'm sure that story will be told. So what John was talking about is intel when players change teams. And the ultimate one that John did not cite is Super Bowl 37. And
he did tongue-in-cheek mention that.
They didn't come out and say it specifically. And that was just unbelievable with John as a member of John Gruden's team against Bill Callahan and the Raiders. And John, on the Wednesday practice of that Super Bowl in San Diego, went out. He was the scout team quarterback for Tampa Bay. He played Rich Gannon. And they called out their plays. There's a famous NFL Films clip of John Lynch calling out sluggo seam, which was a staple in the Raider offense where you ran a slant and go on one side, which was a fake, and then threw the seam the other side. And their safety, who was it, Dwight Jackson, John, the safety that was the MVP of the Super Bowl, intercepted the ball, and John was yelling, sluggo seam, sluggo seam. He knew the play was coming, and that all came from John. And the Raiders they did not change their terminology a lot, and it was Bill Callahan was the head coach now, and Mark Trestman was the offensive coordinator. I think Jim Harbaugh was the quarterback coach on that team, and it was just so that was the ultimate one where not only the intel, but John Gruden put that offense in. It was his offense. So he knew it inside and out, and that gave, without a doubt, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a huge competitive advantage. And then for this, the topic is Trey Lance. And there's no doubt that, Brian Schottenheimer said, we're going to bring Trey in and we're going to talk to him about the 49er offense. The 49ers also have, Anthony Brown, who's the cornerback for Dallas. They've done the same thing. Now, how does it translate to playing the game on Sunday? That's hard to say. Will the 49ers have to change terminology and hand signals mainly that's different from Trey? They may have done that.
They already did that.
As Dante was saying.
Beginning of the year, I'm sure.
Well, I tell you what, the Raiders did not change anything. They didn't change any of their terminology, and all of a sudden you're playing Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl, and you didn't have 2 weeks to get ready that year. You had 1 week to get ready, and John Gruden knew all your calls. He knew sluggo seam. He knew the one thing is the Raiders got away from running the ball when John was there. They were predominantly a passing team, and especially after, losing Barrett Robbins going into that game for whatever reason, they couldn't run the ball at all, going to Adam True. But anyway, people can downplay it all they want, and the Niners are downplaying it, but Dallas called Trey in. Now, the one thing is Trey actually playing scout team quarterback this week and not Cooper Rush? Would be the interesting thing. Stylistically, you'd rather have Cooper Rush play Brock Purdy. He plays more like Brock Purdy. But we'll ask Brad Sham, the longtime voice of the Cowboys, who actually, they may have shared it this week, but who was the guy that was running 49er offensive reps to the Cowboy scout team to get ready for the game? Was it, in fact, Trey Lance who did that, or Cooper Rush?
I think it's the most overrated story of the week. I don't think Trey Lance can teach him a thing. He didn't know this offense. How can a guy who didn't know it teach it? I don't see it. I think in Gruden's case, you're 100% right. That was a huge factor in that game, but I don't see it. I don't see what Trey Lance could teach anybody. I don't think he's going to teach them anything.
That's a shot on Trey. He's a smart guy.
I think that Dan Quinn, who was on the same staff as Kyle Shanahan, knows that this offense backwards and forwards. And it's a lot of things. There's so many analytics and so much studying and so much film nowadays. You have to execute. I mean, that's what makes Brock so great, and what is so underrated about what he's doing with this team is you generally know. I mean, you're watching. It's early in the season. There's always wrinkles and things you hold and different things that you do. But generally speaking, if you out execute a team in just about any sport, they can know what you're doing. I mean, one of the best defenses of all time. Everybody knew what Pete Carroll was doing with the Legion of Boom. They just did it. They just did it better. And I think that's what the 49ers do. They just do it better, and you don't know what's coming, even if he does, because, I mean, it's the personnel. Dan Quinn knows the personnel. He knows where they're going to go. He knows McCaffrey. He knows all these guys. They've had enough matchups over the last couple of years. It's not a divisional game like Seattle, but, I mean, that's what you do. And it's Kyle versus Dan Quinn to me. I don't think Trey Lance has anything to do with it. I could be wrong.
I beg to differ. I mean, there's a reason they brought him in and they were open about it, and we'll ask Brad about him running the scout team. Trey Lance is a very smart guy. He could have gone to an Ivy League school. His GPA in high school in Marshall was damn near 4. He's a bright guy. He knows this offense, and he does not know. Dan Quinn knows Kyle's offense from 2015 and 2016 in Atlanta. Trey Lance knows his offense from 21, 22, and 23. He was there, and he was the starting quarterback. Now, how much that'll translate onto game night, that's debatable. The 49ers, though, are changing things, so it will not turn into a Super Bowl 37 kind of deal. By the way, it was Dexter Jackson who was the MVP
That's what it was, yeah.
of that Super Bowl. Dwight Smith had the 2 pick sixes and probably should have been the MVP, or Derek Brooks, but in any event, I think that Trey Lance does have intel, and you'll have to make changes to make sure that does not translate onto the field on Sunday night.
All right, let's get into it. Our good friend Will Gavitt's going to join us coming up next. This is going to be fun, man. He is one of the good guys. He is with UK, does NFL coverage for TalkSport. We hung out with him at the Super Bowl. You're on with him every week, and he is awesome. If you haven't heard him before, you're in for a treat. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
That's our guy, Will Gavin, with the Hargrave Digger. That's Javon Hargrave, and he likes it. He does like the nickname that you and Tim gave him. And it is
that was given to him in college. That was a coach in college that gave it to him in South Carolina.
I thought Hargrave Digger was a Tim and Greg production.
No. We saw that. Remember, we had him on right after the 49ers signed him. I think you were out then. And I'd read that from the Philly media guide that Gravedigger was his nickname. Remember Gilbert Brown, the old Green Bay Packer? Then he used to do the digging of the grave. But with Hargrave, his name is Hargrave. But Will brought it to Javon, and he loves the nickname. So now we got clearance to use it. And now, every time he comes up with a big play, he's the Grave Digger.
Make sure you follow him at Will Gav, TalkSport 2. We had the distinct pleasure of last year in Arizona at the Super Bowl of hanging out with him. And then after the first couple of days when he would text, I would act like I didn't get the text because he put a hurting on me a couple of times, especially at the media party in the middle of the desert. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, it's our good friend Will Gavin. How are you?
So poor from you. So poor from you.
What time is it there, brother? 6:30 in the evening there?
Yeah, it's kind of early evening. Been out at Bill's practice today, getting some stuff. So just got in, getting some dinner ready, and figured I should chat some Niners ball with you boys.
Well, you know I'm from Buffalo, right? So I'll be up bright and early, and I watched the Jaguars game against Atlanta last week, and I think Jacksonville's got a big advantage staying there for a week, and then Buffalo, although they got there early. So just, they're playing the Cowboys this week, Will, and their build is America's team. Who is the UK's team? The Cowboys, the Niners, the Jaguars, since they play like a couple of their home games every year. Who was London's team?
Look, it's a great question. Actually, I think this game at Tottenham on Sunday is going to be fascinating to see just how much the Jags over that 10 years, 10 games that they've brought here have managed to establish themselves, right? Because it's the first time they're a road team in a London game. Are they going to get a home-style crowd? Are we going to get noise on defense, quiet on offense when the Jags are on the field? Are the Bills going to have to contend with it like it's a road game? We know there's a lot of Bills mafia in town. People have been hiding their folding tables for days now, trying to avoid anybody just throwing each other through them. But they're I have to say, the teams that are really well supported. So there's this weird thing of like, NFL was big here in the 80s and then kind of went away and then came back in the kind of 2000s to 2010s. And so you've got this bunch of legacy teams like the Cowboys, the 49ers, the Bears, the Dolphins, all have really good supporter bases here. And then like teams who were successful in that period since we've started getting live games here. So loads of Patriots fans in the UK. Quite a lot of Seahawks fans, unfortunately, as I receive stick for on a incredibly regular basis. But kind of a lot of the time is the teams you'd expect it to be. And the 49ers, I mean, we're doing a watch party here next weekend for the Browns game. And they've had to move venues because the first venue wasn't big enough for the number of fans that were planning to turn up. And so the 49ers very well represented in this country, trust me.
Will Gavin joining us from Sports Talk. By the way, I'm on your Twitter page right now. You had a chance to catch up with George Kittle, I see. Very nice.
Yeah, very cool last night. I turned down, this is not a lie or a joke, I turned down an audience with Roger Goodell yesterday in order to stay home and do an interview with George Kittle. That's how committed to the cause I am. Now, I say an audience with Roger Goodell, an event that Roger Goodell was at where I might have got to speak to him for 2 minutes. But, still the same thing, right?
You made it sound very good, though.
Yeah, exactly. Don't reveal the lie after you've sold it so well. But look, we as part of our connection with the 49ers, we love getting Greg on every couple of weeks, and we end up doing some stuff with the team. We get some locker room access, and then a few times a year they throw us the bone of one of the captains, one of the big names, and they emailed me yesterday and said, fancy getting George on today? And I was like, yeah, you know what? That sounds pretty good to me. So we had 10-15 minutes with him last night. He was in really, really good form. Sometimes, as you guys will know far better than I will, on a week like this, it can be very business mode. It can be very focused on the game, but we had a lot of fun. We talked tea, we talked Swifties, we got into all of it. So
what does he think of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce? Because Kelce's his boy.
So because he was in a good mood, I decided to. I had a question that I was going to ask him that I was ready to ask him if he was in the right mood for me to ask it. But I don't know if you guys saw the viral videos of like girlfriends and wives typically asking their football-loving husbands, isn't it great to see that Taylor Swift put Travis Kelce on the map?
It is so funny. That is so funny.
So I asked George Kittle, as one of the founding members of Tight End University, how nice is it to see Taylor Swift put tight ends on the map? And it's fair to say he reacted quite well. I was a little worried. If I was in front of him in the same room and not 6,000 miles away, would I have done it? Can't guarantee it. But yeah, he was really good fun about it. He said he hadn't spoken to Travis about it. He said he was giving him his space. He knew that his whole privacy was getting invaded right now, so he didn't want to add to that. But he also said, it's great for a young female audience. The NFL are desperate to find that audience, right? That is the absolute golden goose if they can bring those people in and make them regular football fans. So I think he recognizes, like a lot of us do, that, it's all a bit silly, but it's all going to bring new eyes to the NFL, and that can only be a good thing.
Yeah, the numbers.
Go ahead.
Ratings weren't as big as the Super Bowl, going back to the Super Bowl, which leads to 49ers and Cowboys are on Sunday Night Football. So just overall, and I know, explain to the audience how many of our actual broadcasts do you get, and then how do you consume NFL football there? I assume you get Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, Amazon Prime you can get, obviously. What do you get during the week? How many games are shown live NFL football in the UK?
So we get a game in every window, basically. So we get the primetime games Thursday, Sunday, Monday, all shown on TV here. Monday is shown on like free-to-air TV, so like cable instead of kind of like paid TV, and then the others are all on kind of channels you have to subscribe to. We've got Game Pass out here as well, so you can pretty much access any game from that. And then, we get what is to us the 6 o'clock and the 9 o'clock window, so I guess like 10 a.m. and 1 a.m. your time. We get a game of the week in each of those as well. So the TV broadcasts here pick whatever the prime game is and show it on TV. So I think 49ers Browns might be the game in the 6 p.m. window next weekend. If it's not, even better for us, because when it's not on TV, more people listen to the radio, right? Although all the 49ers fans think are going to be in that bar. So we might struggle for numbers on the radio that night because all our listeners are going to be there drinking with us. I think we can get away with it for once, though.
So how many teams have their local broadcasts, like Tim Ryan and I are in London and UK? How many teams do that, have that relationship in the UK, Will?
You and T-Rock. So it's at the moment it's you. We do some Jets games, which obviously seemed like a better idea at the start of the season. Hopefully they don't hear this. I love those guys to pieces. The Jets have been amazing to us. So I no complaints from me at all. Yeah, fantastic broadcaster, and hopefully for them, we see them figure out how they're going to turn it around. And then we have had some Bears games. Again, not been the brightest start for them. We do some Jags games as well. So there are 6 teams who have like this special marketing agreement with the UK. The Dolphins and the Vikings are the other 2. And so they're allowed to come and essentially sell their own rights in this market. Unfortunately for me, as a Niners fan, the 49ers are one of those teams, and I get to talk to you fine gentlemen and, cut it up in Arizona like we did, and I imagine in Vegas as well.
Oh, that's going to be amazing. I'll be ready for Vegas. You just kind of caught me off guard in Arizona, but I will be ready in Vegas.
Look, when the 49ers are there
That's
in
exactly
the Super Bowl
It's gonna be
representing the NFC,
Yes.
does that mean you two are going to have to be more professional because Greg's going to have a game to call, you're going to have a lot more focus on
How
you?
was I in Miami, John,
Like,
in February of
I
2020?
Will, I've been with Greg at, I don't know, 8 or 9 or 10 Super Bowls. And the times the 49ers were in Super Bowl 47, before you were the voice, but we had plenty of fun. And then the one thing about Greg is the Saturday and or Saturday night before, you don't see him. But leading up until that time, he's a wild man. He's a wild man. Yeah. But then that night, he stays in his hotel. He's not going to return texts, phone calls. He's dialing in. He's dialing all week. But, man, what in Miami, we were there, 10 days? I mean, by the end, it was like, we got to go. But you were dialed in.
We had a blowout on Tuesday night at the Clevelander. But that's for another story.
Yeah.
And if it's Vegas in the Raiders Stadium, I'm going to lose my mind. But a long way to go before then. So the one thing about you, the two of you guys, John Lund and Will Gavin, I can talk Niner football with you two more than anybody else. David Lombardi knows any of the guys that write, and we'll have Matt Mayoko on. But you guys get inside the trend. John knows more about the Niners than sometimes I do. In the
you're teeing me up for a massive ball
I am.
here.
So what?
He's going to say "but" in a second.
Since you talked to Kittle, I think Kittle can block Micah Parsons in this game with all the Zorro action and the tight end across. Just give me your thoughts when you get in the trenches of this game on Sunday night, 49ers and Cowboys, Will.
Look, Cowboys are talking about Micah Parsons being full go, which is obviously terrifying, but he was on a bit of a limited count last weekend, and there's got to be just a little bit of hope that maybe we'll see more of that. He terrifies me because unless we're going to see the 49ers offense treat him like we saw Myles Garrett treated last weekend, where you've literally got tight ends following him across the field like they're in some kind of man coverage of a linebacker, he can just spring up from absolutely anywhere. And I do worry about the right-hand side of the 49ers line. I think I'd say that, but I keep thinking this over recent years, right? And it was phenomenal to replace Joe Staley with Trent Williams and go from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer, right? But the interior of the line, losing Alex Mack, having rookie guards from the 4th round come in, consistently between Shanahan's scheme, between the quality of the coaching, they have managed to make that line look really good, even at times when maybe the talent hasn't been what it is on other top teams in the NFL. And so do I think they can mask it? Do I want to see, whether it is Kittle, whether it's Charlie Werner coming in, whether it's any of those guys coming in and doing some help blocking on that side? That is one area of concern, right? But I'm so bought in on Brock Purdy at this point. It's getting to be a point of farce. And one thing I think he had a real problem with last year that I think we've seen him really, really improve on this year was his kind of pocket presence, his sense of when that pressure, where it's coming from, when it's coming from. And he's stepping up so much better this year. He's reading those plays. He's getting the ball out quicker. And I think we can nullify it. I really genuinely like the 49ers this weekend. That as a pessimistic British sports fan, that's concerning me that I'm being so positive.
No, I agree with you. And about the pocket presence, I couldn't agree with you more, because I remember the Dallas game last year and he would leak left just out of his very nature. And now he's stepping up into the pocket. I just think he's been leaps and bounds, which is amazing because he didn't really work this offseason. And then he comes in and his pocket presence is better. So it's been amazing what he's done so far. Let me go back to Kittle for just a second, because I get the sense, and you spoke with him and you said that he was in a jovial mood. I get the sense that the 49ers are very relaxed going into this game. They've been asked about the importance of it. They've been asked about Dallas' side, and you hear Micah Parsons and you hear Mike McCarthy and all the Cowboys just saying how big of a game this is, and they seem tight. Now, maybe that means nothing and the Cowboys come in here and win, but I don't know. Generally speaking, when a team is looser and relaxed, they play better, and that's just the sense I get from the 49ers. That obviously is the sense you get from George Kittle in talking to him.
100% from George Kittle. We also spent some time with Isaiah Oliver and Willie Snead this week, and both of whom, the vibes in general, even when we're kind of we essentially come to open locker room, but just via someone's Zoom on their phone. So we're being shown around and we're seeing kind of how relaxed everyone seems to be, and there does seem to just be a really good vibe. And look, being 4-0, that helps massively. Of course, it does compared with the last couple of seasons. 3-4, 2-4 to start off with the last couple of years. So George Gill said to us, they go into every game almost expecting to win with the way they're playing at the moment. You've got to avoid complacency, but can you imagine Shanahan allowing them to be complacent? Like, that's the one thing I kind of feel like the coaching staff have got on lockdown. I do get that impression, though, that they are pretty relaxed about this weekend. They know that they're facing a bigger test than they have maybe at any other point this year, but they also know that they are more than a match to that test if they play to their standards. And it's that kind of cheesy, like, just do our job thing, right, that players love to roll out on game week. But it does feel like that's true with this Niners team. And actually, if they play their own brand of football, I think they've got the beating of Dallas.
So, Will, jumping over to the other side of the ball, since you spoke to Isaiah Oliver, I think, the big matchup on that side, it's Micah Parsons getting him blocked on 49ers offense. It's what he do with CeeDee Lamb. And he'll line up in the slot a lot. But they do move him around. But the 49ers have been rotating that nickel back, whether it's Isaiah Oliver with Demo on the outside, or whether it's Ambry Thomas on the outside and Demo goes inside. So they could attack either Diamador Lenore or Isaiah Oliver. So talk about that matchup with Lamb. And then the Cowboys got their O-line. They got the Smith and Smith show over on the left side. Tyron's going to play, and Tyler Smith, Biotish, and Martin and Steele. They haven't had their fivesome going back to the playoff game in January of 22 against the Niners at the end of the 21 year. So, can Bosa wreak havoc on Tyron Smith? What has he got? Because they're going to attack whomever that nickelback is with CeeDee Lamb, Will.
Yeah, I mean, that offensive line, I think there is this kind of idea that they are one of the best in the NFL. And obviously Tyron Smith is a guy who's been in the league, 13 years now. Like, we know he's got ability, but is he the guy he was even 2 or 3 years ago before he's gone on this series of injuries? It's not the line it was from 2 or 3 years ago, that phenomenal kind of run blocking line that they had previously. Even, Zach Martin at this point, I think, we're talking a Hall of Fame guy, is not, again, what he was a few years ago. And so I kind of feel like it's going to be one of those classic, you need to put pressure on Dak in order to make sure that we win those matchups on the back end. Because you mentioned like CeeDee Lamb, if you double him up, Brandon Cooks is one of those guys who such a crisp route runner, obviously has kind of opened the top speed. And, Michael Gallup's not a bad option. I thought Jake Ferguson played really well last weekend as well. So there's 3 or 4 guys in there who can cause a real problem if they don't. But I think what I've really noticed from Dak this year, and there's been that change in the offense from the kind of Kellen Moore to I guess what's kind of a bit more strict kind of grip it and rip it stuff with Mike McCarthy, with like kind of just make your reads, get the ball out, keep it a little bit more simple. But Dak's like reading of the defense at the line has been sensational. Like, absolutely top tier, and you see him calling audibles on almost every play, it feels like right now. And so what I hope from the 49ers defense we get is some nice disguises. We know we've got the best coverage linebackers in the NFL, so those guys showing some pressure, dropping back into some nice zones to confuse those routes, to cause them issues when they're trying to do stuff when they're bunching on one side. And I've got that trust level in the 49ers defense right now that they can do that. I keep talking about this with so much positivity. This is not a position I'm used to being in, gents. I am generally a very negative sports fan. It is the definition, the position that the Brits take on these things. And yet, I'm feeling really good about it. The more I talk about it, watch us lose by 30 now.
It's the great Will Gavin, Talk Sport at Will Gav. Make sure you follow him. By the way, we're on YouTube and stuff, so you can see us as well. And very popular, by the way. They want you on like every day. So they're loving you, man.
Told you he knows ball.
Is my video on as well? I know I'm on a Zoom.
No, sorry.
I don't know if I've joined you.
I wish it were, man. I wish it were. We got to get you on.
Sunday night, we're kicking off at 5:15, 5:20 here. So what is that, like 12:30, 11:30? What time is that where you are? 1:30?
It's 1, yeah. It's after 1 in the morning. So
you're going to be in the bag watching this one.
So are you working before or after the game, or how are you taking the game in?
I knew that was going to be the next question. You just want some gossip.
Curfew.
I know.
Saturday night, I got a
know.
curfew on you, Gavin.
Are we going to be tearing it up? Absolutely no.
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question. You nailed it.
We've got exclusive coverage of the Bills Jags game from London, right?
That's
so
very
cool.
That's early in the day.
Yeah, you're no problem with that.
So we'll be doing that game live from in stadium. Our own commentary team, kind of full works. We've got some great interviews and stuff lined up for that, and some great guests joining us at the point, and it's going to be really good fun. I'm handling the what would be the normal early window, kind of 10 a.m. for you guys back in studio. So I'll probably leave Tottenham half-time and get back. But I have, in my infinite wisdom for all of these London games, made sure someone else is doing Sunday Night Football. And I will be watching 49ers Cowboys as a fan.
Very
I
cool.
imagine, with an old-fashioned in hand.
Oh, man, after my own heart
nails.
there.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Grave digger.
and of course, what I'll be doing is syncing up the TalkSport coverage, so I can be hearing the great Greg Papa and T-Rock giving the call instead of having to listen to the Sunday Night Crew.
That is tremendous. It is always our pleasure, Will. Thank you so much, and we will see you with 49ers in tow in Vegas in February, man. I'm sure we'll talk to you before then, but thanks, man.
We'll talk before then.
Anytime, guys. Anytime.
You are the best.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. Be a good
Oh, man, he's getting a lot of love. I'm looking at the text line, looking at YouTube. He's getting a ton of love. That's Will Gavin from
He
TalkSport.
is so much fun.
He's dialed in, man. He's a great guy. A lot of fun. All right, we'll come back. We'll go behind enemy lines. John Majota's going to join us coming up next to cover the Cowboys for The Athletic. What is the Cowboys side of things? You're going to find out with us next, only here on the Sports Center.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Play action. Dak back on the goal line. Going to take a deep shot down the field, and it is caught by C.D. Lamb.
With a DPI.
Over the top there against the coverage of Diamador Lenore. Flag down on the play. They will decline that and take a huge hit to C.D. Lamb.
13 targets, 10 catches in the playoff loss to the 49ers last year. Let's get the Cowboys side of things as we get you ready for Sunday Night Football, Pop and London. Of course, by the way, Giants are done, so you'll hear all of it, pre-post, the game, everything right here on the Sports Leader on Sunday. John Machota does a great job covering the Cowboys for The Athletic. Make sure you follow him, reading all his great stuff for the Cowboys side of things. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, John.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Looking forward to getting out to the Bay. You know, we don't get enough water out here. I'm originally from Michigan, so anytime I get anywhere where there's some water, I always look forward to it.
Very cool. So just give us the mindset. We've heard so much come out. The 49ers seem pretty relaxed about this whole thing. Mike McCarthy's come out, said it's a big game. Jerry's saying that the Niners probably win the Super Bowl. Just what's the Cowboys' mindset coming into this thing?
I really get the sense it's very similar to the last two times they played the Niners. Now, of course, those are both playoff games, and there's not as much on the line. It's not like they lose and they go home type thing or win and move on. So, but it is that team that has stood in their way these last 2 years, and this is a veteran bunch. I mean, there's new pieces, but for the most part, I mean, there's a lot of guys in this team that have been a part of, both of those losses and some really important players, starting with Dak Prescott, obviously the most. And when you don't feel like you've played your best in those two games and that team is clearly that's the one that's in the way, I think of it, like I said, I'm originally from Michigan, so I just think of so many times, like, in those Eastern Conference finals, like the the Pistons needing to get past the Celtics, and then the Bulls having to get past the Pistons. It took like a couple of shots until they finally did, and then that took it to the next level. And obviously the history of the Niners and Cowboys, there's been some of that as well. So obviously not a playoff game, but this team will be very, very motivated, this Cowboys team for sure.
All right, we came in with a deep shot, and this was at the point of the game, John, when Tony Pollard was being air-casted off with the fibula fracture, and they just had to feed the ball to CD. They ran him on jet sweeps over and over again, and then early third quarter they tried to get him matched up with Demo Lenore, and they took the deep shot. The 49ers are kind of rotating nickelbacks. It could be Demo Psalm. It could be Isaiah Oliver. If their line, and they get Tyron Smith back here, and they've got their fivesome, if they can block Bosa in the front, do you see that as the key to the game? Is how do the 49ers match up with C.D. Lamb? And he's in the slot, but it seems to me now, whenever he goes outside, like that first snap against Christian Gonzalez's replacement against New England last week, they went to a shot right away in the red zone. They try to throw him fade balls. Just tell me about the importance of C.D. Lamb come Sunday night, John.
Oh, no, very important, and that's why they move him around so much. I mean, he's their most impactful, biggest play weapon. There's no question about that, and they will continue to move him around, in this matchup. I've seen him have big games, and the Cowboys still lose against some really good teams. And so while I think he will be huge, for me, the bigger thing will be how does Dak Prescott play, because he, admittedly, yesterday said, he hasn't played well in those two games against the Niners. And so having that offensive line back will be huge. I mean, this is going to be the first time that, as long as everything stays on track, that they'll have their top five starting offensive linemen since the 2021 season playoff game and the wild card game against the Niners up, in Arlington, Texas. So it's been a long time. It's just been one injury after another. So I think that's where it starts. But yeah, no question. I mean, C.D. Lamb, that's their best big play guy. And you go to that second half of the game in the divisional round last year, and it was, they lose Pollard and they have CD, but that team needed another playmaker on the outside, and that's why in the offseason they went out and got Brandon Cooks. And so that's kind of the one here that we're kind of looking at, covering the team. Like, when is he going to have his breakout game? Could this potentially be it with everyone focused on CD? Could this be the Cooks breakout game? Maybe, maybe not. But, yeah, your point is obviously well made. CD Lamb will be a huge part of this game.
John Vizota joining us from The Athletic as we're getting ready for the Niners and the Cowboys Sunday night at Levi's Stadium. Let's stay on that side of the ball where you're talking about it. It looks from the outside in that the difference Kellen Moore to Brian Schottenheimer or who's ever calling the plays, they're getting rid of the ball much more quickly now. But you mentioned the offensive line. Maybe that's part of it. But is this the design this year? Quicker throws, get it out of Dak's hands, get it moving, because when I was watching their game so far, the 49ers played the Rams in week 2, and the Cowboys are getting rid of it at a similar clip as the Rams.
That has absolutely been the biggest change that we've seen so far, evaluating this team, going from, heck, you go back to training camp, and it's constantly like, I felt like that was the biggest thing I was looking for. Like, what the defense has, but what are going to be these differences on offense for you to make the change to move on from Kellen Moore and have Mike McCarthy call the plays? And I would say that's the biggest one is they are getting the ball out a lot quicker. So, but what's been tough for me, but also makes me look forward so much to this game Sunday night, is because the 4 games the Cowboys have played, 3 of them, the defense was just so dominant that there was just no reason for you to read too much into what the offense has done, because you just didn't get that feel that they were really showing everything that they had. And then the other game against Arizona, they were playing from behind, and there were definitely some issues there where that made you question, okay, maybe there's still going to be some hiccups, transitioning to some of these offensive changes. But this game will be the one that will really tell you a lot, because regardless of whatever team gets the early lead, I just don't see this game being a blowout. And so with it being a closely contested game like the last 2 have been, and I imagine this one will go, that's where I just think that for being someone who covers the Cowboys, I'm looking forward to just seeing some of the wrinkles that maybe we saw at training camp that we haven't seen through these first 4 games, because in 3 of them they really didn't need to go to any of those.
Mike McCarthy is back to presumably calling plays, and he was the 49er offensive coordinator here in 2005 for 1 year, and then he went to Green Bay and he called plays early there, and then he gave it up. And I know that was the talking point, and to me, clearly he was calling plays the first 2 weeks of the year. But when I watched the TV copy back, John, from the New England game, and he's the head coach, they put a camera on him all the time, in that 30-second range on the play clock when the call does come in, he's not moving his lips at all. And he's not blocking his face with his call sheet. Jim Nantz pointed that out a few weeks ago. Is he calling some of the plays? And I think he did early in the year, all of them. Is Brian Schottenheimer calling some plays, like the coach is calling pass plays and he's calling runs? Or has there been any change there? Have you asked him that? And then one thing you hear on the TV copy very audibly with Dak is right before they snap the ball, he says, "Here we go!" And I think it's kind of like the 49ers saying, "Red 18!" And then they snap it. Who's calling plays? And is there a trigger on when they snap the ball when Dak bellows out, "Here we go"?
So Mike McCarthy is calling all the plays. There hasn't been a change in that. That's been the plan coming into this season. He's been the one installing it and calling it through their first 4 games. So there hasn't been a change there. And with him taking this over, and just where he's at now in his coaching career with the Cowboys, I don't. For them to move on from Kellen Moore, I don't think he'll be, as long as he remains the Cowboys head coach, he'll be their play call. I don't see him giving that back up as that did happen, as you mentioned, in Green Bay. And then I love that you bring up the "here we go," because so that is one of those things that, when they move on from Kellen Moore, you're like, man, this is a pretty good offense. So, what are some of the biggest things like that didn't go well that you wanted to change? And I asked Mike McCarthy about that this week, and one of the things he emphasized a little bit in the offseason, but talked about again this week, is that they just needed to be better in their pre-snap communication. And so that the "here we go" thing is very much just like like you're saying, like teams just call it a different way. Romo called it a different way. This is just the kind of it doesn't mean like when he says that it's going to be this certain play or that. It's really just a starting point for where that he's about to go after that. It's to kind of get everyone like locked in on that. Okay, now we're starting the call right now. Kind of in a way somewhat similar to the whole, Peyton Manning known so well for going off to the line, changing things, calling Omaha and things like that. Doesn't mean that every time he called Omaha, it was the same thing. Obviously, TV copy alone, you'd pick that up and figure it out pretty quick. But it's just kind of a starting point to let everybody know that, hey, this is we're going into this right now. This is kind of just a key. Like when you hear this, be ready for this. And so, it is interesting because no one else says it that way. But it was one of those things where McCarthy left it up to Dak. Like we need to have something that sets it at the beginning, what do you want to call? And Dak is the one that said that he wanted to go with this, here we go. And so what was interesting about it in training camp is that, so all of the backup quarterbacks, so in training camp, it's Cooper Rush as their backup, and then Will Grier was still in the building before they made the move for Trey Lance. And so not only do they all have to say it, but they have to say it in the same voice, in the same tone as Dak does. So if Dak is to go out, that the next person that comes in, they have to be able to say it exactly like he does. So, I mean, it got to a point in training camp where you're just seeing everyone and hearing everyone say it over and over again that it almost became, one of those things where you just kind of laugh about it all the time. But it is funny how much the TV copy is picking up now, too.
John Machota joining us says we're getting the Cowboys side of things, getting you ready for the Cowboys and the 49ers. As you point out in your piece, and I think, again, every game is different. It may not come down to this at all, but the key downs, and as you point out, the Cowboys in the two playoff losses are a combined 10 for 29 on third down, plus the red zone. Both teams last year had to rely on their kickers. Schultz got the lone TD for the Cowboys, and Christian McCaffrey got one for the Cowboys, but other than that was kickers. And the irony and all that kind of stuff is we got two brand-new kickers in this game, and I thought that the Jake Moody story was a pretty great story, but the Cowboys have even maybe a better kicker story as they moved on from Brett Maher.
Yeah, and that was the thing, like, in the offseason. Okay, so you guys going to draft a kicker? Yeah, we're looking at kickers. We're looking at kickers. All right. Draft comes. First day goes by, second day goes by, going in that third day. That was one of the biggest questions. You guys looking at kickers? Don't end up taking a kicker, and then you get through, rookie minicamp and OTAs on, and you're just like, so about that kicker thing again, and still didn't really address it and said that they had an idea. We're sitting here thinking, oh, this is just lined up for them to go get Mason Crosby because, obviously he kicked for so long with Mike McCarthy in Green Bay, and then a name that was very popular too that we would always kind of throw out there was Robbie Gould, and nothing ended up happening there. And then all of a sudden they come with this Aubrey kid, and I don't know. It's just one of those things where you kind of look at it where you don't know much about him. You know that he went to Notre Dame, but he was a soccer player, didn't play on the football team, and so you're thinking, okay, so how is this guy going to stand up? Kicking in big time NFL games, and really early in camp didn't really excel to the point where you're like, oh no, they got their kicker. And then the season starts, and on the very first extra point, he misses it, which it just brings back all of the memories of Brett Maher in their wild card game last year, missing 4 extra points against Tampa Bay. And you're thinking, oh, here they go again. Maybe they should have drafted a kicker or signed a veteran. And then now ever since, he hasn't missed a kick since. And he's been incredible. Big leg. They had him out there last Sunday to kick a 66-yarder, and there was a false start, so they ended up, nixing that, and they were going to have him try a 66-yarder right before half inside AT&T Stadium, and that would have been interesting to see. But yeah, he's been lights out, and so they might have gotten lucky here by finding Brandon Aubrey, and it is interesting how that works out because you would have thought that they would have invested in the draft or in a free agent.
It is that sneaky Bones fossil. And let's see if they run that fake extra point and have the punter throw to the defensive lineman like they did. Bones is always up to something. Yeah, you mentioned all the quarterbacks doing the here we go. And, it was obviously Dak and Cooper Rush and Will Grier. And then after that great Raider game, they wound up letting Grier go. And now Trey Lance, our guy, is in the building in Frisco at the Star. So where's he at? How much is he getting on the practice field? I know you're not allowed to watch, practice, but just talking to people. And then specifically for this game, John, just the intel from Trey being at times the starting quarterback for Kyle Shanahan's offense. He knows it obviously inside and out. How much of the Cowboys leaning on that? Schottenheimer did say they called him in and they talked about it, which is obvious. And then was he the Cowboys scout team quarterback this week in simulating Brock Purdy over Cooper Rush, John?
Yeah, he has been. And so, that one makes a lot of sense. I totally understand why you would have that. Who would know San Francisco better than him? But in terms of the game planning during the week and picking his brain on things, while I think he can help, in that quarterback meeting room and the offensive meeting room and all those things, and even help the defense a little bit, I will say with just how well that the Cowboys and Niners know each other from playing each other in these huge games the last 2 years. I don't know how much that's really needed because it was a big storyline the previous week because of Will Grier, because of Ezekiel Elliott now being in New England, they don't really play each other all the time. Like, how much would they be able to help? And obviously they didn't, because the Cowboys won 38-3. So I think it's a fun story, and I think a lot of people are interested in it, especially because of Trey Lance. I don't think that if the Cowboys all of a sudden play their best game of these last, what will be their 3 against the Niners, I don't think it'll be because Trey Lance gave them, the secret script on how you beat this Niners team. I think it'll just be because, the team just ends up playing better. But in terms of what he's doing during the week, not a lot of reps. He's mostly doing scout team stuff. He'll get a rep here or there, but he is spending extra time after practice, and then he's spending extra time before games with their quarterback coach, Scott Tolzien, working on a lot of things. So just basically any time that Scott Tolzien has some free time and doesn't have to be with the first team offense and whatnot, he's working with Trey Lance to get him caught up on this offense. And really the big thing early on was about the footwork that Mike McCarthy likes from his quarterbacks and stuff. And so that was the thing early on. He's been here a little over a month. And so that's the main stuff. And then obviously working in the quarterback room with Dak and Cooper Rush. So I don't get the sense, I'm asked a lot, especially with the red zone issues, of, do you think that they're going to have like a package where Trey Lance is active and they use him? I really don't see that happening. I would say now, looking at the rest of the season, I think it's a redshirt year for Trey Lance. Unless Dak Prescott or Cooper Rush were to get hurt, I don't see things changing there. I think that they want this whole year to kind of be a redshirt type year for Trey Lance.
John, great stuff, man. We appreciate the time. Thanks for the insight. We'll see you on Sunday.
No problem. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks.
Here we go.
There you go. Nice job.
I love that.
All right, Matty Mayoko is going to join us at the bottom of the hour, the latest intel on the 49ers. And in the meantime, we have a poll to erect. We'll discuss that next. It's Pop and Lund on a Friday, only here on the Sports Eater.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
I'm John Lynch. You told Murphy Mack why Trey Lance won't be able to give very much information to the Cowboys about the 49ers' offensive schemes. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa. I'll be in the Lon Simmons broadcast booth on Sunday night from the 8th floor, a long way from the field to call 49ers and Cowboys. But no worries, because I have been to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and they are the leaders in modern vision correction, including LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL, and the procedure that I had, the custom lens replacement. So I went in, not this past summer, in 2022, had an eye exam to see if I was even a candidate for any of their procedures. It was the best eye exam I ever had. It's called the Advanced Vision Analysis, and it gives their doctors over 1 million data points to see if one of their 5 modern vision correction procedures is right for you. It's kind of like Kyle Shanahan's entry points in the run game. So I had the CLR procedure, the custom lens replacement, but they have other forms of LASIKs in all 3 types, and they are specialists in the Evo, the ICL, the insertable contact lens, and some of these are more appropriate for different patients. So Dr. Craig Bindi and the Laser Eye Center are the best surgeons working for them. Dr. Joseph Lin performed my eye exam and eye surgery, and their entire team. There it is. Great people take complete care of you, and they're known for their conservative advice on proven procedures that obviously work. So the first step is to go in and see which procedure is right for you, and then go from there. So it is the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
For the upstart 49ers, they're 6 yards away from Pontiac. 3rd and 3. Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark! It's a madhouse at Candlestick with 51 seconds left. Dwight Clark is 6'4". He stands about 10 feet tall in this crowd's estimation.
That is such an awesome call.
The great
49ers
Vin Scully.
Cowboys. Man,
Wow.
how cool is that?
Last football game he ever did.
That was good. By the way, before we give you today's poll, and the catch has something to do with it, we'll give you today's poll, but we want to make sure we have the right 4. He mentioned Scott Tolzien, and I had to go back and double-check this. I didn't want to say it. John Machota just joined us, and he was saying that Scott Tolzien is the quarterback coach of the Cowboys. Scott Tolzien never threw a pass for the 49ers, but he was the number 3 quarterback in Super Bowl 47. We're number 3 for the 49ers. Wow. So how about that?
Behind
Impressive
Cap,
friends.
Alex, and Tolzien.
Tolzien was number 3.
Was he even active for the game? Did they have 3 active for the game?
I did. What's funny is I double-checked it. I looked at their roster. I don't remember if he was active, but I did see a picture of him in a jersey, so I think he was, with the Super Bowl patch on it, wearing number 3. Now, I don't know if that was media day or what, but anyway, he was their quarterback. He was there that week. And, of course, we were there that week. I just don't ever remember seeing him because we were all huddled around Alex. So, anyway, he was there. I don't think he was active, though. So, anyway, There you go. All right. So, this has to be other than the catch. Other than the catch. Most memorable Cowboys 49ers moments, and we'll give you a bunch, and then we'll just pick the 4.
bad?
So anything. Just a top of your head, whatever. The catch is by far and away the best. So we take that one aside. So
Eric
we got
Davis's pick 6.
Yeah. So I'll do this in chronological order. So Captain comeback in 72. 49ers, of course, led 21-6, lost 30-28. 93, the mud game, Jimmy Johnson. How about them Cowboys? As you said, 94, Eric Davis with the interception. 2000, you had T.O. at the Star.
T.O. at the Star.
It
wasn't a playoff game, though.
No, it was not. And then I jumped ahead. Now, maybe I'm missing something here, but you had Dak slide in 21. You had Debo's dash in 21. You could pick one of those. And then, of course, last year, would you pick the end of the game where Zeke Elliott ended up on his butt?
The game was over.
What would be is there a defining moment from last year's game?
So I mean, we're going good and bad.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
I mean, the one. So it's the, and I believe it was Tony Frisch that did the onside kick, and Mayoko's maybe old enough to remember this. And the way Tony Frisch did it. No, Matty's not. Matty's younger than me. He's way younger than you.
Oh.
But the way Tony Frisch did the onside kick was he duped which foot he was going to kick it with. And it was not done at that time. And they came back, and that's where, Captain Comeback and Roger Staubach was born. And it was Preston Riley who was on the hands team for the Niners in 72 for Dick Nolan that fumbled the ball and they recovered. So, I mean, that would be the ultimate indignity as far as and this is going back many, many years, obviously, but when you lost to them in 70, 71, 72, the 72 game, you had won. And that was the same day, December the 23rd of 72, earlier in the day, that the Raiders lost in Pittsburgh to the Immaculate Deception. So that was one of the worst days in the history of Bay Area sports. So do we want to go there? That to me,
whatever's memorable. I think it's whatever's memorable, right?
Well, that to me would be number one, but not many people in the audience even remember. But anyway, that play would be definitely. You're taking the catch out of it.
Yeah, because that's number one. Easy.
Eric Davis's pick 6 going the other way would have to be one.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to do the tackle of Danny White that saved the catch game? Could we go with that?
We could do that, absolutely. I just think the catch is so far away and ahead. From the 21 game, is it Dak slide?
Yeah, because the catch will get 100% of the void.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't the slide; it was the spike. He went to spike the ball.
Yeah, at the end. Yeah, he slid, and then he spiked the next play.
I mean, to me, they were in scramble mode. They to me, it was the Debo touchdown on that after
the Debo dash
intercepted. Debo, well, it was a running play. You know, it's not like a screen to Debo. It was a stretch run to the right, and Debo cut back. I think Brunskill made a great block on that play. And they went up 23-7. I think it was the last play of the third quarter, very close to it.
Yeah,
and then Dallas scrambled back to make it close. So, I don't know. I mean, how about in the well, I mean, you're picking up bad moments, obviously.
Anything. Whatever's most memorable.
Alvin Harper had some big plays to beat the 49ers for sure.
Nothing from last year? Is there any discernible play that we could say last year was decided on? Anything jump out at you from last year?
I mean, no, because it was, George Kittle's catch.
The Fred tip.
George Kittle's catch. George Kittle's one-hand catch.
Oh, the one-handed catch by Kittle?
Yeah, that was the one that jump-started that 91-yard drive at the end of the third quarter, and it was George. It was a lot of McCaffrey, and they ran power and ran downhill. George Kittle's catch, he tipped it twice into the face mask, and then he, as David Lombardi counted off, it was a 9-yard catch where he tipped it and where he caught it. And one of their safeties, was it Donovan Wilson or Hooker? One of those guys was going to decapitate him. And he caught the ball at the very last second and then ducked down to secure it. So I would say that Kittle double doink off the face mask 9-yarder would be one. The Eric Davis pick 6 would probably win.
Uh-huh.
And then you want to go, just to even it out with the Cowboys, the Tony Frisch onside kick that Preston Riley bobbled that spawned that captain comeback. And really, because at that point they were going back and forth with Craig Morton and Staubach. At that point, Staubach became the starting quarterback of the Cowboys. So do we pick one more Dallas Doomsday or 3 Niner plays? What else do we got from?
So we got the Tony Frisch kick. We got the ED interception. We got the Dak spike and the Kittle tip. Just because I think more people.
The Dak spike. Yeah.
I mean, there's some other ones.
I don't think they were going to win the game anyway. What yard line were they on? Like the 25-yard line, and I don't think.
But they would have had a play. Weirder things have happened.
1 second to outside the red zone. It would have been hard for them. They lost the game through 3 quarters, and they were just not well coached in that game. I thought they were much better coached. Anything else from any of the
Nothing. T.O. at the Star. It's not a playoff game.
Yeah, that to me was
Jimmy
not a
Johnson saying, "How about them Cowboys?" That's not a play.
That would be, but is that a play?
No, that was post game. But I mean,
they were a wild card team. They were not a great team in '92. That was the initial step on their dynasty when they won in '92, '93, and '95 was that first game. So it'd be didn't Alvin Harper had a huge catch and run in that game? I think he did.
Yeah.
In any
trying to see if we're missing anyone. All right, I'm looking on YouTube. If you got anything, I'll look on the.
Go with the Dak spike just because it's more recent.
Yeah, I think that's people remember that one. That one might. I don't know that it's going to beat out ED, but we will. We'll see. I'll check the text line as well.
Do you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease? Wow. What exactly is that?
I think before, when we knew ED back in the day, I don't think that stuff had become as prevalent as it is today, where you can't go one commercial break without seeing it.
I always, whenever I mentioned Eric Davis, it was ED.
You can always
going to pop up next on Chronicle Live. It did all say. Mentioned it a lot.
Was it as bad back then? Because God, now it's like every other ad. Well, my whole email box is full of it. Don't they know that I'm a young man and don't have those issues whatsoever, and probably won't for 20, 30, 50 more years?
What is Peyronie's disease? Is that from eating too many pierogies? I don't know what that is.
No, I'll just say this.
Doink, I think.
Yeah.
That's the double doink version.
I'll keep everybody safe because you know where I'm going with this. We had a break yesterday in which we were explained what it is. Yeah, and it had something to do with a carrot.
He knows all about it.
So anyway, yeah.
Anyway. So what's our 4?
We were explained.
Tony Frisch onside kick in 72. Preston Riley.
And then
Eric Davis's pick 6. The rising of ED.
Yeah, we'll go Kittle and we'll go
Kittle
the spike.
over the middle, double tip off the face mask 9-yarder. What a play that was. And the Dak spike is too late.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we'll put that one on there. Yeah. We'll put those 4 on there. We'll ask Matty Mayoko about coming up next. Danny will take care of it, and you'll be able to vote shortly. We'll do it all next. Get Matt Mayoko's thoughts on everything. Plus, he's got his 5 to watch. We'll do all that next with Matt Miyoko from NBC Sports Bay Area and the 49ers Talk podcast. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Miyoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Miyoko on the Sports Leader.
We love talking to Matt Miyoko. We talked to him actually a couple times a week. We talked to him in the pregame show. It's on Murph and Mac. He joins us each Friday, and by the way, he's got to get out of here quick. We got to talk fast. He's talking to Chris Collinsworth, so that's good. 49ers Talk podcast as well. Make sure you're following him and reading him. Matt Mayoko joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Well, you know what? I was driving in. I was listening to you guys, and when I was rewatching the Cowboys New England game, the one thing that I kind of made a mental note of, but then with my mental capabilities, I immediately forgot it, was what Dak Prescott says when he gets to the line of scrimmage. Yeah, here we go. And
here we go.
Yeah, I like that.
That's Collinsworth, what that is.
So I'm going to probably open up the Collinsworth interview with a reference to that, because this is week 5. This is like the game on the schedule that everybody circled. So you know what? To rip a page from Dak Prescott, yeah, here we go.
Why didn't Tom Brady ever say, "Let's effing go"? That would have been better if he would have done that right.
That would have
been good.
Yeah,
he's probably if you win a few Super Bowls, if you get up to like that 4, 5, 6 number, you can say any gosh darn thing you want.
And on your own podcast. So the 49ers trigger for that is Red 18.
Yeah, that's so boring.
We heard Jimmy say it forever. I think the Jets say is a green 18 with Aaron Rodgers now that he's wearing green and left Green Bay. But anyway, Brock Purdy.
Who does Aaron Rodgers play for?
The Jet. Well, he played 4 snaps, and now he's kind of in limbo. But
plays for the Pat McAfee show.
I know you're going to ask Collinsworth about Brock, and he says the Red 18 a little different than Jimmy. But just have you spoken to Collinsworth? This is the first 49ers Cowboys game he's ever done, because the 49ers Cowboys play in January and not in prime time, so he's never done one of these before. But have you asked him much about Brock Purdy and the great Brock Star story, Matty?
Well, I definitely will here in a few minutes. I know the thing that I talked to him right before the season. It was like days leading up to that Thursday night opener, Chiefs and Lions, and he and Mike Tirico were on that call. But I was talking to him, obviously, about the 49ers. And the one thing that he said is, at that point, they had yet to trade Trey Lance. I think he might have been traded like the next day or something like that. But the one thing, the point I made, or the question I asked him was, help me sort this out. Should the 49ers front office be, criticized for it not working with Trey Lance? He's not the starter, or should they be applauded for finding Brock Purdy and then rolling with it when he proved that he's the guy? And the way that Chris Collinsworth phrased it was that they coached themselves out of a sticky situation. So in other words, if there hadn't been no Brock Purdy, if Kyle Shanahan hadn't realized how good he was, if they didn't have him coached up right, obviously in a way that resonated with him and helped to make him the kind of player that he's been, then criticize the heck out of the 49ers. But it's really difficult to criticize a team that traded up to number 3 to get a quarterback, and 2 seasons later, their quarterback, albeit a different quarterback, but their quarterback is playing at such a high level. So, really when I look at it, I mean, if a draft pick doesn't work, if a free agent signing doesn't work, it's not a big deal if the guy who's replacing the guy that you've got ends up being a strength on the team. So that's kind of the unique and odd situation the 49ers have been in with their quarterback position.
Matt Mayoko is joining us, of course, 49ers Talk podcast, NBC Sports Bay Area, and you'll hear him before the game is with us as well, getting you ready on Sunday. So Mike Silver said said a couple of days ago on KNBR, he believes Brock Purdy would have been a top 5 pick in a 2022 redraft and the first quarterback taken in 2021. And I looked this up. ESPN, of course, they love doing their redrafts. They had Brock being taken by the Jets because they had Sauce Gardner going number 1 at number 4 overall. So Kyle didn't want to talk about it when Kawakami asked him if they hadn't gotten Christian McCaffrey. But where the hell would they be without him?
That's a great question.
Without Brock.
I mean, would Trey Lance still be the quarterback? Would Sam Darnold be the starter? Would they have Would they?
It blows my mind.
It blows my mind too. I don't think they would have like outbid the Raiders to get Jimmy Garoppolo back. I don't know. I mean, maybe
would they have gotten aggressive for Kirk Cousins, him going into the last year of his deal with Minnesota and giving up a bunch of picks or something since they didn't get Stafford, like go another veteran route?
Well, if they did that, then that roster would look a whole lot different, wouldn't it? I mean,
because it makes a lot of money, right?
They wouldn't have Javon Hargrave. That's for darn sure on this team. They might not have a couple other guys on this team. So I don't know what they would have done. My guess is they would have really tried to make it work with Trey, while also having Sam Darnold or some lower-priced quarterback available. But I mean, I don't know. That's a great question and a great, what if scenario.
All right, so you've got your 5 guys to watch for Sunday Night Football and the Cowboys, and obviously Brock Purdy is number 1. But you mentioned Javon Hargrave. You have him listed high as well. Just what he's meant to the front here, and specifically, playing the Cowboys, and you mentioned Zach Martin will get him some, but predominantly he lines up the gravedigger over the left guard, Tyler Smith. So just that matchup and what he's done right now, the hat trick from Drake Jackson on opening day in Pittsburgh, but Javon Hargrave has 3 quarterback sacks this year, Matty.
Yeah, so he's a guy that really has kind of, unlock that defensive line in the standpoint that it gives them 3 really high-quality defensive linemen. And, it's taken a little bit of the focus off of Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa still, he brings a lot of attention anytime he's on the field. But Hargrave he's a difference maker at a position where there aren't a whole lot of difference makers at defensive tackle around the league. They're a handful, but most of the guys are kind of like space eaters and guys that are kind of more dirty work types of players, and he does that part of it, but he also gets after the quarterback. He just makes life miserable for offensive teams, for coordinators, for head coaches, for offensive linemen. So it's really kind of a strength versus strength scenario where even though the Cowboys have had some difficulty finding continuity with their offensive line, the Tyler Smith is a guy that played very well at left tackle last year. They moved him inside to left guard, and he's playing even better. I mean, he might already be one of the top handful of offensive guards in the league. And so it's strength versus strength with Hargrave and Smith. And if Hargrave can win that battle more times than he loses it on Sunday night, then that just really enables the 49ers to do a lot of things defensively. Bosa has an opportunity to have a big game, whether or not, and I would say even if Tyron Smith is out there, the veteran, that might give Bosa an even greater advantage because the Cowboys might be kind of lulled into a false sense of security thinking, okay, well, we have an 8-time Pro Bowl player out there left tackle, so, he can handle Bosa. If they think that, I think they're going to have a rude awakening because, Smith, after missing a couple of weeks, he's not going to be, he's not going to be sharp. He's going to be a little bit rusty. And Bosa, one game after coming off that kind of extended bye, his body's feeling good, and he's kind of rejuvenated and ready now. I think he feels like he's in a position where missing all of training camp really doesn't have an impact at this point. He's got his body back to where he wants it. So that is definitely going to be one of the featured matchups in this game, that Cowboys offensive line that's going to want to control the line of scrimmage, and they're going to want to run the ball. They need to run the ball to set up play action and kind of take the heat off of Dak Prescott.
Matt Mayoko is joining us, NBC Sports Bay Area and the 49ers Talk podcast. He's going to be talking to Chris Collinsworth here in a few minutes. It seems obvious that Dallas, even though they've changed their offense a little bit, they get rid of it a lot quicker. With CeeDee Lamb getting the 13 targets, the 10 catches last year, that you're going to look at the corner slot opposite Ward and take advantage of what's over there, whether it be the inside if Oliver's there, potentially in the outside if Ambry Thomas is there. How do you expect the 49ers to handle CeeDee Lamb?
Well, I don't think they're going to do anything special. I don't think they're going to travel with him. I don't think they're going to put Charvarius Ward and just say, hey, wherever he goes, you go. I think they're going to try to play this thing straight up. Steve Wilkes said yesterday, I asked him about the nickelback position. I'm a little bit skeptical about this just because typically I don't think, teams that are set defensively, I don't think they rotate their nickelback. And the 49ers have been doing that. And he says that he's happy with what they've given them as far as Isaiah Oliver playing about half of the game at nickelback, and then the other half of the game they moved Diamador Lenore down there to cover the slot receiver and have Ambry Thomas on the field. So I think if there's one weakness with the 49ers, defensively, one of it, probably the most glaring would be just maybe the unknowns or the instability at nickelback. And the other spot where I think they need more, and it helps out the nickelback, is if they find someone who can consistently rush the passer on the other edge opposite of Nick Bosa. So those kind of go hand in hand a little bit. But, I would think that the Cowboys would certainly try to exploit the 49ers nickelback in this game.
And you have Isaiah Oliver as your number 4 in the top 5 49ers to watch Sunday night. Number 5 is George Kittle. And you mentioned that juggling 30-yard catch he had on the broken play. You and I were actually talking about this the other day when we were huddled up together on Wednesday. So we have
on the 49ers Talk podcast, Greg.
Ask Papa. And he heard me saying, John, that I'm not on a podcast, and Mayoko got all upset with me and said, you are on a podcast. But it's not really my podcast. It's Mayoko and Jennifer Lee Chan's podcast that I occasionally contribute to. But anyway,
I think you need to take ownership in that.
Well, that used to be a television show.
Yeah,
that used to be a TV show once a week. Ask Papa. It got canceled. So
you guys didn't trademark it, so we stole it from you.
Nice job.
Anyway, well, John actually came up with it on Tuesday. We used to do Ask Papa on this show. So anyway, John's got trademark. Anyway, you mentioned Kittle and the juggling 30-yard catch on the broken play. So we do our Friday Danny's Big Poll. Most memorable plays in 49er Cowboy history. That play is one. The Dak too-late spike play from the year before.
Yep.
The Eric Davis pick 6 of Troy Aikman to open the 1994 NFC title game.
I'm assuming all these are positive 49ers plays.
No. 1972 divisional playoff, December the 23rd, where Roger Staubach became captain comeback. And the Tony Frisch onside kick that was bobbled by Preston Riley.
Matt covered that game.
And the Cowboys came back to win, which I watched that game. I remember that game well. And earlier in the day, it was the Immaculate Deception and Franco's catch in Pittsburgh. So what a terrible day in Bay Area sports history, maybe the worst day of all time. So which one would you pick? Kittle's 9-yard bobble for 30 yards, Dak's spike.
You can't have the catch. We took the catch out.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know. I know
we
what
had
you're
to
say.
take the
that's number one easy. Yeah, we took it out.
Got 100% of the vote. We had
How
to
about
take that out.
How about the Ezekiel Elliott no canning of the center or canning of the center?
Yeah, we talked about
the
that.
end of the game.
We talked about that.
That game was over, though. That game was over.
That was a fun one. I would say just because of everything, the history where the Cowboys dominated in the 70s, the 49ers with the catch in the 80s, that kind of signaled the ascension of one organization and the decline of the other. And then the Cowboys getting their thing right, and the 49ers with Steve Young not being able to get over the hump. That Eric Davis play, I would go with that one. And maybe even, Eric's play, but also the Jerry Rice touchdown right before the half on a perfectly thrown ball from Steve Young in the left back corner of that end zone. I would say that game, because it was so clear at that point that those were the two best teams in football, and they had been the two best teams in football for the 2 years leading up to that as well, and I think even probably the year after that. So I would say, just because of the importance of what the game meant, I would go something from that what would it be, the January of '95 NFC Championship game. So whether it's Eric Davis or whether it's the Young to Rice touchdown pass, that would have my vote.
Great stuff. We know you got to run. Thanks, Matty. We'll see you, and we'll talk to you on Sunday.
Sounds great. Here we go.
Here we go.
That is the great Matt Mayoko, and of course NBC Sports Bay Area. He's on all the shows here, and you can catch him on TV and with you on the 49ers Talk podcast when you occasionally contribute. That's
Ask Pay Pay.
That's what you got. Yeah, Ask Pay Pay. Okay. All right, we will talk to Andrew Baggerly. Final thoughts on the Giants. It always is with the tear in our eye that we lose Bags at least every week. We talk to him throughout the season, but we love talking to him every Friday. And we'll do it next for a recap on the season and what to look for in the offseason. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Papa and Lund. Now, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I've worked with 7 managers in my time in baseball, and they all had different styles, and I think 5 of them won Manager of the Year. So, and my relationship with them, I mean, my role's been different in those different organizations, but my relationship's been different with them too. At least from my experience, one thing I've learned is that there are no absolutes. There are times when you're going to be working more closely with the manager. There's times when it's more appropriate to be hands-off. Some of that, I think, is the style of the manager and how they like to run the team in the clubhouse. And, some of that is just what the players and the team needs.
And, of course, was Farhan Zaidi from the dugout the other day. His end of the year, I guess you'd call that a press conference, even though it was in the dugout. Always love on Fridays talking to Andrew Baggerly. It is always our pleasure, and this will be the last one of the season. We'll talk to him throughout the offseason, but our last weekly on a Friday, which we're sad about because he is so good and gives you so much information at Extra Bags, and you read him in The Athletic. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. But first, thank you as always. We appreciate it and your great insight. And since we just played that there, you're a lot smarter than I am, so you probably got more out of it than I did. But it felt like a Billy Bean kind of a thing where I heard everything and I wrote a bunch of notes and then I looked back and I went, there's nothing here. Like, what did you learn from what everything that Farhan said?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a different, we kind of call them the post-mortems, and you call them that, whether it's a good year or a bad year. This obviously was a disappointing year. Normally there's a little more concrete information in terms of, here's what we think about some of the people we could make arbitration tender decisions on. Here are some of the guys who might have surgery. Here's where some of the coaches stand. There's a little bit more nuts and bolts to these things. And this one just seemed like it was very sort of, conceptual. A lot of people just have really no answers to really big questions about where this franchise is heading. And I think that the questions and the answers kind of reflected that. And, in a lot of ways, there's very little that Farhan Zaidi can say that he didn't already say when, he talked to us after explaining why, he made the recommendation that they hire a new manager. So, I think that we're just going to have to kind of wait and see what names emerge from this manager search and who they land on. And I think in a lot of ways, that's going to probably tell us more than anything else is really figuring out who's going to sort of get the keys to the kingdom there and how much autonomy they'll have to run games. And because if it seems like it's someone who's pretty similar to the guy that was just in the chair, then you wonder how much things will change. So I do think that it's going to be someone with a little bit of a different personality, somebody who maybe is a little bit better at, at doing the PR and doing the being sort of someone who's easy to relate to. But they've got a lot to figure out as an organization. They also have a lot of good pieces already in place, and they could turn this thing around, pretty quickly, even with not a ton of free agent choices out there. So I think it's going to be a really interesting offseason, and obviously it's an offseason where maybe Farhan's got to be a little push a few more buttons a little bit harder, because this may be the last offseason he has if things don't work out.
Yeah, the story you had after his presser was just some of your best work, the way you were able to detail why the press conference. And we played it live, and it sounded like he was outside, and I'm hearing ambient noise. I mean, what's going on? He did it from the dugout bench, and you detail why, because the analytics department has taken over the clubhouse, including Murph's old office and the Nick Peters interview room, and which speaks to, when Farhan fired Cap a week ago, he spoke about being open and flexible to different ideas, different perspectives, is something I'm going to have to take going forward. And then he was talking about earlier this week about consistency with our brand, being consistent with our brand, and playing fundamental baseball, hitting the cutoff man. You can't do all that as far as the line change and openers if you're sailing balls from the outfield and your infielders can't catch the ball. So the bottom line whether it's a internal candidate or an external or first-time manager or somebody else, Bags, how much do you think Farhan Zaidi philosophically is really going to want to change, be able to change this offseason?
Well, I think first of all, I understand the point he was making when he was referencing The Bear and Every Second Counts, the TV show. A couple years ago, the TV show he was referencing at one of these things was Squid Game. So that's probably better be talking about people in a kitchen than people getting shot in the head, maybe. So at least we're making progress there. But I think the point that he was making is a valid point. It's, look, if we're going to run our team in a way that, we're going to mine every small advantage at the margins, and we're going to pinch hit and get every, statistical matchup that can boost our percentage chances of winning this baseball game. And a lot of it is even going to maybe aggravate you a little bit because we're going to be kind of slavish to it. And then we don't sort of take advantage of all the little ways in the game that, you actually can win a ball game through, hitting the cutoff man and not making mistakes on the bases and, being a little more athletic and running down those 50% catch probability balls in the outfield. It almost makes you think, what are we doing here, trying to get every pinch hitting advantage if you just give all that advantage plus more away by just not playing good baseball. So I think that's the point he was trying to make. I don't know if it was really the message that people were geared up to hear, because I don't think people want to hear, what we need to do is drill down even more. What we need to do is get even more granular. I think what people want to hear is, we want to be entertained. We want some stars on this team. We want some obvious ways that this team is better, and that means having more continuity in the lineup and having more continuity in the rotation, and because there are a lot of really good ball players here, and there are a lot of good contributing players on winning teams. But obviously that there needs to be some big furniture in the room too, and I think that's what's been missing, and that's probably what people are going to get excited about is when you start having the next round of Buster Posies that you can come and watch, and that's hard to do. It's really hard to do, especially when you don't have a lot of choices in free agency, and they're going to have to get real creative, I think, this offseason, whether it be trading some young pitching for young hitting, maybe going out and supplementing the top of that rotation. I know that they really like Yamamoto from Japan. He's a guy they've talked about for a long, long time. And he's, really a guy who could step in and be one of the best pitchers in baseball from day one. So, maybe they augment themselves there, and then they can trade some pitching for some of the hitting that they need. But they're going to have to get creative. It's not going to all happen in one move or two moves. That's for sure.
Andrew Baggerly, good enough to join us again from The Athletic and at Extra Bags. You wrote a piece the other day that I thought hit it right on the head. If you still believe that winning solves everything, you haven't been following the San Francisco Giants over the past 3 seasons to reconnect with their apathetic fan base. They'll have to do more. And I've always been of the opinion you just have to win, but clearly that's not the case. While the rest of the league was up about 10%, they were flat as far as attendance. Just saw the numbers across the league as far as the local broadcast. They were down about 16% on TV. So and they've made it pretty clear that they just don't like this brand of baseball. So what do they have to do beyond winning, as you wrote, to reconnect with this fan base who kind of seems like,
I think that I would say two things. One, they need more sizzle, and they need more fun. It just needs to be more fun. And baseball is supposed to be fun. You look at the Padres; they didn't have a successple year. I mean, they were almost a catastrophic failure by having the payroll that they had and not making the postseason, and basically finishing a game and a half, 2 games ahead of the Giants in the standings. But in terms of the box office, in terms of you go to Petco Park, and people had a good time at games. I mean, people really did come out, and you got to wonder, what's more likely to happen? The Padres will be able to sustain what they did last year in terms of, having that, I guess, thrust at the box office, or the Giants can turn it around. And I would say that the Padres still, even with a catastrophic year, have more momentum on their side. So, and I don't think they're going to go, 1-12 in extra innings again either. So you could say law of averages, they would be a playoff team in most years this year. So, I just think the Giants need to command the marketplace a little bit more by having a little more sizzle on their roster and more reasons that people want to come out to the ballpark, even apart from baseball. So, whether that's reducing barriers to entry with, things like parking we've talked about. My mentions are always full of, there are the people who are like, oh, San Francisco's a, cesspool now. It's like, well, those people just watch too much Fox News. But there are people who have, actual gripes about, how tough it is to get to the ballpark, and you can't just get in your car and assume that there's going to be a parking spot for you. You have to use the Spot Hero or do other things or relearn behaviors, and that doesn't happen overnight. So maybe the Giants need to do a little more hand-holding and make sure that they make it easy on their consumers to come out and feel like it's not so arduous to come to a game. One thing I think they should do, I think they should move, I know this is not popular with everybody, including my fellow scribes, but I think they should take the weekday night games that used to be 7:15, now they're 6:45. Now that you don't have people walking down the Embarcadero from all their financial jobs that don't really exist in the city anymore, and you got to get people from down the peninsula, from the East Bay, from Aptos, from everywhere around the Bay Area, Sacramento. I think you probably need to move those weekday night games back to 7:15 where they used to be, because the games are faster now. They're a half hour faster, so you still get people out at the same time. If it was a 6:45 game without a pitch clock. So give people a little more time to get to the game. I think that might be a change that they should look at.
And they do that on Friday night. They play Friday night games at 7:15 as opposed to 6:45. One thing they got to do is hire a manager, and I think they need to hire one that the fan base wants and resonates with and is popular. So Farhan did say internal candidates end of the week. One or two. I've got four names: Albarnez, Wotus, Correa, and Hallberg could be. Any more news on who they brought in by the end of the week? And then he also mentioned being open to first-time managers, effective recruiter. I know you went right to, I believe, in Stephen Vogt. And then, he did mention, we heard the sound coming in, the 7 managers that he's worked with. Bob Guerin he worked with, and Bob Melvin, obviously, in Oakland. Don Mattingly. Bob Melvin, again later, or Bob Guerin again later, Dave Roberts, and then obviously Bochy and Kapler. So it's kind of a broad-based, SWAT there as far as the candidates and where they come from internally, first time. You know Joe Madden well from your Angel days. That guy's out there available. Buck Showalter as well. Just any thoughts on which direction they're going to go? Probably all of them, but anything new in the ensuing days, Spags?
Yeah, one other internal name that you didn't mention that they may look at, and in fact, John Heyman did tweet that they will look at, is Kyle Haynes, their farm director, who was a minor league manager as well.
Wow.
Somebody who's very, very positive. I don't know if he's someone who would emerge as, a top candidate. Maybe they feel they want someone with a little more name recognition. But, in terms of how he's seen within the organization, he's a guy, there's a reason that they didn't make a change at farm director when they kind of had a rough year in terms of player development last year, and they think a lot of him and just his ability to be just an optimist from day to day and to be organized and to connect with people. So that wouldn't surprise me if he interviewed well, but I think I look at just the hints that Farhan drops, and he even mentioned, hey, it could be someone who still has a lot of connections in the game and can be a really good recruiter, because they're just ending a long playing career. And to me, that was Stephen Vogt is who that's a callback to. And he's a guy who, I think we all have thought, even when he was a player, is going to be a great manager one of these days. And another guy who is a catcher, who's got an eye for detail, who's very respected within the game, who has some Giants ties, is Nick Hundley, and he's working for Major League Baseball right now. So, I don't know if he's going to be a candidate either, but he's one of those guys that, through his playing career, you felt, this guy could be a really good leader, a really good clubhouse leader, really good manager one of these days. So I think it's what's going to be interesting is, Farhan's got this is his process to work through, but at a point where he has his finalists, then they're going to meet with Buster Posey, with Larry Baer, with Greg Johnson, 3 very different individuals and other members of the board, obviously. And I think that it's not going to be as simple as Farhan giving his recommendation and, folks having a concern here or there, and Farhan basically sort of convincing them that he's got the right guy for the job. I think that if there are some concerns, if there are some skepticism, I don't necessarily think that it's going to be so easy to talk people out of that skepticism, because Farhan's already had one shot at this, and the guy he hired worked out until he didn't. So I think this is going to be a little more collaborative in terms of everyone having some input, and it's going to be a fascinating process, because a manager is not going to really change fundamentally how many games this team wins or loses, but it is going to change a lot about perception. And I think that's the Giants have a perception problem right now.
Andrew Baggerly joining us. We're getting into the Giants offseason, obviously the managerial search. Also, with having a year left on his contract, how aggressive will he be allowed to be? In that we were just talking about some certain pitchers, maybe they take some of that young pitching, they trade that pitching. We've talked about getting the bats. They don't seem to want to sign here. So do you go out and take that excess pitching and go after Pete Alonso, who's got a year left, but Boris is his client? I mean, they're going to have some money because there's a bunch of money coming off the books. They can be aggressive financially, but the question is, how aggressive will they be, especially with a president of baseball operations going into the last year of his deal?
Well, I mean, we've seen this happen a lot, where someone's under pressure and they make some deals that aren't necessarily the wisest financial deals, and then the next guy gets saddled with them. And I think that's some of that could happen, but I don't think that I think that anything that would be totally wild and outlandish would have to obviously not just be a deal that Farhan signs off of, but ownership as well. And that's been the case all along, and everyone was down to spend $350 million on Carlos Correa, and I think that those kinds of deals will be there. I don't think that the Giants are going to be precluded from signing long-term contracts just because their chief baseball architect is only on their contract for one more year. I think that he's still going to have broad latitude to spend money, and they realize that they're going to have to do that to spend money to make money, and maybe not the way the Padres have, but you get through the arbitration guys, you get through the guys who are under contract, and they should have quite a bit of flexibility. I think Logan Webb's the only guy signed beyond 2025. So yeah, they really, it's not like they don't have the flexibility to make some big deals. And there's not that many choices out there. Cody Bellinger obviously is a guy who is going to get a lot of attention. Matt Chapman in Toronto, and then you have Lee from Korea that they've scouted very heavily as a guy who could be a really, really plus defensive center fielder and a really good contact hitter. So I think that they're going to be definitely in on his market. But I think it probably makes the most sense for them. Yamamoto, I think, is going to be the big prize. And, the money could get stupid on him because there are a lot of teams that really, really have him evaluated highly. But, wow, if he's really one of the best pitchers in baseball and you can add him to Logan Webb at the top of a rotation, I mean, that almost makes you a contending team right there.
It was 2 years ago tonight that Logan Webb was getting ready to face the LA Dodgers in Game 1 of the division series after winning Game 162 over the Padres, and now division series time bags, and the Giants are watching 2 straight Octobers. So just your thoughts. We got 4 great games to watch tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Bruce Bochy in Texas up against Baltimore, 1:45 our time. Also in the American League, Carlos Correa and the Twins going into Houston to take them on. The 2 National League games are going to be great. 3:07. Maybe the best series of all is Phillies and Braves. And then we got the Dodgers and D-backs with Kershaw on the mound. So how do you see the 4 we're going to see tomorrow and throughout the week, Bags?
Yeah, I think they're all going to be good series, really. And the D-backs are a scary team for the Dodgers, I think, because they can out-athlete them. And you got 2 really good top-shelf starting pitchers. And the fact that all of these best-of-3 series were wrapped up in 2 games, and now you have 2 days with no baseball, basically, that's going to give these teams a chance to reset their pitching to not to a full extent, but to the point where they can get most of their pitchers in the series, maybe even multiple times, their best pitchers. And that makes a huge difference if you're the Diamondbacks sitting there with Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. I'm really looking forward to that Phillies-Braves series. I think that's going to be the one that most people are watching. The Phillies just have a ton of momentum behind them. They're obviously hungry after getting there last year, winning the pennant, and we all know the Braves are just one of the best offensive teams maybe in Major League history. So that one I'm looking forward to. And I'll tell you what, I thought it was really cool to see the Twins get, the fans really get behind them, and they finally sort of, I guess, threw off that postseason schneid that they've been on forever. Helps they weren't facing the Yankees, who normally knock them out. And how about that pickoff play that Sonny Gray made with Carlos Correa, who basically saw it coming and engineered it? It's like all of that baseball IQ that went into that play. That's why the Giants were excited to sign a guy like Carlos Correa, even though maybe the stats don't jump off the page as a $300 million player. And you wonder how much really he might have made a difference in that clubhouse as a leader, as somebody who is going to be there, who demands the best from himself, from others. I think that's one area where if you sort of do the sliding doors thing and you think about what the Giants would have looked like with Carlos Correa, I wonder if he would have made things really a lot easier on Gabe Kapler to have that kind of player in the clubhouse, almost, running things, being a conduit that everybody runs everything through. And they didn't have that player, but the Twins have him now. They had a great second half. In a lot of ways, they swapped spots with the Giants. The Giants almost had the first half that the Twins had in the second half, and vice versa. And they're a team that's got some momentum and some good pitching. So, I think it'd be cool to see the Twins extend this thing a little bit.
Absolutely. Bags, like I said, our pleasure. You write so many great things that are so thought-provoking, and we have so much fun talking each Friday. I know we'll talk to you throughout the off-season, but thank you so much for everything you do for us. We really appreciate it.
No, the pleasure's mine. You guys are huge for me. I really appreciate it. I know that we're behind a paywall, and so not everybody's going to be able to read what I write, and so the fact that you can help to shine a light on that and let people know I'm still out there writing is something I really, really appreciate, and just being able to talk ball with you guys all
Sure.
year. I really appreciate that too. So thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate
back
it
at you, brother.
Yeah, from opening day, and I'll tell you, look, nobody's paying me to say it, and I think you agree with me. Bags alone is worth it. I mean, he just writes such thought-provoking things, and his experience and professionalism and everything that he writes is so good. You're missing out if you're not reading his stuff on a daily or near daily basis, and it's cool too because it's not like he's on the, he doesn't have to write the game stories. He writes what's cool and important, and it's really cool what he does. So anyway, we love bringing him to you every Friday during the season. We'll talk to him throughout the off season. Trent Williams at the bottom of the hour, 14 minutes, your conversation. I'm very excited. He is my favorite 49er to talk to, so you got a chance to yesterday. And then the voice of the Cowboys for, I think, 44. Is this 44th year for Brad Sham? So he will give us his thoughts on the poll question today, which is what he remembers from all those Cowboys 49ers games. So Brad Sham will give us a preview of the game coming up at 1:30. All that coming up with Pop and Lund on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former Super Bowl winning wide receiver and Christian's dad, Ed McCaffrey. He joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss his son's great start to the season. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Going to roll Purdy the opposite way, going left. Purdy, time, going to throw back right, and it is juggled, and George Kittle makes the catch to midfield.
Wow!
What a catch by George Kittle. On the throwback there from Brock Purdy. Bobbled it a couple of times, but was able to reel it in.
What a dart from Purdy. It's a keeper. Kittle's coming from the other side of the field. Now, he's going to get right down the hash marks. Hits it with one hand, off his helmet, back into his hands again, and then able to corral it and grasp it before he takes a hit and goes down. That is a huge catch.
That is one of your choices for today's poll question. You cannot have the catch. That's just too obvious. The most memorable, outside of the catch, the most memorable 49ers Cowboys moment right now, Eric Davis's pick 6 in 94 has 42% of the vote. The Dak spike in 21, too late, 27%. Kittle tip catch, you just heard, 25%. And the Tony Frisch onside kick in 72 has 6% of the vote. Those are your four choices. Four choices. There you go. Those are the four. By the way, did you see this piece? I'm sure you're aware of this. So Brock Purdy and Nick Zakelj, they live together.
Yes,
and,
the Fordham Ram.
Zakelj, by the way, makes more than Brock Purdy. They make close to $1 million.
He was a higher
each.
draft pick. He should make more.
So he makes a little bit more. So for a couple of guys making nearly $1 million, and I would imagine with Purdy's outside interest, like the Toyota deal and all that stuff, he's probably over $1 million. But they do share an apartment together. He was actually on the Today Show. Was it the After Today Show or was it the main Today Show? But I just saw the clip from it, and he says he still drives his Toyota Sequoia, which, by the way, I'm not sure if that's totally truthful. I wonder if he's kidding around, because I did see that he had he's got a new car deal, so he's probably got some sort of a Toyota or something driving around, doesn't he? So anyway,
well, did he say that? Isn't Toyota make Sequoia?
Yeah, but he acted like it was an old car or something that he had back in college. Or
yeah,
something.
He probably got paid U.S. cash. He didn't take a deal, but he drives the same car that he drove last year. I know that, and Nick Zakelj from Fordham was a 6th-round pick, and Brock obviously Mr. Irrelevant. Alfredo Gutierrez used to live in that home.
Yeah.
There was 3 of them, so they're just down to 2. And the one thing about Brock, like Christian McCaffrey, he got engaged in the offseason. So the future Mrs. Purdy has not moved out to the Bay Area yet. That would be his next. That would be his next roommate.
Yeah, it's kind of like Joe Staley. Remember Joe used to take in free agents? He'd take in the young free agent guys who didn't have any money, and so he'd just be like, hey, you can live with me for the year. But then, like you said, he got married, started having kids. It's like, okay, you guys can't hang out. You got to go. So
yeah,
he'll get the big deal. Then he'll be living large. So Nick Zakelj better count the days. Because, like you said, Brock's got a romance, and then Brock's going to get a bunch of money, which it's got to be, a little bit's got to be flowing in now, right? I mean, he does stuff. Remember we were at the Super Bowl, he was doing like the card thing with Panini, not the sandwich.
He was
doing the card, like he's doing stuff. So he's making
not Peyronie's disease. He was doing Panini cards. Yes,
because we were told it's like a carrot.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's it.
Nick is not going to change. I know what he's just not going to change at all. I don't see him. I'm not saying he's going to live with Nick Zakelj for the rest of his life. That'll be up to Mrs. Purdy.
When he gets his $50 million, he's getting a new house.
He's not. I told you he sat in the back of the airplane with us after he became on the team, the backup quarterback, and he wouldn't recline his seat. 2 hours into the flight back from Eagan, Minnesota, he asked me, "Do you mind if I recline my seat?" I was like, "What?" Does
he call you sir? Like, does he say?
He calls me Mr. Lund. Is what he calls me.
Mr. Patback, can I recline my seat?
He doesn't. He just doesn't. He's not going to change. He is not going to change. That guy was raised right. He could have, Patrick Mahomes money, Jalen Hurts money, Joe Burrow money. I don't see him ever coming into Levi's rocking the Joe Burrow mink coat or anything like that. He is just. Do you see how he came in last game with his backpack?
He dresses like Kirk Cousins. Him and Kirk Cousins probably have the same stylist.
Stay the way you are. You're Brock Steady. You're a Brock star. And Tim Ryan, he is the Brock of Gibraltar.
Oh, you're giving credit? When did you start doing this?
I didn't say give him credit. I just wanted them to listen to that. So
okay,
anyway,
checking.
Brock ain't changing. He ain't changing at all. That's the beautiful thing about Brock Purdy. He's the same guy every single day.
Yeah, he is. That's for sure. All right, you got a chance to talk to Trent Williams. He was one of my favorites. I'm excited to hear the conversation you had after the show yesterday. Paul and Lund, sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC, 1-800-PACIFIC. Trent Williams next, and the voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham, in an hour. It's Pop and Lund getting ready for the Cowboys and the Niners, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and Trey Lance and the Dallas Cowboys are coming to the Bay Area tomorrow. And when Trey was a 49er, and sure now that he's a Cowboy, he sleeps on a Sleep Number bed. 80%, more than 80% of NFL players sleep on a Sleep Number bed, which individualize your sleep experience, making high quality sleep effortless every single night. I think you know the deal, the adjustable firmness on each side. So Sleep Number smart beds let you choose your ideal comfort and support on each side for individualized comfort. So it's just right for couples. And so Trey back to town. You should pick up a Sleep Number bed as well. And now is the time to do it, because you can get a Sleep Number bed for the lowest price ever, and specifically the all-new Queen Sleep Number C2 Smart Bed is only $880. So you get special financing for a limited time. It's available to you at sleepnumber.com or at Sleep Number stores. Many of them scattered throughout the Bay Area. City Center in San Francisco, the corner of Masonic and Geary, right next to Target. Go over to 2675 Geary Boulevard to pick it up. But again, the sale will end very shortly, so you want to get on that right now. It is Sleep Number, the official Crucial Catch partner of the NFL. So check out Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Purdy out of the shotgun. Kittle and Juszczyk right. Ayuk the other side. Handoff McCaffrey. Touchdown! San Francisco!
CMC detonates with a big-time block right up in front of them. They pull the left tackle. They pull the left guard. They kick everybody out, get good down blocks inside of it, and very easy. Really kind of the old wham double team block. What a big-time block. Mike McGlinchey gets two guys, opens a huge running lane.
Trent Williams come across
CMC.
to get Anthony Barr.
Wow.
There you go. That was the touchdown last year versus Dallas. Hopefully more of that from CMC as he looks to extend his touchdown streak and the 49ers, their win streak, and the Cowboys' misery. You can vote on the most famous play in today's poll, or most memorable play, Cowboys 49ers, but you can't have the catch. That is the one caveat with that. But you had a chance to catch up with Trent Williams yesterday.
And one of our nominees for most famous play in 49er Cowboy history actually jump-started this drive. It was the George Kittle, one hand, tip it up a couple of times off the face mask, incredible 9 yards from the point he touched it to the point he caught it. That was a Brock Purdy half roll and a scramble drill. That started that drive, and that was a 91-yard drive that ended the third quarter and went into the start of the fourth quarter. And the first play of the fourth quarter was that Christian McCaffrey touchdown. And the 49ers had a lengthy drive later in the game, but they were having a hard time, John, as you know, running the ball in the first half. A lot more of the outside zone stuff just wasn't working as Dallas was spiking the front, and their speed from people like Micah Parsons was a problem. In the second half, and you heard the call there, they went to power and gap scheme. They pulled Trent Williams, they pulled Aaron Banks, McGlinchey from the other side, and they just slammed it up in there, and they were able to take it over. So yesterday, after I got off the show, I had a chance to sit down with the one of the greatest left tackles in the history of football, obviously, and a first ballot future Hall of Famer, Trent Williams. And we get into the what flipped the Dallas game. He'll give us a detailed scouting report on Micah Parsons, who he has such praise for. He is already calling him a very likely first ballot Hall of Fame player. But we start our conversation with Trent Williams talking
One
about...
second. Just give me one second. Sorry, we got breaking news.
Okay,
Broncos are trading Randy Gregory to the 49ers. Randy Gregory.
That may happen.
Randy Gregory,
What'd they
we
get
predicted. Have
they
not
get
seen. Probably not much because they were going to release Randy Gregory. Tom Pelissero has it first. Denver never formally released Gregory, who now gets a fresh start with a contender in San Francisco. So we don't have any compensation yet. Tom Pelissero literally seconds ago given that to us. So Randy Gregory to the 49ers.
Well, we thought he may play in the game on Sunday night. We didn't know which side it would be. So Kyle is going to talk to the media coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. So we'll hopefully get that and be able to go through it. So you want to hold Trent and talk about Randy Gregory, Judd, and what he means to the front, or do that later?
Let's see. I guess we got time. I mean, we can play Trent coming up next. Sorry to jump in like that, but it's kind of a big deal. I mean, again, we talked about this 2 days ago, you and I, and then we had on that day Bob Sturm from Dallas, and we said, well, would they want to go back to Randy Gregory? And he kind of left the Cowboys on weird terms, ended up signing a deal with the Broncos when he had agreed to the Cowboys. So he said that maybe there was a bridge burn there. Gregory had a real problem, substance problems coming into the league from Nebraska, but he was a huge talent. He's about 6'5", 240, quick, fast. You said this the other day, it really would be great in this wide nine, was kind of miscast in Denver, where you get wide nine and it's just, boom, speed to the quarterback, and they have had an issue opposite Nick Bosa. We talked about it all offseason, and Derek Jackson had the 3 sacks in week number 1, but they really haven't gotten a lot of production. Production inside, no doubt. Nick's got production, but now you put a guy like Randy Gregory on the opposite side. He hasn't had more than 6 sacks in a game, but he's had good numbers as far as the pass rush numbers and pressure numbers and everything like that. But there's a guy opposite Nick Bosa that once he gets versed in the defense could really help.
Yeah, I think mainly in the turbo package, the Gold Rush. I don't know if he'd be in the base right away. But we saw this, we saw him in preseason because the 49ers played the Denver Broncos, and we watched him and we studied him. I think he played a lot in that game, as I recall, or even their first preseason game he was in for a long time, and you're half wondering, why is Randy Gregory playing in this preseason game so late in the game? But Denver had younger guys, and they're transitioning. They obviously last year, right after the 49ers played them, they traded Bradley Chubb to Miami. So they have a new guy now, and Sean Payton now with George Payton. So he wasn't playing there. He was unhappy. He asked for his release, and Sean Payton got him out of there. We thought Denver would be, a stop for him for a year plus, then maybe go back to Dallas, the way J.C. Jackson did with New England, going to the Chargers, getting the big money and going back. But I don't know if Dallas ever reached out to him and maybe burned a bridge there with the way he backed out of that deal. But right away, so why was he good in Dallas? And he never had monster years. He had a 6-sack year in 2018, a 6-sack year in 21. And if you recall, Randy Gregory is the guy that, along with Dorrance Armstrong, that threw Jimmy Garoppolo down to the ground.
Right.
That caused the Jimmy Garoppolo shoulder injury on top of the existing thumb injury. So it was mainly Dorrance Armstrong that did it in the call, but it was Randy Gregory that put pressure on Jimmy and threw him down. And that, then Jimmy, had the thumb injury. I think it cost you the NFC Championship game the last week, and Jimmy had to gut through the Green Bay game the following week and the championship game the week after. But that allowed Jimmy to come back, and interesting how it all falls in. But in Dallas, and the substance abuse issues he had was mainly marijuana use. And that's no longer a banned substance with the current CBA of the NFL. So in 16, he only played 2 games. He missed all of 17. He missed all of 19. And Jerry Jones stood by him. He actually missed more games during his Cowboy tenure, and he was there for 5 years, than he played. When you look at all the suspensions and missed time, he missed almost 3 full years. But then when he went to Denver, they went to a different change in their defense this year, and they're running a 3-4. So they're asking him to play in a different role where he's more two-gapping, and he's also dropping out in the coverage. That's not Randy Gregory. What Chris Kasarik will have him do, and they talk about the GTFO, the get the F off, not your 10-yard split, your 5-yard split, what you are in 2 or 3 yards. Randy Gregory gets off the ball fast because he's so long. He's a classic wide 9 edge guy. Is he big enough and strong enough to set the edge in the run game? He's a big guy, 255 pounds, but they have Cleveland Ferrell to do that. So it'd be just more mixing him in the sub package. So we identified right away, maybe he goes back to Dallas. But if not, would the 49ers be interested in him? And now, in fact, they are. And the question would be, it's not like McCaffrey showing up here on a Friday and playing against Kansas City on Sunday. If you got Randy Gregory in the building, John, either today or tomorrow for the walkthrough, you could give him a jersey and just say, go get Dak Prescott as an edge guy. So, he's been playing for Denver, but he was up for all their games. You got to see how many snaps he played, where his cardio's at. But it's possible that not only is he on your roster by the end of the day, but he's up and he plays on Sunday.
Yeah, and again, I was just quickly, as you were talking there, he had his best season in 2021, and I was just looking at PFF. So 6 sacks, that's his career high. He had 25 hurries, 43 pressures, and an 84.4 pass rush grade per PFF. So, that's, again, he didn't get a ton of the sacks, but that's a lot of good pressures. He came out of Nebraska running a 4.6. So, again, we're talking about the wide 9. This is a guy who could fit it pretty well. And like you said, he might be a guy that even on Sunday you could just put down on 3rd down and just point to the quarterback and say, go get him. That's good. It's interesting. By the way, they're doing a pick swap, a 6th and a 7th next year. So that's it. It's just a pick swap. The one thing I don't know, because if he gets released, then you don't have to pay that deal. The fact that they made a trade, I don't know. Denver's probably paying the majority of that. I would imagine that they're probably not picking up a whole heck of a lot of that money. So we'll find out. That's the other thing.
It's so interesting, and we were talking about this morning with Murph and Mack, and I think I mentioned it with you. So in 81 and 94, when the 49ers beat the Cowboys in the championship games, probably the 2 most famous and well-known 49er playoff victories, excluding Super Bowls. In 81, they brought in Fred Dean. And I think this would be the Randy Gregory role, how they use Fred Dean. Situational football. He was the first non-starter. They brought in sub packages, and they got him in the Chargers in a trade. And he right away, that first game, he showed up. His first game was the game in season in 81 where the 49ers, before they beat him in the catch game, October the 11th, so we're coming up on the anniversary of 81, his first game, he was all over Danny White. I think he sacked him like 3 times the first half in that game, and then go smoked a pack of Cools at halftime, and they were all looking at him like, who's this guy? And then he was, Fred Dean, turned Super Bowl years around with a great acquisition. And then in 94, they got Deion Sanders to come play there, and he arrived after the baseball season ended, and what a difference he made. I mean, I was thinking Javon Hargrave would be that addition, more like Deion, certainly, and had him from the whole year. But as far as picking him up middle of the year like Fred Dean in 81 and Deion in 94, they just got Randy Gregory, as a former Cowboy, maybe to play against the Cowboys on Sunday night. Wow.
Yeah, that's big. All right, let's get it to Trent Williams. We don't want to miss that interview, but literally as we were throwing it to it, the 49ers, according to Adam Schefter, Tom Pelissero, and many have traded for Randy Gregory. And again, it's a pick swap. The 49ers will give up a 6 in 2024, and they'll get the Cowboys 7th.
So Denver never actually formally released Gregory.
Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering.
They did not. So Dallas never had a chance unless they wanted to trade for him.
So I just wonder.
John Lynch and Adam Peters jumped in there.
Because I know, like, for example, J.C. Jackson went back to the Patriots, but the Pats are paying a lot of that money. I got to imagine that because Gregory's got a big contract. I think it's a $16 million dead cap this year. I can't imagine that the 49ers are picking up a lot of that freight. I would imagine that to get a deal done and to get that pick swap, Denver's probably picking a lot of that money. We'll figure it out. But from a football standpoint, he can rush the passer. So that's good news opposite Nick Bosa whenever he gets up to speed, and who knows when he's going to come into town. But Randy Gregory on his way from the Broncos to the 49ers. All right, the Trent Williams interview. We'll reset that coming up next, and we'll do it for you. Do not want to miss Trent Williams with Papa yesterday. We'll do it for you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
'49ers and the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday night. Randy Gregory is a new 49er, the former Cowboy, so that adds intrigue to this great rivalry. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. So get ready for an elevated game night by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season now in the second quarter of the year, so now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals from North Texas. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, here we go, or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailers. And we are playing 17 regular season games again this year, so let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Second down 10. Garoppolo got his head around. Randy Gregory's got him, and he sacks him back to midfield. Went right around Jalen Moore. Randy Gregory, the former Cowboy turned Bronco. And that's a big sack, the third time tonight Jimmy's gone down.
There you go. We had to delay Trent Williams for you. Papa talked to him yesterday. Randy Gregory is a 49er, and Tom Pelissaro reporting the deal, the 6 for the 7, the pick swap, and that Randy Gregory is already past his physical, so he must be in town. So that's quick.
Turn your head and call.
Exactly. I love those. I do a physical just for the heck of it.
So we are going to talk to Brad Sham at 1:30. We'll get this scouting report on Randy Gregory. And Kyle Shanahan will talk to the media today in the 1:40, but he's always a little bit late. So hopefully before we say goodbye at 2 o'clock, John, we'll get Kyle's thoughts if they can make it official that the 49ers have traded for the former Cowboy, former Bronco, and now Niner. And I love that last name, Gregory.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. All right, do you want to try this again? You talked to Trent Williams yesterday.
You interrupted me. So we were talking about, the 49ers having a hard time last year in the divisional playoff game running on the Cowboys. First half, it was tough, and they were doing mainly outside zone. They switched it up at halftime, went more power. First play of the fourth quarter, they ran Christian McCaffrey for a touchdown, and it was Trent coming across the formation from left tackle with a big pull and a block on Anthony Barr. Remember the former UCLA Bruin and Viking, linebacker. He's no longer a Cowboy. And Aaron Banks also had a big pull. So we sat down with Trent yesterday talking about that play to start the fourth quarter and just the philosophical change of the 49ers running game from more outside zone to gap scheme, pullers, and power in the second half against the Cowboys last January. Well, Trent Williams, I was watching back today the NFC divisional playoff game. And first play of the fourth quarter, you come pulling around, you get the linebacker out, Christian McCaffrey goes into the end zone to score a touchdown, and that last year, able to get in the end zone. Just tell me about that game and the adjustments you guys made at halftime to be able to run the ball, because the first half, it was tough sledding, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think, as far as I can remember in that game, it's for us, Dallas did a lot of things, and a lot of things that were specifically just for us. And, those are things that you can't game plan for because you don't know when they're coming. So I think, if I remember correctly, in that first half, they kind of gave us all their new looks, and we was kind of able to add that to the brain trust and kind of, all right, add that intel for the second half. We was able to call some plays kind of predicated on what they were showing us in the first half. I think the first half, you usually call plays predicated on what they showing you the last time you played them, or last time they played a scheme similar to yours. So obviously Dan Quinn, knowing Cal as good as he does, so he's not going to give him a normal look, right? So I can attribute some of that to them, some of that to the scheme, and then they're a really good defense. I mean, they obviously they love to rush the passer, but they create havoc in the run game by moving guys and bringing those backers downhill to discourage double teams and what have you. So, I expect the same thing this Sunday. They're definitely not going to line up where we expect them to. They're going to have some new wrinkles added for us, and, that's just football.
Micah Parsons, he'll line up everywhere, and I want to get your thoughts when he's over the head of the center, but he'll line up on your side a lot. To me, and you block Nick in practice, and but this is like two of the best players in the league going one-on-one. It's just the essence of football. Just give me your scouting report, because this guy's got a vast skill set on what he can do. Just give me your thoughts on Micah, Trent.
Man, he is it's not often where we look at a guy in his third year, and I think the consensus will be that he's probably going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, that just doesn't happen, and I think everybody can see that just because of his dynamic ability on defense. He's able to play off the ball, on the ball, over the center, on each tackle, over the guard, on each guard. His athleticism is second to none. Obviously a guy running a 4-3 as a defensive end is going to pose all type of challenges for anybody lining up across from him. He's one of those transcendent talents that you got a game plan for. You got to know where he's at. And then with doing all that, he still disrupts the game. So our hands are full. I know my hands are going to be full when he's lined up on me. Colton, the same thing when he's lined up on Colton. And that's one of the things where the system has to work. The quarterback has to hit his drop, get the ball out on time, and we all got to work together to kind of take a guy like that out of the game.
You mentioned his extreme speed to run the hoop and get the edge, but if you overset, he's going to cross your face, and he does that a lot. So, I mean, he's got the full skill set, doesn't he?
Yeah, and when you look at on film, you don't have to overset. He's gonna, whatever his inkling is to take the inside, he takes the inside at a high rate. He wins at a high rate when he takes the inside. So, and that's nerve-wracking for a tackle because you try to discourage a inside move with your set, with your technique, with your angle of approach, and you can be perfect, and he still rips the inside move. And it's part of what makes him dynamic, you know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, that's part of what having the whole system in place, you know what I'm saying, by getting a slide or getting the quarterback to be at the right depth, stepping up at the right time, delivering the ball at the right time, because, it's going to be hard to keep him blocked. I don't care how good you are. It's going to be really tough to get in front of him and stay in front of him. Like you said, he goes inside too easy. If you sit on his inside shoulder, he would run around you. He would prefer to run around you. He can run around anybody. And he's going to take the path of least resistance, 99% of the time. And with all that being said, he can still knock you back into the quarterback just on your normal speed to power. So he is a nerve-wracking guy to prepare for. He is who he is for a reason. And, He's definitely whatever everybody say he is. He's definitely everything and more.
And it takes everybody to block him. So when he starts out wide, and he'll be like, Nick Bosa starting out a wide 9, and then he'll come underneath in a game and come underneath the two inside guys. All of a sudden he's in the A gap. So talk about how he may line up over your head a lot, but it takes all 5 guys, or at least the 3 on that one side, to block this guy.
Yeah, and that's why I said it's a system thing. So, the center got to know that if he gets a chip, most likely you're gonna see Micah coming into the A gap. He's gonna take the path of least resistance. So if you get anybody chipping him to the outside, he's gonna turn it into a game. So the backside guard got to be tuned in. Obviously, the center has to be tuned in, and then we've seen on film that it doesn't even have to be called there. He's just going to go wherever he can to create havoc. That's Dan Quinn's thing, is to create chaos. So you might see 2 or 3 guys in one gap. And, it's definitely unorthodox. You feel like they're not supposed to do it, but they do it and they create havoc. So, it's one of the things you got to stay dialed in. Everybody has to be dialed in. If you're within 2 men removed from him, you got to be dialed in, because he can be on you like that. And if you're not expecting it, it's almost impossible to block him. It's one of those things where you have to know that he's coming back to it. You have to have some idea. If he catches you by surprise, you probably won't get him blocked.
So when he lines up in the A gap and he's standing right over Jake Brendel's head, what does that do for you? Do you almost assume then you have to have a one-on-one on the outside, and Aaron Banks or Spencer Burford, the guards, are going to have to help inside?
Of course. The guards got to have some type of presence there. You can't get a man a two-way go on a center, and he got to snap the ball and call the defense. So you can't leave a center in a position like that. And Dan Quinn, like I said, he's a very good defensive coordinator. He got a lot of good weapons at his use, and he does find ways to where he can cover the guards up and still get Micah on the center on a one-on-one, and it makes it tough to get more than one pair of hands on him at times. So there's going to be times where we just got to stand up, and you got to, hold up long enough to get the ball out. And there's going to be chances that we can get, 2 or 3 sets of hands on them and kind of negate them in that way. But, we want to get a mixed bag. You're going to get your one-on-ones. You're going to get the games he's going to run. You're going to, so I think we take advantage of the times that we can get more than one person on them, and times that we can't is when you got to earn your paycheck.
Trent, I think the key is to not get into those second and third and longs where he can come at you. So you want to run the ball. Correct. Now, he's a great athlete, but he doesn't even weigh 250 pounds. And we saw the Arizona Cardinals go right at him a little bit. With your size and Colton's size, do you feel like the way to combat him is to lean on him in the run game?
Yeah. I mean, that's a way, but he poses an issue in the run game because he's so fleet of foot, so quick. He can make you miss like basically what's the guy that holds the red cape, you know what I'm saying? He can make
Olay?
He can Olay you.
The Matador?
Exactly. He can Olay you coming at him on the edge. He's so quick he can make an inside spike and just disrupt plays. So even running at him, you got to be careful. When you run away from him, you got to be even more careful because he will run the play down. Even if it's a toss crack to the other side, he can run the play down. He was showing it on film, so it's not just coaches talk by saying that, So even in the run game, he poses a unique set of threats.
We've been talking about him for a while, but he's not the only guy on this front. No, DeMarcus Lawrence, you've been battling this guy going back to your Washington days forever. I mean, Mike is an elite athlete, but DeMarcus, as far as a complete and the way he plays the run, the way he plays the pass, give me your scouting report on number 90.
Well, number 90 frees up 11 and those other guys for them to be able to be as dynamic as they are because he's so consistent and doing the right things on the edge, even when he kicks down to a 4 or 3 technique. His ability to always, first off, nobody talks about how smart he is, and he's seen every scheme on the man. He's played football for a long time, been at a Pro Bowl level for a long time, so his mental puts him ahead of schedule a lot, and he's able to bleed into those younger guys and put them on point for when certain things are coming. But his ability obviously speaks for itself. He's a dynamic pass rusher. He's a tough guy to lead one-on-one. And that's where you got to pick your poison. Do you lose go one-on-one with 11 and lose quick, or go one-on-one with 90 and maybe not lose as quick, but still he can make you look as good as his hands are and as good as his moves are. A bag of tricks that he got. He can still make you look stupid. He can make you, fall on your face. He got the hand swipes to do. He got the swim moves. He got it all. So, to me, Dallas leans on him a lot for him to be that cornerstone to that front. And obviously they lean on Micah to make all the dynamic plays that obviously probably pop out on SportsCenter a lot. But, D-Law is just as effective with what he does.
There's your conversation with the future Hall of Famer, Trent Williams. By the way, sleeveless, I assume? Sleeveless in the conversation?
No, he was hooded.
Oh, really?
He was all mummied up. He actually had the hood right over the head. And it was, yesterday's practice was smoking hot.
I was going to say, yeah.
And it's hot again. It's going to cool off for game time. But Trent, he had the hoodie on. He looked like Belichick. So when he said, DeMarcus Lawrence has been around forever. He was a second-round pick in 2014. Micah Parsons, John, they kind of, now they were going to take him anyway, I think, number 12 overall. But that's when Randy Gregory left Dallas and went to Denver. And Micah Parsons is a much better player than Randy Gregory. But they tried to, Randy missed so much time there. But when you look at it, Randy Gregory signed a big contract to come back to Dallas, and then he backed out of the deal. I don't know, it was an agent deal or something, or some loophole, or I think what it was, as I remember, because he had all the marijuana suspensions, I think Jerry put something in there to protect himself if Randy Gregory didn't play. And then Denver and George Payton just maybe guaranteed more money is where it came down, but he backed out of the deal. And then he went to Denver, And that off season is when Dallas was able to get Micah Parsons with the 12th overall pick in the draft, and that was, the Trey Lance pick. The 49ers had that 12th pick and traded up to 3, and Dallas got it from Miami. But he was the defensive rookie of the year right away as a first-year player, obviously. And, he says that, Micah's on his way to being a Hall of Fame player. It's like, whoa. And he started fast. He had 13 quarterback sacks as a rookie. But when I think of guys that started fast, and I think Micah's in for the long haul, but the freak, Javon Curse in Tennessee, came right out in 99 with a 14.5 sack year. And then didn't we think Aldon Smith was going to the Hall of Fame?
The guy I was thinking of when you were talking about that.
The way he started in 2011, Aldon Smith had 14 sacks his rookie year, John, and what did he play, like 33% of the snaps? So Micah's off to a great start. And he's not going to get in the trouble that obviously Aldon got into. And is Aldon in jail right now? I don't even know where he is. I think he might be in jail. But it's a great start to a career. But for Trent to say right away, this guy's in his third year in the NFL and he may be a first ballot Hall of Famer, that's a bow to the amazing ability of Micah Parsons.
Well, he's their Bosa. I mean, I think you can tell right away. And that's assuming, as you just pointed out, you don't have a derailment, an Aldon Smith kind of a derailment. You don't have a major injury, those kind of things. But yeah, I mean, he clearly has that kind of talent. He has that kind of impact. He has that kind of speed and strength combination, all those kind of things. So yeah, he's on track. Even though earlier and earlier we do that nowadays with social media. Like, oh, this guy. But he's got that kind of talent. If you're just tuning in, the 49ers make a trade today, and again, they're always on the prowl. This is why you love the 49ers. Randy Gregory. It was announced a couple days ago that he was going to be released by the Broncos, and Sean Payton kind of cleaning house. Signed a 5-year, $70 million contract, as he said, backed out of that deal with the Cowboys, and he's on his way. And not only is he on his way, he's here because he already passed his physical, according to Tom Pelissero. And what's interesting about him, I just spent the time that you were doing the interview with Trent watching highlights of him, and we had the highlight of him sacking Jimmy Garoppolo in the Seattle game last year, in Russ's first game, he ripped out a fumble from DK Metcalf. He kind of looks a little bit like an Aldon Smith. I mean, he's a long athlete coming off the edge, and they play him on either side. He played left-right. He played left-right with Dallas. So again, he can flip sides wherever you want to put Bosa. It may take a minute to get him going, but he came into Nebraska running a 4.6. So, I mean, this is a guy in the wide 9. He's got the athleticism. He's super long. He, as you pointed out, hasn't always been kind of on the straight and narrow, but if the Niners you get something out of him and you add those 2 interior defensive linemen, actually 3 with Kinlaw and the kind of pressure they're getting, we know what Nick brings to the table. All of a sudden you have an established pass rusher on the other side. That just made this defense nastier and the corners better.
So he's 6'4" and 7/8 of an inch tall, so he's nearly 6'5". His arm length is 34 inches.
Yep.
He ran a 4.64 40, but you look at the 10 and 20-yard splits, 1.61 in the 10 and a 2.71, and they got the the GTFO, the get the F off, which is really 3 yards. So there's no doubt as far as I call it the gold rush, Chris Cassera calls it the turbo. When they go to their sub package and they take Cleveland Ferrell off the field, now it's Drake Jackson, but it's a variety of guys. Randy Gregory would be in that package. There's no doubt. And he may be able to be in that package as he already passed a physical, like right now. So Kyle Shanahan's going to talk to the media at 1:40, probably be late. So after we talk to Brad Sham, we'll hear Kyle's thoughts, whether they want to officially announce the trade or he'll dodge it. But this is the one position that he can show up, 52 hours before the game and play. They got McCaffrey ready when he showed up on a Friday. And he ran like 23 snaps, I think, that first game against Kansas City, and that's a much more detailed position. And they didn't trust Christian to be in on third down for blitz pickup just because he wasn't here. And then the next game, obviously, he had the hat trick in L.A. But Randy Gregory can literally land and go rush the quarterback. I remember when in the off season, speaking of former Cowboys, they brought in Taco Charlton. Mm-hmm. And Taco arrived on a Tuesday, and it was a Taco Tuesday for training camp. He had 3 sacks right away, and then he wound up just fading, like he just didn't have it. He wound up getting released with an injury settlement. They put him on IR. But Taco Charlton showed up literally off the plane that morning and was the best pass rusher in camp that day, Randy Gregory could easily do that. So we'll hear from Kyle somewhere around 140, 145, 150 off the practice field. Got to get an injury update also on Charvarius Ward, what's going on with his heel. If for some reason he can't play or he starts to play and it bothers him, that could be a huge problem in this game. But the way to overcome your coverage in the back end is pass rush, and the 49ers just added another, certainly in the Turbo Gold Rush package. The question would be, would he ever get up to speed in the base? I'm seeing different fluctuations in his weight listed. I always remember him as being a lean guy. Aldon Smith was lean, but Aldon was really strong, incredibly strong with those long arms. He could set the edge in the run game. Gregory, to me, at least this first game out, certainly if he plays at all, would be in the sub package. And, then would the strength be able enough for him to hold up in the run game and be it in the base? That would be over time. But that would be interesting if Randy Gregory does play on Sunday night, John, against his former and initial team. He was a Cowboy to begin his career.
Yeah, he's a heck of an athlete. Again, he's never posted double-digit sacks, but he's posted good numbers. And, again, in 2021, as recently as then, 6 sacks, bunch of pressures, good grade according to a Pro Football Focus of over 84. A couple of details on it. It's a pick swap in 2024, so the 49ers are giving the Broncos a 6 for a 7. That's all they're giving up, and then the Broncos are paying the remaining $14 million base salary. So all they're doing is they're paying him a vet minimum. So he's making a vet minimum the rest of the year. So it's kind of what happened.
Denver wanted to get him out.
So that's it.
So if Denver just would have cut him, they would have eaten that salary anyway.
But they just got a pick swap, basically.
Yeah, but so rather than just cut him, they got the pick swap. But they're paying all of his remaining prorated salary, which is, what, 3/4 or not even, 4/17 or 13/17 of $14 million would be what it would be.
Yeah, so
I think they actually get paid. They get paid over 18 weeks, so it'd be 14/18. So basically 3/4, right, of $14 million.
Yep. So the Niners get him for a veteran minimum. Very good deal. And a pick swap for Randy Gregory. Heck of an athlete. So hopefully he can add something. Maybe, like you said, as early as Sunday if he's already in town. So we'll see. Plus they got the night, so they got a few extra hours.
He passed his physical, so if one of those passed a physical, he's here. He's he may have practiced today.
All right, bottom of the hour, Brad Cham's going to join us. Of course, Randy Gregory was with the Cowboys, so I'll ask him about that. But we'll get deeper into the game itself, 49ers and Cowboys on Sunday night. And do remember, because of Giants baseball, we've been on 810 The Spread, our sister station, for all but one preseason game for the 49ers and up to the regular season as well. So we are back on the Blowtorch on Sunday. So all of your 49ers coverage on Sunday right here on the Sports Leader. We'll come back and we'll reset all the storylines, and then we'll talk to Brad Cham at the bottom of the hour. Again, the big story, Randy Gregory traded from the Broncos to the 49ers. More pass rush help. It's Pop in London on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to preview Sunday's matchup versus the Cowboys. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
There you go. For the young part of a demographic, that is the legendary Pat Summerall. Like Pat Summerall. Eric gave us the interception in 94. That is leading the poll. Let me refresh it, just so I can be completely accurate. Dwight Clark, non-catch. Most memorable moments in the history of this rivalry. Eric Davis's pick six at 43%. Kittle tip catch. Surprisingly, but recent, 28%. Dak spike at the end of 21, 24%. The onside kick is at 5%. So there you go. That's what we got so far.
The Tony Frisch onside kick.
By the way, we do have the full numbers. So the full trade for Randy Gregory, the 49ers send a 6th-round pick in 2024 to the Broncos for Randy Gregory and a 7th-round pick, so essentially a pick swap. And the Broncos are going to pick up the most of the contract. The 49ers, the vet minimum for Randy Gregory's time in the league is $1.08 million. So I did some math. That's $840,000. The 49ers will pay him. He's got 3 years. He's got 3 years left on his deal, but none of it is guaranteed. So that money that we talk about, getting a pass rusher in the last year of his deal, essentially, Randy Gregory, they have no future financial obligation after this season, even though he has 3 years. They call those dummy years. So that's the deal.
Voidable years.
Yeah.
So I got to hear from Brad Shan, the voice of the Cowboys, and we'll ask him about Randy Gregory. Obviously, this game and Micah Parsons. And I think, when Randy Gregory backed out of his deal to go to Denver and leave Dallas, they were going to draft Mike anyway, I think, but it was right around that time when Gregory left that they brought in Micah Parsons. So in any event, we'll get into all that. And then Randy Gregory was still there. He was teammates with, because they both played together in the game where Jimmy got thrown down. So they kind of overlapped for a year there. So they would have had Randy Gregory, they would have re-signed him anyway that following year. So in any event, and then Kyle Shanahan will try to get him off the practice field. He's scheduled to speak. Brad Sham at 1:30, Kyle at 1:40, but Kyle usually is late off the practice field on a Friday, so hopefully before we get by, we can get that. But yesterday, I sat down with Kyle, and you're going to hear this interview in its entirety, and it's the typical 15-minute long interview on NBC Sports Bay Area It will air tonight at 9 o'clock, and then tomorrow at 8 p.m. on NBC Bay Area, Channel 11, NBC Raj Mathai station. It'll air at 8 o'clock. So we get into a lot of things, obviously, in great detail for the interview, but I just wanted to play for you Kyle Shanahan. So we just heard Eric Davis's pick six the other way, and in 94, Mike Shanahan won that game as the 49ers offensive coordinator. He won the Super Bowl 2 weeks later against the San Diego Chargers, lit them up. Became the head coach in Denver and won 2 Super Bowls with the Denver Broncos. So that Eric Davis pick six, if it doesn't happen, does Mike Shanahan wind up the head coach of the Denver Broncos the next year? Does he have the great career that he had there? And Hall of Fame coach, he's not there yet, and Kyle has his success. So a lot of it is attributable to the 49ers getting that monkey off the back, not just for Steve Young, but for Mike Shanahan and George Seifert. And George obviously won earlier, but for Steve Young and Mike, it was instrumental. So think about Kyle Shanahan. Go back, 30 years ago or plus, early 90s, 92, 93, 94. And he's a ball boy on the sidelines for the 92 NFC Championship game loss, the 94 NFC Championship game win. So I asked Kyle Shanahan, it's amazing all these years later that he's the head coach of the 49ers up against the Dallas Cowboys, considering what he was when he was just, 12, 13, and 14 years of age. But here's Kyle talking about his recollection of the Cowboy-49er rivalry of the 1990s.
Those 3 years, that was everything. When we came out here in 92 and I was in 6th grade, thought Joe Montana was the guy. He had an injured back, and then Steve Young came in and got the NFL MVP. They went 14-2, and I'd spent my whole life in Denver, where we were just used to, at that time, losing Super Bowls and getting killed by the Niners and stuff. And finally my dad came out here, so I was so excited as a little kid. I'm like, all right, we're in the NFC. NFC usually wins the Super Bowl, and we're 14-2, got an NFL MVP. And I remember going to that NFC Championship game. I got to sit on the sidelines, and Dallas, I think, was a wild card team that year. But how good they were. They were unbelievable. And then the next year, they had to go to Dallas, and then they beat the crap out of them that year.
Were you at that game?
No, I wasn't. They didn't let me go on the road at that young. They wouldn't let me miss school. I don't get why. But then the third year, that was the intensity of it, the free agents that the Niners brought in to be able to hang with Dallas, bringing in Dion, Ken Norton, Ricky Jackson, Richard Dent. They brought a number of dudes in, but Dion was the main acquisition that got him over the hump. I think that happened like week 4, came right from the baseball season, and that year was amazing. And the way the Niners got off to that start was what they needed to do to beat that team, because that's why Dallas was back the next year, because Dallas was loaded that year, or for that decade almost, and it was amazing. But those three years felt like they were the only 2 teams in the league, and that was my history of living here, and that's almost what I always think of when I would think back to the Niners growing up.
He loves this. He's loving this, isn't he?
Well, hell yeah.
Cowboys, 49ers, he's just like, yeah.
And Mike Shanahan, after being fired by the Raiders, resurfaces, and he takes over as first he was the quarterback coach, then later the offensive coordinator, but it's Mike Shanahan and what they were able to accomplish. And, he spoke about the heartbreak of 92 and 93 in Dallas, and 92 was how about them Cowboys, and 93 was Jimmy again boasting we're going to win the game, put it in 3-inch headlines, and George Seifert calling them out, but they won that game. And then so that Eric Davis play, outside of the catch, John, that is winning our poll, correct? The biggest play in the history of the 49er-Cowboy rivalry, and Kyle Shanahan was on the sidelines for that play.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. There's a little Kyle Shanahan for you. That will run when you talk to Kyle? When can we see
Tonight, it's on the Game Plan, our exclusive. So tonight at 9 o'clock on NBC Sports Bay Area, and I think they replay it all weekend. And then again, a first run, 8 p.m. tomorrow on NBC Bay Area, which is the NBC affiliate. We also call it the Raj Mathai channel. And then the game will be on that channel on Sunday Night Football.
All right, bottom of the hour, we're going to talk to Brad Sham. He's the longtime voice of the Cowboys. Get a scouting report on Brandy Gregory, who was just traded to the 49ers, passed his physical, so good to go there. And preview, of course, Cowboys 49ers on Sunday night. We'll do it with Brad Sham next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Tom. Greg Papa here with this message for architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or redesign project with one of your clients, I invite you to visit Golden State Window and Door Design. Each location across the Bay Area features attractive displays of doors and windows of all kinds. You'll also find a variety of stylish accessories like handles, knobs, locks, and casings. Golden State works with a number of manufacturers, including Marvin, for windows that provide outstanding quality and a large selection of colors and styles. Marvin offers beautifully designed collections that can keep you within budget. So take a look at the Golden State's Window and Door Design showrooms virtually at goldenstatelumber.com. When you're ready to impress your clients, click Request an Appointment to bring them in to see the appealing options, and then Golden State's educated staff can answer all of your questions. Serving the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2nd and 10. Jones is back. Plenty of time. Rolls right. Bottled up. Throws back to the edge. Intercepted. Deron Bland. Call the house. Hello, house. House, it's me, Deron. Hello, House. Touchdown for Deron Bland.
What a great call by Brad Sham. They don't know their gigs. They got Deron Bland there.
That was terrific.
That is the great Brad Sham, longtime voice of the Cowboys. Of course, Cowboys and 49ers coming up this weekend, Sunday Night Football from Levi's Stadium, and we'll see Brad there, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Great call. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks. You know, after a while, sometimes that stuff just comes to you, and you just write it.
I didn't know if it was House Ballard or who was House that you were talking about there.
That was a house call.
Yeah, I know.
Have you,
Great call.
have you started playing? Do you play Wordle?
I do not. I've heard a lot about it. I know
So-
John Miller loves Wordle. And Dave
Yeah,
Fleming.
and so then if you play Wordle, then you've discovered the new companion game Connections. And so Connections is a game that I'm totally hooked on. That the idea is they give you a grid of 4 lines of boxes.
Right.
Each box contains a word. You get 4 incorrect answers, and your job is to find the connecting theme of 4 words. Now, the trick is that some of the words will have more than one applicable meaning. So today, one of the lists of answers was Gaga, Macbeth,
Lady.
Thank you. Bird was one of them. Right.
Lady Bird
is
Johnson,
exactly
I got
right.
it. I got it.
Right.
I got
That's
it.
exactly right. You can play Connections. So
Got it. I got
the
you,
way-
Gaga. Pop, poker
That's right.
face. I'm Papa. I got you. I nailed
right.
it.
So the way my twisted old mind works is house call the house. Hello, house.
Without a doubt. I love the call. And I want to ask you about Deron Bland, so it all works. So it was 2 weeks ago yesterday that Trayvon Diggs tears his ACL at the Star in Frisco. And what are they going to do? So they moved Deron Bland outside. He was a great nickelback, Brad. And then, got Stephon Gilmore on the other side, and they moved Jordan Lewis to nickelback now, and he's coming back from the Liz Frank. So Deron Bland is playing great. He's got 3 picks this year. 2 have been house calls, as you say. But where's Gilmore at? Where's Jordan Lewis off the foot? Tell me about the trio of corners you're going to roll out on Sunday night, Mr. Sham.
Well, Lewis is back. He's healthy, and he's a big part of what they do. And they were just incredibly fortunate. If you're going to lose a player of Diggs' caliber, and he's really good, to have the quality that they did gives them a chance to stay competitive. Gilmore's probably not all of the player that he was when he won the Defensive Player of the Year award, 4 years ago, but he is still as smart as any corner you'll find. When I used to watch film of him when they traded for him, I thought, boy, the guy will stick his nose in still. He's still a very willing tackler. Now, is he the best cover corner that he's ever been in his life? Probably not. And he'll be tested, but he's pretty smart, and he solves routes quickly, and he's made the whole population of defensive backs better just by his presence. And Bland is just such an interesting guy. The 5th or 6th round pick a year ago from Fresno, started at Sacramento State, and he was an outside corner. They stuck him in the slot last year, and none of us had ever heard of him. We never watched those college teams play. And so for a long time, we thought that he was a slot corner. And then we found out, no, he was an outside corner who they moved into the slot as an emergency guy. Then when Jordan Lewis got hurt, he became the slot. But outside corner is what he played mostly in college. So he's very comfortable there. He's versatile enough to play both of them. Now, as you well know, Greg, you got to have 4 or 5 of those guys if you're going to get through a season. But he's going to be interesting to watch come through his career. One of the most fascinating things about this league to me is how does Brock Purdy not get drafted by anyone? I mean, even the 49ers can't brag too much because they passed him 6 times. How does that guy not get drafted and then step into the highest competition in the sport and just not just thrive but star? How does that happen? And the answer is it just happens. It's an inexact science. Sometimes it's a matter of circumstance. Where's the right place, good fit, right coaches and teammates and opportunity? And, those things are what, to me, are some of the best stories in the NFL. And I was just looking today. I was a kid in Chicago. I was in high school when the Bears drafted Butkus and Sayers back to back.
3 and 4 in '65.
3 and 4.
Unbelievable.
3 and 4. So the first thing that comes to my mind today is, wait, if they were 3 and 4, who was 1 and 2? You know who 1 and 2 were?
Tucker Fredrickson, New York Giants.
That was one.
Ken Willard, 49er
Correct.
fullback in the 60s, went number 2. And Ken, John, almost won a rushing title one year, right?
He did.
Yeah,
But he
he was
wasn't
a
Gale
good
Sayers.
player. He was a good player.
He really was, but he wasn't Gale Sayers.
Right.
Right.
Fredrickson
exactly.
was supposed
Good
to be. Fredrickson was supposed to be the next Frank Gifford.
Right.
And so it's an inexact. Now we look back and we say, A, how did the Bears get those 2 picks? And B, who passed on those 2 guys? And by the way, the next pick was the Dallas Football Cowboys, who drafted Craig Morton from California.
There you go.
Wow, yeah.
Well, and Brad Chamstone is the great voice of the Cowboys 49ers, Sunday night at Levi Stadium, of course. Just to kind of continue, and by the way, rest in peace, Dick Butkus, who passes away yesterday at the age of 80. But, the Cowboys got Micah Parsons with that 12th overall pick, and 21 was the 49ers pick. And they moved up to get Trey Lance, who's there with the 3rd pick, and then they got Brock Purdy at 262. So, like I said, even the smartest teams make some of the dumbest moves, but in the 49ers case, they just got lucky. It worked out.
Yeah, well, I mean, but there's reasons for it at the time. The other thing that worked for the Cowboys in getting Parsons was that the Giants and Eagles both wanted Devontae Smith. And the Eagles traded the Cowboys the pick that the Eagles could have had Parsons. Giants could have had Parsons. He had some red flags coming out of Penn State, and there were some teams who were a little skittish about him. And but the Eagles, of all teams, the team they have to face twice a year, they traded them the pick that allowed them to get Parsons. And sometimes things just work out that way. It's crazy.
And even your quarterback, Dak Prescott, he wasn't the last pick in the draft, but he was not a high pick when he came out. He was a 4th-round pick, number 135. And
he was
Tony
the
Romo.
second of their 4th-round picks, Greg.
Who was the first?
I think it was a defensive end from Oklahoma named Charles Tapper, I want to say. But I could be wrong.
All right. So where's Dak at? And when we came in last year, there was so much talk about the 15 interceptions, and he only played 12 games. He's only turned the ball over 1 time. The completion percentage is really high. The 1 turnover was in the low red zone to Arizona, the linebacker, Kazir White. But overall, and the changes in the offense, Brad, how would you describe it? And where's Dak Prescott's game right now?
I think that Dak's in a good place. And the thing that I think is unfair to him when people point out the interceptions, and it was not a good year, but it was an outlier. He's never been a high interception guy. B, I think that he was B and C together. I think he was pushing a little when he came. I remember he missed the 5 games.
With the thumb
and
injury.
Won 4 of them. Right. So I think he was pushing a little when he came back. But it was never as evident as it was in the playoff game at Levi Stadium. When Tony Pollard got hurt, he had nothing to work with. He had CeeDee Lamb, and that's it. And I really believe that the quality of weapons that he had throughout the last 2/3 of the season accounts for some of the chances that he took. The one thing you don't want, and you see that this is, I think, one of Brock Purdy's greatest traits. But the one thing you don't want to see in a quarterback is bad decision making. Everybody will make a bad throw. People drop the ball every now and then. I can't win with a quarterback who makes bad decisions. And Dak, in the last 2/3 of last year, made an uncharacteristic number of bad decisions. And I really believe it's because he knew that he was not going to be able to rely on everything around him if he didn't make something happen. you can't hit a 6-run homer. And I think that's what happened a lot with him. So he comes into this year with a vastly improved, I hate to say supporting cast because they're all teammates, but that's what it is, because, Gallup was just a shadow last year. He was just a guy running around scared of his own knee. And so he's starting to realize that he's okay. And Jalen Tolbert was just totally lost. But he's turning into a nice little player. And Dalton Schultz was a good player, and he was playing on a bad knee almost all last year. I like the versatility of their tight end group. And so I think now the other question about the offense, the tweaks in the offense, excuse me, I honestly believe that we don't know yet. They know what they want to do and what they think they can do that's different from in the past, but we just haven't seen. It's still only week 5, and the sample size is still small. So they didn't show very much in the first game in New Jersey because it was raining and they were way ahead. Well, you just run the ball and check it down, and heck, you're 30 points ahead. Why are you trying anything? And then the same thing happened pretty much in week 2 against the Jets, and even in week 3 when they lost to the Cardinals. That interception was a bad decision that took away any chance they had to get back in it. But the real backbreaker was defensively. They just gave up way too many big plays.
Yeah, they got to run. Brad, do they miss Zeke in the red zone specifically? 31.6 in the red zone, or 51.6 on third down, 38 in the red zone. And Zeke, for what he was a great short yardage and goal line runner. He scored 12 touchdowns last year. Are they not scoring in the red zone because they don't have Ezekiel Elliott, partly?
I don't know that I would say that. I do know this. In the Jets game, they were missing 3 of their 5 starting offensive linemen, and McCarthy all but admitted midweek after that there were some plays he didn't call because he didn't know what would happen if he called them with these backup rookie linemen. So that influences things. I think Zeke still has a lot to offer, but I think that it's premature to say that they miss him running the ball in the red zone, because Pollard can run it in the red zone. These other 2 young fellows they've got are just really intriguing. Rico Dowding's a violent runner, and he might be somebody who's a little better than I thought he would be in short yardage. And then the kid Lipke, he's just intriguing. He told me that in the COVID year, when their school didn't play, his coach gave him 49ers tape, and he said he told him, "You watch Juszczyk and Kittle.
Wow.
That's what your ticket's going to be." And so he did. He studied those guys, and I remembered. I immediately, Greg, flashed back 30 years to when Darrell Johnston used to look up to Tom Rathman and try to model his game at fullback after that. So Lipke is a guy who Lipke scored a red zone rushing touchdown last week. Yes, the game was out of hand, but he's a guy who can line up in about 4 different places. And I don't think they've begun to scratch the surface yet of what they have there. So I don't think I can tell you that they haven't scored in the red zone because they don't have Zeke until we get a little more sample size and see what use they make of what they do have. Does that make sense?
Sure. Brad, he played with Trey Lance at North Dakota State, and he wore Kyle Juszczyk's 44 down there.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Brad, the 49ers just grabbed Randy Gregory. You know him well with the Cowboys. What are the 49ers getting here?
Well, I hope that, I'm a little concerned. First of all, let me preface the answer by saying I just really like the young man. I have a great deal of admiration for the work he had to do to get his very real medical problems under control so that he could play freely and to his ability. And they wanted him. They offered him a good contract. There was some things that happened in the negotiations that didn't work out, and so he wound up going to Denver. And the fact that it didn't work out so fast, and I know he had some injuries last year, but the fact that it didn't work out so fast, now, Sean Payton may not have been his cup of tea or vice versa, but that's, given his history, that's a bit of a red flag, and I hope it's only that. But if he's healthy, he's a very hard worker. He's a gifted athlete. He's a tremendous pass rusher, but he's more than just a pass rusher. He's a run player. He's an all-around football player. And because he's worked so very hard to get his life in order, and I find him to be a really engaging kid. And I'm old enough I can still call him a kid. I'm
sure you can. So what were his issues, Brad? Did he have anxiety issues? What were the issues he had?
Well, he had some substance issues, and I think he also had some mental health issues that he didn't get the right kind of medical help for. I'm tiptoeing around it a little bit on purpose, but I will just tell you that I have some of that in my family, and I understand what it's like for people not to have the opportunity to live up to their potential because they have what society for a long time looked at as weaknesses instead of illnesses. And I believe that they are illnesses. There's treatment. He's worked really hard to give himself an opportunity to be the player that he can be, and I really wish him well. I like the kid a lot.
Brad, great stuff. Thank you so much for the insight. It's always our pleasure to talk to you, and we'll see you on Sunday night.
Okay, fellas. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well,
he had
Brad Sham. He's a good man, Brad.
He had a social anxiety disorder, is what they talked about. I did read an article. It was a while ago, so I got to brush up on it. But he did talk about it. He's been open with that whole thing. So anybody who wants to find out more about it can go there. And then the substance was weed. So anyway, he missed.
And I think weed to help alleviate the social anxiety disorder that he had. And once you get popped for that, you can't do it. So now that it's not a banned substance, maybe he's able to control his social anxiety. If you're a football player and you got a social anxiety issue or anything, it's difficult. So Kyle Shanahan's getting off the practice field, John. Maybe we'll be able to hear his comments on the 49ers trading for Randy Gregory today.
Yeah. All right, we'll see if we can get Kyle in there. Randy Gregory, a member of the 49ers. We'll detail it if you missed it, give you a couple of more remnants, and then Tolbert and Cope's coming up at the top of the hour, only here on the Sports Center.
Is there any legitimate animosity between these teams after meeting in the playoffs twice?
Probably for them, not for us. Yeah, we won, so we good. We good.
That's Shavarius Ward talking about the mental warfare between Dallas and San Francisco. I was just watching the video during the break of Randy Gregory. Really bright guy. We just heard Brad Sham say that Randy Gregory, real smart, hardworking guy. He does a video at the beginning of training camp, and people ask him about his mental health, which he has been very upfront about. He's missed 46 games either through dealing with these mental health issues or substance abuse through his NFL career. And just watching about 2 minutes of him, he's a very bright guy who understands having gone through all these different things. So, look, there's challenges with everybody, and everybody deals with this, especially nowadays. But really interesting guy. But there's no doubt. I mean, it's not like he doesn't come without red flags, but he seems to know, and it doesn't sound like that's why the Broncos got rid of him. It doesn't sound, in reading everything, it just sounds like Sean Payton wants to clean house.
And he wants to get younger, and it was a scheme fit. Denver's playing a 3-4 defense. They're asking him to two-gap and buzz out in the coverage. That's not his game. He's an edge guy with long arms. Good to hear Brad Sham say that he's not just a pass rusher, that he does play the run well. And as far as I know, the substance abuse is marijuana, which is legal in California, and it's no longer a banned substance in the NFL, and it does alleviate a lot of the anxiety disorder that he had, whatever level was. So I remember Barrett Robbins, if they would have let him smoke weed, he would have been able to play a lot longer in the NFL. But after he went AWOL the night before the Super Bowl, or the Friday night before the Super Bowl, back in Super Bowl 37, he just got on the list and it took him out. So the 49ers don't have any bad guys in their locker room, so they're going to do due diligence on the guy, not only as a scouting report as a player, but as a human being, and they're not going to bring him in. So I think the Denver situation, and he got paid a lot of money after he tested positive and was suspended he missed more games in Dallas than he played, and Jerry Jones stood by him. So in any event, they're going to do all the research on him before they bring him in, and they made a trade to get him. So they've been working on this all week. So probably not going to hear Kyle today, Johnny. We're running out of time here. But the other issue is Charvarius Ward, Mooney Man, who did begin his career as a Dallas Cowboy. He was an undrafted player there, and then he went to Kansas City where he became a starter, and now the 49ers. I think the one thing on the injury report that you're a little concerned about is that he's still showing up with the shin injury. And, like the Atlanta game last year where he started the game with an injury and then he had to come out of the game, that would be a major loss if Charvarius Ward either can't play in the game or starts the game and has to come out of the game. Because I think in certain situations in the red zone, like T-Rock was saying yesterday in the football hour, you may want to have Charvarius Ward follow CeeDee Lamb around, especially when they go, fade ball and back shoulder and all that stuff. Now, he didn't practice much this week, so I'm not sure he's even repped enough to do that. But you want him up on game night to be sure. So what is the status with the shin injury with Mooney Man, Charvarius Ward?
Great work today, as always, with Walter and Danny. We had a fun guest list today. Will Gavin started off, who covers the NFL for TalkSport in the UK, and as a 49ers fan, he was awesome. If you missed that, you want to go back and listen to it. John Machota from The Athletic covers the Cowboys. Andrew Baggerly on the offseason ahead for the Giants. Had a great time talking to all those guys. Matty Mayoko joined us before he talked to Chris Collinsworth, Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys, and you talked to Trent Williams and played that for us as well. So a lot of good stuff today. If you missed any of it, just go to KNBR.com and you can listen to any and all. Pop, we will see you on Sunday night. Looking forward to it.
See you Sunday, John, and we're back on
Sunday.
KNBR.
Yeah, all day.
Sunday, rest of the year.
Yep, no more Giants. We got 49ers on KNBR. The boys are coming up right now. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, Avon FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Call the house. Hello, house. House, it's me, Duran. Hello, house.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes.
Let's get it on!
Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Shotgun. Fields steps up the pocket. Fires left corner of the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. DJ Moore puts the Bears on the board. Impressive 3rd down and 6 from the 11. Shotgun. Fields looking. Floats it. Left corner of the end zone. It is handled by DJ Moore. Touchdown Bears. Fields takes the snap. Looks. He throws. And it's caught by DJ Moore. Down the sideline. There's nobody there. Streaking to the end zone for the touchdown.
Tolbert and Copes want to know who stepped in it.
Oh, Tom. Tom, what a headache. What a fantasy football nightmare.
Everybody keeps saying that, but it didn't even bother me.
What was it? Was it only 10 points?
Weston came home from he goes to dinner over at Brenda's parents' house. So he goes over there every Thursday and they have dinner, and he comes home like shaking his head, like, "Oh man." I go, "What?" I knew what he was talking about, but I played it off. What?
Yeah.
He goes, "What do you mean what?"
You mean what?
Goes, "What?" He goes, "DJ Moore had 49 points." I go, "So?" He goes, "Oh, so you're mad?" He was more mad than I was. I'm like, "Look, here's the way I look at it."
Yeah.
And Pip doesn't care. Pip care less. She's like, whatever.
Pip the cat. Well, Pip started more.
Yeah, she likes more. She likes more when it comes to lizards. It's a lizard season because it's hot.
She started,
but
I
haven't started them all year, and that's what I think people get. People get in trouble. At least I would. If I thought I knew so much that I could like put people, yank them in and out of lineups and just go, I'm going to play this guy, I'll play that guy, I'll play that guy. That's when you end up getting guys that have like 27 on the bench that you'd been playing for the last 3 weeks. You're like, well, I don't like this matchup. But the fact that I haven't played him at all, it didn't faze me.
Sure, bro.
Would I like that?
Whatever, whatever, bro.
He's 49 points,
yeah, sure,
but it wasn't.
Sure, dude. Whatever you say.
Show me your ass, Pip. We don't care.
There we go. Let me see that.
We
Pip.
don't care. She'll give it to you. She'll definitely give it to you.
I'm with you on that. Like somebody was telling me, maybe one of our sound editors here yesterday or a couple of days ago, might have been our guy Cole. He's always calm and cool and collect. This guy Cole, he's always like, yeah, man, I lost some money last night, but no big deal. Like he'll tell me bets that he placed and he lost, but it never, if he wins or loses, doesn't faze him. He's telling me he kind of got emotional about this, got upset about it. He said he got smoked, or his opponent whooped him and shouldn't have, because he had played Justin Fields last week against the Broncos. And I was like, that's kind of tough because it's not like you have any reason to be playing Justin Fields. I get that that's a good matchup, and maybe you went in on Fields in the draft because you thought this was going to be a big year for him, and it has been it's been a terrible start, and statistically 2 great games for him. Last week, as far as fantasy, I should say, last week was awful in terms of the turnovers at the end that helped cost them the game. But he was hot early on. But that's where fantasy gets frustrating, like you said. You start a guy all season long, then you bench him and he goes off for 40 points.
Yeah.
Or
I
you
was
face
shocked.
somebody who has no reason going off, and they do. You know.
No, it happens. It happens.
230 yards and 3 touchdowns is pretty insane. You'll never forget that performance, too. That's what fantasy's done.
No, it was incredible.
Fantasy's
There's no doubt. It was incredible. But I had no idea. You could have won a bunch of bar bets with who leads the league in passing touchdowns, because I would have never guessed Justin Fields.
Is that who it is now?
Yeah, I think he does. What was he had? Like 8 the last 2 weeks or something like that?
He's also now played one more game than everybody else. But
yeah,
but at the end of this week, we'll see how that stands. But
I still would have
never
never guessed Justin. Yeah. I would not have guessed Justin Fields. I don't know who I would have guessed, but it would not have been. It would not have been Justin Fields. So yeah, I mean, look, it was a great performance by him, and now we know why. You know they. We were talking to Adam Chernoff yesterday. The professional bettors deked everybody, got them up to 7, and then pounded the Bears. That was obviously the right side. It was the right side early. It was the right side late. It was the right side in the middle. They look like a competent NFL team. They're playing the Commanders, so take that for what it's worth. So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, good way to get our fantastic freaking... I always got to be careful about it because I know there's an F word in there somewhere for our Football Fridays. It's Tolbert and Copes Fantastic Blanken Football Fridays. Is that right? Derek's nodding. He's like, yeah, dude, that's what it's called. Nice. And that's how it gets going.
Let's get the weekend started.
Let's get the weekend started.
Hot
more.
outside.
It's beautiful.
It's
We
gonna
got
be a
Blue
good
Angels.
weekend.
We got Cowboys, Niners.
Yeah, we had some good porn disco to start the show off with.
Excuse me?
Let's go.
Let's go.
The singer. She's a porn actress.
Let's get the. Do we give the guest list at all, or is it just DJ Moore?
Apparently, it's very easy for her to say that. More.
How do you like?
What do I sing about? Sing about what you know.
Okay.
Interesting.
You got to start with
All
what
right.
you know in music, right? That's how you hit home. That's how you connect to people. It's a great tune. We played a lot on this show. It's a good song.
I don't know about that.
I'm endorsing the song. The more we play it, the more I never really cared, but the more we play it, the more I like it. I'm like affectionate about it now because we do it a lot.
It is. It's good because it's a bit.
Yeah, it's a good bit. And yesterday, I've been more affectionate about Puka Nacua in the last 20 hours than I ever was before.
That was
before
funny.
yesterday.
That was funny.
Now I'm rooting for him to score touchdowns as long as it's not against the Niners. So I'll get you the guest list here. 2:30, Dr. Bob Stoll.
Yep.
Going to come by. We'll talk some gambling with him in about 20 minutes or so. We'll get you everything you need for the Football Friday. And you know what we really got hosed on last week? Like, you guys think it was like Gabe Kapler got hosed? We really got hosed out of our Football Friday. We didn't get to do anything. I mean, they let go of Gabe last Friday at like right about a minute and a half from now is when we broke the news a week ago today. So we didn't even get our Football Friday. We had to talk Gabe. We had to talk about future of the Giants and probably a good thing ahead of Niners Cardinals. But as long as he doesn't get let go again today, we should be all right. We should be okay.
Wow.
2:30.
How is that even possible?
I'm just making sure we're good. Dr. Bob Stoll, 2:30. 2:50.
Yep.
Dennis Ranahan's going to stop by. Or you had a conversation with Dennis about his picks and games for this weekend. 3:50, and this is actually good timing for us. Ed Werder of ESPN. We had him booked to talk Cowboys. Niners made a trade today, acquiring Randy Gregory from the Denver Broncos.
Together.
Getting Randy Gregory from the Denver Broncos. They were going to cut him. Niners give up a 6th rounder, and they get Gregory and a 7th back. No guaranteed money owed to him beyond this year. Pretty good. Pretty sweet for a pass rusher. Denver takes all the salary. That's what you're saying too, Tim? Because they were going to cut him anyway. So Niners are like, well, we're not going to pay him. You got to take that. So Ed Werder spent time in Dallas covering Randy Gregory. So we can talk about that with him at 3:50. 4:30, our weekly conversation with Tim Ryan. 4:50, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. And 5:30, dude, I saw her when I was coming in. She got here early. I said, when'd you get here? She said, I stumbled in this morning. Harmony's here, dude. Harmony's here for a Friday afternoon at 5.
That's what I like.
You know what's funny, dude? And I won't show it on the screen. Maybe I can fold it and do it because, like, when they give me the guest list, and you have this too, when they give you the guest sheet, Tim and Derek, when they prep it for us, they give us, like, the phone numbers are on it in case one of them is out of the room and they've got to call the guest, you know?
Yep.
Or reconnect with them and something's going on, so everybody's got access.
I don't get the phone number. I don't have anybody's phone number.
When they give me the sheet, it has the phone number on it.
What the hell?
So with Harmony, though, I'm going to show this to the YouTube streamers and the Twitch streamers. Check out the phone number these guys put for Harmony today. Everybody see this?
Let me see.
You see that there? It's Harmony's phone number. It's the two most famous.
69.
It says 69. There's no hyphens either. It's like a foreign code. It's a 69696969. That's it. That's Harmony's phone number. So Harmony's going to come by. She's a sophisticated sex robot.
Yes, she is.
Sent here to help you bang the book for your football picks this weekend. So that was the game last night. Pretty impressed with Justin Fields, honestly. Washington, I expect to have a well-coached defense and a good defense. He kind of shredded him, and it's sort of funny. We mocked him for the wanting to play free, and quarterbacks like, I don't want a guy who doesn't have to think, and that's what he's saying. And he probably said all the wrong things. And you said, I know what he means to say. He just, when he was sort of slamming the coaching staff, he just handled it all wrong and said they took him out of context. He just didn't. He's a young quarterback. He's stressed out. He's in a big city. He's in a big town. They have expectations, and it seems like, if you don't get it done this year, then that might be it for a while. You might go end up somewhere else or sit on the bench or they move on. So this would have been kind of cool last couple of weeks, at least early last week and last night throughout the game to see him perform.
I
don't like it. I'm not sold on anything.
Yeah,
but it shows me still it's there. There's something. I'd
like to see a month of it.
Yeah, of course.
Because that's the hardest thing to do as a quarterback. Be consistent with it. Like last week, it was great first half, not so great second half.
Exactly.
And this week, how much of it was him? How much of it was the Commanders? I mean, the first catch, we were in the studio watching. I mean, DJ Moore's wide open, got behind the defense. It's like, did we cover him? And then that one where he got down to like the 6, the tackling was just atrocious. So, I mean, yeah, though, I'll take nothing away from Justin Fields. Fantastic game. Got him out early and kept it going to the end of the game. So, really good effort. It's that, but you don't got to be that, but you got to be consistent. It can't be the turnovers. It can't be the sacks. He has taken fewer sacks the last couple weeks, I believe, than he was earlier on. And the thing I've always thought for him was he just got to be quicker with what he's going to do. It's like he holds onto the ball forever. Like a guy that mobile should not get sacked that much. You just shouldn't. You should be able to make decisions, process things quickly, and if you don't see anything, just use your feet. Go, move, get out of the pocket. I mean, he's not savvy enough apparently to like just slide in the pocket and make guys miss, and that's what happens to guys who are the best athletes on the field for most of the time growing up. They can always get out of trouble. It's not that big a deal, but NFL, it's not that easy.
Right.
I mean, you got to be like the elite of the elite of the elite, like Lamar Jackson type guys. They can get, and even they get caught holding on to the ball too long. So that's what I want to see from him when I watch Bears games. Just decisions are happening, he's processing, and if he doesn't have anything, take the 5-6 yards with your feet. It's fine. Like I think guys get caught up that can run. They don't want to be viewed as runners. They want to be viewed as pocket passers.
That can run, right.
It's like nobody cares how you get in the end zone. You know, you can learn the quarterback craft as you're running too. It is at some point you got to be able to cut back on it. Steve Young had to learn that. But Steve Young was deadly accurate. Like deadly accurate. And that was when he was like up near 70%, and that's when it was tough to complete. Like everybody completes 70% now. Rules were much different back in the 90s. So to be that accurate, he had to work at that, and then he could stop running a little bit. But yeah, that was always in the arsenal. He could always use that. But early on in his career, he ran too much. He's even said it. Like the other guys were like, "Yo, bro, we gotta run the offense here and get us the ball. You can't just be a one-man band here and do it yourself." So, but I think that's that fine line between I want to be a pocket quarterback, but I have this skill set that I could use. I got to find that balance of how to use it, how to continue to matriculate the ball down the field, as they say, but also be able to deliver the ball from the pocket. And that's that kind of the growth that you'd like to see. I don't think it's always easy for those guys that are physically growing up to transition into just saying, you know what, this is where I got to win the game from the pocket, but I also got to know when is the right time and the wrong time to use my legs.
That's it. And if this doesn't happen on a Thursday night, it's maybe not even a story today. It's Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. It's a fantastic Blanken Football Friday, and we got a whole lot of good stuff to come. How about this? Plot twist for Sunday evening, Niners and the Cowboys. Randy Gregory, after the Denver Broncos said they were going to cut him, Niners have added more. Randy Gregory is a San Francisco 49er. How big is the move? And is this move going to keep them from doing anything else to the roster? We'll talk about that next. Then Dr. Bob Stoll at 2:30. Harmony still to come later this afternoon. Tolbert and Copes on a
the what?
I said what I said on a Football Friday. Only here.
Easy.
59. Stop it on the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Second down 10, Garoppolo got his head around. Randy Gregory's got him, and he sacks him back to midfield. Went right around Jalen Moore. Randy Gregory, the former Cowboy turned Bronco. And that's a big sack, the third time tonight Jimmy's gone down.
Randy Gregory is a San Francisco 49er. There he was sacking Jimmy Garoppolo. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on a Friday afternoon. A fantastic, fun football Friday. We'll get some picks from Dr. Bob Stoll in about 10 minutes here, but the 49ers made a trade today. Randy Gregory was acquired from the Denver Broncos. He went from the Cowboys to the Broncos last year and then was about to be cut. Sean Payton was talking about it yesterday. They were going to cut Randy Gregory, and the Niners decided to make a move on him, and I imagine the Broncos were like, well, whatever, dude. We're going to eat the money and get nothing for him anyway. Niners gave him a 6th rounder. So they threw the Niners back a 7th rounder with Randy Gregory. And here's the big deal. Niners had $41 million in cap space, right? That's the one thing we keep talking about, that they've allowed themselves, they put themselves in a position to go all in on a player like they did last year on Christian McCaffrey, or like the Rams did a couple of times when they went in on players in 2019 and 20 when they went and got Fowler, and they got Von Miller a couple of years ago. That was a huge game changer for them. I mean, he got traded and then went crazy because of what they were able to do at the defensive line. Von Miller was the game changer for that Rams Super Bowl team, I thought, for sure, on defense. They created $41 million in cap space at the start of the year so that they left themselves open. And I think some of the names we've heard are bigger names, like Montez Sweat, or if Chase Young would become available. Like, every Washington loss becomes a bigger question as to whether or not he's going to remain with them for the rest of the year. You've got Danielle Hunter, who's on a 1-year deal and is going to be a free agent after this year, with Minnesota, who's falling out of it. Do any of these teams, sort of like baseball teams used to, try to recoup something for a player who they think is going to leave and that they're not going to continue to compete with a player like that that's too expensive? Gregory, the Niners are paying the veterans minimum on $800,000 and change off of the $41 million they had in cap space. So the Broncos are eating the money. They gave the Niners a pick in exchange for the pick that they gave up. And I just think the Niners have set themselves up still where if one of these big-time players becomes available, or you lose something where you really, really need to replace it, you've given yourself all the opportunity because of the money you've left available both under the cap and the 14 picks because of compensatory moves that you have going into next year. I mean, 7th rounder, what does that mean to anybody? Or a 6th rounder? The Niners are like, if I was a middling team waiting for this to happen, I would just wait and try to grab him for nothing, right? You say, if they're going to cut him, I'll just pick him up myself. But the Niners have the expendable pieces to say, we can afford to go do that if we want.
Ask the 49ers what a 7th rounder means.
A ton to them, but this is
means
that.
the starting quarterback.
But it also could be a game-changing defensive piece. That's what I mean. It's like it works both ways.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, my initial reaction to this was, do you want anybody off the Broncos' defense? I mean, their defense is so bad. So bad. I don't know how it's that bad, but it was good last year. It's terrible. And they got one of the best corners in the game, and Patrick Surtain, but my goodness, they're bad. So that was my first reaction. Second reaction was, I mean, Gregory was supposed to be really good. I don't know if he ever really fulfilled that potential. But you're not giving up much for it. You know what it reminds me of? and I don't know if this is going to be a good thing or a bad thing, but it reminds me of the Giants, not the New York Giants, our San Francisco Giants, where...
Why are you bringing them up? What's this about? We just went over
just a low-risk move.
Yeah.
Like it's low risk. Maybe
Here comes Pollock. Is it? It's better. I think it's better than Pollock. Come on, dude. It's better than Pollock. That's not fair.
I didn't say it wasn't. But how good is it? I don't know.
It's the young.
But again, when it's low risk and you're not paying anything, it's like whatever. Maybe you strike gold. Maybe you hit something. Maybe new environment, new teammates, new scheme, new whatever. Maybe this guy, because again, he was supposed to be. We talked about this yesterday. Like guys who are supposed to be something, who are drafted fairly high, get all kinds of chances because people see stuff in them. They have the tangibles, they have the size, they have the speed, they have whatever it was that got them drafted where they were drafted. People still see that. They're like, oh, he's young. We're the ones that could turn it around. So I'm not going to sit here and say this is going to be great. This will be a huge impact on the defense. I don't know. I would, if I'm being honest about it, I'll probably say no. Probably not. But, again, you're not giving up much. So you might roll the dice. Every once in a while you get on a streak and say, sweet, that was nice. This could be that, where it's just like perfect timing, perfect fit, perfect team, and it just hits. And all of a sudden you say, that was the guy that we thought he could be a few years ago. Just generally it doesn't work out that way. It just doesn't. They get a lot of chances, but it doesn't pan out most of the time. But you're not giving up much. It's like whatever. You're not giving up any money. You're only giving up one slot on the draft.
That's it.
And you're giving up a 6, giving a 7. So yeah,
nothing's going to hurt you here.
I mean, yeah, it's I mean, it was so 3 weeks from now if they had to let him go, no big huge loss. You gave it a shot. Said let's roll the dice here, see if it works. If it works, awesome. You may have a player that could be a valuable player on your team, and you didn't give up jack for him. And if he isn't, cost you a round.
Yeah,
no big deal.
Doesn't hurt you. And by the way, you got a whole bunch more, and you got to pick back. You got a 7th rounder back. Yeah. So he signed so the Broncos. Here's the deal exactly. The Broncos sent Randy Gregory and a 2024 7th round pick to the Niners in exchange for the 6th round picks. So they swapped 6th and 7th for next year, or for this coming season, the next draft up. Gregory signed a 5-year, $70 million contract with Denver last year after he passed on a deal with the Cowboys that allowed Dallas to claim any bonuses if a player is fined or suspended. And he's had issues in his career. And I want to know real quickly if Derek copy and pasted this or if he wrote this. It says Gregory played in Dallas from 2015 to 2021 where he often battled marijuana issues. He battled marijuana issues? He just smoked pot, dude. And they don't like that in Texas. That's it. Derek said he wrote that himself. Well, then I've been kicking marijuana's ass for a long time. If he's battling him, I've been dominating him for many years. I'm in a war.
You've been hammering him.
It's a 12 years war. Here we go.
And think about this too: a 6th for a 7th. Those are probably going to be fairly close together.
Yeah.
Because the Niners are going to be at the back end of the rounds, and the Broncos are going to be at the front end of the rounds.
Likely, yeah.
So you're probably not looking at much more than a maximum 20 spot. Maybe not even that. Maybe 10. So again, it's not a huge deal whatsoever. It's a very low risk. You're hoping for high reward, but it's a very, very low risk deal.
Well, I imagine Lynch calls the GM and he's like, "Hey," he picks it up and the GM goes, "Hey man, what are you offering for Gregory then? Anything?" He goes, "Yeah, I'll give you a 6th." A 6th? Yeah, but I want a 7th back. Whatever. That's fine.
All right. And I want you to pay.
I want you to pay. Yeah, well, we were going to anyway.
Really?
Here's Kyle Shanahan. He spoke just a little bit ago on whether or not he was going to be available. Randy Gregory, he's coming in today. Does he have the Christian McCaffrey in him? Can he play on Sunday? Here's Kyle Shanahan.
Just met him. He came in today, took his physical and stuff, so just got a chance to meet him. So I was a little bit late here. But he's going to head back today, see his family, get his stuff, and I think he'll be out here Monday.
Head back to where?
Denver.
I'm sorry, when did you say he's coming back?
Monday. Yeah.
That would kind of rule him out for Sunday.
Yeah. I don't want to give our secrets away. There's a chance.
I don't want to give our secrets away. There's a chance, but I like Matt being like, so just
Matt,
quick. Yeah.
So that means he won't be here.
Crunch the
Sunday.
numbers. Yeah. Well, yes. It's mathematically what it meant. I did
Come
the
on,
math real
Matt.
quick. That boy, Matty. Way to get to the bottom of that, dude. Love our guy, Matt Mayoko. Real quick,
man.
practice participation is out for the 49ers. John Feliciano, questionable. Elijah Mitchell's been ruled out. It's a guy I would have liked for this game against the Cowboys to mix it up a little bit, change of pace, but McCaffrey, I think, just fine. I think we're going to see a lot of Debo. Ice those ribs up, Debo. And then the corresponding move for acquiring Randy Gregory, Kerry Hyder, has been released by the 49ers. So Kerry Hyder out, Randy Gregory in. Not sure yet if he's going this Sunday, but it does not look like it. Didn't sound like it. Maybe late game. Maybe he makes it back before that, and they get him in there. But, again, former Cowboy, 16 sacks in a total of 50 games. And Niners are paying him the veteran minimum, still have $40 million in cap space. When we come on back, Dr. Bob's going to join us. We can whip around the NFL and some college football to get you ready for the weekend. Again, it's a fun football Friday. We're going to get you everything you need for Week 5 in the NFL and whatever week it is across college football. Dr. Bob joins us next, then Dennis Ranahan, and then a deep look into the Cowboys, only here on the Sports Leader.
It is time to get you caught up with what's going on in college football. We'll do it from a handicapping standpoint with Bob Stoll, Dr. Bob Sports, drbob.com. You can see him on Twitter, all kinds of good free stuff. And, Bob, we always appreciate you joining the show. I kind of figured you for a Misfits type of guy, like Berkeley,
like
Cal, Misfits. I think Misfits is good for you.
I'm not sure about that.
No?
What's wrong with going to Cal? I mean, I'm a nerd?
No, not Misfits. Misfits, the band.
The band, the Misfits.
The band, Misfits.
Oh, the band. Oh, that was just playing. Okay,
Yes,
I just missed that.
exactly. No,
Yeah.
not Misfits going to Cal.
Like, what the heck?
Yeah.
No, and I don't listen to the Grateful Dead either. But I am a Counting Crows guy because those guys were there when I was at Berkeley back in the '80s. So.
Okay.
Give us a Mr.
fantastic.
Jones. I'm in. You know what I mean? You want to break
there
out
you
Mr.
go.
Jones whenever he comes on.
A little bit different than the Misfits, but that's okay. No,
Yeah.
I'm not casting aspersions on people that went to Cal. I
Please
enjoyed
don't.
Cal. We used to beat you every time we played
Oh.
you. So
Yep, that's right. That sounds right.
Oh man.
Hey, just facts here. That's all I do is spit facts.
We did have a clever rooting section. While you were beating us, we were throwing out very clever barbs against
Yes, you were.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
you were.
I went to many games at Haas and got to boo loot and
is
tell
no
fans to
doubt
take
about
off
that.
that red shirt. Yeah.
Actually,
Good
to be perfectly honest, they beat us in my junior year. Chris Washington was one of their guards, and God, why am I blanking on his name? Played for the Phoenix Suns. Great guard, Kevin
Johnson.
Kevin Johnson, yeah, Kevin's awesome. He's a great player.
Yeah,
great
you know,
backcourt that they had.
Chris was such a good player, and Campanelli sort of screwed up his confidence. I knew those guys pretty well. We were all the same year, and I was a practice player on Cal's basketball team.
Oh, wow.
So I knew those guys pretty well. I was the big point guard because we had Ernie Sears too, who was really short. We didn't have a lot of height, and I would play the scout team. And we had Gary Payton in the league, and we had some taller point guards, and they would post us up. So I was getting humiliated every day in practice by future NBA players. So
Nice. Yeah, that was a very good guard combo, and then Dave Butler was really good as well.
Yes.
All right, let's get to it. Let's get to a few games. Let's start with some of the bigger ones in college football. Let's go to the Red River. I still call it the shootout. Damn everybody else.
Can't say that, Tom.
Oklahoma and Texas. Usually I used to go with Texas in this matchup because they were the dog, but I don't know. I think Oklahoma's defense is pretty good. Texas may be the best team in the country. They're really good, but you tell me. I mean, just eyeball test. I didn't dig into the numbers and stuff on this. They maybe favor Texas, but Oklahoma's defense has been really good. They haven't played as tough a schedule, I don't think. But I don't know. 5.5 now? It got up to 6.5 for a while. I missed that. But what do you think about Oklahoma as a dog here?
yeah, it's a little high. I mean, Oklahoma's defense is not as good as the points allowed. I mean, they're allowing 10 or 11 points. I mean, they're good. They're about 0.7 yards per play better than an average defense. So a lot of teams have gotten down there and then not been able to punch it in. Texas has a better defense. Their defense is 1.4 yards per play better than average. And Texas has a slightly better offense. I mean, Texas is elite. They are one of the top 3 teams right now based on how this season has gone so far. They're one of the top 3 teams in the country. Miami of Florida, actually, small sample size, but Miami of Florida is playing as well as anybody also. It'll be interesting. You know, they've already beaten Texas A&M, so it's not just all beating up on Temple. So Texas and Miami of Florida have been the best teams from both offense, defense combined. Like, they've been the best so far. Oklahoma's not as good from a yards per play perspective. And so Texas does have an advantage. I think that the line is justified in that case. Oklahoma will run more plays. Texas is more about the big play. Oklahoma's more about driving it down the field. Dillon's a good, accurate quarterback. They can move it on the ground, move it in the air. So they'll run more plays, and Texas will probably average more yards per play. I think the line's about right. I have Texas by 4.5. So what's interesting about these kind of 2 unbeaten teams this time of the year, you get 2 unbeaten teams, 5-0 or better, take the points. underdogs of 2 or more in battles of 2 unbeaten teams are 35-14 against the spread. If neither team's coming off a bye, because if one team's off a bye, then there's an advantage there. So just based on that trend, I'd probably rather have Oklahoma than Texas, but I could see this going anyway, as this game usually can go anyway.
Got it. All right, let's go to LSU, Missouri. I know this is a game you like. LSU's got an elite offense. They do not, however, have an elite defense, unless you consider elite letting the other team drive up and down the field. Missouri's undefeated. They're at home. They beat a pretty good Kansas State team earlier at home. I like what I've seen from them. They got a big-time receiver there. Missouri seems to be the play here. I mean, it was at 6, went down to 4.5, went back up to 6, bopped down immediately down to 5.5. I don't know where it's going to end up, but tell us a little bit about this game, because this ought to be a fun one to watch. It's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I've been sort of against LSU. I had a play on Mississippi last week and said that LSU's defense was an issue, which it is. You're right, LSU has an elite offense. I mean, they've averaged 7.9 yards per play and 37 points a game against FBS teams. But Missouri's got a pretty damn good offense, too. I mean, Brady Cook in the summer, I mean, he did not have a great year last year. And in the summer, he's like, I love this offense. Wait till you see what we're going to do with this offense. And, wow, 75% completions. He's averaging 9.3 yards per pass play and hasn't thrown an interception. I mean, they are – an elite offensive team right now as well, except they have a good defense. I mean, Missouri's got a better-than-average defense, and LSU's got a worse-than-average defense. LSU still has a little bit of a better offense. I mean, Daniels is something else. I mean, he can run it, he can throw it. But overall, these teams are about even, and I think it's going to neither quarterback turns the ball over. So I think it's going to come down to last possession wins kind of game. And, I like Missouri. I had Missouri as a play against Kansas State when they won that game as a dog 30-27 a couple weeks ago, and I like them as a home dog again. So I took Missouri plus the points, and I think you should too.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. All right, one more college one. There's some other big ones out there, but I wanted to ask you this, then we'll get to a couple NFL games that Copes and I wanted to talk about. UCLA Wazoo, I find interesting. UCLA 3.5. It was 3 earlier today, maybe a little juiced, but now 3.5. Washington State, I like them. I like Cam Ward. I like their quarterback. I like Dickert, their coach. UCLA, I don't know really what to make of them. The young quarterback Moore, I think, has real potential. I don't know if it's going to show this year. I don't know. What do you make of this game? I'd like to take Wazoo plus a 3.5, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's where I thought I was going, too, when I started digging into this game. And Dante Moore, you mentioned, he is a big play quarterback. He's only completed 53% of his passes in 3 games against FBS competition, so he's been really erratic, but he hasn't thrown interceptions, only 2 the whole season or 4 games. It's just a lot of big plays. He looks down the field, which is really interesting. Washington State has a decent defense, but not great. I mean, they go up a lot of yards to Oregon State, and I think UCLA can get some chunk plays. I think it's UCLA's offense a little bit better than average, Washington State's defense a little bit better than average. So the battle here is Washington State's offense. You mentioned Cam Ward's been great. They've averaged 40 points a game, 6.6 yards per play in the 3 games against FBS teams. But UCLA's defense is the thing that's really surprising. I mean, I knew their defense would be a lot better this year, but in three FBS games, they've been 12 points a game and 4.1 yards per play. And it's not been crappy teams. I mean, Coastal Carolina's got a future NFL quarterback. San Diego State's not great on offense, but they're not dreadful. And then Utah, who otherwise has been, obviously they don't have their quarterback, but they've been decent offensively. I mean, UCLA's defense is really, really good right now. And they're a little bit better than Washington State's offense when you compensate for who each team has played. So I was surprised that the math came out UCLA by 4, 31-27. I really thought I'd be looking at Washington State when the line went to 3.5. I was like, came out 4. So I can't talk you out of Washington State.
Yeah.
But, UCLA's defense right now, Washington State hasn't faced – I mean, they did – Oregon State's got a pretty good defense, and they threw it all over them. So, yeah, it's a tough one. I would not talk you out of Washington State plus the points, and I certainly wouldn't be taking UCLA -3 in the hook.
Got it.
So I just think it's a game to pass.
Tight end Dr. Bob Stoll on the Uma guest line. DrBobSports.com is where you can go for all of his stuff. I got to tell you, I really didn't care. I mean, it didn't move me either way that the Pac-12 was going away. Like, it didn't touch me in the way that it would Tom, but, like, oh, this happened. I'm pissed, man. Like, every week there's such great games. There's so many good teams in that conference. Like, the story right now of college football. Let's jump into some NFL games, though. I'm looking at the game between the Patriots and the New Orleans Saints here. I saw it at a 1-point spread, came down just a little bit. I don't know about the Saints. I thought their defense was okay. They can't score. It's kind of how I feel about the Patriots, but their defense is getting kicked around a little bit. Pulled Mac Jones out of the game last week. Bailey Zappi came in, but that might have just been because it got out of hand. Do you have a feel on this either way in New England?
I tried to make some notes about this game, and there's just nothing interesting about this game.
Yeah.
and I mean, nothing at all.
Crazy.
New England's got a decent defense. I mean, they gave up, 2 defensive touchdowns, but held the Cowboys to 24 points with their, defense. Yeah. I mean, 2 mediocre teams, and my model has New England by 1. I mean, the spread's 1. I mean, I wish I had something interesting to tell you, but there's nothing interesting about either of these teams.
All right. Well, that's that then. We can jump into another game. Moving on, because I did think based on the way the line was moving, I was paying a little bit of attention. But you're right. Tom, what was the note on Kamara last week? 13
catches, 33 yards.
How does that even happen?
I don't know. I don't know.
He's at the half-yard line for every one of the receptions or something. Just absolutely crazy. How about Houston at Atlanta? This is a fun one, I think. It's a divisional game, obviously indoors. I think Houston's been one of the most fun teams to watch so far in the NFL after probably about week 1. C.J. Stroud's taking care of the football. He's throwing it deep. He's got some playmakers. And D'Amico Ryan's first-year head coach. We knew him here with the Niners. But I kind of like Houston in this one. Do you have a feel on this or a side on this one?
Yeah, I do. I have a bet on Atlanta.
You have a bet. Ooh, okay.
It is. And it's a matchup thing. I mean, Atlanta's offense the last 2 weeks has scored a total of 13 points. But Atlanta's offense is predicated on running the ball. If they cannot run it, then they can't use the play-action pass, and Ritter needs play-action to be effective. In the last 2 weeks against Detroit and Jacksonville, well, those teams rank both in the top 3 in run defense success rates. So they faced 2 teams that match up perfectly against Atlanta's offense. The Texans' run defense ranks 29th in the league, so Atlanta should get back to being able to run the ball, and when they can run the ball, everything else works for them. Ritter is also much better against zone coverage. His yards per pass attempt is 34% higher against zone coverage than man. Houston plays 86% zone, which is 4th highest in the league, so the matchup works for them there. And Atlanta cannot defend tight ends. They're allowing 58% success rates to tight ends. Atlanta targets tight ends more than any team in the league, and they have 2 good ones.
Jonnu and Pitts, yeah.
Yeah, the matchup really works for Atlanta's offense.
Okay.
And teams that score single digits back-to-back weeks in the NFL tend to bounce back. I mean, no team is that bad. Those teams are 49-18-2 the last 15 years if a team scored single digits in offense in the last 2 weeks, or 49-18-2 against the spread the next week. So they're due to bounce back here. So I like Atlanta minus 1.5 right now, probably the line.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
I like them too.
Good logic.
All right, last one. Let's get to the big game. Cowboys and 49ers. I'm real curious to see how the math breaks down on this one, because I think the Niners are the more complete team. I think they've covered like 9 straight at home. Purdy seems to be a covering machine. And I look at the teams. I think 3.5 may be about right. I could be on the wrong side on this. Usually big games I get wrong, but it just seems like the Niners are a little bit better all over the field. How do you see this one?
Yeah, I don't know if they're. I mean, it's tough because I had Dallas rated better than the Niners coming into the season by about a point.
Okay.
Now the Niners have been better this season so far, but that's mostly because of one bad game against Arizona, which was sort of a letdown spot for the Cowboys when they lost that game.
Yeah.
But the Niners' offense is playing well. Purdy's better this year, 8.2 yards per pass play. The rushing attack's averaging 4.7 yards a run. McCaffrey should have a good game running the ball. Cowboys are 27th in the league in rush defense success rate. Cowboys do defend running backs and wide receivers very well, but they don't defend tight ends that well. They're 20th in the league defending tight ends, so Kittle should have a good game. If you're interested in any fantasy, I would be looking at Kittle here because I think he's going to get a ton of targets. but everything else should be bottled up. And it's just all about the pass rush. But Shanahan can scheme against that stuff. I mean, I don't think there's anybody better at scheming against what the other team does well than Shanahan. So I think the Niners can do okay offensively, but I think these teams are about even. I really think they're about even. And home field advantage in non-division games in the NFL is 1.9 points. Oh. So favoring the Niners by 3.5, you'd have to think the Niners are 1.5 points better than Dallas. And maybe this year so far they've been, but like I said, I had Dallas rated about a point higher coming into the season, and that still factors into my model. Mm-hmm. So I think I'd rather take the 3.5 than lay it. If it were 3, then probably a toss-up for me. But right now, I'd probably rather have Dallas plus 3.5.
Got it. Hey, real quick before we let you go, again, this is just like watching the games and stuff, but I'm curious to see if you would agree. When you look at the top of the Pac-10, Pac-12, whatever, how you would rank it. Because I would go Oregon 1, Washington 2, and then USC after that. I don't know if most people would look at it that way, but I just think Oregon's a more complete team. Washington's a little better than USC. That's really close, but that's how I would put my top 3. Does that sound about right, or would you have any quibble with that?
Yeah, that is exactly how I have it. Washington right now in compensated yards per play differential is the best team in the country. And a lot of that is just their offense has just been so ridiculously good.
Penix is insane.
Oregon ranks 3rd in that metric in the nation, and then USC ranks 5th behind Texas. Okay. So USC's defense is the issue. I mean, their offense is just as good as Washington's, but Washington plays better defense. Their defense has been solid, and Oregon's defense has been elite, one of the best in the country so far. And they obviously have a good offense too, not quite at the level that Washington and USC have, but that is exactly the order I would put the Pac-12 right now: Washington, then Oregon, then USC. In that order. So, and then Oregon State actually would be next, ahead of Washington State. So
yeah, I like it. I think I would have Oregon ahead of Washington, but I wouldn't quibble with that. I think it's really, really close. But yeah, I mean, every time Penix has the ball, you think they're going to score. Of course they're going to score. They score every time, and they throw it deep better than anybody that I've seen in college football. I mean, Washington is not afraid to chuck the ball down the field.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting against Oregon, because Oregon plays a little bit more of an aggressive style, and that works against teams that they have more talent than. But if they play that pressing kind of coverage against Washington, that is going to be interesting.
No, there is no doubt about it. And that will be next week, and we'll have you on hopefully to discuss that game, because that'll be a fun one to watch. Have a great weekend. We always appreciate the conversation and appreciate you coming on. So enjoy the football this weekend. We'll talk to you next week, Dr. Bob.
Thanks,
All
Dr.
right,
Bob.
guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks later,
appreciate it, man. Bob Stoll. He's fun to talk to. He just all kinds of stats and watches again. He just knows that. So I enjoy that kind of stuff.
You guys were going deep on like Cal and Arizona basketball. I was like, I'm a little younger. I'm of the Richard Midgley era. You know what I mean? Like I'm of
Midgley era, the Randy Duck.
Yeah, dude. A little Brian Cardinal. So not Brian Cardinal. Brian Weathers, and Brian Cardinal was a different guy.
Brian Cardinal went to Purdue.
Yeah, Brian Cardinal was
the janitor.
He was the janitor. He played for the Warriors. The custodian.
Exactly.
No, the custodian.
The custodian. That's I always say janitor.
Dude, he was like kind of stocky. Dude, all hustle Brian Cardinal for the Warriors.
Exactly.
Like laying out. That was like the Thunder era Warriors, man.
All hustled his way to a 3-year, $39 million contract.
Hell yeah, he did. Hell yeah.
Damn it.
And maybe a 29-win season or something like that, right? and a low finish in the Western Conference. Great stuff from Dr. Bob. We're going to keep your gambling stuff going with Dennis Ranahan, picksfootball.com, Quackseye Sports. He'll stop by for his weekly conversation. Then we'll get deep into the Cowboys and the 49ers, talk all about this game, and get into a lot of fun for around the NFL. But we've been doing it all week long, giving away tickets to the San Jose Sharks opening night, October 12th, against the Vegas Gold. I can't believe we have a Grandpa Joe Biden soundbite of him just saying hockey.
Hockey.
For when we give away our Sharks tickets against the Vegas Golden Knights. It's going to be October the 12th. And when you're caller number 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, you got to hear this soundbite, and you want to be caller number 10. Here's the key to call.
Sharks.
That's the cue to call. Go Sharks. And you hear Ralph say that. Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR. Tickets are furnished by Ticketmaster.com, the San Jose Sharks, Check this out, though. We gave away fifth row tickets on Monday, fourth row Tuesday, third row Wednesday, second row yesterday. Give away first row tickets today. Front row seats to opening night, Sharks Knights, when you're caller number 10. After you hear
Go Sharks.
That's it. When you hear that, 415-896 KNBR.
Hockey.
And you'll win tickets to opening night. We come on back. Dennis Ranahan. Yeah, we got it, dude. Dennis Ranahan, he's just reminding himself. Dennis Ranahan joins us, PicksFootball.com, giving you your picks for the NFL this weekend, only here on The Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed if there's anything to Trey Lance dishing dirt on the 49er offense ahead of Sunday's game against the Cowboys. That podcast is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Friday. You know what that means. We're going to try. I promise we will try to get some winners this week. It's been a rough go in September, but we flipped the calendar to October, and hopefully October will be a little nicer than Mother September was. As always, we're joined by Dennis Renahan at Quackside Sports, PicksFootball.com to try and do just that, find some winners. Dennis, what's going on?
I just feel like Looney out of Let It Ride. You tried to feed me last week. You were Trotter. You said, it's Tennessee over Cincinnati. You told me why. Yeah, maybe. What's wrong? Why didn't I just take Tom's 27-3? They handled the Bengals. Good job, Tom. I just got to get on your track.
Those are kind of fun. Unfortunately, right now they seem to be few and far between. But Minnesota, Kansas City is an interesting one to me because I got to think everyone's going to believe Kansas City is going to be better the following week after they struggled offensively against the Jets. And the Vikings, they're going to look at their record and say 3.5, which has come down from like 5.5, 6. I mean, it's going in an interesting way, let's put it that way, which leads me to believe the Vikings are probably the right side here. I don't know if I did miss the best of the number here, so I don't know if I want to get involved in 3.5, but sometimes you just got to talk yourself into it. I think sometimes we look at closing line value and think, well, I missed the best of it, I don't want to take it, when it's still good anyway at that number. It may very well still be good here. Kirk Cousins plays much better at home, and aside from the turnovers, they've been pretty efficient moving the ball. How do you see this one? Because I'm leaning Vikings.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Vikings are actually doing as well as they are right now. They're 1-3, so they're not doing great, and they needed a couple defensive plays last week to get over the Carolina hurdle.
Yep.
But nevertheless, they stayed with Philadelphia. They pushed on the spread against Philadelphia. The Eagles might have let down a little bit in the fourth quarter and let them back in the game. Kansas City, they won one game, 41-10. Who was that over the Jets? I think. No, not the Jets, because the Jets were close last week.
Bears.
Yeah, against the Bears. They went 41-10 a couple weeks ago against the Bears. But he goes, oh yeah, they're back. But the red flag went up on the Chiefs for me in the fact that they lost that opening game as the defending Super Bowl champion at home on Thursday night. There's only been 3 other teams that had lost that since they started that tradition in 2004 of having the Super Bowl champion open the season with the home game. And all 3 of those other teams had trouble the whole year. And so, yeah, I think Kansas City is not. I think their defense is okay. I don't think their offense is as good as it has been in recent years. I don't think they have the stable of receivers for Patrick Mahomes. And Patrick Mahomes looked absolutely average on was it Sunday or Monday night against the Jets? Sunday night when he was when he threw a couple interceptions. It was, and so I'm not interested in the Vikings. I still think right now in this spot they're a little overrated. But I'm keeping an eye on the Chiefs. They'll be the right time to beat them. I'm not sure this is it.
I'm curious. I don't know if I have a side in this one. I know I'm not getting up to watch it. I may record it and watch the Jags and the Bills, but 6:30 is a wee bit early for me on a weekend. In fact, it's a wee bit early for me during the week. Let's put it that way. But the Jags just are not. They're kind of sputtering along. There's been nothing in watching their games that stands out to me. And the Bills are playing maybe the best ball in the league right now. They're playing really good. I mean, they just dismantled Miami last week. It scares me a little bit when somebody plays that well. It's like a nationally televised game. It's a big game, I'm sure, is shown all across the country. And then they go across the pond to meet a team that's been there for a week, which is weird. I don't even know how to factor that one in. I got to think it's an advantage somehow to the Jaguars to spend the whole week over in England. But I want to take the Jaguars. I just don't know. They haven't really shown me anything at any point that makes me believe they're ready to they're ready to fire. How do you see this one?
Well, first of all, they're playing at a different stadium. They played at Wembley Stadium last week and Totem something Stadium this week. So
maybe Tottenham, possibly.
Yeah. So even though that they're staying in England, it's not like it's back to back, in the same stadium. That's not going to be a big fact. It's interesting what the NFL is doing here. I don't know how they're considering these games in London and how that would ever turn out to be something other than a novelty, because how do you station a team that far away? Is San Francisco going to play a team in London, and travel, it just doesn't make sense to me. But what the NFL was trying to do is, if it went there, they were trying to make the Jacksonville Jaguars the popular team in England. So if you've noticed, every year they've got the Jaguars playing, in this case, 2 back-to-back games, but every year they've been playing at least one of the games in England to try to build up their following. And that was for a couple of reasons. The Jaguars were struggling in Jacksonville, and now they have a new stadium in the offing for the Jaguars, and they're a quality football team. My biggest problem with Jacksonville this year is they went from worst record in football to a playoff win over the Chargers, and then the playoff loss to Kansas City. When a team is down at the bottom for a number of years and then has a breakthrough season, there's usually, as we've discussed before, there's usually a letdown the next year because the expectations are so high, they usually get ahead of the talent. And I think Jacksonville is in that spot right now. Last week I said I didn't want to bet against Miami, even though I saw Buffalo as a value side of that play when the Dolphins and Bills met last Sunday. In this situation, I don't want to be against the Bills. That sometimes you'll lose an opening day. One year when the New England Patriots won the Super Bowl, they opened with a 31-0 loss to the Buffalo Bills, and then ended the season against the same team and beat them 31-0. So I think when you get that kind of wake-up call, and the Bills did, they just threw away the second half against the Jets in their opening game and lost in overtime on the punt return. I think the Bills are totally alert. And my leanings, I hate these 6:30 games. I'm just not going to do that to clients. Our business opens up at 8 a.m. on Sunday. I'm never going to have a client come onto the site if they're used to coming on at 8 a.m. and find out that one of our plays started an hour and a half ago.
Got it.
It just, I'm just not going to do it. No matter how good it is. If it's great, maybe I'll send emails to everybody saying we're on this side tomorrow. Get it tonight. The books a lot of the books aren't even open that early.
Yeah,
This 6:30 is just so inconsiderate for those of us living in.
Damn it.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
What are they thinking?
It is nice to roll out of bed with money in your pocket already, though. There's no doubt about that. All right, let's get to the Cowboys and the 49ers, and I want you to pick a game for us. But I don't know if I like this one at 3.5. If it's at 3, I might go with the Niners. I just think they're the better team. I think they're the more complete team. I think Dallas is good. I'm not going to ding them too much for that Arizona loss. They moved the ball up and down the field. They couldn't score in the red zone. They turned it over, and they were a mess in the red zone. And again, like I said earlier, I think the Cardinals are better than people think they are. They're a little scrappier than people think they are. But I think the Niners have covered like 9 straight home games. They're a covering machine at home, and they just might be that team this year. There's always one team every year. It's like 12-5 against the spread, 13-4, and you try to beat them. You're like, okay, now they're at their highest value. Now I'm going to go against them, and then they win, and you just can't. I don't know if they're that team, but they might be that team. I'm not positive. They're one late field goal away, I think, from covering every single game. So, how do you see this one? Biggest game of the weekend, Sunday Night Football. Niners laying 3.5.
I think this is the best spot of the year for the 49ers. They opened as a road favorite in Pittsburgh, and the wise guys took the Steelers. They took the game day line from the Steelers being a 2.5-point favorite down to a 1.5-point favorite. And I laid off that game saying, yeah, the 49ers have had trouble. You remember last year you went to Chicago and saw them get beat on opening day. We'll let that one go and see with 30-7. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So, as you know, I said I'm getting on this bandwagon early. And even though it was a bad spot against the Rams from a motivational spot, given the Rams were going home off a win over in Seattle, and the 49ers were staying on the road, and we know how the 49ers have dominated the Rams in recent years, the motivation was all on the Rams side, but I took the Niners anyway. Of course, we pushed on the game, giving the 7. The next week, I thought it was an easy one. It was a Thursday night game against the Giants, but that could have been a little bit of a letdown spot. They're 2-0 and coming home, and it took them the whole game to really pull away, but they did 30-12. And then last week was a real bad spot for them, because here the Cardinals had been overachieving. I went against the Cardinals because of their, point spread cover, straight up win. I thought they'd have a letdown there, but it was still a bad spot for the 49ers. They're 3-0, and they're coming off a win against their division, and against the Giants, but they won in their division. So anyway, they're at home against a overmatched Cardinals team, supposedly, and they've got the Cowboys coming up next. That's the kind of little spot where, they're not going to cover, as it turned out, a 15-point spread. Okay, I'll take a shot on that. We're going to roll the dice on the Niners. Thank you for the last 2 plays of the game. I don't know why they didn't catch the balls, but we appreciate the Cardinals not catching those last 2 passes. And so now they play the Cowboys. This will be their best game of the year. This is the best bet on the 49ers this year, because their talent is better than the Cowboys. The only thing the Cowboys have going for them is they lost to the 49ers in the playoffs last year. Well, Purdy has not only won 9 straight starts during the regular season, he also has covered 8 of those 9 games. Only the game against the Raiders last year did he not cover the spread. This is the best spot of the year for the 49ers. I'll be on the 49ers over the Cowboys this week.
Nice. All right, dealer's choice. So before we get out of here, I'll let you pick one out of the hat.
Well, I love this play.
Okay.
So the Detroit Lions are new in the winner's circle. This is a team that won 8 of their last 10 games last year. Still didn't make the playoffs, but certainly improved. They won on opening day at Kansas City, and now we get to this week where they're 3-1, coming off a division win against the Packers, and at home against a winless Carolina team. You probably know when I say winless where I'm going with this. Mm-hmm. But now the line opens at 7.5. Everybody bets the Lions. It's up to 10. Oh, I love the Panthers in this spot. This is Carolina, who just missed against Minnesota last week because of some defensive play by the Vikings to cover the spread and perhaps win the game. They're up 13-0 over the Vikings early, and then got beat 21-13, and so they lost both the game and the spread. This is a great spot for the Carolina. There's been a couple great spots, I think, back-to-back weeks for the Panthers, and they haven't cashed any tickets yet. But a team like Detroit, that's young, experienced as far as winning, the toughest time for them to win is when it looks easy. That's when a young winning team. Now they're coming off the win against the Packers, but the Packers' talent this year is very suspect, and so they got that Packers win. I think Carolina upsets Detroit in Detroit this week.
Dennis, as always, stay cool, stay hydrated, and let's get some winners in there.
Let's do it, Tom. Thanks again.
Thanks, Dennis. I appreciate it. All right, coming up more Copes Tolbert right here on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Kyle Shanahan joined Tom and myself yesterday and discussed how the 49ers defend Micah Parsons. That podcast and more is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're so far past that, to be honest with you, but that's obvious. I mean, you just want to piss me off going into this week, and I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Lost drive, you guys.
Every day. Every day. Every day, Ty, every day.
At this point, Dak has that mountain to climb, and it's not just the 49ers, but the 49ers are exemplary of the issue that the Cowboys have and that Dak has about putting it together and putting it together for multiple weeks and into January, where you can win big games back to back or 2 out of 3 weeks instead of just laying eggs all the time. It's like they're up and then they're down, and Dak is up and then down. And it's like, you've got to stop the bleeding and be able to play great football week to week, and that's been the problem.
Tobin and Copes with you on a fun football Friday afternoon. It's Week 5, Niners and the Cowboys. Oh, boy, there they are. I just heard them. That was the Blue Angels. Did you hear that? You catch that? I felt it this time, too. I didn't feel them or hear them at all yesterday when they were practicing, but they got a little an air show going on. Beautiful day in the city. Should be a fun one this weekend, Sunday Night Football. First time these two teams have met on national TV. Sunday Night Football, they said, since 1992, or was it 1990? That's right, 90. It was Joe Montana made the start. Steve Young, though, the voice you heard there, a little bit of a comp to him and Dak Prescott in terms of the situations that they're in now. Different in that Steve was taking over a team that was a dynasty, right? Steve was following a guy that was a Hall of Famer and had won 4 Super Bowls and had a coach that was the inventor of what became the modern-day offense in the NFL. Dak is trying to put the Cowboys back on track. Now, from where his career started to where he's gone, he's plateaued a lot in terms of trajectory to success. Was he a 4th rounder?
Correct.
3rd or 4th. And he and Zeke came in at the same time. And it's funny how they're talking so much now about what they're missing with Zeke. The short yardage guy. Haven't you heard that a couple of times this week? They're missing a lot in that short yardage and goal line game. So for Dak, really, it's less about the 49ers and more about making sure the Cowboys can overcome whoever it is they face in the postseason. He makes too many mistakes. And when you've got a defense this good, the offense has got to hold up its end.
Yeah, I think what Steve says is right in that they haven't been consistent in winning those type of games that, the type of games that would be against the Chiefs or the Bills or maybe even the Dolphins, the 49ers, the Eagles, teams like that, like big games, and you win either back-to-back or you back up a really good win with another really good win. It's just been the inconsistency. And they just haven't been able to do that. I mean, he's a good quarterback. There's no doubt about it. And they have the pieces. When I talk about the 49ers, and I just think they're a little bit better everywhere than the Cowboys. Yeah, I'm sure there are some spots where if I looked at it numerically, statistically, the Cowboys are probably a little bit better. But overall, I just see a little bit better team. I was surprised when Dr. Bob said when you play a non-division opponent, home field's only worth like 1.9. I find that interesting because
I thought it was 3. They always say,
and I know, I have. That's been something that
old adage.
I've read for a while. Yeah, it's not just a straight 3.
It seems like it shouldn't be, right?
Especially in college, like Georgia could be 4. And then Hawaii could be nothing, like 0.
You're
like
walking in Death Valley, dude. It's going to be
exactly. Like I think Florida State at one point when they were rolling was like a 6. Yeah, and when LSU's really good at say, so it can be like there's a wild variance in college. I always thought pros was right around 3, but that's not the case either. It's not nearly as much as you think it is. I'd be curious. Maybe we'll ask him next time what the home field advantage is for the Rams. Like, do they get 0? Do they get negative?
Does it vary by team? Like when you're playing the Niners,
what do they get?
Yeah, when you're playing the Niners, it's certainly more of a road game. Like when they're playing the Buffalo Bills, it's probably. I'm sure the Bills fans still come because fans travel, but I'm sure the takeover isn't the same thing.
I bet you the Eagles will have more fans than the Rams, or almost as many. I mean, the Raiders.
They never. But we knew they never
get any. The Chargers are the worst. Chargers are always like they're always on the road.
I always forgot about them.
Chargers like 17 road games throughout the course of the year. So
I respect Jack Murphy, but not the Chargers.
Yeah, but it makes sense, right? That Kansas City would have a better home field advantage than Houston. So to say they're both 3 would be a misnomer. Like the Chiefs have a better home field advantage than Houston does, and maybe it changes.
Or Jacksonville, right?
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, it is interesting that 1.9 was the number, and he had it broken down in divisional opponents, non-divisional opponents, stuff like that. But I mean, the Niners, have won some big games. And this is one, like, I still think this is a hurdle for the Cowboys. It is a hurdle to beat this team.
Are there mental hurdles like that for teams?
I think so. I think there are mental hurdles. I think you go into a game. No, each game is its own separate entity. But I also believe that you can feel good going into a game knowing that you have a lot of that equity built up. I mean, you can't use it during the game, but feeling good, like going into a game, like when you know you have someone's number and you know you play well against them. I think it's probably like a batter going against a pitcher that he's had success over. Whether you see it out of their hand better, their spin, or their repertoire of pitches just kind of suits your eye. And then after a while, you start feeling like, okay, you feel really comfortable going against that guy. And I think the same can be said for someone you don't see well. You don't feel well. A lot of it's about frame of mind. I think golf is the best example of this. Like, you can hit the same type of shot over and over again. Well, good golfers can.
Yeah.
For most of us, though, there are just holes that you line up, and you're in the tee box. In the hole, how many times have you heard somebody say, "This doesn't fit my eye"? I mean, all you got to do is hit like you can still, but you can't.
There's a weird balance thing sometimes. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, it's like a dog leg one way or the other. Yep. You're like, I can't make the ball move this way. I can't, and you're already defeated. Or whether it's water, like some people just water like freaks them. It's like, or a bunkers in a certain. It just. You don't swing the club the same. You don't play as freely. You don't swing it as freely because you're not in the right mental frame of mind. Yeah. And I think there is something. It's different than momentum. Again, I think momentum happens during a game, not between games. But I think frame of mind is a huge deal where you feel good. Like you know you're going to find a way to win a game. You just know it. You feel it. And when I was with the Warriors, we felt that at home. I think one year at home we were really good. I think we might have won 14 straight at home. They were going to find a way to win this one way or the other. I felt that with Arizona. There are teams you play for, Clippers, where you could be up 15 in the fourth quarter and you're just waiting for the shoe to drop. Like somebody will do something stupid, somebody had a turnover, somebody hit a shot, you get a bad call from the officials, and you're just not in the right frame of mind.
Cubs and Red Sox. It was like it didn't matter. That's part of being a cursed team. It's like you think you're cursed. It's like you believe in the curse.
You can't tell me you're thinking about that.
You're not thinking. You always do.
Well, that's a different. We weren't even alive when that happened. Yeah, but it's talked about so much.
It's happening right now, and you're still coughing it.
Yeah, and when you're aware of it, it seeps in a little bit. And I think the Cowboys are aware of the Niners have beat them recently. Playoffs, regular season. They need to go on the road and win that game. Dak needs to have a big game. Can he? Of course he can. But it's not a great frame of mind to be in, where the 49ers are in the frame of mind of, yeah, we're going to win. We're going to find a way to win. That's what we do. That's what we've done at home. That's what we've done with Brock Purdy as quarterback. I mean, Brock Purdy has known nothing but success since he's been a quarterback, and they've had the Cowboys number the past couple of times. So I do believe that there is that factor. Is it an overwhelming factor? No, but it's something. And every little edge you can get going into a game like this is at least somewhat significant. So it could change in the first quarter. It could be 10-0 Cowboys. And then the 49ers could be thinking, well, we got to figure this out, figure that out. But again, when you have success against a team, you're still going to feel like we'll find a way. We're gonna find a way. And all we need to do is put a little pressure on them, and these guys are going to collapse. So it's going to be a fun game. I mean, you don't get a ton of games like this during the NFL season that are like really fun, kind of meaty matchups to watch.
Right.
Now we thought the Niners-Bengals would be one in 4 weeks. It may not be. The Bengals might be out of it by that point. I mean, if they don't win this game, they could be in huge, huge, huge trouble. But when you get these type of games, they are fun to dig into, and especially one that has kind of the historical significance of this game. It's been around a long time. There's a lot of Hall of Fame players, great players that have been through this rivalry. That's why this one's fun. And it's significant now. It's not like it's a rivalry,
right,
but one team's 1-3 or 1-4. No, these are two really good teams, and they're battling for the same thing. They're battling to get supremacy in the NFC, and this will go a long way towards that.
And they've met in the playoffs each of the last 2 years. Niners beat them in the wild card round in 2021. Final was 23-17 in that one. And then last year, the Niners beat them in the divisional round again at Levi Stadium. The final score in that one, 19-12. 19-12 was the final there, and actually the first one in 2021, of course, was in Dallas. Remember, that's the end of the game. That's Dak trying to get the ball off, and they didn't get the snap off in time. Dak did eliminate the Buccaneers last year. Had a really good game too. I was just looking at the box score: over 300 yards, 4 touchdowns to end Tom Brady's career 31-14 before the Niners ended his season. The Niners know the Cowboys well, not just because they've played them each of the last couple of years. Dan Quinn, defensive coordinator for the Cowboys. He used to be the head coach of the Falcons. Kyle Shanahan was his offensive coordinator. He was the head coach of the Falcons in 2019 when they came into to Levi Stadium. And remember Julio Jones swung the ball across the goal line? It was like a walk-off win there on a Sunday afternoon late in the season. Niners ended up, of course, going to the Super Bowl. But who's a bigger factor here? And we keep talking about the story of Trey Lance going and letting them in on the Niner offense. I think Dan Quinn's the bigger factor here. 19-12 last year was not an easy game in the playoffs for the Niners, and it was a little dicey even at the end. We'll talk about the impact of Dan Quinn facing his old offensive coordinator in Kyle Shanahan. What's the big factor here in this game of chess on Sunday? We got plenty more to come here. Ed Werder is also going to join us at 3:50, give his thoughts on the Cowboys and Niners, and reported a lot on that Trey Lance situation. So plenty more to come. It's a fun, fantastic effing Football Friday. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Playing the quarterback position, he's probably been more privy to a lot of the scheme thoughts and all that. So, but I don't think there's a whole lot. We've got Anthony Brown on our defense who spent 7 years in Dallas. Do we try to glean? Sure, yes, some questions, but that's more about individual personnel than scheme. If you get caught up in trying to guess things in scheme, maybe a code word here or there that can help you, but it's not something we're worried about, and I bet something that they haven't spent too much time focusing on. There is information you can share. My experience with that as a player is it tends to screw you up more than it does help you. I mean, this isn't the Houston Astros over there banging a drum for fastball or
Nice.
football.
Yeah.
He can't do that over there, and now everything's through the headset. I think the closest thing to it back in the day when coordinators actually used to signal things in, you could glean some things, and people did. One organization in particular will.
John Lynch joins the morning show here on KNBR. Murph and Mac each and every week throughout the football season. There he was talking about how you know an opponent and don't know an opponent. And this stuff sometimes I think gets overblown. I mean, there's so much cross-pollination and coaching staffs now and guys who jump across to different places. You know, the offenses, a lot of them, we had Ed McCaffrey on. Was that yesterday? I think it was yesterday. We had Ed McCaffrey on. And we were talking, I asked him about the offense and when he played in the Mike Shanahan offense, does it look like the same thing when you look at it now, or is it a variation? How much has it evolved? He said, it's definitely evolved, but you can see the concepts are the exact same, and some of the setups and the ideas are the same. So from that point, I mean, like we talk about with analytics, how much of an edge are you actually getting? Sometimes you can overthink something, like we talk about the Princess Bride scene. Like, you can't overthink. You just have to prepare for everything because you know him so well. He may do something he normally does or do something totally different. I think teams are still trying to figure out a way to confuse Brock, too.
Well, they got Gregory now. He can tell everybody what's going on in Dallas. Be dated information, but
he hasn't been there in 2 years. But
did you gong me?
Yeah, Tim gong.
That's seriously a gong.
That was a light Friday gong at the. I mean, there was nothing offensive about that. Not when you sort of have to put the gong in the closet when Harmony's here. You know what I mean? Like, you can't. We can't endorse Harmony. Yeah, can't endorse Harmony and then gong bits.
If Harmony grabbed the gong stick, then it'd be.
Well, see, now we're going somewhere else.
59.
Yeah, too many times
I don't know
call
about
her.
that. I was thinking more like lollipop, but what are you going to do?
So, by the way, you mentioned Randy Gregory. For those who don't know or missed it, Niners acquired him today. Traded with the Denver Broncos. They gave up a 6th rounder. They get back Gregory in a 7th, and it cost them nothing but the veteran minimum. That's it. So, pretty good deal.
Very good deal. Very good deal. Again,
no risk.
Who knows what's going to come of it, but no risk. Light on the risk. And so I was thinking, and you might know this, and maybe some of the people on the chat would know, because we were asking yesterday, what's the one memory you have from Cowboys 49ers rivalry other than the catch? Everybody remembers the catch. And don't include damn Zeke Elliott getting canned. That was just last year. So we need something in the middle.
No, but it is a fun recent memory, you know?
Yeah. I like T.O. going to the Star.
T.O. to the Star is a great one.
Which was
808 KNBR, hit the text line here, hit the Golden State.
About as selfish as you could get,
totally.
But that was T.O.
Then getting blown up for it, too. That was hysterical, dude. The dead sprint 50 yards. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 808 KNBR is the number to text. Your favorite Cowboy 49er memory, sans the catch. Everybody's got it. We all know that's it, because that starts it, right? Like, that's what we were talking about when is there a mental hump that sometimes teams can have to get over? And sometimes is that mental hump a team that you have to get? Like, we look at the Warriors like that. Who was it? Was it the Nuggets? Was it the Spurs? Who just kept beating them down? The Clippers did it a while.
Who kept beating the Warriors?
Before they finally got over the hump and started winning titles. I mean, there was a few different
the Clippers
teams.
beat them a couple of times. They couldn't beat the Spurs. That's back when they were bad.
Right, they were worse then.
They were bad. They couldn't beat the Spurs.
And so it was different because they just sort of evolved all at once. Like, they just then started dominating.
They didn't really run into a team in the playoffs.
Not
they couldn't
one
beat
that was a
because
problem.
It was like they came on the scene so quick.
Right.
Like 2015, they weren't expected to win. They were like 20-1 to win the championship that year. Good luck getting those odds at any time
Ever
since
again,
2015. Yeah. So I don't know. They lost to San Antonio that year, but they really pushed them. I mean, I thought they played really, really well in that series.
I got one here. Somebody says 7-7 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Eric Davis picked 6 on the third play of the game, which set the tone for the NFC title.
Oh, that's a big one.
That's a good one.
I remember
7-7.
that one. Yeah, absolutely.
925 says 94 NFC title game when Niners went up 21-0 in the first quarter. I knew it was over, and the Super Bowl was next, and that was the Steve Young moment, right? Like that's that.
Yep.
And even then, though, Niner fans, first quarter at 21-0, do you really think it was over? That's what I mean, is when you have to get over that mental hump, doesn't that rattle around in the back of your head still? We got to make sure we put this thing away because we've seen this before. We've seen this story before. I think that's kind of where the Cowboys are, but they're sort of struggling with themselves, too. It's not just the Niners are like a problem for them. They haven't been the team in the NFC for some time. A lot of people say T.O. on the star.
Yep.
916 is easy. Danny White fumbling.
Danny White fumbling.
Nice, dude.
Yep.
Nice. 707 says, I think I remember Jerry Rice catching that short slant from Elvis Gerbach and taking it to the house in Dallas. I can't remember what year. That's cool if you got a Gerbach memory before he goes to KC.
Yep. Who was the, was it Dwight Hicks? I don't know if it was Dwight Hicks or not, but who was it at the end of the game, the 81 championship game where the catch happened? They got the ball back. And if somebody didn't reach out and grab Drew Pearson by his collar at the very end of the game, he might have scored. Like I don't know who it was though. It's obviously a DB. I'm just not sure which one it was. It was Williamson. It was Hicks. I don't know, but I do remember that play. Who was it?
Tim has it.
You said Eric Wright? Was it Wright? Okay. Ty named everybody but him, Ronnie Lott. But, yeah, that was...
Yeah, dude, somebody says a 415 beat you to it, Tommy. Says Drew Pearson getting horse collar by Eric Wright. Would have scored. Yeah. Dude, well said. Way to go. Shout out to 415 there. Says would have scored and negated the catch. Yeah.
Exactly. Can you imagine if the catch was just a footnote? Like, that's it? It's become such a huge
It's an
huge
iconic...
thing. I mean, Dwight Clark signed footballs and draw the play. I mean, that's
you can
how
get it
big
on
it
shirts.
was.
They've got it outside of Levi's State. It's one of the coolest things. The play is, and everybody knows that little wiggle there. It's just one of the coolest things, dude.
Guess what? If you lose that game, we don't see that highlight as much as we do. We may see it occasionally.
It's not called the catch either, by the way.
But it's a footnote. No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's called the almost. Oh, the almost. Almost had him. But that was, I remember watching the game going, because I was rooting for the Niners because, well, I hate the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Who doesn't? But it was like, oh, we got him. Oh, we got him. that was close because if Wright didn't get him, bye-bye. Off to the races.
A lot of good memories from that. Let's get to one more from Kyle Shanahan on this. We were just talking about how much Dan Quinn as a defensive coordinator plays a role in the Niners' offense here. Again, this is going to be the best defense and best defensive coordinator that have seen Brock Purdy twice, right? I mean, there's something to be said about that. We'll go over his numbers and what it looked like last year in that Dallas game. And I don't believe McCaffrey had a big game because I don't think he was totally healthy in that divisional game. Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say earlier today on how good Dan Quinn is as a defensive coordinator. You're always going to praise the opposing coach. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
It's a huge challenge. I mean, Dan's as good as it gets. His schemes are always tough. He makes adjustments well. But the one thing that's always the same is how his guys play. Those 11 guys play with their hair on fire. They generate a lot of chaos, especially up front. And that's usually what leads to them getting all their turnovers.
There you go. From Kyle Shanahan. So,
there you go.
It's so funny when you get close to games. Can't break anything down.
We should be able to shred him for 40.
Yeah.
I think we should be good.
Would either side shock you? I kind of think it is going to be close to the spread. I'm thinking it's going to be a 3 or 4 point game. Maybe final possession could be tough. It could be fun. That's great this time of year. I mean, that's an awesome. Like we said, this game means a lot to the Cowboys in that it's effectively a 3-game back of the Niners. In that you'd have to catch them, you would lose the tiebreak in 2 games back, and you'd have to jump them then. And teams are fighting for that 1 seed. Like this sort of feels. It has that early college football season. If you lose 2 and you're a contender, you're probably done. You know, like you can't fall this far behind 2 teams that are ahead of you and undefeated in the Eagles and the Niners, who still play each other.
Yeah. And well, here's the problem for either the Cowboys or the Eagles is if you don't finish ahead of one or the other, you can't get the 2 seed, you get the 5 seed. Like you could win. Like 49ers could conceivably not get the 1 seed, but still get the 2 seed.
Because they're not in the division. In the same division.
Right. Yeah, they could beat the Seahawks, still have a better record than the Seahawks. But it's hard to think that either the Eagles or the Cowboys will get the... I mean, you can't get the 2 seed because you're not going to win your division. So you're falling all the way down to 5. And then you got to really slug your way through. And much like the AFC, we look at the AFC, and I don't even know if Cincinnati's in this anymore. We're going to find out pretty soon, though. But you don't want to have to play. And it may not be that way this year. It may just be Bills-Chiefs, and we'll see if the Chiefs kind of get their offense on track here. But that's the way it has been. Like top 3 teams, you don't want to have to play one. You don't have to play 2 of them. You want to play 1 of them. And if you're the 49ers, Cowboys, and maybe we'll include Detroit in this by the end of the season, by the middle of the season. I think they're right there now, but we'll see if they're there at the end of the season. At least Dallas has proven they have what it takes to get through a season and be one of the top teams. Philly, of course, they do. The Niners do. But you don't want to have to play Philly and Dallas. And Dallas doesn't want to have to play the Niners and the Eagles, and the same goes for the Eagles. You don't want to have to do that because you're going to have to do both of them on the road. So these become big games. The Cowboys, Niners, Cowboys, Eagles twice, and then Eagles, 49ers. So, yeah, these are big games. You want all the edges you can get, mental or otherwise, but tiebreakers work as well. But, yeah, you want to be able to play 1 of those teams, not 2 of those teams. Like, you can see Detroit being good, but, if they get to the playoffs, it'll be their first time there. I don't know how much you expect of them. We'll see what Seattle has. Seattle's looking like a legitimate team as well. But, again, this is a big one. And, look, Dallas is a good team. They're a very, very good team. And they're very capable of winning this game. And I agree with you. I'd like to take – I'm not as confident as Dennis Ranahan was. He really likes the Niners in this game. I kind of like them, but Dallas was good. They had 1 misstep against a better than we thought Cardinal team. So it could very well be 1 possession. It could very well be the last possession. But, it's going to be fun. Sunday night, day will be over with. Kick back, have some beers, warm weather, watch the game.
Niners defense gave up 362 yards last week to Arizona, who looked really, really good. Yeah. Cowboys lost to Arizona the week before that in Arizona, which was full of Cowboy fans. That's one of those we were talking about. Do they get credit for those points? And I think they were like a 13-point dog in that game or something, or a 12-point dog going into that game was Arizona.
Correct.
They end up winning that game outright. Now the 49ers and the Cowboys go up against each other. Definitely toughest matchup on paper. Both of these 2 teams have had so far this year. How good's this 49er offense? It'll get a test against this defense. And let's talk about the defense and a little bit about the Trey Lance situation there. Ed Werder of ESPN was the one that reported that the Cowboys are going to look at Trey Lance or look to Trey Lance for information on the 49ers. We're going to look to Trey Lance about information on that information next, only here on The Sports Leader. The 49ers completed a trade with the Denver Broncos today. Randy Gregory joins the 49ers in exchange for a 6th-rounder. The Niners are also getting from Denver a 7th-round selection in 2024. More on the details of that trade are trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, becoming a regular thing, 49ers and the Cowboys. Kind of fun to have this rivalry. We keep saying renewed, but yesterday we were talking about how it's sort of the one that stood the test of time across the NFL. We'll talk to a guy who knows it well of ESPN. Ed Werder joins us, courtesy of the UMA guest line, and had news this week as it related to Trey Lance and this matchup. What's going on, Ed? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert. Good to have you back on.
Hey, great to be on with you guys and talking about this great rivalry.
Do you agree with us? We were talking yesterday about like what the best rivalries are, and you kind of go through waves of it in the NFL. Like there's divisional ones. We were saying Ravens-Steelers has always been, well, it's been good for some time now, but this is probably like one of the longest standing in terms of non-divisional continuing to meet. It's sort of like one of those old National League baseball matchups, right?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Ravens and Steelers who play this week, and Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh. I think it's the 46th time they've
right.
gone against each other. So only George Halas and Curly Lambeau have faced each other more times as coaches than the two of them. But yeah, this 49ers Cowboys rivalry obviously goes back to the Joe Montana era, the 49ers being the team of the 80s, followed by the Cowboys being the team of the 90s, the 3 consecutive championship games. Each of them producing a Super Bowl champion a few weeks after that game was played, with all the Hall of Fame, performers on each roster that have participated in this series. Just such high stakes games because, like you said, they don't play in the same division and they don't play every year. So when they do play, it does seem to be a game with a lot at stake and a game that captivates a large part of America.
And back then, Ed, the thing that made it even more fun was you had guys like Dion going from the Niners to the Cowboys, Haley getting traded to the Cowboys, Ken Norton Jr. going over to the Niners. I mean, that even gave it more drama. Would you get these guys bouncing back and forth?
Sure. I mean, that was right at the beginning of, free agency.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've heard Jerry Jones, say a lot of times the Cowboys couldn't spell Super Bowl without Charles Haley, and obviously the 49ers provided Haley for very little in return because they wanted to get rid of him. Yep. And while they recognized the Cowboys were a young, talented roster, I think they felt like Haley's personality was going to be detrimental to Dallas trying to, collect that last piece and become a Super Bowl type of team. And instead, he resolved one of their great weaknesses and provided, he was a great player on those teams that won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years.
Yeah, it's funny. Steve Young says that was the biggest mistake they ever made, trading Charles Haley. Biggest mistake.
he might well be right about that. And they traded Joe Montana, so that's saying something.
Yeah, exactly.
Although he probably liked the Joe Montana trade quite a bit.
That would affect him differently, I think, than the Charles Haley.
He didn't like lining up against Charles Haley.
Yeah, right. He's got to get hit by the guy now, too.
Having him on the team. Would it be, I don't know if this is fair to say or not, but when I look at this game, it seems like a bigger game because of standings and psyche maybe overplaying it a little bit, Ed, but a bigger game for the Cowboys and the Niners.
Yeah, well, it is. Obviously, neither team's really played anybody of note to this point. The Cowboys have, beaten everybody they played's 1-3 right now, so that tells you the quality of the opposition that they faced to this point. That's why they lead the league in point differential, even though they've suffered a loss. But, yeah, it's a big game for the Cowboys, quite honestly, because of so many of these guys, mainly the marquee guys, particularly the quarterback, Dak Prescott, have had, the 49ers end their season in the playoffs 2 years in a row. And, we were talking to DeMarcus Lawrence just yesterday, and he said his message to the young players who maybe weren't around was, these are the guys who stole our hopes and dreams. And so the Cowboys do consider this a measuring stick game. I think it's been pretty remarkable how honest they've been about it. I mean, I can tell you for sure that if Jason Garrett was still the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, he would not be standing up there saying this is anything more than 1 of 17. And yet Mike McCarthy made it very clear they do not consider this to be just another game in Week 5 because it's not. It's not. You mentioned psyche, and I would say there's a lot at stake when you're these two teams are 3 of the best teams in the NFC. I think anybody will be shocked if it doesn't come down to the Eagles, 49ers, or Cowboys going to the Super Bowl. as the NFC representative. And so that's why this game's so big too. Is it could determine the number one seed. It could determine who plays at home when they match up. There's a lot to it. But for the psyche of the Cowboys, it's more important to them to prove to everyone, and particularly themselves, that they're capable of winning against this style of team.
Talking to Ed Werder on the UMA guest line. We actually just been talking about that before you came on, Ed, that if it means a lot to the Cowboys this game, because if you lose, then you're effectively 3 back of that 1 seed, right? The 49ers stay undefeated, and you've got to catch them and tie them and then jump over them because you don't own the tiebreak. Plus, you still got the Eagles in your division, who the Niners play head-to-head. You had reported the Cowboys are going to take a look they're going to talk to Trey Lance about the 49er offense. We had Brent Jones on and Randy Cross earlier this week, and I said to both of those guys, this doesn't seem like anything new, and it's hard to hide stuff, I think, nowadays. I think you can help and film study and things like that, but you've also got Dan Quinn, who knows Kyle Shanahan well. What impact do you think this has with Trey Lance?
Well, they've played each other enough times that they have a good sense of what to expect. You're right, Dan Quinn has a history with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan was his offensive coordinator, but that was years ago, and Quinn has certainly changed his style of play on defense since that time. And is this the be-all, end-all? No. I mean, or else the Cowboys, wouldn't have. I mean, Will Greer, a former Cowboys quarterback, was on the Patriots roster and signed shortly before the game. And the Cowboys presumed he was being interrogated by Belichick and Bill O'Brien for all he knows. And I'm sure they. I mean, it is a normal course of business. If you acquire a former player and you're going to play his team, you bring the player in, as the Cowboys did this week with Trey Lance, and he's more than willing to tell them what the 49ers think, who they view as vulnerable, what they're trying to accomplish, why they run this play in this situation. But ultimately, it comes down to who executes on the field. But yeah, it's helpful, or else they wouldn't do it. Like Dak Prescott, I know people I tweeted about it, and so 49ers fans in particular have been outraged, like, oh, this doesn't matter, who cares, blah, blah. He didn't know the offense, or he would still be here, all that kind of stuff. Well, if it didn't matter, the coaches wouldn't waste their time talking to the players about it, and the starting quarterback, in this case Dak Prescott, wouldn't acknowledge that he does help him understand what to expect and why the 49ers do certain things certain ways. And there's the value that he provides the look team in terms of executing for the scout team exactly what the 49ers are trying to do from the quarterback position. So, yeah, it helps. Doesn't mean it's probably not worth a point in the game, but it helps.
Yeah, no. Well, look, nobody has ever accused Twitter as a whole of being smart. I don't think anybody's going to make that accusation because it wouldn't be accurate. You followed the Cowboys a long time. I wanted to ask you about Randy Gregory, who the 49ers just acquired. I don't remember much about him. I remember him coming out of Nebraska. I remember him real athletic and a guy that could get to the quarterback, but it was always hit or miss with it. It was like stop, start. Like when he did well, it's like this is what we could get from him. And then he disappeared and he wasn't with the team. And what is he at his best, and what happened to him with the Cowboys? How come he was never really able to fulfill what they'd hope would be his potential?
Well, Randy Gregory, when he left in 2021, was coming off his best season going into free agency. I think he played 12 games that year. He had 6 sacks. He had 17 quarterback hits, caused 3 fumbles, recovered 1. He was a big part of what they were doing on defense. And they wanted to keep him, and they thought they had a contract done with him. He was negotiating with the Broncos at the same time, but the Broncos guaranteed money in the event of a suspension that the Cowboys wouldn't and probably shouldn't have, given their history with him, since he'd missed like 52 games with suspensions for violating the league's policy on substance abuse. But he is a fantastic player. He's a bright guy. He's an engaging guy, popular with his teammates. Dan Quinn not only used him as an edge rusher, but he actually created some blitzes and some stunts where Randy would go through the A gap at the quarterback and had success doing that. So I think he's a very viable player when he's healthy, and he's not always healthy, and when he's not suspended, which hasn't been an issue, in the very recent past. It was more of an issue early in his career coming out of Nebraska, as you mentioned. That's why he was a second-round pick. But I actually think that he fulfilled, for the most part. I mean, Did he do everything the Cowboys thought he would do? Was he, the second coming of Charles Haley? No, he wasn't that. But he was a valued player, and they wanted to keep him. And except for the Broncos offering that guarantee in the event of a suspension, he'd probably still be here right now. Instead, they signed Dorrance Armstrong, who's been a very good player at about the same level, as Gregory. Although I think he had 8 sacks in a game in last season, which was more than Randy's ever had in a single season. But yeah, I think Randy is going to. I mean, you talk about Nick Bosa, 1 sack, 10 quarterback hits. He's getting double teamed all the time, more I think than any edge rusher in football. Well, now if you do that, you're going to pay a price on the other side because Randy Gregory's going to be one-on-one. So I think he's going to really help as long as he's healthy and eligible.
It cost them virtually nothing to get him too. The 6th rounder, they get a 7th back, and then they get.
What is that going to be? A handful of picks between the Broncos are losing, so their pick's going to be late in the round or early in the round, and the 49ers are going to win, so their pick's going to be late in the round. So
at minimum, low risk, high reward potentially, and if it gives you more or a little depth on Drake Jackson, who picked up 3 sacks week 1, who hasn't done anything really since, then that's all positive. And they left themselves open to acquiring more. They still got $40 million under the cap after this move. Talking to Ed
the Broncos are basically paying for Randy Gregory to play on your team.
Yeah,
so
it'd be sweet to get to play the Broncos. You know what I mean? Pay for some sacks, maybe. That'd be nice. In terms of the Cowboy offense, my one hang-up on them in thinking that they're at the level of the Eagles, and I don't think the Eagles have played great, but they're finding ways to win, and that's sort of what seems scary. Jalen Carter's been great for them, but I'm looking for Dak to make the step. I'm looking for what the calling card is of the Cowboy offense. Obviously, Tony Pollard's been great, went over 100 yards again last week, but short yardage is still an issue, they're saying, with Dowdle and not having Zeke. What's the offense like right now? It's been a lot of defensive touchdowns so far.
Well, one of the consequences of the Cowboys losing to the 49ers last year was that Dak Prescott lost Kellen Moore as his offensive coordinator, a guy who had been a quarterback when he came into the league, so he'd been in the room with Dak Prescott as a coach or teammate his entire first 7 years in the NFL. And they also released his best friend, Ezekiel Elliott. So if Dak takes all that a little personally, we all understand. This is just the 5th time that Mike McCarthy is going to call plays for Dak. And it's the first time he's in that role against the 49ers. To this point, there's been an emphasis on, getting the ball out quick. Dak's, getting it out, I think, the 3rd fastest in the league. He's got the shortest average throw in the NFL right now. They've tried to create more playmakers, more speed. They've acquired Brandon Cooks. They're playing Kevontae Turpin in a real offensive role, and now they expect to have, the full complement of snaps for Tony Pollard as their starting running back. The problem is they really have not either been in a position where they've had to win on offense because their defense has been so exceptional, creating turnovers, scoring the ball themselves. They have 4 touchdowns by non-offensive players. They've only scored 12 touchdowns as a team. And so a league-high 30% of the Cowboys' points have been scored by defensive players or come off of turnovers. And so to me, that's been the issue for this offense. We haven't, to this point, seen a great offense yet. They've been terrible in the red zone, 3rd worst team in the NFL in the red zone. That can't continue. Now, the 49ers have been bad on defense in the red zone. They've been great on offense, bad on defense. So that's an interesting matchup here. But to me, this all comes down to, can Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy running this offense, can they score consistently if they don't get turnovers from their defense? They haven't shown they can do that this year, and that's been their failure against the 49ers. The Cowboys lead the NFL in takeaways the last 2 years. The 49ers have turned the ball over the fewest times of any team in football the last 2 years, 18 times. And so the 49ers don't beat themselves, and the Cowboys defense hasn't been able to have the kind of presence that it normally does when the Cowboys win.
I wanted to ask you about the receivers opposite CeeDee Lamb, but I also want to get into the defense, and I want to ask you how much Diggs' injury affects this team, because I always looked at him as like high risk, high reward. He was really good when he was around the ball, but he was also a guy who would bite on certain things, and you can get big plays against him. How much will that affect them? He's a name we know because he gets all the picks, and people know guys who get picks, but I'm wondering, when you look at their defense as a whole, is that as big a deal as people think it is, or not as much, or maybe, I don't know, is it?
I think it's a big deal to lose a defensive playmaker, a guy who ball hawks like Diggs does. He led the NFL in interceptions with 11 2 years ago. And he's a guy that can win one-on-one. And I think he had gotten better in terms of, tackling in the running game, not allowing yards after the catch. And he was a presence out there that most teams prefer to avoid. And they had complemented that by going out and getting Stephon Gilmore, who's a former, defensive player of the year with the Patriots, very solid corner in his 30s, so not the player he used to be, but very competent player to play opposite Diggs. And then they had Deron Bland, who was a fifth-round pick who led the team in interceptions as a rookie last year, play in the slot. So now Bland has to go outside, and he's replaced Diggs, and he had 2 picks last week, 1 pick six, leads the team in interceptions, has the most interceptions of any defensive player in the league since he came in last year, but he's playing outside now. He's a boundary corner instead of a slot corner. So they're probably not as good depth-wise, but they're fortunate that they had a capable player to take his place. He's not as good as Diggs. You're better with both of them, obviously. You don't pay Diggs $100 million, as the Cowboys did when they signed him in training camp, if he's just another guy. So he's an elite player. They'll miss him. And in a game like this, that could be significant.
Yeah, screw it. I know we're over, but I am going to ask you about the receiver opposite Lamb. do they? I know they went out and got Cooks. He hasn't been there. They got my brother Tolbert out of South Alabama.
Jalen Tolbert's been playing better, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. He hasn't quite been the guy yet. Gallup is still there, but are they still kind of searching for that? Is that something you think they're going to need? Is Ferguson enough as a pass-catching tight end and Pollard out of the backfield? Is that something that's detrimental to their offense?
No, and Brandon Cooks was acquired because he's a vertical guy. The Cowboys, for whatever reason, haven't really shown us that element yet. They keep hinting that they have a lot of offense to reveal that hasn't been required yet because, they played the Giants and they were in bad weather and they blew them out with a big lead, so they didn't really need – they just protected the ball. Same thing against the Patriots. Knew the Patriots couldn't beat them. Jets couldn't beat them unless they beat themselves. And so Arizona was really the only game that was close and where they needed offense, but they were without 3 starting offensive linemen, so that's their explanation for that. So they haven't got – for whatever reason, I think they have better personnel in the passing game than they've had in the past. I think Brandon Cooks is – a good replacement for Amari Cooper because CeeDee Lamb has demonstrated he's a very capable, high-level number one. Cooks should be capable of delivering some big plays and some added speed and change the equation and opportunities for others, but he's only got 8 catches for 66 yards in 3 games on 15 targets. Nobody expected that. We expected more. We'll see. Gallup has played better this year, and in particular the last 2 games, that he had at any point last year when he was coming back from a torn ACL the previous year. So he's 2 years away from the injury now. Seems like he's getting back to the player he was previously, but we just haven't seen it in the passing game. And so until that we do, I'm not going to say this is a better offense and a better passing game than we've seen when they had Kellen Moore.
That's tough for Dak, man. They get rid of his mentor, rid of his best friend, then they're like, hey, Trey Lance, come on down. Dak, go win us some games now. It's like, that's a tough situation for this guy coming off the injury, but this is going to be a fun one. This is the best game, I think, on the schedule to this point in the NFL season. We're getting a good one early. Could be another rematch in the playoffs. Ed, always fun when we can get you on, and I will see you down at Levi's. I will try to have more of a full voice when I see you in the tunnel this time around. All right, dude?
Sounds good. Appreciate the time, and really do look forward to covering games like this.
Good deal, man. We'll see you down there.
Thanks, Ed.
I ran into him last year. Like, we had him on Friday. I see him in the tunnel, and I woke up on Sunday and just didn't have a voice. And I was like, hey, Ed, where I'm at. I'm hoping you were on with me and Tom Tolbert. And he said, oh, you don't sound good. It's like, all right, Ed. All right. Great stuff, though, from Edward. A lot of good stuff there. So we've covered a lot with the 49ers and the Cowboys. We'll do more of it at 4:30 with Tim Ryan, who joins us for his weekly conversation. Marcus Thompson at 4:50. Then a lot of fun to wrap up the week. The Sound Soiree, Harmony's Double Banger, and your Soup du Jour. But first, let's get into some of the best games of the weekend. We got a whole slate of games. First bye week of 2025. Week 5, first bye week of 2023.
You know what else we got?
What else we got?
We got to, at some point.
What do you got?
We got to squeeze in a little divisional series baseball. Hey, my goodness, the playoffs are starting this weekend. We got to squeeze that in there, don't we?
Oh, that's actually on here. Derek wrote interest of games this weekend. So we're going over all the interest of games for the slate of the weekend. I think Derek's just trying to play. I don't think he really put anything.
Oh, we
like
got
that
college
in here.
football too.
Yeah,
so
there's other events.
It's like a gumbo, so to speak.
I don't
so
see
we
anything
got
about
everything in there, and we're just like feel free to pick out what we want. Do you want the sausage? Do you want the shrimp in the gumbo? Do you want the chicken in the? Do you want the rice? Do you not want rice?
It's chicken.
I mean, what do you want?
Do you want preseason Warrior
cool.
basketball tomorrow, Derek? 'Cause you didn't write that on here either.
No. That's what I don't want. I don't want that.
Derek, give me a new sheet. I want a new sheet with all the sports on it, all right? We'll get that to you next on these sports later.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Matt Mayoko joined Papa and Lund today and went over the best moments of the Cowboys 49ers history and that great rivalry that gets renewed on Sunday right here on The Sports Leader. That podcast is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's no drop there? There we go.
End of the song.
I was like, come on.
It's over.
It rope-a-dope me.
9-second song.
That's it. Was that it? Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon. It's a effing fun, fantastic football Friday. Still to come, Tim Ryan, Marcus Thompson, your sound soiree, and a Harmonies double banger and your soup du jour. Lots to get to still. Before the end of the show, let's talk about some of the games this weekend. You were just mentioning we have a great sports slate in general for the weekend.
Yep.
On Sunday alone, though, we're getting the 6:30 kickoff between the Jags and Bills, which actually is not like one of the better games sort of that I think you'd ever get in London in terms of the quality of the Jags. And they've been over there 2 weeks now. Bills are going over there. They play at Tottenham Stadium.
Let me know
this
how
week.
That goes.
I will. This one, there's no guarantee I'm actually up for this one. The last one I was only up for, remember, because I had to be at Levi's early. This one is a night game, so I may not be up for Bills. I actually will almost guarantee I won't be up for Bills and Jags. Ravens at Steelers is one of the top games, I think. Eagles at Rams. Kind of like that one. Cooper Kupp
I like that
expected
one.
to make his return.
Sucks.
Yeah, sorry. How about this one? Jets at Broncos was supposed to be Aaron Rodgers defending Nathaniel Hackett's honor. No, we don't get that. I do still kind of like that. Do you have a? I'm rooting Jets. I'm like pulling for Jets hard in that one.
I like the Broncos there, but I don't know if I like
it.
them enough to pull the trigger on them.
Just for the story, I'm rooting for Hackett to torch. Just to torch.
That is a good story. That's a good angle. Yeah,
that'd be a fun angle on that.
I couldn't disagree with that.
By the way, the Ravens and Steelers game. Kenny Pickett is coming off. He's off the injury report entering the game, so we didn't know yesterday if he was going to play. Sounds like he is going to play now.
Yep.
Kenny Pickett. Von Miller, by the way, for that Bills-Jags game, questionable to return for the first time since Thanksgiving of last season. That'd be a huge addition. Bills' defense is playing pretty well, too. Then you get Chiefs at Vikings.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Two good offenses, but also I want to see Chiefs' defense against that offense. I want to see it hold up against the offense there of Minnesota, because Minnesota just tries to – they're kind of like a Don Nelson team. They're trying to outscore you, right?
Yep.
They always lose the turnover battle, but they're just going to try to outscore you, run and gun the entire time. And then you've got that slate plus playoff baseball, which gets going. Is it Saturday? Is it tomorrow it starts up again?
Yep.
Tomorrow.
Yes,
we get
it does.
playoff baseball.
10 o'clock.
How about that? All day we get, 4 games tomorrow?
4 games.
4 game slate. I love that, staggering. Too much time off. I don't like all that. But we get Braves-Phillies rematch. That's pretty juicy.
That's a good one.
I'm in on that one. I love that. And then we get, who are the other two?
Well, you get Diamondbacks
Dodgers. And Dodgers. That's right. So you're getting
Orioles,
2 of
Rangers.
the... Yeah.
And then Twins and... Twins who?
Astros.
Why am I blanking? Thank you. Of course, I missed the Astros. Yes.
There was a lot of jumbling, and when...
the Astros.
I'm still adjusting to the new bracket style, too. You forget how many teams there are in it, that there are 2 teams that get the bye for the first round. I used to like that you got, in the first round of baseball playoffs, I think it was impossible when there was only 4 from each league, when it was the classic style, where the way it was from 94 basically until they added the extra 1-game playoff, where it was just it was the 3 division winners and then the next best team regardless of division, right? Yep. And so like when the Giants and Angels went in 2002, that's how it was. So you would play the 1 seed if you were the wild card team, unless the 1 seed was in your division, in which case you would play the 2 seed, because then it's set up for a rivalry game. It was kind of like an NFL-style thing. Then it's set up for a Yankee-Red Sox only could match up in the LCS. Giants-Dodgers could have only matched up in the LCS. Now that you have an extra round of playoffs, it's kind of irrelevant. But I always thought that was kind of a cool angle. That's why we got so many of those matchups late in the postseason. But they changed the format too frequently. In terms of series I'm hyped for, though, it's got to be Braves-Phillies number 1.
That one's going to be fun. Like, every series to me is intriguing because even casual baseball fans couldn't name a third starter for most of the teams in the playoffs. You start going through and you're like, yeah, I got him, and you start thinking, who's their third guy? Like, how about this for the Dodgers? The Dodgers are I have no idea what they're going to do as far as third, fourth starters. But Miller and Kershaw are 1-2. Kershaw will start the series. Miller goes second. Kershaw had
Bobby
24.
Miller, is his name?
Yep. Kershaw had 24 starts. Miller had 21. That is it. They had 3 starters all year that had over 20 starts, and Kershaw led the way with 24. And the other one, Gonsolin's out, Tommy John surgery. So it's amazing they got to where they are this year with the lack of pitching depth.
They lost us. Is Dustin May out again?
Who's that?
Is May out?
Oh, May's been out.
He's been out because he came back and then he got hurt. Right, that's right. He came back he got hurt immediately again, didn't he?
And then Buehler
never
they were
came
thinking
back.
might be back, and he never came back.
Buehler?
So, he nearly killed her.
Yeah, thank you.
I have no idea how they're gonna just jumble their rotation, but they've been able to get it done. And then you go to the Diamondbacks, okay. Who do you know on that team?
They started
we know
Fott
Gallen.
and
we know
Gallen,
Kellen.
yeah.
The only reason people may know Fott is because he just started.
Well, he's a top prospect too, but he was terrible throughout the year. He had an ERA over 7 at one point.
They have Nelson, who was okay. Braves, Strider, Fried. After that, nobody else is going to know Elder. I mean, Elder
Bryce
starts
Elder.
for him. Morton starts for him. And then Philly, you got Nola, and
Wheeler.
you got former. Yeah, I was going to say former Giant Wheeler for a little bit anyway. And then after that, it's who do we do? But here's the one thing that I looked at. I think most of these series are going to come down to the bullpens, because I was looking at all the bullpens. I was like, God, who has a really good bullpen? And I couldn't really find one. I didn't dig down and try and find out who's been pitching the best the last month of the season.
It's because all bullpens are starters. It's it's like we talked about throughout the year with the Giants. What do the stats mean? What do the stats don't mean anything for starting pitchers or the bullpens, because they're all bullpen. Almost everybody is bullpen. So it's just sort of team pitching stats now. It doesn't.
Yeah. It's pretty. It's wild.
Yeah.
You just start looking at stuff, and then maybe not. I mean, I'm trying to go over every team right now in my head.
Well, let me ask you this in terms of interest.
Maybe the best closer in the playoffs would have been Bautista. He's out. Orioles don't even have their closer. I don't know how many saves Duran has for Minnesota. He's pretty good as well. But I love watching the playoffs, and I always say this kind of separates a sports fan from the football fan. Football fans just going to watch football. That's all they want. Football.
That's Derek. That's Derek Papa. Yeah, I'm looking at him.
Yeah, if you're a sports fan, playoffs are the best time of the year.
It's my favorite.
I love the playoffs, and I'll probably watch. I don't know if I'll watch every game, but I'm going to try to watch all the games tomorrow. I'm intrigued, but probably I'm intrigued least by the Twins Astros. I'll probably watch a little bit of it, but Orioles Rangers are new. You got Bochy, and you got all the young studs for Baltimore. So that's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And Baltimore's on the rise. You better get used to them in the playoffs.
They're going to be there for a long time. Yeah.
They're going to be there for a while. So you get used to that. And then Dodgers D-backs will be fun to watch. But I'm with you. Phillies beat the Braves last year. Atlanta had an incredible season. They're the best team in baseball, wire to wire. But Philly's been playing some really good ball. Harper has 21 home runs this year. He's had 16 of those 21 since August 1st. So he's been hitting really well. He raised his OPS from 783 to 900. So you put him in the middle of that lineup with Schwarber and Turner and Castellanos. I mean, that is a potent lineup. And, boy, I tell you what, Braves will get tight. They'll start puckering a little bit if they lose game one at home to Philadelphia. So, yeah, this is going to be that. I'm with you on that one. That one, especially if Philly were to get one there, that place and the Citizens Bank will be going nutballs. So that one, I'm looking forward to that one. That one's going to be fun.
It doesn't open in Citizens Bank, does it? It opens in Atlanta, right? Oh, you're saying when they come on back, if they win one of the first two.
If they were to get one of the first two. And by the way, I just looked on the chat. Somebody made a really good point that I hadn't considered. Carlos Correa going back to Houston, which will be that'll be kind of interesting as well. I mean, he's gone back before as a member of the Twins, but never in the playoffs. So. I mean, there's some intrigue to that one too. I mean, Minnesota. Nobody knows who Minnesota is, but they have pretty good pitching. Sonny Gray had a great year. Lopez is really good. Ryan started off good, kind of faltered. Maeda is always a decent playoff pitcher, but yeah, I mean, And you root against. I'll root against the Astros this year. Dusty got his now. I don't know. I didn't root for him last year. I was happy for
You're
him.
rooting for Corrano. Yeah.
Now I can actively root against the Astros again. Well, it's one guy against a whole team. So
Fair enough.
Screw them. They've
Fair
got
enough.
theirs.
Yeah, I'm rooting Phillies because I bet them. And then if I get bunched,
I like that bet.
That's a good bet, right?
You probably got pretty good odds, right?
I did. I'll dig it up for you. I'll find out what I got. I can't remember what I took them at, but it was pretty good odds right before the start of the postseason. And they are the most, I think, one of the most likable teams right now in the postseason. I don't have anybody I really hate there. I know people don't like Bryce, but I'm pretty good with most all the Phillies. I don't really have any beef with a lot of them.
I don't mind Bryce.
He was a kid.
Didn't like Bryce
he was like 19
early in
as
his
a kid.
career.
Yeah, he was a kid.
But there's nothing wrong with Bryce Harper, man. Did you see him go after Angel Hernandez on that check swing?
That was
last
great,
week?
dude. Yeah, he threw his helmet into the stands. It was fantastic.
That was the weakest check swing called for a strike. I mean, people in the Bay think the one last year was the worst. No,
this
that
was
wasn't even
This
close.
was
This one, but it wasn't a playoff game either. It wasn't the end of a playoff game. So you want to add circumstance in? Yeah, that was worse. But this thing, dude, like. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. Like you can't. There's no way possible you could have thought that he swung on that one. It was like a flinch, like a little mini flinch, and of course, the great Angel Hernandez said he went around. What a jerk!
Yeah, that stunk. Surprised it wasn't Gabe Morales, though, still. Tim Ryan joins us each and every week throughout the football season. Talking 49er football. He'll get us ready for the Niners and the Cowboys when we come on back. And we've done baseball. We've done football. Still haven't heard the sounder for the Sharks tickets. Front row tickets opening night. 415-896-KNBR. When you hear the soundbite, you can win those tickets. Tim Ryan's next on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, baby! baby!
Every Friday, Tim Ryan joins us to break down the upcoming game of the weekend, or I guess a couple weeks ago we had him right after the Giants game, but this one, an exciting one. Niners 4-0, Cowboys 3-1. They've met each of the last 2 years in the playoffs. We got it, by the way, right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader, Sunday, 1 p.m. We start our pregame coverage, and then a 5:20 kick. Tim Ryan just courtesy of the Yuma guest line. I got all frazzled with some reads here. Let me start over. Tim Ryan joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. We'll edit that in post, Tim.
Stroking out?
Yeah, I stroked out, dude.
Yeah, all right.
A lot of facts to get to. There we go. I got it.
What's cracking?
T-Rock, what's up? Besides, just go T-Rock, and then we're good, right? See, that's the way to go. What's up, man? This game's got juice. We're excited about this one.
Well, I mean, we all know the history, the historical matchup that this is, and what's happened the last couple of years in the playoffs, and this is a big-ass game, man, period. What they've been able to do and taking over games with their defense, and this 49er team being able to just play very efficient on both sides of the ball, and we've seen that, the balance running and passing offensively, the defense has been, for the most part, outstanding. There's certainly some areas and some things to clean up, but at the end of the day, when you watch this game, and it'll be fun watching, it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun covering. But this one is, and I said it after last week's game after the Arizona win, this is all about the line of scrimmage. And, I mean, you look at what they are on defense, and it is a damn monster movie in terms of what they've got rushing the passer. And it's 10 deep, and 8 of them can rush the passer, and they rotate them all. And Micah Parsons is, I got what I like to call Fred Dean freedom. He lines up anywhere. He goes anywhere he wants. There's no rhyme or reason to it. They play all along the front, different positions, and they all get after it. And then on the other side, you look at Dallas, and they're getting their offensive line, all 5 guys together for the first time in quite a while. But still, I think it's a matchup the 49ers can take advantage of. When you put on the tape, the sack numbers aren't there with only 9 sacks through 4 games. But that ball is coming out so damn fast. And really, give Joshua Dobbs credit in that Arizona game. I mean, the reason they were in that game and got it to 1 score is that guy was making throws with defensive linemen in his lap and still making some good throws. So this one's going to come down to which offensive line. At the end of the day, which offensive line can hold up.
So what do you remember about being a young Tim Ryan and this rivalry? Because once you get to the league, you don't have favorite teams anymore. I don't even know who your favorite team was when you were growing up, but what do you remember about Cowboys and 49ers as you were growing up?
Well, we had 3 stations around here, man. We didn't have the AB cable switch in our household, so we saw a lot of Steelers, we saw a lot of Minnesota, a lot of Raiders, a lot of Cowboys. The marquee matchups. But and that was in the 70s, and then in the 80s, growing up here, I mean, we all wanted to be 49ers, and I talked to a lot of my former teammates in Chicago, and we all secretly wanted to be 49ers. Even guys from, the Southeastern Conference would tell you that. The catch, obviously, in with Dwight Clark and in that game. And just, then I was in the league in the 90s, and, when some of those great playoff games when the 49ers won, and then obviously the Cowboys had a couple of big wins too. So it's just the hype hasn't stopped. And, one thing about Dallas fans, and you look at the 49er fans and the way the faithful travel, Dallas will be the same way. There will be a lot of Dallas fans in that stadium. And when you're a crown jewel franchise, and there's not a lot of them in pro football, these are 2 of them. So the hype's still the same, man, from what I remember in the 80s, and then playing in the first half of the 90s, what this matchup means.
Yeah.
We're talking to Tim Ryan on the Yuma guest line. I was looking at a note here. Arizona kind of went the opposite of what the Giants had done in terms of the blitz. When Wink Martindale sent 85% of the time he was blitzing Brock Purdy, they went the opposite last week. 17% of the time they blitzed. Niners were still effective against both. I mean, I think it says more about the 49ers offense and ability to adjust and what Kyle Shanahan's able to do, but this is going to be the best defense they've played. What do we expect from them? How do we expect them to try to throw the house at Brock Purdy the second time that Dan Quinn has seen him?
Well, I don't. Dan Quinn knows Kyle. Obviously, was his head coach in Atlanta when they went to the Super Bowl with Kyle as the offensive coordinator. And we remember the playoff game last year in a 19-12 game, and they came out humming on defense. I'll say this: Brock's further along, obviously, in where he is in this offense and where the playbook is. And Christian McCaffrey is a much different player than he was that night. He got hurt, Copes, on the first drive. He had a calf contusion that dogged him all the way to the NFC Championship game. He didn't finish the game against the Cowboys. If you remember, Elijah Mitchell came in and finished it up. And obviously, he's on his game right now. So I think when you look at this, there's the Cowboy defense. Again, they get after it at the line of scrimmage. Dan Quinn is a D-line coach turned coordinator, turned head coach, turned back coordinator. He knows where you got to butter the bread, and that's up front with the defensive line. So even in the run game, there's chaos. I mean, they are slanting the front. They're running run stunts, twists. Parsons will line up anywhere, the nose guard, right end, left end, over the guard. So they're gonna get you, I think, sometimes in terms of getting some TFLs, and tackles for loss. But they're also open to run themselves and stunt themselves out of gaps and out of plays. And I love the vision of McCaffrey and Juice leading the way and all that stuff. So I think there's opportunities to run at them. I think you got to get the ball on the back seven, and then in my opinion, at least, I think they're going to be able to run on them. I think you have to. I think you got to stay out of the third and longs. And then when you talk about the passing game, I love the matchups across the board. Gilmore is a very good corner, defensive player of the year, I think, in 19. And is still playing pretty good. I don't know if he's the player he was then when you turn on the tape. But he does give a little bit of a cushion. He does give some space. Deron Bland on the other side is the takeaway machine and very physical out there. The guy moved from nickel to the outside when they lost Diggs. So he is, those nickel guys have to like it in the traffic. So he likes to tackle. He's physical. But again, with Ayuk and his route running, he had that guy last week, Jalen Thompson, spun around a couple times on a few of those routes. And a very good week of practice for him. They didn't even have to launch the missile on Deebo Samuel last week. Love Deebo in the middle of the field at second level, 6 to 15 yards.
Yep.
Against all the stuff they do with they end up a lot of times in 3 deep. They'll run some man, they'll run some cover 2, but the way they like to load the box and challenge the line of scrimmage, they end up in a lot of 3 deep. So there's holes in that. The trick is going to be the protection, and so. I love the matchup with Trent Williams on Micah Parsons. That'll be one to watch. McKibbett's on the other side against DeMarcus Lawrence is going to be a major handful. He may be the most complete player up front for them in year 10. And then they got guys inside. Odigizua can play, obviously, and rush the passer, and they move him around. So, to me, I think it's about getting the ball out quick and getting yards after the catch. I don't think you want to be back there in third and longs. I don't think you want to be back there holding the ball for 3 seconds and waiting for some of the deeper routes to clear and to open up. So, to me, I think you get the ball out quick, and, the Yak Bros just keep stacking them. I mean, every guy in the 49er lineup can get yards after the catch from, Kittle to Ray Ray. It doesn't matter who's going to get the ball. They've all got the ability to get yards after the catch. So, I think the ability to stop the negative plays, hold up when they have to in terms of protection, but most importantly, just deliver the mail on time, which Brock is great at doing, and put it in a spot where guys can get yards after the catch. And there's nothing that tells me from watching him on tape and watching him as a quarterback for the 49ers with all these wins in the regular season and watching the week of practice that he will not be able to achieve that.
As far as Dallas's offense goes, do you if you're the Niners defense, do you pay special attention to CeeDee Lamb? And if so, I would imagine so, but how does that manifest itself? Do you slide coverage over that way? Do you have a safety over the top? Do you go that far to take him away? How do you make sure he doesn't wreck your game?
Yeah, I think you got to be mindful, Tommy, of where he lines up, because he's not just in the slot. He'll line up, and when Dak likes to get vertical and go deep, it's to the right corner. It's to the left side of the offense. So Demo Lenore, and they'll put CeeDee Lamb out there wide and throw fades to him. They'll run slants to him. They'll run comebacks to him, and he's every bit of 6'2" and with ball skills and has a lot of heat. So, yeah, whoever the post safety is on that side, you may lean over that way a little bit, and count on the other side that they'll handle Michael Gallup or Brandon Cooks, who's still got some juice left. But CD's the guy, especially on third down and when they get down in the red zone. When he's lining up in the slot, I think you can zone it off and put some different forms of zone coverage and bracket coverage on top of him. Dak is not going to hold the football. I think one thing that's totally different with Kellen Moore moving on to the LA Chargers and Brian Schottenheimer stepping in as the offensive coordinator and McCarthy, the head coach, calling most of the plays. Mike cut his teeth on the Bill Walsh West Coast offense. And there are so many principles in this, which are high percentage throws for the quarterback. It really looks to me like, and they're running it, and they're running more gap scheme for sure with the pulling guards and the powers and the down blocks and the double teams and all that. But the way they are calling their offense, if you go back and look at Dak last year, I think it was 15, Copes, you could correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I think it was 15 picks in 12 games. I mean, the turnovers were diabolical for him. So the way they're calling their game seems like they're trying to keep it clean for him. Let him get the ball out of his hand in under 2 seconds, with all those West Coast principles, and just feed the rock to the running backs. I think when you're playing him, and there's a lot of indicators and tendencies in the scouting report in terms of where guys are lining up, how they're lining up, and what the concepts are. If they can get and play some tighter coverage, again, I think to pay off the rush, because the rush has been getting home, the coverage just hasn't been consistently tight. Take that first read away in terms of your scouting report, and you'll get Dak Prescott hitching and throwing to running backs on checkdowns. You show him any type of 2-deep zone, he wants to check it. If that first read's covered and you have any type of wrinkle in the secondary, it looks to me like he's going to throw the check down, and Pollard can run, Dowdle can run. I don't know if he'll play, Vaughn, all those guys. So he's looking for that. Again, that's right in the wheelhouse of the 49ers with what they like to do in terms of being on track and being physical tacklers. So, again, I think the matchup is at the line of scrimmage. When he has to hold the football, Bosa's got a great matchup on either one of the tackles. Tyron Smith, who is a long-time NFL player, missed the last couple games, and he was right tackle last year, now back at left tackle. I love the Bosa matchup on either side. The matchup to me is, when you look at this offensive line, to me their best player is, at least when I watch the tape, is Tyler Smith, the left guard, the second-year player, who was out the first couple games this year. And then Zach Martin, everybody knows who he is at right guard, been one of the best for a decade. So when I look at the Gravedigger, Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead, those are the guys, and they've both been playing great with getting push and beating those guards, that gut pressure up in the face of Dak Prescott. If they can get him hitching, you watch the game. If it's coming out, bang, he sees it, he's throwing it. 49ers are going to have to be great tacklers. He's pretty accurate and, over 70% in it, hitting those underneath quick routes. If he looks and it's not there and he's got to pull it down, that's when the 49ers got to get home, and then that's when he'll put it up and serve up, takeaway opportunities.
It's interesting, Tim, because Tony Pollard is such a threat coming out of the backfield, catching the ball. But with Greenlaw and Warner, I never even really think that's an issue when it comes to playing the 49ers. Like, I don't even care how good.
Quite a peaceful feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
It is. It's like, yeah, this guy's really good. Man, but Warner and Greenlaw are out there.
It was a rocket.
I don't know what the numbers say. And maybe they would counter what I'm saying, but just the eye test tells me that I don't even really worry about running backs coming out of the backfield with those two on the field.
Right, and that all starts, Tom, pre-snap with anticipation and getting to what to expect, getting to the right landmark on the grid as a linebacker, and then you always hear him say, track and tackle, being on that right track. If you got to be in the fast lane, you better be in the fast lane. If you got to be in the slow lane versus a certain play or concept, get in the slow lane. But you're absolutely right. They call it the kill zone. I call it the morgue. Not many guys are getting out of there alive. I mean, in terms of, tongue in cheek with those guys coming in there. I mean, they are nasty, physical tacklers, and they're on the track quick because of what they're anticipating and what they've done in terms of preparation. So I'm with you. I mean, Pollard is very slippery when he gets to the second level, both run and pass. But I'm with you. I like the chances of those guys being able to get him down more than most in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's probably the best game on the schedule for all the NFL to this point early in the season. You don't often get a playoff feeling game early in the year, but it means a lot to both the Niners and the Cowboys. And now, Tim, that we get one bye, like all these games are important. We saw that last year, how crucial it is to start fast like this and get these wins. So fun one on national TV on Sunday. We'll see you down there, Tim.
All right, sounds good, you guys. And I think very important the 49ers start fast on both sides of the ball. Again, turn on the tape. The Dallas offense, very efficient, but when they're playing catch-up, at least to me, when you watch the Arizona game, they don't look the same. So a fast start would do the 49ers good.
Have a great call, Tim.
See you later, Tim.
All right, guys, see you.
Good stuff there from Tim Ryan. By the way, Niners have scored on every opening drive of the season so far on offense.
Have they really?
I think they've got a touchdown in the first, in 3 of them, and 1 field goal. I think last 2 weeks ago was the field goal. The Giants game, I think, was the field goal they opened with. So the short week field goal, every other one. They've opened with a touchdown. Check this note out real quick before we get to Marcus Thompson. This is per ESPN. Brandon Ayuk has 17 catches on the season. Every one of them has gone for either a first down or a touchdown.
Wow.
One more time. Brandon Ayuk has
That's a stat. 17
catches on the year. Everyone has gone for either a touchdown or a first down. That's pretty incredible for Ayuk. He was damn good again last week, a career day in receiving yards. Did Marcus come on with us on Monday of this week? Or was that last week he came on Monday?
Feels like a long time ago, but I think it's this week.
It was on Monday. Is that the day I got upset?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. You left.
Yeah, we'll do it again with him next on the Sports Leader.
Are you going to leave again?
No, I don't think so. John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed if there's anything to Trey Lance dishing dirt on the 49er offense ahead of Sunday's game against the Cowboys. That podcast is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.